Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell here for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us this morning as we head into another big weekend. I was just watching Tom Brady talk about his top 5 teams in the NFL. He still had the Texans at number 5. A lot of places don't.
Because he knows you don't freak out after one game. You guys are all freaking out after one game. I'm like, everything's going to be fine. John went so far. If you want to go to X, you can watch the show on X. You can watch it on YouTube. You can see it on Twitch if you're a really mean gamer who streams and is a content provider that uses a lot of times racist language, because it seems like that's what streamers from Kick and Twitch do.
Okay. Well, your point is now what?
They can watch and see that you're decked out in Jacksonville Jaguar gear. Dill, I'm lying, I'm dying. Is John Granado totally dressed out on the Friday before game day in a Jacksonville hat and a Jacksonville shirt?
Not a Jacksonville hat. It's a all-Tex pipe and supply since 1973.
I think it depends
and it's a Whistling Straits shirt.
It depends on how you see color, because I feel like
I don't see color personally.
Well, clearly you do.
Yeah.
I think he's a big Andy Dalton fan, and he's repping for the Panthers.
Don't give him an out.
That's the colors I see.
That you see Panthers?
I see Panthers.
I am
colors.
a big Andy Dalton. Katie Rocket.
First of all, that's
the
not
Katie rifle.
Panthers are more silver.
The red
Don't
rocket.
give him an
What do
out.
you
This
mean?
is a pure
What is
Jacksonville Jaguar color.
Not
He's the red rifle.
Rifle, yeah.
Red rifle.
Not
It's a
the
red
red-
rocket or red rifle?
It's rifle.
The red rocket.
Red
is something
Rocket's a joke from South Park. That
He's the red rocket.
he's the
No,
red rifle.
no. The red rocket.
Remember,
is
I've got
dog.
a joke that I'm going to tell Dell. It's
Dell.
not a joke. Something happened, and I'm going to tell Dell, but I'm not going to tell you.
Why does he want to?
I've made an executive decision that John shouldn't know this.
Okay, but no, John is dressed like a giant Panthers fan.
I'm a Panther fan.
No, he's not. That's Jaguars.
That's
No.
not the Jaguars color.
That's not the. You don't know nothing about the Jags
Oh,
and the
God,
Panthers.
I'll bring this up
Okay.
right now.
When the Panthers wear their alternate blue, that's
Actually,
what
this
what
is
it looks
Miami.
like.
I'm repping.
Miami Marlins.
No, well,
That's what it looks like. More
it does
than
look
anything
like the
else.
Marlins.
Yeah.
I am repping the Marlins because I wanted to see the Twins lose
Are
to them.
y'all
And
abs-
by the way, they did.
Those are not Jaguar colors. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
Are you out of your mind?
That is a Panthers color.
that's not the same.
the same.
You're colorblind.
Go look up the Panthers in teal, whatever they call their color.
Yeah.
In blue.
That's teal.
Go look up the Panthers color in blue.
Yeah, see, you don't know.
You
nothing.
don't know nothing about nothing.
What I want to.
Oh my God! The dark blue is the same as your hat, Brill. Look at this. Look at the trim. It's the same as the color of your trim of your hat.
Oh.
You're Jaguared up.
I know.
I know
Well,
you
if it is, it's to motivate the team to go kick the Jaguars' ass. That's what it is. Because I was on them this week, and you know what? Deservedly so. 34-7, embarrassed themselves.
I'm doing
You know who else did? Brandon Aubrey missing a field goal late. Jerk. Okay.
Yeah, I like that.
You did? You liked it?
I don't care.
You didn't care?
I just like that you had a fight
No.
with a guy.
Well,
because
did you hear
mentioned-
Al Michaels? Al Michaels is going, now some people really want to see him
Did he
kick
say
this,
it?
and then others don't.
You know, somebody said that at the end of the Fever game against the announcer. This is the most hardcore gambling reference I've ever seen. It's the end of the Fever versus
Son?
Suns
Yeah.
the other
No,
day at
Sun.
WNBA game. Is it Sun?
Son.
Okay. And
Look, meet the teams.
yeah, I guess there's only a singular Sun.
Yeah, right.
And so it was the last play of the game. Like the game was basically over, and this one girl for the Fever drove to the basket, got fouled. Look at the buzzer, got fouled and got an and-1. He goes, boy, a lot of people. I guarantee you, there were some people wishing that they would have defended better there. And I'm like, that is clearly a gambling reference.
Clearly.
This game was over. Like, I don't know if that's for the point. This is clearly the point spread. Something happened, and then I immediately felt bad for the people who had, the people who had the Sun laying the points, because they had a dirty 3 points against them at the end. But Aubrey misses. No way. Did the Cowboys cover last night?
The Cowboys did not.
Couldn't have been. They had to be a bigger
5.5?
favorite.
Yeah, I think they were 5. I think it
Yeah.
was. Yeah,
Had to be.
yeah. I think they were 5.5 last night.
Not impressive.
No. Well, the Giants, they couldn't finish anything, and they had kicked 5 field goals. But
no, but they moved the ball better than the Cowboys.
It was a big improvement for Dallas defensively. A big improvement for Dallas, although they had the ball most of the game. The Giants had the ball most of the game. At least they stiffened up in this one, as opposed to the last 2 games in which they just sucked all the way around. And at the end, Micah Parsons got hurt, and so did Malik Neighbors.
Yeah,
both of them left the game. So we'll see what that means.
Well, Malik Neighbors is a concussion.
Yeah.
So that's going to do, because Malik Neighbors just made a big run at Rookie of the Year yesterday with 11 catches.
Trouble with Guyton at left tackle, though.
Oh,
man. Thibodeau used him all night.
Kayvon Thibodeau had a good game yesterday.
He looks good.
Guyton, I think Guyton's going to be okay. Because Guyton recovered, he just has to learn how to recover without using his hands to hold. And he just drags people to the ground. I actually thought one of them was pretty slick. They should have got away with it.
He should have gotten away
with it. When he pushed him down and laid down. I was like, I don't think that's
I didn't think that was
that was a pretty good one. The second one was. But, Guyton's got a lot to learn from the Cowboys. If the guy goes to the
ground, they're going to call holding on you. And you know what? They flop a lot, the defensive ends. They'll flop a lot and get that call. And it was a bad call. Guyton shouldn't have got called on it. But Thibodeau looks good. Thibodeau looks really good. The Giants aren't a bad football team. They're not a bad football team. And Danny Dimes played pretty well.
His passing's just not consistent, though.
Well,
he was all right.
At least he knew to find Malik Neighbors most of the night.
He's good enough to get you, if everything's right, 7 wins. You see, what do you think of Dayball? The new slim down Dayball. It's hard to even recognize him on the sideline. Did you notice him on the sideline? Dayball's lost 60 pounds.
Has it been 60? Is it 60?
It's 50 to 60, and he now dyes his beard a dark color.
I'm gonna do that.
So he looks like what's that guy from The Boys? The really tough one.
I don't know.
Dell?
I stopped watching it.
The one who's got the cancer. I stopped watching it this year.
Butcher?
It's too over the top. What's his name?
Billy Butcher.
Yeah. He's basically Dayball's the butcher now on the sideline.
Okay.
And that's what Giants fans would call him too. They'd say that guy is the butcher of this team.
Agree or disagree? Tom Brady said had the Seahawks as the 4th best team in the league, and then he had the Vikings as 3rd.
I think Tom's going by how they're playing.
The Chiefs and Bills.
Tom's going how they're playing.
Yeah.
He's doing a legitimate.
Not really. He said, despite how the Texans played, I'm going to keep them up there because I know they're a really good football team.
Well, that's true, because it's not like they've covered even.
I mean, no offense to the great Tom Brady, but if we're talking about who they played, Seahawks played Bo Nix in his first start. They played the Patriots and Jacoby Brissett, and then they played Skylar Thompson and Tim Boyle.
Oh, God. And you know what? They just scraped by against New England. New England had a missed field goal. They had a tipped field goal, or New England would have beaten them.
Look at all the teams the Texans played last year, and they were the toast of the town. And look at all the quarterbacks they played. All crap.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be faced with that reality.
Well, that reality, that is real.
Because this truly is, I mentioned it yesterday, and the more I thought about it, this is a little scary. Because if you lose this game to Jacksonville at home, now you're in a situation where you're going to have to go win games you're not supposed to win. And how good is this team really? Like, I think they're good enough to win. I think they're going to win the division. But maybe all this AFC championship game talk, if the Astros teach us anything, it's relax, be patient or whatever. But 162 is different than 17. And 4 games, the Texans were a different team at the end of the year than they were at the beginning. But I just don't know. Something's missing. You're not going to have it all. I mean, I think the secondary needs to be better. I think the run defense up the middle needs to be better. But if this offensive line is not better than what we saw against the Vikings, I'll be concerned a little bit.
So after this, Buffalo comes to town. So you're facing a really good quarterback. But then you're at New England, not a good quarterback. At Green Bay, we'll see who's quarterbacking.
Love's probably back this week.
Yeah. We'll see, and we'll see how good Malik did a nice job.
He did, but Jordan Love will be back.
Yeah, right. And then you face Indianapolis again, Anthony Richardson, not a good quarterback. So you're basically, and then it's a gauntlet. The Aaron Rodgers, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Will Levis. I mean, how are you going to get past that?
Mayo man.
Trevor Lawrence, Tyler. Skylar Thompson.
I just heard. Hold on. I just heard you say. Wait, who was it before Trevor? No, before
Will
Anthony.
Levis.
No, before Will Levis. Dak, right?
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, Dak's an easy win. I just heard Dak. That's not a good quarterback, right? Dak, Trevor Lawrence.
Dak is a good quarterback.
And who else?
Trevor Lawrence and then Skylar Thompson.
Well, it could be Tim Boyle.
Well,
I assume Tua's never going to play again, right?
I mean, you could make that assumption, but from all accounts, he wants to play. So now, well, who knows what the neurologist will say?
Or Russell Wilson.
I wouldn't.
You guys could trade for Russ.
They're not trading for Russ.
Davis Mills.
Once again, when's the trade deadline? Like
Second
October?
October.
They're not going to trade for anyone, but by that time, I wouldn't count on Skylar Thompson being the quarterback, no matter who's there.
There's a better chance of him making a position switch than being quarterback again.
You know, it did look a lot more vaunting before the season started. You know, we thought, Anthony Richardson, he's, look at all the pre-season hype about he's the second quarterback you should take in fantasy football.
Trevor Lawrence has weapons.
Yeah, Dak Prescott hasn't really been as good as we thought.
Truth be told, Buffalo looks tougher than I expected.
Buffalo's the toughest team you're facing.
Buffalo plays the Ravens in what should be one of the best games, probably the best game of the weekend, as we get a little look at. I tell you what, this is a conversation for probably a different time, but Black Twitter had a huge fight yesterday.
What?
Or it was the night before, and it carried into yesterday, and it was Shannon Sharp. And Shannon Sharp was criticizing Lamar Jackson about something because Lamar, they lost the lead in the fourth quarter. And Shannon just made some objective comments about, hey, this can't happen anymore for the Ravens or something like that. And there was a segment on Twitter who came after him directly to his on Twitter and called him a bootlicker. That's the new term for Uncle Tom is bootlicker. They called him bootlicker. They called him, they said he was anti-black. Made a lot of comments, and then and then other black people came in and said, well, he's not supposed to have an objective commentary about a quarterback because he's black. And it turned into this big fight, and they were people were coming after Shannon, and I'm just sitting there sipping tea, reading all the comment, like Kermit, just reading the comments, and I was like, it didn't great for me because it come draft time. There's you already know me, and the joke is with me and Bucky Brooks that as soon as you have to, because there's a small section of people on Twitter, as soon as you have to evaluate a black quarterback, there's going to be some people waiting to call you a racist. And he's like, I'm glad that's on you. I was like, I know. And Dell can't wait too for me to have the Shador comment. Shador Sanders.
Oh, I can't wait for Shador.
Well, it's the Shador. I'll see what the tape says, but it's what the executives. I talk to, scouts, sometimes coaches, but mostly scouts, personnel guys, and I get quotes about these guys. I've already got a really rough one on Shador Sanders that I don't even know if they're going to let me use it. The editor. I'm going to put it out there, and he may say, this is too much. So anyway, he said, I can't wait for you to, and Dell, can't wait for me to put that out there because he knows I'm going to take heat, but I'll fade the heat, whatever. But I mean, it's going to be rough for a Shannon Sharp to have just an objective opinion about, because they were like, one guy goes, you never come after Derek Carr, and Derek Carr, look how big his paycheck is. And I'm like, come after Derek Carr? No offense. I don't care what Derek Carr's been in the league since 2014. He's not in the national conversation.
Never.
He's not in the narrative. He's frankly, and I feel bad saying this, but he's irrelevant in pro football.
No, he is.
And this is why, making a comment you don't say this stuff about Sam Bradford, not Sam Bradford. You're not
Sam
saying
Howell?
this about no, not Sam Howell, but Derek Carr, and then Sam Darnold. And I'm like, and Trevor Lawrence and Justin Herbert. I'm like, hey, I know he has said it about Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence deserves all the comments.
Yes, he does.
Our show has talked about Justin Herbert, where we feel like, I don't know if you feel this way.
Oh,
but
I do. I think it's way overrated.
We don't understand where it comes from.
No.
I see the talent and all that stuff, but I feel like people are way too far out there on him. But you should be able to comment on Lamar Jackson.
No, you can't.
Whether you're white or black, have a
my
comment.
comments are that Lamar's great.
Lamar is
And
the
y'all
people's
are racist.
quarterback.
The people's quarterback.
He's the
that's
people's
right.
quarterback, so watch your mouth at all times about Lamar.
But Shannon, it must be brutal to be a black commentator, make an objective comment about something in football, and then you get called basically an Uncle Tom. People start talking about him being in the house, shuffling, bootlicker. I'm like, that man just said he needs to close games better in the fourth.
Well,
you can't say that?
Well, I need to hear your comments on Derek Carr first. Then I'll make a determination on whether you're being fair
honestly, or not. Derek Carr. I mean, when's the last time you thought about Derek Carr more than just
Derek Carr's looked good this year until last week?
Yeah,
it was last week.
Yeah, but it was an anti-black sentiment. Derek, all you ever talk about is Derek Carr.
I knew Derek when he was the little kid on the sidelines with us at the Texans game.
Privilege.
Okay, that's what I knew.
I knew
a kid I helped raise.
And you didn't help do anything.
Well, yeah,
you didn't help do anything.
Okay, that's what
I just know that Derek.
I just know this. I just know that Coors Light is what I want to drink tonight, and I'm going. Well, I know I'm going to be playing some golf. And I am going to be drinking some Coors Lights. I can guarantee you this.
How about people, including Melissa, the great Melissa Blanco, who's in there?
Melissa.
A lot of people didn't recognize, like a lot of the, especially it seems like female Sam and Abigail and Melissa from Power 105. They said, I'd never seen that John before.
Well, and because I said, that's the morning.
And it's after golf. It's after golf.
It's after the morning.
And you have some Coors Lights.
Yeah,
there was a chance you had some on Friday.
And you know what? And I think it changes me for the better.
They said they had never seen
that John Granado.
Right. And I was like, I kind of took it for granted. I'm like, you never seen that one?
That's me. That's me on Coors Light.
Shows where that John Granado's popped up.
And I'm a fun guy, okay? And I love me some Coors Lights.
And you challenge people to arm wrestling on Coors Light.
I do. That's where you're damn right I do. And I play some games I shouldn't play, right? I do that as well. So here's the deal, is if you want to have some fun, I have fun. I can tell you this. I love me my Coors Lights. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. If you're going to climb on, brother, climb all the way on. Let's go. But drink responsibly. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so Gary's here. Yeah, I want to get Gary's thoughts on this.
Hold on, I do want to say I'm on the video.
Yeah,
your stuff does look lighter, more like Carolina's colors on that. It's just when you're here in person, it looks Jacksonville.
No, I'm here in person and I see Jackson. I
see
Carolina.
And you got a glass.
I'm an Andy Dalton guy, okay, because he's a white quarterback, and we got to have somebody that's representing us. Okay, we need a white quarterback.
You do have Josh Allen.
I'm just doing this for Gary because Gary's here.
I mean, you've got better options.
I know we do got Josh Allen, but we need more than one.
You got Joe. Well, not Joe Burrow so much anymore.
Joe looked good. Joe played well.
Win a game. I'm Chris Canty.
Okay.
Win a game, Joe.
Okay, Canty.
Win a game, Joe.
Let's get Gary in here. He wants to talk about Shannon Sharpe. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, good morning, guys. First off, Josh Allen is my lead for MVP. He's having a hell of a year.
Yeah.
Get that out the way. If he continues this way, Josh Allen deserves MVP this year, playing out of his mind. Perfect. So now that we got that out of the way, the difference is, guys, we're taking you guys out of it. You guys, everybody says it from time to time, but when Shannon or Stephen A. or somebody like that, when they're, air quote, analyzing the black or African-American quarterback, or when you guys are analyzing the black or African-American quarterback, you're doing a good job. Thank you. But what Shannon and Stephen A. Smith does from time to time, which you guys never do, they use words like horrible. They use words like calling for their jobs. They use it from time to time. So when we're sitting there listening at the analyzing, case in point, Trevor Lawrence sucks. But they did. This was on a TikTok video. But Shady McCoy and them were on Speak. They had a white guest. The white guest. I mean, they went down the line and said Trevor Lawrence, it's horrible. The three black guys, Acho, and the other guy, Jennings. When they get to this white guy, he said, well, I'm not going to say he's playing horrible or he sucks. He's just not having a great year. I'm not saying he's wrong. The way you guys explain it, most white analysts, most, not all, is that you can break them down without insult and still lift up Trevor Lawrence when we know he sucks. But when it comes to the black quarterback, Shannon and Stephen A. Smith undoubtedly use the word. And sometimes Canty, the angry black man, Canty, they talk about the black quarterback with such vitriol. That's all I'm saying.
I want to ask you. Hold on. I want to ask you some questions, Gary, because I'm legitimately interested. Okay, so I grew up. I grew up with a lot of black friends, and so I understand the comments like when it's private. Hold on. Oh no. I just want to say the comments when it's private. The comments when it's private are a lot more wide open. Like if you're at the barbershop, guys are going to say guys suck. They're not going to lift them up. So are you just more worried about Stephen A. and Shannon having strong opinions about black quarterbacks in the public?
Let me answer that.
Yeah.
Let me answer that because you asked me that question. Take out worry first. You see the words and terminology used? We're not worried. What we're saying is when we call it analytical, analyzing, air quotes, the quarterback, case in point right now, that quarterback in college. See how you hung around a lot of black people, like you said, great for you, and you're still not getting it. That quarterback that's holding out in college because they were promised this and that. Do you know most white analysts and the black analysts are talking about the institution and the coach? If that was Shador or anybody African-American, and that's just a fact. Oh, now we're getting the holding out. See, that's why they shouldn't open the gate for them. Them. So take out the words, the worry, and understand if you did hang around them, when you come on to analyze it, you would analyze it. You guys, most white people, analyze it different. You don't call a black quarterback horrible. You don't call Justin Herbert horrible. Well, he needs more weapons and this and this and this. We literally call black quarterbacks, even if they're playing bad and they're playing horrible. You guys
hold on. I want to ask Gary about the Gary. Wait, if Gary had a show, and I'm only working off of the phone calls you've made, I mean, I've also heard about keeping it real, being 100, keeping it a buck.
Okay,
Would
okay.
Gary call somebody, if you thought somebody was horrible, would you, if you're doing a show, would you say, man, that guy is horrible? Be honest.
No, let me tell you, keeping it real, you hung around black people. What is that about Dan Orlovsky? I would break it down just like you guys break down a horrible white quarterback that's struggling.
What would you say?
Don't use those words. I would play the same game. I would talk about how their lack of performance. I would talk about the lack of weapons around them, but I would never call for their job. I would analyze. So we can do hypotheticals. I am just seeing, if you listen to Dan Orlovsky, if you listen, I'm not saying you guys, take you out of it. The overwhelming majority use terms when they're describing the quarterbacks. You guys don't get over there. You know what? This guy sucks horrible, and he needs to be.
Listen,
that's not true.
Listen.
The last three guys I've said they stink. Were in the last 2 weeks, I've said Anthony Richardson, Trevor Lawrence, and Will Levis, because they legitimately stink right now. I'm not calling for anyone's jobs, but I think that I don't care. I honestly, Gary, don't care what color a quarterback is. If he stinks, I got to say he stinks. Now, I will say, I do on sports radio, it's one thing. When I do my draft stuff, I try to keep it way more positive, only because we don't know who these guys are going to be. And I do think I owe it to players, and I'm writing scouting reports on to point out all the good stuff and the areas of concern. I don't even like saying weaknesses, but I don't use nasty terminology or whatever. But on sports talk, I don't know. I mean, come on. Stephen A. came up with Skip Bayless, Shannon Sharp. Like, this is not for Shannon to say somebody. So, and Chris Canty went after Joe Burrow the other day. So I don't know about maybe it's because people call him anti-black. He went after Joe Burrow with a comment that, frankly, just was incredibly mistimed after that game.
We got to move on. Gary, we appreciate it. Thanks, man. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in here. I mostly say he played horribly. I don't like to say he is. Like when guys say what he's a crap, he's terrible, he's or whatever. I mean, they're major league, they're NFL players. They're not crappy players. They just play. You could play horribly, but they're top of the line, great athletes.
Do you think that's the ESPN model, though? Be honest.
What?
The ESPN model is to be as
polarized over the
as
top
possible.
as you can. Yes, I do.
But I don't think Shannon Sharp is intentionally polarizing.
No, I don't think so either.
Stephen A. will be sometimes, but I mean, that's all Skip did was intentional. I think Shannon Sharp calls it exactly how he sees it as a former player, and then you either like it or you don't.
I agree with Gary, though, that he goes over the top. He goes over the top on criticism of players. I agree,
but not just black players. You think that's just
over the? Oh yeah, but they have to go. That's their job. Is to be over the top. That's ESPN today.
See, I kind of give them a pass
over the top.
Well, they're former players. I just kind of give them a pass.
I need to see your papers, though, Lance.
Yeah.
I'm walking through. This is like apartheid, where I'm walking, and you got to see my papers.
I need to see your papers, whether you're certified or not.
Yeah. How many black friends did you have? I want to know.
I know you say you're around.
Yeah, you always
black people.
say
Carlos Cone, Ples Fields.
Carlos doesn't sound.
It doesn't sound black to me.
Carlos R. Cone, and I signed my name Lance L. Zerline because when Carlos would practice his autograph that he was going to sign when he made it in the league, I said, ooh, I like that middle initial in there. I do that now because of that.
I hear a lot of anecdotes. I don't see any papers.
Yeah,
where are you certified?
Yeah. I want to see pictures too.
Where was I supposed to get my papers?
I want to see pictures with black guys.
If you keep
how many pictures do you think we had before phones?
You keep referencing all your friends. Yeah. We're gonna need some papers because Gary's kind of scoffed at your notion, so I would like some certification.
Well, I went to Lamar Consolidated before, like we were like a third, white, black, Hispanic.
Once again,
Asian was not big at Lamar Consolidated. Consolidated when I graduated.
We were like a third. JT probably had more black guys at Kincaid.
Wow.
Do you know? You'll like this. Our basketball team. I am the one who lined us up: white, black, white, black, white, black, white, black.
These are
really.
Once again,
so I guess I thought you said you don't see color.
I integrated.
So you do see.
We
color.
also had conversations,
and then you went, okay. Now what number are you? Evens over here, odds over there.
No, and Ann Ruska. We talked about black. We talked about butts. We had the conversation like, why do white boys not think Ann Ruska is not more fine than y'all do?
Who's Ann Ruska?
She was a swimmer, and she had thighs.
At your school or
Yeah, at my school.
Who knows
Wow.
who
And Rodney and them.
is?
Well,
Wow.
I'm telling you the
Ann
story.
Ruska's
You wanna
kid.
know?
Sorry,
We had
Ann
specific
Ruska.
questions about why do white boys like this girl when she has no ass. That's whenever I was realizing, what are we doing here?
Well,
This girl's hot.
that's funny.
And then as I got older, I realized, oh,
John,
that's-
if you
that's
he
why
keeps
y'all like Ann
talking,
Ruska.
He keeps talking, but we still have seen or no evidence.
Where do
No
I get my
evidence.
paper? Do you
Yeah,
get it at,
we need your papers.
Well,
do you get it at the DMV
well,
or where do you
listen,
get
If
it?
you keep making
listen.
references, you're
As
gonna
a
need
German, you
information.
should always be carrying papers with you.
Jesus. Says the dead Italian dictator Mussolini in the street who was slaughtered by his own people for how he
I'm
treated
sure he had
others.
his papers on him.
He may have.
All right.
I'm going to. What's that listed under?
Does that say I have many
What's it
black
listed-
friends? Is that
What-
German? Is that
What's
German?
it listed under?
Is that German for?
This is my whole point.
I had black
This
friends.
is my whole point. I don't care about if you think I have black friends or not. I don't care. I grew up where I grew up, and I watched all Spike Lee movies, so I learned all this stuff about good and bad hair, see if I care, all this cultural stuff. And then I realized a lot of other white people didn't know it. And so, like, I realized, and then you get comments like this, LZ, you're supposed to keep our black Twitter business in-house. It's like there's a whole subculture of don't let anyone else know.
Yeah, watch your
These
mouth.
are the talking points. And I find it fascinating. Like, you should be able to just have whatever conversations you want. You came in here like, you need to keep that. You need to keep it off the
We
radio.
need to talk
I didn't
baseball.
say
On the
you-
other
I didn't
side,
say
we're
that.
talking Astros baseball and who they might play. Don't you go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I hope Trevor Lawrence.
Well, what's your friends look like?
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Big baseball weekend, the final weekend of the season, and it's all come down to this. The Twins and the Mariners are out of it. The Twins are all but out of it. Their magic number is 1. They're out. Okay.
Good.
Twins lose they got the Orioles this weekend, too. The Orioles need just one more win to tie up the home field advantage in the wild
But
card.
the Orioles need 3 more wins to go over their total for the season of 90 and a half
Yeah.
wins.
Oh, okay. Of 90.
So they've still got something to play
and
for.
they got what was theirs?
90 and a half.
Ooh,
And they're at
they need all
88.
3. They're at 88.
So they got to take 3. So
Yeah.
the Orioles have a lot to
This
play
has
for.
been there's no team, nobody's going to hit 100.
Where's the 105 win
Yeah,
team
right,
this year?
none,
Yeah,
none.
it's nothing. I noticed that
No,
a few weeks ago, and I'm like, wow, this is
it's weird.
a strange season.
Well, there's more good teams. So here's the deal. The Royals and Tigers are tied at 85 and 74. The Twins are out of it. Okay, so that's done. So you have to figure what's going to happen this weekend. Well, the Tigers have the White Sox, but the White Sox are making a stand. They refuse to lose the 121st game, which would make them the worst team in baseball history.
Mm-hmm.
They refuse to lose. So there's some fight left in them White Sox. So the Tigers have the White Sox. The Royals have the Braves. And the Braves are 1 game out of the wild card.
Well, this is a fight.
This is
You got a true fist fight.
So there's 2 series this weekend that are going to that everything comes down to. The Braves and Royals and the Padres and the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks are tied with the Mets and Braves are 1 back. Padres need a win to secure the home field advantage in the first round, in the wild card round. The Mets need to keep on winning. The Mets have the Nationals this weekend, the Mets have the Brewers this weekend, and they need to win, and they need to win to hold off the Braves and Diamondbacks. There's still a fight. It's not I don't know how this is going to turn out, but the Yankees have only a 1-game lead over the Guardians for the best record. Now, the Yankees hold the tiebreaker. So their magic number is just 1. They need 1 win. But the Guardians have held tough. The Astros play the Guardians, and the Astros don't have anything to play for. They're locked in to hosting the wild card game against either Kansas City or Detroit. If you had to be a betting man, Royals playing the Braves and the Tigers playing the White Sox.
The Royals are going to catch Chris Sale, who's going to win Triple Crown in the strikeouts, wins, ERAs in the National League.
Right.
They ain't winning that game.
Well, advantage. See, look at what the Astros did. They're throwing Blanco tonight and Verlander tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
They're able to set up now. While they don't get home field advantage, they still are able to set up their rotation.
Look how many games?
Look at what the Mets and Braves have to do.
Oh yeah.
If it's not decided by then, they have to play a doubleheader on Monday in Atlanta. A doubleheader right before the playoffs start. How about that rotation that you can't set up?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to waste, and God forbid it's a bullpen game.
Got to just get in though.
You got to get in.
You have to get in.
You have to throw everybody at it. But then you go and then you have to fly to San Diego to play them. How's that? Well, when they're able to pretty much set up their rotation,
mm-hmm.
although they need 1 more win. They need 1 more win, but other than that, they can pretty much set up with the way they want to for the postseason. So this is, I mean, you want to talk about horrific for the Mets and the Braves having to face. Well, the Mets have to go up to Milwaukee and play them. Not easy. And the Braves have to play Kansas City just to get into the playoffs. And then a possible doubleheader against the Mets to get in. That sucks. While we're rich and they're poor.
I don't care. Why are you telling me about poverty teams' problems?
Right. While we're rich and they're poor, we've got it set up. Is it going to be? I mean, one of the questions in the Houston Chronicle, I have 5 questions about the postseason this morning, and we can get to them.
John, can you tell me first?
One of them is whether or not Verlander is on this roster.
No. Look how far they pushed him now. He's going to have 8 days rest by the time he pitches again. No, you said Saturday?
He's pitching Saturday.
Yeah, so he'll have 7 days rest.
He pitched last Friday, and he's pitching Saturday, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, you weren't going to pitch him in a big series against the Mariners. You couldn't pitch him.
Oh. Could they say, well, he's not even – we're not going to put him on the roster because he's not a bullpen pitcher, and he just started.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, we're not –
That's why they moved him. That's why they pushed him
we're
back.
just going to – we can't put Justin on. The only reason we're not putting him on the playoff roster, obviously, is because he's a starter, and it's a short series, and he's not a bullpen
The
pitcher.
writing is on the wall for him
Yeah.
when they move Blanco up because they want to make sure he has more rest for the postseason. That's the writing on the wall for Justin
good
Verlander.
point.
And you know what? I think Justin Verlander will be on the divisional round roster, but he's not. He can't be. There's no reason to put him on the wild card round. If it's only just for respect, no. You might need that one arm out of the bullpen, and he's not a bullpen guy, especially if he's pitching Saturday.
Right.
There's no way. So one of the questions is who the Astros are going to play. It's probably going to be Kansas City. We shall see. How many starting pitchers make the roster? Well, I think Arrighetti and Blanco go to the bullpen. No, would you be if it's the sixth inning, or would you mind if all of a sudden he calls to the bullpen and it's Spencer Arrighetti as opposed to King or Ort or I mean Ort? I knew he'd do that. Honestly,
no, the Astros have been built on that premise. 17, 22. Well, not 22 as much, but no, I've seen that play. I like that episode of the series where I love that Netflix series where the starters become the relievers. Yeah, that's way better. Way better.
Let me ask you this question.
I don't want King. I don't want Scott now. I mean, Scott used to be better.
No, and he ain't now. And he ain't.
I don't want.
I would much prefer seeing Spencer Arrighetti coming in as opposed to Scott.
I'm not sure I want Neris even on the roster.
Yeah, right. No.
Because then they might pitch him.
A Blanco or Arrighetti should be your first choice before Abreu, Presley, and Hader.
Yeah, 100%. Well, your first choice. Yeah, your first choice, not because of them, but they're your first bullpen choice.
Yes, your first bullpen. If you have to go in the sixth inning, I would much rather see Blanco.
For an inning, though, I like him I kind of like him held over for somebody only goes 5, I like him as a 2-inning option. Frankly, I'll be honest.
Well, you know what, though?
I would rather see Blanco work 3 innings and Ryan Presley.
Well, yeah. And listen, his leash is short. We saw that in the last game.
You're talking about
in a big game.
Presley.
Presley's leash is short because 2 outs. He had one more out to get, and Espada went out there and got him and said, no, we're going to bring in Josh Hader. Who has since August 1st, can you name your 4 best hitters, your best OPS since August 1st?
Since August 1st, probably
with double-digit at-bats, double-digit plate appearances.
That's it? Maybe, actually, is Hayward? Are you going to say Hayward?
Nope.
Okay. Because he's actually got an OPS in the 800s. Are you going to say Singleton?
Singleton's 4th.
Yeah.
So how do you go about, it'll be interesting to see how he goes about first base. If there's a lefty on the mound, you can put Yiner or Caratini there because Caratini will switch hit. If there's a righty on the mound, you play Singleton. And I think the answer is yes. He's come up with some big hits too.
Well, so you need, I guess a lot of it depends on if Jordan's playing or not. Because if Jordan doesn't play, then why not use your bullpen? I mean, why not use your DH on having Caratini with the catcher and Yiner at the Caratini catching and Yiner at first base?
Yiner at first. Yeah, you can play Yiner at first. You know what? I don't know if he's going to want to play Tucker every day in the outfield. That's another thing. Whether or not he's got to save his legs.
You could DH him if you want, but they'll play him.
If Alvarez isn't around, then you can DH Tucker. But then you're weak. He says, Espada said, Jake Myers is his everyday center fielder?
I'm not listening to that. But what about Yiner? What about Yiner DH?
He's the manager. He makes out the lineup. I don't know if you heard.
I think Singleton is a subpar first baseman from a digging the ball out stuff.
I don't. I
You
think
don't?
no.
He could have dug a couple of those.
He's
throws
better
from
at
Whitcomb.
it. Now, Caratini's done a really nice job over there.
But Whitcomb, he could have done a better job. He could have saved Whitcomb an error.
He could have saved him an error. He could have saved him an error.
He's not. Yeah, he's not.
But he's
not
played
Yuli
a
when
pretty
it
good
comes to
first
that.
base this year.
He's been all right. I don't think he's going to rescue a lot of stuff in the dirt. I mean, he'll rescue some, but not the tougher ones. Yuli used to.
Well, Yuli handled
Great
everything.
comment.
You know. And he says Jake Myers is now. He did start Dubon when Fromber was on the mound. So maybe in game 1, Dubon plays center field. We shall see. So there are all kinds of things to be decided this weekend. Keep an eye on that Atlanta, Kansas City series and that San Diego, Arizona series.
What happened to the country I live in? It's
I'll
got
keep an eye on it.
giant college football weekend. Got the NFL. We got to watch out of town baseball matchups.
Yeah,
What kind of country?
that's right.
What kind of show is this?
What are you talking about? It's playoff baseball.
It's
That's
not
about to
playoff
be
baseball
decided.
yet. Whoever shows up is going to get their ass kicked anyway by the Astros. Let's move it along.
Oh,
we got,
I like that.
We got football to
Houston
talk about.
is all systems go.
Man out here talking. Hey,
Ooh,
direct
Devin,
your
please.
attention from football to see what these out-of-town baseball teams are going to do.
Yeah.
What are we talking about here? Doesn't matter who walks in here.
I mean,
They're
I'm
gonna
sorry.
leave with
Is
an
it?
ass beating.
Are we in October yet, John?
No.
Then why are we talking baseball?
What are we doing?
We're not in October yet.
Hey, it's a long season. There's still a lot to go. Okay.
Not for us.
Which is it too early to decide how good a guy is this season?
Well,
There's only 159 games played.
Well, you can't.
Verlander
now.
has one more start to decide how good he is.
That's it.
Yeah.
Verlander's got one more,
Yeah.
and we still know. how
You
good.
can find out now.
I know how good
Yeah.
Gulf Coast windows are. I know that. I know how good. I know what the best is. Like Del was saying, they're going to kick everybody else's ass. They're just going to Gulf Coast Windows just walks in and kicks everybody else's ass, all the other windows in the whole world. Okay, that's what they do. They have the best windows in the market. Period. They've got Jim Fiume, who's been doing this for 36 years. He's a veteran of the industry. He knows this game. He's put in so many replacement windows from here to Galveston to all over the area. If you can hear us, Gulf Coast Windows will go there. You got to know this. You're getting the best window in the market. You got to know this. You ain't getting some slappy window that that is not going to be put in perfectly. Everything about this is first class. Everything about Gulf Coast Windows is going to be the best. So if you're building a home, you want the best window. You want to be, you want it to be soundproof. You want it to make sure that your air conditioning doesn't leak out. You want it to be secure. Okay, security, privacy, and frankly, luxury. They're beautiful windows and doors. Doors are kind of a big deal too. So when you're in the market, you got to go. There's one place that you have to stop. It's Gulf Coast Windows, 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you happen to see the video of Jonathan Grenard with all the false starts?
Yeah, he was thrilled. He was enjoying all of it.
He was laughing. It was a 3 straight false starts. He's like, run it on one. Just snap so you can actually snap
He goes,
the
you
ball.
guys are embarrassing yourselves
You're
out here.
embarrassing yourselves.
Even I don't want you to keep false starting. I actually want to, get a play in.
Jonathan Grenard knew. Dream Shake says, I'm sure Grenard knew about the false starts. He practiced with them all the time. He was on the team. He saw Laramie Tunsil false start every game.
He watched them in games. Dude.
Yes, that's all. You don't have. It's not practice. You just watch him in games. He false starts all the time. Everybody knows about Laramie Tunsil false starting, but it's fixed now.
They've addressed it.
It's fixed.
That's what D'Amico Ryan said. They have addressed it.
It's all fixed now.
And then he said, we'll see on Sunday.
Yeah, we shall see on Sunday.
And we have.
If he false starts at home again.
Well, why would that be off the table?
A half. Over, under.
Over.
He ain't going to stop. You can't break that habit.
In a matter of days.
He's had games where he didn't false start before.
Nope.
Never happened. Even when he.
You're misremembering.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Some serious stuff to worry about. Tank Dell once again did not practice. He got hurt late in the game.
Yeah.
And Nico Collins was limited with the hamstring.
That Tank, boy, he is a durable fella.
And then you've got the 2 top running backs still aren't practicing.
And what's your point about all this? Negative Nelly.
I'm just pointing out
what?
How I'm pointing out is I thought the Texans would win when I thought they would have all their pieces. Now I'm a little less confident if we're talking about Nico. He was limited with the hamstring, so you never know how that's going to go. Is Tank going to be on the practice field today?
Tank ain't going to be there. Diggs better have his best game ever.
Well, he likes targets.
Diggs, let's go.
I didn't think the Mechie, Hutchinson, Diggs trio is what I was going to be looking forward to on a Sunday.
Wow. Woods.
Yeah, and Robert
Woods.
Yeah, I wasn't looking forward to that.
Let's get Tony in here. This is a quick segment. We got we're playing Beat the Warehouse Live guy on the other side. What do you say, Tony?
Hey, I wanted to just invite Cougs and really the whole team to come out tomorrow and take part in something that I really enjoyed.
I can't wait, Tony.
Hold on, call
Speak
back.
into your phones.
Yeah,
it's really bad. We can't understand what you're saying.
How about now?
Yeah,
that's better.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to just invite Houston and really the whole city to come out and take part in a pastime that I really enjoyed with my family my whole life, and it's rooting against Iowa State. It's really a good time. There's everything from their coach who flips tires and hype videos. He's got 10 pounds of teeth and a 5-pound mouth. To just their whole program is, comprised of the weird guy you played high school sports with, but he was a jock, but he didn't quite fit in. He'd, just do questionable stuff like kiss his mom, on the mouth after games, or pull his pants down to his ankles at the urinal. That's the kind of guys that Ohio State rolls out there. So
Iowa State.
Yeah. Remember who you hate.
Not Ohio State.
Iowa State.
Oh yeah, sorry. It's all blurs together. But yeah, Iowa State. Come and root against those guys. Cougs are only 14-point dogs. I definitely think they can cover that. So go Cougs.
Well, appreciate that, Tony, and thanks for the lead in, because we do have a couple tickets to give away. If you want to go root against Iowa State because your coach has 10-pound teeth and a 5-pound mouth.
Never heard that phrase.
Pants around his ankles at the urinal.
When he wants to urinate, call in. Caller 5-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs tomorrow against Iowa State.
Jocks who don't quite fit in.
Yes. If you want to see hard-hitting action against jocks who don't really fit in, remember, call in. But also, it's Family Night Special. If you don't win from us, 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 drinks for just $50. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get those tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Caller 5 right now.
Caller 5 right now. Let's go. All right, we got Beat the Warehouse guy next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What they're going to give you is winners. And where you got to play it, you got to play it at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. Love MyBookie. You'll love MyBookie. It's such an easy site. I don't know if you've never been in the in the game as far as gambling, as far as a bookie website, well, my bookie is so easy. It is so simple. There's nothing to it. Okay. Now, put in there as much as you can. Don't kill yourself. Don't kill your family. Put in there as much as you can. But they'll double your deposit to make it so that you can play more. You get so much more playability out of my bookie than you do the other sites, because they're going to double your money on your initial deposit there. So go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, but you got to put in the promo code BET975 and double that money up. And also get your free picks on Thursday. If you took, I don't know, did you take the Giants last night? Get a free pick. What? And you don't have to pay for it. If you lose, you don't pay. That's sweet. And then you got MyBookie Plus, which is the more you play, the higher the tier you get into, and the more giveaways you get. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Great site, easy to use. Now's the time, best time ever to join mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. You know what that music means. We had to move it up because Justin is in a huge, he's almost a professional golfer, and he is in a huge tournament this week to decide the championship in the state of Iowa.
I didn't feel like this is when we do this.
No, we don't. We had to move it up because Justin's about to tee off in I think that's the Iowa State Championship.
Oh, wow.
He's from the big city of Ottumwa, Iowa, and he's representing. So
he can't beat him right
now. And
now.
look he's going to do this right before he tees off in one of the biggest tournaments of the year, in maybe the biggest tournament.
So if you had a chance, now last week the guy said that he was going to the Astros. He already had his stuff picked out and everything. Did that guy win?
That guy lost. That guy guaranteed he was going to beat Justin, and Justin is. Well, of course, what did you win? 2 games last week, and you won?
I won 3. Come on now.
Oh, you won 3. Okay.
I told him that, and he still
won the
didn't
double
believe
date.
it.
It just seemed like 2 to me. It just seemed like 2. That's all. So Justin, this week, so the Astros are, unless you're giving away playoff tickets, Okay. What can we possibly play for this week?
Well, you know what? I think I'm going to switch sports, and we're going to go. I tried to give Astros tickets away for 3 weeks. Nobody could get them. So I think we're going to move to the Rockets. And the very first preseason game on 10/15, I'm going to give away my front row seat.
Ooh, front row at the
Uh-huh.
Rockets game, first preseason game. How's that? All right, that sounds like fun. Those are good seats. They're right behind the basket. They're great. Yep. Sat there a few times. Those are some fun tickets. So that's what you're playing for the first preseason game. This is going to be an exciting Rocket season. It really, really is. So we got who's our contestant today, Del?
Peter.
Peter is our contestant. Welcome to the show, Peter. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you? I'm good. I'm
Do-
great.
Doing great. What do you do for a living, Peter?
I am a home inspector.
A home inspector. Oh wow! Is that do you do appraisals or?
Oh, he decides what the issues are.
Oh yeah. Oh, you inspect to see. Oh, you got. Yeah, you got to do all
this
this.
issue,
Yeah,
this issue before a house gets sold, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Peter. If you win, because we're going to be selling our house, I'm going to want you. I'm going to give you a call, and I'm going to need you to ease up on me. Okay, so.
Hey, this is my first time, so I'm banking on beginner's luck.
Okay. All right. Well, don't worry. You're playing Justin. He won 2 games or something last week.
He's on a little bit of a heater right
He is on a heater right now. But how can he concentrate on this when he's in the biggest tournament of the year in Iowa? Though I don't know. So we'll see. This is when the getting is good. Justin, back here, we were at on Monday night. We saw a great concert. It was a lot of fun at Warehouse Live. What's going on coming up here?
You know what? I was in such a rush, I forgot to print out the schedule. I don't even have it with me.
Oh,
so
okay.
Just come.
Just go to warehouselive.com, and see the schedule. He's got all kinds of great shows. We saw a fun one on Monday night, and it's just a great place, a great venue to go watch your shows. All right, so here we go, Peter. You know the premise. This is your first time. You pick 5 games. Justin picked 5 games. You've got to beat the Warehouse Live guy. You can't tie him. You got to beat him. So, Justin, as always, you get to pick first. What you got?
Got a bunch of favorites again this week, unfortunately, but going to catch me one time. But let's take the Lions.
The
Lions.
Detroit Lions, at this point, in this juncture of our lives, the Detroit football Lions are a football team
You can just hit
that
Control
right
F,
now
type it
are 3.5-point favorites over the Seattle Seahawks. 3.5. 3.5. That's a big number to be putting on a Monday
At
night
home?
game.
Oh, it's Monday night at
game.
home.
Yeah, Monday night at home. Peter?
I'm going to go with the New York Jets over Denver.
The New York Jets at this time are 8-point favorites.
Yeah.
8-point favorites against the Denver Broncos. That number's going up, actually.
Mhm.
It's
From 7.5, yeah.
and you're not the first one I've seen that likes the Jets in this one. Justin?
Let's go with the Baltimore Ravens.
The Ravens, that's a good football game now. Ravens minus 2.5 against the Buffalo Bills. Do you think that the Bills are going to cool down and the Ravens, who need another win badly, 2.5-point favorites? Peter?
I'm going Pittsburgh over Indy.
Pittsburgh. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on a heater.
Looking to keep it 4-0 against the spread.
Against the spread, they're -1 at Indianapolis. -1 at Indianapolis. Justin?
Let's take the Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City, the football Chiefs. Kansas City, -7.5 at the Chargers. -7.5 at the Chargers. Peter?
I'm going Cincy over Carolina.
Cincinnati.
Just going to fade Carolina and the Red Rocket.
-4.5
That's
at
what people are calling
at
the
the
Red
Panthers.
Rocket.
There's not the Red Rocket.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
something
Red
different.
Rifle.
That's a
Yeah.
dog
Said
thing.
4.5.
Red Rifle, yeah.
4.5. 4.5. Cincinnati's 4.5-point favorite. Justin?
Let's go with the Atlanta Falcons.
The Atlanta Falcons are -2. -2 at home against the New Orleans Saints. Oh, you don't have any faith in Derek Carr. Okay. Okay. Beating up on Whitey. Peter, what you got?
I got Houston.
Houston? The Houston Texans are -6 against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
We're laying numbers this week,
Yeah,
boys.
You're smart. You are smart. Yeah, I know.
We're laying numbers.
We are. We got no faith in the dogs this week.
No,
None. Is that 5? Is that 4? Okay, 4. One more, Justin.
One more favorite. Let's take the Chicago Bears.
The Bears are -3 at home against the Rams.
I like the Bears
-3.
this week.
You do?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought the Bears played much better the second half. I thought Caleb Williams played well. I think this is going to be a good game for them.
We'll see. We'll see.
How long can you keep winning without your wide receivers?
Yeah, right. But I
don't know.
except he has been. Peter, your last one.
Arizona.
He's got the Arizona Football Cardinals -3.5 against the Washington Commanders. -3.5 Arizona Cardinals. Not one double banger.
Sometimes we don't get what we want.
Sometimes we don't get double bang. That's all.
Well,
No,
that's not what
double
I was
bangers,
saying.
no dogs.
No dog. No, not a dog in the house.
No, all favorites. So let's go through this. Justin has the Lions -3.5, the Ravens -2.5, KC -7.5, Atlanta -2, and the Bears -3. Peter with the Jets -8, Pittsburgh -1, Cincinnati -4.5, our Houston Texans at -6, and Arizona at -3.5. That sounds right. Seems like we're good to go.
All favorites. A couple of squares we got here. A couple of squares. Nerds.
All right, let's see how it goes.
Peter, best of luck, man. Continue and try not to make everyone's life miserable that's trying to sell their house, okay?
I'll try not to. You guys take care. Have a great day.
All right, Peter. Thank you for playing our game. Thanks for listening to the show. And Justin, once again, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. How you feeling this morning? You going to win this tournament?
Well, I'm hungover and drunk, so it can't be.
Wait, both?
Nothing can go wrong today, I don't think.
Already? We've already cracked those Coors Lights? I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know.
Tasty.
And Justin ain't lying about that. Trust me. Trust me on this one. I've played in morning tournaments with him. He ain't lying. He's already cracked them. Let's go. Go kick some ass. All right.
All right.
There's
Appreciate it,
Justin, warehouselive.com, warehouselive.com. All favorites. You guys agree? You like the favorites this week?
I like some of the favorites, yeah. I like
the books
Bears
have been making a killing on the dogs so
I don't
far
like
this
the
year.
Steelers. I like the Colts. And I really don't like them for anything football related because the quarterback's not playing well. It's just one of those things where teams have a hard time starting the season 4-0 against the spread.
And 0-4. Oh, no, they got one win.
They got one win. But, yeah. So it just feels like one of those games where sometimes you just play situations, and that's all that is. It's not that I like the Colts there. I just think that.
And the Steelers don't feel like a 4-0 team.
They played pretty. I think they played pretty well.
They played well defensively, but
that's who they are, though.
That's yeah.
See, the problem is the situation tells you play the Colts plus the 1.5 at home or whatever it is. The problem is with Richardson. And Richardson doesn't run
against that defense.
The run defense, yeah.
I don't care about the situation.
I know. You got to worry. Now, they played much, much better defensively last week, but now you're getting a running quarterback, too. And those guys are harder to game plan for because you don't know, you can play direct run snaps to them with lead blockers. Sometimes you deal with them scrambling like I don't hate I'll just put it this way. Pittsburgh feels like the right side. I just feel like things may settle in a little bit and the Steelers may lose this game. We'll see. By the way, so there's a streamer.
Like the Steelers.
Yeah, no, everything says Steelers.
Yeah.
Everything says Steelers. But see, I think the Bears are going to win. The Bengals, they get off to slow starts, but they're laying a reasonable number against Carolina. And 4.5. That's not too crazy for a must win, but they always get off the slow starts. Are they going to get started now that it's week 4?
Well, and are the Panthers really a different team with Andy Dalton, or is that
the Raiders? Yeah, I don't know. Those are things to contemplate. You and I can go over the games a little later. I do want to ask though, now that you're in California, there's a streamer named Aiden Ross who he's having some beef with Kendrick Lamar, guys who claim to be Kendrick Lamar associates who are now saying that he is not. Well, I want to get the quote right because I don't want to. I don't want to get the quote wrong here.
Don't know any of these people.
They said that he is going to be beaten and slapped if he steps foot in California. He's not. California is a no-fly zone because he's known to be an associate of Drake, and so I think he's Canadian. And then he's come out and said, I will have my security guard beat your ass if you do anything. And they came back and said, security guards get popped every day. And so I want to know, you as somebody who is an LA guy, like, is he allowed? Like, where do you stand on this? Is this streamer, is he allowed into California?
Listen, in California, we let everybody into the state.
Okay.
And
if
everyone, if you're a citizen, not a citizen,
but everyone also leaves.
Well, yeah. You're just
here.
passing through.
Actually, we let everyone into the state.
We do. Well, we stopped that. We don't even let New Mexicans in.
I know. We let Californians in.
We put up a barbed wire fence to keep us from New Mexico.
How'd you get back in here?
It's
Did you have your papers?
Yeah, I have my papers. I always carry my papers. Okay. You're damn right. I got my papers. You got your papers?
I guess I don't. I didn't know I had to have papers.
Yeah, right. Show me the papers.
Everywhere you have to have papers, it's usually not an ideal situation.
No. If you have to show your papers, it's usually not a great situation. Oh, people are anti-Peter now because no double bangers. Okay, Justin is just as responsible. Okay,
yeah, he could have double banged that guy.
He could have double banged him.
He could have double banged Peter.
Well, he could have picked a game that would have caused a double banger.
Right.
Justin could have done that himself.
Right.
He could have initiated a double banger. Yes.
All right, let's go over some college stuff on the other side right here because there's some interesting stuff going on. Right now, though, we're talking about H&P. We talk about H&P all the time. You want to get Laura Beavers in here for the final segment to do News of the Weird?
I got to leave early because I got a flight to catch, but I think Laura Beavers, I want to just see.
We think that's a good
how
idea.
about that life you are with Laura Beavers sitting right here.
Don't worry. You think I'm scared of Laura Beavers?
I don't think you're scared. I don't know if she's willing to do it.
Do we want to subject Laura Beavers to that?
Would you have done it with David Gal?
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. And see, I like to see him turn red. Yeah, I'd like that. Well, here's the thing is, with Laura's our HR and payroll person. You know, she's the only person in there. So we have one person. And she's our CFO. So she takes care of all our business, everything business-wise. Laura Beavers takes care of that. But you know who takes care of our payroll and our HR? It's H&P, right? But she's the go-between. But you can call up here and ask her about what it's like to work with H&P. And I'm telling you, she loves it. And so do all of we got so many people that have come in here and done commercials talking about their experience with H&P. I mean, they love it. It makes their lives so much easier. If you're doing your payroll, if your business is growing and you've got, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, 80, 200 employees, and you're doing your own payroll, it just doesn't make any sense. Look, you're looking for the best way to get that payroll, that HR, do your taxes, everything. There's one way to go. Our peeps. We love them. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
I'm going at it with JJ. JJ is a longtime listener. He gets so pissed at me. He is such a horn. Oh my God.
I didn't know you had this. I didn't.
No, JJ is forever. If you say anything about Texas, you said something bad about my team. That made my pee-pee hurt. I mean, he is such a whiner. If you don't bow to Texas about everything, and he went after that pompous ass take from Frankie. The announcer before the Texas game says, the most raucous fan base in college football. If there's one thing Texas isn't, and Texas is great, one of the best teams in the country. If there's one thing Texas isn't, it's a raucous fan base.
Not relative to a lot of the top teams.
Not relative to
Ohio State,
LSU, Alabama, Georgia,
right?
All of them. I mean,
they're willing to kill.
Yes. Yeah. It's a different deal.
They're willing to live and die for their team.
But he's like, well, what's the point? See the fourth No, you don't mention raucous when you talk about Texas. Maybe mention how good the tea is at the stadium, okay? Or the salads. That's what you mention when you're talking about UT in the stadium.
They have a good kale salad there?
A great kale salad with some shrimp.
I love that.
Yes. That's what and all of the different imported beers that you can get there. I mean, and I'm serious about that. Okay. We were up, they played Rice, and I'm like, okay, get a beer. And it was all of these foofy IPAs up there. And I was like, can't I just get a Coors Light?
What? That's all you ever want.
That's right. I want a regular beer like a regular person.
Some people actually want choices.
Well, yeah, but I don't have
I don't think you're necessarily.
Listen,
he's making a choice.
Listen, these nuns in this monastery in Austria made this beer out of bicycle tires. It's what an IPA it is. Oh, stop. Stop already.
You're acting like it's white tablecloth, $500 a meal tasting beer. It's just different ingredients, different ways of making stuff, different hops. I mean,
well, whatever.
You know, there's
just give
different.
Me a Coors Light.
Well, you can only have
made
one
out of
hamburger.
That Colorado water. It's the best.
I only want one hamburger. That's it. No one else can make a hamburger, or it's monastery hamburgers.
Right. That's it. No.
Hey, this is, and on a serious note, this is actually. Let me get through this before you guys jump in, because this is pretty.
What's happened now?
What's happening? What happened between Kendrick Lamar and
no.
Now?
No, it involves a death.
Oh no.
So maybe no jokes. This is actually not funny.
It's not funny.
No, I'm heartbroken. Now I'm going to read the tweet. I'm heartbroken. I'm literally lost for words, knowing that this woman meant to me in such a pivotal point of what she meant to me in such a pivotal point of my life. She was the only person that believed in me, the one that trusted me. Many don't even know what it's like to be a black woman in sports when nobody believes in you. You had a tough job, all the crazy circumstances we went through this year, and when your back was against the wall, you always believed. I came to Chicago because of you. You were an unsung hero in my life. We built a relationship in a short amount of time that will last forever. I'll never question God when he brings people in my life and takes them away from me in the capacity that I need them. But I've always believed everyone is in your life for a reason and a season. You were the best reason and season. You didn't deserve this, but I can't thank you enough. I love you, Teaspoon. Teresa Weatherspoon passed away yesterday.
No,
unfortunate. Well, I was reading Angel Reese, and her coach Teresa Weatherspoon passed
she didn't pass
peacefully.
She got fired.
She got fired. Wait. Angel Reese said Teresa Witherspoon's the reason she came to Chicago. You didn't have a choice. You were drafted.
Got drafted.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, maybe she picked her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Maybe
I was
she
reading
picked
this. I'm pretty sure she died.
No, she's alive. She simply lost her
never
job.
questioned God why he brings people in my life and then takes them away from me.
You know,
she died.
No,
show a little respect.
She did not die.
Can you Google it and make sure she didn't die?
It's a headline on ESPN. She didn't die.
Hold on. You were the best reason in season. I'm literally lost for words knowing what this woman meant to me in such a pivotal point.
Can we point out that
I'm pretty sure she died? I just read this. And
she
she's
did die.
Dead.
The Sky had made the playoffs 5 years in a row. Teresa Witherspoon comes in
with Angel Reese and
two high draft
Amorosa.
picks, and they don't make the playoffs.
And they don't make the playoffs.
Two first-round picks.
So
And there's only like 2 teams that don't make the playoffs, right? Or
no, there's
maybe it's like four, maybe.
4. Okay.
So hold on.
Okay.
So I want to make sure I get this right. I didn't want to put bad information out there. So you're sure she's not? So she's not dead?
She's not dead. She simply lost her job, which is not a great feeling. But Weatherspoon was fired after 1 season.
One season is all she got?
Well, she was 13-27.
Yeah.
She says, "Why God brings people in my life and then takes them away." That means God took Teresa Weatherspoon away
from her as a coach.
Are you sure she's alive?
I mean, I'm looking
because I read this whole thing and it sounds like she's dead as a doorknob.
I'm looking at
but
the
it's just
headline.
she
It does
just
not
lost her
mention
job.
Passing away. She lost.
And
her
the
job.
only reason Angel went there is because of Teresa Weatherspoon.
She was drafted by them, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A first-round pick was drafted.
Well, my apologies, guys. I thought Teresa Weatherspoon passed after reading that.
Well, you've been got again.
Yeah, I assumed in reading this that she was dead, and so did others in the comment section. They said, "Damn, why you always this now."
You can't read what's going on.
Can't read what's going on here. I mean, you know what? I honestly
read some of the comments.
You acting like she dead. Why would you write this like an obituary? This is the most insane tweet I've ever read. This is some BS. She deserved another year. The way she loved on y'all as a fan, you could see it. Shaking my head. This ain't right.
I'm heartbroken.
I know how much she meant to you, Chen, and she deserved more time. Not many people can deal with this. More time on the earth or just as a coach?
Didn't you come to Chicago because you were drafted by them?
Some other people. Yeah. Are you reading too? Yes. Other people. Several people said that. Some people said race because she said a black woman. You shouldn't bring. I mean, she can say that if she wants. You don't have to. The Caitlin Clark people are really insufferable. It's to the point now where, oh yeah, let's see what the TV ratings are now that Caitlin Clark's out of the playoffs. Why? Who cares?
What was the TV?
Legitimately, who cares? Unless you work for whoever hosts the team. What difference does the TV ratings make to you? Are you still trying to fight a fight that Caitlin Clark's an important person to WNBA? I think we know that. I think we're all in on that. I think everyone knows it's been well captured.
I don't get the
TV ratings.
Were they suggesting that the league should have?
I guess
tanked wins, so tanked so she could keep winning.
Now let's see what the ratings do.
Wait a minute.
Like, who are you fighting right now?
This wasn't an invite. She earned her way into the playoffs along with her team, and they lost.
No.
It's not the Olympics.
The officiating.
It's not the same thing.
Wait until you see the amount of stuff about the officiating.
Now let's see what happens when a team lost a fair and square game. Let's see the ratings now. What?
I know. Who can't? Like, you don't work for a TV. Wendy Granado care about TV ratings. You can't random Caitlin Clark person. We already know the TV ratings are great for Caitlin's. We've already discovered it.
Let's see.
Now I can't wait to see the ratings. They're over here hitting refresh like this.
Yeah, when LeBron gets knocked
What's the
out
ratings?
of the playoffs.
Give me the ratings. Please show me the TV ratings. Refresh. F5. What are the ratings? Low ratings. You won.
What battle are you fighting?
You won. You beat the Angel Reese fans.
I don't
know who you're fighting in this Twitter war that you have. Caitlin Clark losers.
You're not a TV
I
executive.
love watching Caitlin Clark. I think she's awesome. Unfortunately, she's getting caught up in your dumbness and the racist stuff and some of the comments. And if you think it's not actually happening, and look, Caitlin Clark, people treated her bad at the beginning. Yes, officials have let too much go. Yeah, I don't like the way that some of the girls treat her. But that's just grown up. Like, it'll handle itself. It'll take care of itself. That's the way it goes. She doesn't need you putting the cape on for her. She's going to be fine. And yet people have to, like, Caitlin Clark is part of their new culture war. So you get the culture warriors have to load up. Like, I'm all for, there's certain elements. Like, I love watching her play. I thought the game the other day was actually way better than I haven't watched a lot in WNBA, but I was like, you know what? I want to see Caitlin Clark versus the Suns or whatever.
It's singular.
And then I came away like, ooh, Mabry can ball. Like, I didn't know that girl, Marina Mabry. I was like, wow, she can play. Bonner can play for the other team. Leah Boston's better than I thought. And I actually came away, And then I said to myself, why are you watching this much WNBA? I said that, and I'm like, just stay with it. You like it. Like some of the play was good. And then the other game came on, and I'm still having on. It's Diana Taurasi, and but the play wasn't bad at all. There was some really good basketball in there, and I was watching that, and then there was a late cover, which was interesting for some people apparently. But anyway, the only way I knew is the announcer made a big deal about it. But it is unfortunate that Caitlin Clark, who's trying to play, and Caitlin Clark got into it with the fan on the sideline. She got into it with Bonner. She's salty. Yep. She has, and by the way, she has bad body language. When things aren't going her way, she does have bad body language. She really does.
She also, it looked like she was whatever that person said to her, that player said to her from the other team. I don't know who it was.
I think it was about, it was probably something about going after, because she had just talked to the guy.
Caitlin Clark just walked away and said,
I'm not going to hear
doing this. I'm
not listening to you.
I ain't listening to your stuff.
That's okay.
No.
I don't think anything about it when guys do it.
Yeah.
But what I don't like is when Caitlin Clark's doing this, when she's not like, when she wants the ball and they don't get it to her, and she's like, okay. I wouldn't like that if Jalen did it. I didn't like it when KPJ does it. I don't. I don't
like KPJ.
I know,
and you're not a very good character.
I know
you don't know character when you see it.
But so I don't think. But Caitlin is going to be an incredible player, and the league's going to be better for it. But her fans really have to stop. Like, take your culture war somewhere else. Just watch her play. You don't have to fight with every.
Oh no!
Everybody,
we have to fight with.
I know you don't, but it's making Caitlin. You don't understand.
No,
Caitlin Clark has to wear you.
What the internet do?
Yeah. No, but. Okay, you say you love Caitlin Clark. Do you know that she doesn't want you doing any of that stuff, that you make her life harder? I don't know if those, and I'm only talking about the people who do that. I don't
know. She secretly is going,
is that what you think?
Yes.
What's she secretly doing? Muttley? Stop that pigeon.
Time to talk about Chastain Ford. You think we didn't buy a Chastain Ford this week? Yes, we did. Okay, my fourth time. I ain't doing it just because I speak for him. I'm doing it because that's where I believe. I believe in it. I mean, I've spoken for other dealerships before, and I bought cars elsewhere. I mean, I believe in Chastain Ford. I believe I'm getting the best deal. I believe that they're going to work their hardest for me to get all of the rebates and everything else. I know that. Okay, I'm part of the Chastain family, and you can be part of the Chastain family too. And oh, by the way, you do get rebates when you buy a car, multiple cars from the same house. Now all of a sudden you get, hey, wait, there's a couple thousand more in there for you. And they know that, and they find that for you. $5,000 off all in-stock Broncos right now. $10,000 off Bronco Raptor in stock. $10,000 off Heritage Bronco limited editions. Up to $12,000 off Ford F-150s. Every sale this month, $100 goes to Texas Children's Hospital for cancer research. This is the kind of people that we're dealing with. They're great people. Love them. You'll love them too. You'll love the deal that you get at Chastain Ford online. You can do it all online, or you can go to the dealership as well. So here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck or pre-owned vehicle. We got a pre-owned one. Of course, it was an F-150, but we got a pre-owned one, and it couldn't have been better for us. You're looking for the best way to get that vehicle, Chastain Ford. I love them. You'll love them too. Join the Chastain family on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Malik Willis is like, whatevs, y'all. You bringing in Jordan Love, really? Who leads the league in yards per attempt? And second in total QBR? Me, Biaz. That's what he said. Wow. Malik Willis has played really well.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Well, I mean, he's had
maybe Jordan Love needs to sit.
Well, I had a long conversation with not long, but you can hear it on Move the Sticks with Daniel Jeremiah and Bucky Brooks. I was on yesterday. We talked about this. And Malik, and I went through my scouting report, DJ went through his. And basically what we said was he needs to be in an offense where you call runs for him. You run play action. You run layered passing, pro-style passing attack. All this is what Green Bay is. All this is Green Bay. It's like the perfect fit for him. And this is really good for young quarterbacks. The Miami, Houston, Green Bay, San Francisco, it's all the same coaching tree. Rams, but that's not a young coach. That's not a young quarterback. But this is really good for young quarterbacks. But so the thing we brought up is that, Malik Willis, like all young quarterbacks, they have different time frames, right? There's a second act for Baker Mayfield. There's a second act for Geno Smith. There's been a second act maybe for Sam Darnold, who's also in one of those really good offenses to work in as a quarterback. Look at all these quarterbacks with second acts. Is it too, are we writing off too early Malik Willis? As he wouldn't necessarily have a second act, but I don't know if it'd be technically a second act, but Malik Willis, maybe Justin Fields is in the middle of it. And he's, instead of being the first round, the 11th pick of the draft who has to carry the Bears, now it's looked at differently. He's not as much pressure on him, not as much pressure on Baker, not as much pressure on Sam Darnold. Malik Willis is a third-round pick, but maybe I think his career is going to be as potentially a good backup. But I'm not going to write him off because maybe he's figuring it out. He didn't read defenses with Hugh Freeze. There's just a lot of predetermined stuff. Tennessee Titans was a bad situation. You know what? He may sit there. I mean, I saw it happen with a quarterback named Aaron Rodgers who got to sit and got better. I saw it happen with Jordan Love who got to sit and get better. Maybe he'll be able to play behind and sit behind because the Packers went and traded for him. And I was like, ooh, you're trading for Malik? That's interesting.
They knew what they're doing.
Maybe they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe Malik still got a little something.
Maybe Dana Brown is saying, really? Maybe I know what I'm doing.
Maybe Matt Corral is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Matt Corral's right around the corner waiting to.
Yeah.
Maybe Kyle Trask.
Maybe
the second. Yeah.
You don't know.
Trey Lance. Maybe Trey Lance is actually going to be good.
What
about Trevor Lawrence when he gets traded? Maybe Trevor Lawrence gets traded and becomes good.
Too. Maybe it was okay. And then I saw this week, maybe it was Trevor Lawrence that got Urban Meyer fired. And not that Urban Meyer was such a jerk.
At that time, probably not. No. But it is a fun joke to tell.
Well, he's getting Doug Peterson fired.
Oh, yeah.
First coach to get fired. Peterson. Well, I guess Mike McCarthy's safer now.
Is he? After that 20-15 win where the first thing they do is go to Micah Parsons. He goes, this still sucks.
Yeah.
I want to win by more than 5.
Is Zach Taylor in trouble?
I don't think so. They don't like paying for your contract and then a new coach.
Right.
If anything, Zach Taylor should get an extension.
That's true.
That's how the Bengals operate.
After being a home favorite for 113 consecutive games since the LSU game in 2007, Alabama is an underdog to Georgia, despite Georgia being 1-8 against the spread in its last 9 games against the Tide.
What?
1-8.
They're 1-8
against the spread.
I thought Kirby had Saban figured out.
No, he beat him in a title game, but Saban beats Kirby in SEC title games, in playoff games. Kirby has the 1 win.
1-8, crazy. Alabama's last regular season game is a dog against anyone but Georgia. Tim Tebow in Florida in 2009.
That was an SEC title game that Alabama won.
That was a regular season game.
2009, they played each other undefeated in a title game. And then Alabama went on to beat Texas.
This is the last regular season game.
Do they consider SEC championship games postseason
games?
No,
that's a postseason game, isn't it?
I don't know how they classify that, but I remember they played each other in an SEC title game that year. Tebow was crying on the sideline because it was his final competitive
Stop
game.
trying to make fun of
I'm
Yeah,
not.
Tebow,
I'm not.
you're a
I
bad
see
person.
It was a
Tebow's
moment.
crying on the bench.
He was kneeling and crying on the sideline.
Texas is 4-0 straight up and against the spread for the first time since 2008.
I know a group that does some weekly pick'em contests or whatever, and it's full of Longhorns. And like when they're not picking against the Longhorns, they're fighting the urge to pick against because they just don't believe. Like they're so defeatist, they just think this is the week that Longhorns screw up. And man, they're covering big numbers right now.
Miami has its largest spread against Virginia Tech since 1992. Scary deal. I'm telling you, that's a scary deal. That's going to be a close game.
I'm not scared. It may be close, but I'm not scared because my
Close
expectations are not really that high for Miami because of their head coach. So I'm not scared.
Nico wants to get in here and talk about UNLV. What do you say, Nico? Or is it Mito?
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
Oh, it's Nico.
Hold on. Is this Nico who gave John the hat? He's wearing your hat if it is.
What was that?
Is this the Nico from the party?
That is Nico from the party. Y'all enjoying those hats?
John's
I'm wearing the hat
his
right now.
today.
Oh, my gosh. Y'all are the best.
Get a picture of it.
On the stream when
Get
I
a picture on the stream.
Yeah.
Well, there's all kinds of them.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to get y'all's opinion on something. I know NIL, great, paying the players, awesome. They deserve it. But it's getting to be that slippery slope with that UNLV QB opting out now, saying, hey, I didn't get paid enough. I'm not going to play. I just wanted to hear what y'all have to think about that.
Well, I think there's two sides to that story. Like, if they had an agreement, now they didn't have one in writing, so doesn't matter. But if there was an agreement made at some point that the player was transferring for a certain, I mean, if they're playing inside the rules of the way that everyone's operating, if they said we're going to give you $100,000 and then, a coach said it and he believed he came there because he believed that was the case and then they didn't pay. I mean, I don't know that he has any. I mean, if he's really upset about it, which I would be upset. Personally, I would be upset if I thought I was going somewhere and this was going to be my salary and then it wasn't. Would you be upset? I would be upset. And I think he's using the leverage, and I don't even know if it's leverage. I think he's like, I'm not going to give you any more games. We've played 3. You're 3-0. Congratulations. I'm a running quarterback, so I'm gotten beat up a little bit, which I'm sure has been the case. But I do think it's a really slippery slope. On just that individually, I think there's probably more to it. You have to really, I think both sides have different stories there. But in terms of players, they're going to have collective bargaining agreement. They're going to have ironclad contracts. They just are. You got to spell out what it is, what a player is going to get paid for, and what the term of it's going to be. And teams need to start locking guys into 2-year contracts so they can't just transfer and become free agents every year. Because if the only reason you're doing it, like, it's one thing if your coach left, something like that, mitigating circumstances. But if it's not, and you're just using free agents, like they didn't create transfer portal just so you could be a free agent and try to collect. NIL and transfer portal were not created so that you could use it as a never-ending free agency. The NCAA never meant for that to be the case, even though they were stupid for not seeing that was going to happen. But it is a pretty slippery slope, and I think the best way to solve this for all parties involved is to clearly spell out what a player is going to get, put it on contract, put it in writing, have collective bargaining agreement, maybe unionize this whole thing where the players are on one side, they've got representation, and this is how it's going to work. But then universities are also protected where they say, okay, this is going to be a contract, but you have to perform these elements of your NIL, and if you don't, there's clawback where money's taken away because some players don't. And then the other thing is, maybe it starts to lock players in on 2-year agreements. If you want to have this, it's a 2-year agreement so that you can't just take off and try to free agent this thing every single year. Because guys like Bear Alexander, who went to 4 high schools and 3 colleges, I mean, that's no good for college. What's he even in college for?
Dell, did NIL just did it capture the show again?
As soon as
when Nico asked a question, why don't you have an answer?
As soon as Nico asked the question,
I'm sick of the
as soon as Nico asked the question, I started looking at Joe Budden clips. I
went to my fantasy football.
Yeah,
y'all hate NIL conversations
NIL
that
talk
much.
Blows.
I don't know what he said. I'm sure it was very great information. I just didn't hear a word of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we got a break.
I'm sure
break, 8:46. Good.
Sorry, Nico. Thanks for coming to the show. Thanks for the hats.
Thanks for the hat. No,
Yeah, but
no more NIL talk. Boring. Time to talk about Daspit. He's
Wow.
not boring.
no, John Daspit's been involved in the NIL space in the past, and I think currently I see commercials for him. See commercials. He sponsors a lot of high school football stuff as well. He is a man of the people. He's fighting for what it is that that your the people in your life need, which is help. Help with personal injury. If you've been injured on the job, injured in an accident that has uh, badly hurt you in many cases, you've been devastated. Families get devastated, by the way. They have loss of life, and so the bread earner is not there anymore. Who takes care? Who fights for you? You've had people who are injured lose a limb, things that can prevent you from working anymore. Who's there to take care of you? What is that worth to you? I can tell you this: you can't even put a price on it for you, but the insurance company is going to, and they're going to put a lower price than what is the true value for you and for your family. So John Daspit's going to step up for you. He's going to fight for you. He's going to get fair settlements for time missed from work, for injuries, for loss of life, for anything like that takes place. John Daspit is going to fight for you, so nothing comes out of your pocket and you're compensated for your pain and suffering. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, we got Willie Fritz joining us at the top of the hour, so let's get a couple of calls in here. Guys want to get in? Larry would be first up here on ESPN 97.5, and then Mark. What's up, Larry?
Yeah, if you get a chance, ask 5-star about Arkansas and A&M and Colorado and UCF. I was really ready to bet UCF big. They were off last week, and Colorado was coming off that emotional last-second win, but I'm not really comfortable giving 2 touchdowns. So if you get a chance, ask them about those 2 games. The main reason I'm calling is about Oakland sports. I'm a native Houstonian, but for some reason I always followed and really loved the Oakland Athletics and the Oakland Raiders. And I felt so bad for the fans in that city because with the Raiders, not only did the team leave once, they left in the early 80s for LA, they came back and then they leave for Las Vegas. And I can understand if an owner says, oh, the attendance is terrible, but fans supported that team. And and they left anyway twice. And the Athletics, I love the Athletics. They had a bunch of characters on the team. They were on the West Coast, and they didn't get the publicity that the East Coast teams got, but they just won the World Series year after year in the 70s, and I just really loved that team. And the last thing I'll say is these owners, it's their team. I know Lance mentioned how fans have an emotional attachment to sports teams. He mentioned that the other day, but Bud Adams, he took the Oilers from Houston. I wrote a letter to the Chronicle when that happened. I said, fans are delusional if they think that this is their team. Art Modell, ask Cleveland fans if the Browns were their team. No, Art Modell was he was the Browns owner. Irsay with Baltimore when the Colts left. So fans can say, oh, yeah, this is our team. No, it's the owner's team that happens to be playing in that city.
And the owners requested you pay a premium fee for the right to buy tickets. So you got to get a PSL. And what is the personal seat license for? Helps pay the salaries, the escalating salaries of the player, the escalating profit of the owners. You know
why they're escalating? Why? Because the product is, until you stop watching the product, buying the tickets, watching the games on television, the prices are going to continue to go up.
It's going
and the
up.
Players are going to continue to make more money.
Well, it's not just that. It's the owners are going to maintain their profit level.
Yeah.
So the players get paid, but the owners are making their profit level.
That's right.
So,
and until you stop doing that, because that's what capitalism is.
No,
there's
right.
a demand, and
Right.
you'll pay and can pay until you won't anymore.
But the PSL, let's be honest about that. The personal seat license.
And wait a minute.
That's just a cash grab,
holding
right?
cities hostage for stadium to build you a stadium. It's
It's cash grab.
It's all just greed.
Is it greed?
It's greed.
Okay, so as long as we agree, it's greed.
Yeah, it's greed.
The
NFL's the greediest league.
Capitalism is great, I think, until people abuse it with greed.
Yeah.
And I think on the athlete side, on the owner side, in sports in general, is some of the greediest people you'll ever see.
Yeah.
But I understand, everyone's got their own, the owner wants to maximize their profit. The players want to maximize theirs during their playing time. I get it. But the only people that consistently get F'd in the A are the fans. That's it. Your tickets, you will pay for everything. Everything will be passed on to you. I promise you that. The owners are not going to take a hit. The players are not going to take a hit. Their percentages are going to stay the same. You just have to pay it. They're going to pass the costs along to you. So when the costs go up for players with their salaries, the owners are going to maintain their profit margin. And who's going to pay it? Every single time the fans are. And that's acceptable. I think it's going up too fast. Like there's not an acceptable, people's paychecks aren't going up that fast.
Well, the owners, it's the best thing in the world. We got to
best
get
thing in the
Mark
world.
in here.
What though?
It's to own an NFL team because it's just a cash cow.
Yeah.
Mark,
I wish I owned one.
I know. I wish
how
I'd have
can
done
I
it
get
differently.
one?
And I wish I'd have done. If I had to do my life differently, I would
not have gotten
NFL.
into radio. I love radio, but I would have I would have owned an NFL team for
Yeah.
sure.
That's what I would have done.
Yeah. Or an NBA team.
Mark. Quickly, Mark.
Hey, good morning. Guys. I got a quick NFL question, but I want to make a comment to Dell real quick. I went to a concert last weekend, and there was a band playing, and it was that band that he likes, Gavin Dance, and they were absolute cheeks. That lead singer sounds like he was neutered.
Thank you.
I don't know how he listens to them.
Hold on.
They were
Hold
absolute cheeks.
I will say this lead singer is not the one that I like because he had to lead the band for reasons.
There was a bunch of 14-year-old girls there that look like they haven't been hugged in a while.
First of all, Mark, you're lying. First of all, I know Mark's lying.
Hold on a second.
Let me tell you, I know Mark's lying because I've been to the concerts, and that's not a band where 14-year-old girls go watch. I know he's lying about that.
Hugged in a while?
He's lying about that. Unless, I don't know. Where did you go, Mark? They were in Houston, and you saw them. Or you just calling because for a bit?
They were in Nashville, Tennessee, Music City. And it was a bunch of 13-year-old emo girls that hadn't been hugged in a while.
Mark, I will tell you.
It got younger. It just got younger
I know,
somehow.
Mark, I will tell you. I don't know what you saw, but the lead singer, has been out of the band for months. So I don't know who's singing in his place right now. But go ahead.
Well, they need to bring him back because this new guy sounds like he was neutered because he was horrible. I had to go get him. That was a multiple beer break.
Cheeks.
Let's just
well,
say that.
well, we've heard it.
Couldn't stand it.
All right, we got to go. We got to go.
Thank you.
All right, Mark, what's the
That's
question?
good enough. That's a great question. No, let's just
He's got an NFL question.
He just wanted to say cheeks.
Yeah,
my NFL question real quick. My NFL question is, with Justin Fields winning, if he has a good season, what do you do? You didn't pick up his fifth-year option. Do you re-sign? I mean, Steelers didn't do anything.
Harbaugh loves him.
What do you do?
Harbaugh loves him. Harbaugh loves him. He says,
Harbaugh?
I want to be Justin Herbert. Have you seen that?
No, but he said Justin Fields.
Oh, Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you said Justin Herbert. Oh.
That's a nightmare for
That is
Pittsburgh.
a nightmare.
The nightmare of average quarterback, salary-wise.
Yeah, I don't
he's
know
gonna
what
end
to
up
do
costing
there.
you 30. He's going to end up costing you $35 million a year. I know.
$35 million is a bargain now.
Okay.
That's a poverty quarterback.
Okay.
All right, we got a break. Zadok is what we're talking about now. Willie Fritz on the other side.
Yeah, let's talk about Zadok. I got some new things to tell you about Zadok. As a matter of fact, I've got some new intel, some new information for you. Now, some things are the same. The 28,000 square foot 2-level store located at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But your holiday proposal starts right now. Let Zadok Jewelers help you design the engagement ring that she won't be able to take her eyes off of. You can start the design process for I Do right now. Holiday proposals means fall planning. And Zadok Jewelers' custom bridal team can't wait to design your dream wedding set with you. Like all good things, it takes time. You go there, you go upstairs, and they start the whole process. It's going to be beautiful. They're going to have everything laid out for you. And the entire it's not just about picking out a ring. There's so much more that goes into it. And Zadok can take it to that special level for you where it will be the most memorable thing of your life. The process of diamond education, deciding on the perfect stone, sourcing it from their worldwide vendors, allowing the master bench jewelers to handcraft it for you can take up to 8 weeks. So it's the perfect time right now to get started on holiday proposals right now. And that means from start to finish, they help you. It's Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It is your engagement season. This is where the weather gets good outside. You're outside. You want your pictures taken. You want to post it on your site to show everyone how much you love that special girl. Zadok.com.
All right, welcome back. Time to bring in the head coach of the Houston Cougars, brought to you by Chastang Ford and by our good friends at HR&P. Willie Fritz joining us again here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just getting ready for a big ball game tomorrow night.
Okay, so we found out it turns out UNLV was a pretty good football team, and I think we're going to find out Cincinnati's a pretty good football team. And you guys showed that you showed at Oklahoma, and you showed against Rice that you're a pretty good football team as well. How do you go about it after that stinker on Saturday, Coach? What do you do with your football team? How do you get them back in their heads back straight?
Well, you just got to keep fighting, scratching, clawing, and improving. We got to play. For us to win games, we got to play smart, and we haven't played as smart and finish drives. I don't know how many times I think we were inside the red zone area 3 times last Saturday, and we didn't come away with any points. Missed a chip shot field goal and had a couple fumbles, and we just got to play much smarter. We got to stay away from penalties that you don't need. Plays away from the action, things like that. So we got to play smarter. I think our kids are playing hard, playing tough, and they want to do right. We just got to do a better job coaching, and we got to do a better job of executing the calls and making the right calls.
Yeah. Your quarterback situation. You said, you know what? Donovan's going to start, but Zian's going to see time.
And we're going to play both guys, and we got to get somebody to step up and show us that they're the guy. And we've seen good things out of both guys at times, and we just got to get the consistency and staying away from the minus play. So. That's still an evaluation that's ongoing, and hopefully we'll get some clarity to it after this weekend.
Does it change? Donovan, I remember a couple of years ago when the Cougs played at Texas Tech, Donovan was running all over the field. He's not doing that as much now, but Zion runs a bunch too. Does it change your offense with the two guys?
Oh, not too much. Donovan had some good runs last Saturday. He had a nice 39-yard touchdown run against Rice. So he's been running the ball well, and so it doesn't really change the offense that much for either one of them. They're going to be very similar between the two. You just got to do a good job. Something, as I've said many times before, the quarterback gets too much credit when things go well and too much blame when things go wrong. We got to get the other 10 guys to play well, too.
This is going to be, shut out in the last game. This is, I believe Houston was shut out last year also by Cincinnati, or maybe the year before. You were not the head coach, obviously. But it was really mistakes. You were penalized 7 penalties to their 5 penalties. You had 3 turnovers to 0 turnovers. I mean, those are the things, Coach, that are going to drive you crazy. There's the elements of execution in terms of gaining yardage and stopping yardage. But then penalties and turnovers, man, you have got to be on the right side of that one when you're on the road.
That's the number one stat in football is turnover takeaway margin. When we've been +1 all these different levels and places I've coached at, we've won over 90% of our games. And when we're on the minus side, you can still win, but you make it really difficult on yourself. And you just gave them a drive, basically a free opportunity, and you didn't get anything out of it. So. We've got to eliminate turnovers. We got to get some more on defense. We played pretty well on defense this season, but we need to get to that point where we're +2, we're +3. Now you got a great opportunity to win the ball game. And as you said with the penalties, we just those self-inflicted wounds and playing clean. So it's experience. Guys have got to go through it and figure out this is what I can and can't do. But, we got to continue to keep coaching it and we got to make sure the guys are playing as clean as they possibly can during practice and then also during the game.
We got Willie Fritz with us, brought to you by HR&P and Chastang Ford here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 every week. You got Iowa State coming in, a ranked team playing good football, already beat a Big Ten team in Iowa. Rocco Beck was playing. I watched him last year, and he struggled as a young guy. He seems to be a lot better right now. You got a pretty good offense coming in here.
Yeah, they're a really big football team. They probably average 6'6", 330 across the offensive line. As you said before, the quarterback is really making good decisions this year. I think he's somewhere around in the last, 6, 7, 8 games. He's 15, 16 touchdowns, and I think 1 interception. So he's making really good decisions, giving them a chance to have field position and finish drives and big, tall receivers. We're going to have to do a good job. Not allowing the big play in the run game, and hopefully get something going for us. And when they're throwing the ball, we're getting sacks and getting some interceptions. So yeah, it's going to be a heck of a challenge this weekend. They're a very good team.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you brought up the question earlier about the quarterbacks situation. Like across the board, I'm curious about across the board on offense and defense from a depth chart standpoint. How much movement is there right now as you get into the season?
Oh, we're still playing, a few guys, but it's kind of getting settled now, where when guys can do well, and maybe they don't do quite as well. And you got some positions that you're rotating guys because it's pretty close competition. You got some other positions where the guys are playing, the majority of the staff. So it's starting to settle a little bit here, but that doesn't mean that, things don't change where a guy, just plays. It might take him a little bit longer to figure it out and show you what he can do. And now you make some changes later in the season too. But, there's still some good competition in positions for sure.
Willie Fritz brought to you by HRP and by Chastang Ford. Right here on ESPN 97.5. You got the Iowa State game tomorrow night at TDECU Stadium. Get on out there. We're giving away tickets. We'll tell you more about that as we go forward. Coach, Kelvin Sampson had some interesting comments this week about a private jet. He brought you into the mix as well. Now you just mentioned how big Iowa State is, right? I mean, this is a Big 12 team. This has been an established Big 12 team. They've been a pretty good program for a while now. It's different in the Big 12. Coach, you got a $130 million facility that's going to be opening up, which is going to be nice for you guys. That's going to be really nice for you guys. Did you hear what Kelvin had to say about the private jet and the use and being in the Big 12 and how it's different?
Well, it is different. We all know that. Everybody from top down to me understands that, it's this big time competition. It's another level. I was in the American, over at Tulane. Houston certainly was, and we're just going to have to do a great job of getting better in all areas. And part of that's transportation, as Coach Sampson alluded to, and part of it's just budget and NIL and all those different kind of things. This is a different league. This is a really, really competitive league. Got a bunch of teams who've been established, universities in the Big 12 or some of them that are coming from the Pac-12 that have been established for a long time. And we just got to continue to grow with our athletic department and understand that's what we got to do in order to be successful and competitive.
Yeah. Kelvin is on the record saying he wants a private jet. I'm on the record saying I want a private jet.
Hey, you're on. Yeah.
Coach, do you want to go on the record as far as a private
Now's
jet
your
goes?
chance.
No, this is it.
After last week, I think I don't need a private jet.
What nice timing, John.
One of the great things about that, and I've said this much times, is, and definitely, Coach Sampson basketball, there's a little bit more nationwide recruiting, but one of the best things that happened for me was being able to get in the car and just drive around and see all these great players in the state of Texas and all those kind of things. But hey, there's you get into a crunch with time, and you gotta be able to get from one place and get to the next place. It's just how it is, or the other people are going to be able to do it. So I understand where Coach is coming from.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, no, you got a nice facility coming. I mean, you got to be happy about that, right? Yep.
Yes, it's going to be outstanding, and we're excited about it. Hopefully, get into it next June or July, and that's a big piece of it, and there's a lot of pieces that you got to, do do a great job with in this day and age of college athletics, especially football and men's basketball.
Yep, absolutely. Willie Fritz, tomorrow night, TDECU Stadium, UHCougars.com, 713, go Cougs, get your tickets, and let's go. Get on out there, family night, 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 drinks for just $80 to go watch the game. It's going to be a beautiful night too, Coach. It's going to be a beautiful night. Hopefully it'll be a beautiful night for your Cougs. Go Cougs.
You betcha. Come on out. We're going to play our hearts out and look forward to seeing how the guys respond. Go Cougs.
Yep.
All right, thanks,
All
Coach.
right, there's Coach Willie Fritz every week. Earlier, usually, but he had practice this morning, so he had to move it. So here we are. Normally, for you Coug fans, 7:15 on Friday mornings. We got 5-Star joining us next. He was usually at 9 o'clock, but now he's going to move to 9:15. So that'll happen next, giving winners, because that's what 5-Star does. I'm talking about my bookie right now. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. When 5-Star gives you these winners, you go to the website.
7-2 in his last 3 weeks.
7-2 in his last 3 weeks. Is that any good? You'll take 7-2 every single time. Okay? Yeah. So go to my bookie, put in promo code BET975, deposit your money, get your picks from 5-Star, make your picks, okay, from 5-Star, and let's go. And let's start making some money. That's what we do at mybookie.ag promo. And they want you to win. Listen, they give you free bets. They give you free money to play. They double your initial deposit. They give you a free bet on Thursday. They put you in, and when you bet more and you get into different tiers, they have more giveaways for you. They're doing everything to make this as a good an experience as it possibly can be for you, so you make it good for yourself as well. But you got to do it. You got to take the first step. Go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, but you got to put in promo code BET975.
Hey, I want to talk about Maestro Bell because it's Friday. It's time to have fun. It's time to have fun, and I had a lot of fun with my friends and listeners with Maestro Bell last week. We were passing the Maestro Bell along last week because I had some bottles in the office, and I shared with my friends, and they got to see how smooth it was. And I'm not lying; it's made the process the distilling, the aging process. It's incredible. And the end result is a wonderful tasting tequila that is perfect for a sipping tequila. You cannot miss out on it. But if you want to put it in a cocktail, all it's going to do is elevate your cocktail as well. Whether you're having rocks, you're having a frozen margarita, I highly recommend the silver or the smoked silver called the Humito. And then, of course, the Cristalino that they have called the Diamante is one of the best tequilas you're going to taste. It's unbelievably smooth, creamy finished. It's just has a little hint of sweetness on the back end. You're going to love it. Maestro Bell, wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Bell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance and 5-Star joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Not Melissa. She has another show.
Melissa has another show. She got to be.
She has another
She's
show
out. She's not here. She's not here.
She's not even here.
She gave the sign of the cross. I'm out. 5-Star is giving you winners 7-2 the last 3 weeks here on the show. You'll take 7-2 every single time. So 5-Star, keep us winning, baby. What you got this week? Let's go.
All right. Good morning, guys. Yeah, man, we should have been 8-1. I don't know why I missed with Hugh Freeze, but we turned the page, man. We're gonna start off right here in UNLV. The story that's kind of controlling college football this week is Matt Sluka. The Matt Sluka saga. I feel like it was a money grab. I got some people inside of that program who told me pretty much what happened was that Sluka got a verbal commitment from a guy who was an assistant, wasn't even like one of the coordinators, just the guy that was recruiting. You know, when you're recruiting, it's just like kind of trying to date a girl. You're going to say anything. So he probably threw out there that he was $100K. You know, he was going to get $100K. After their success, Luka decides to try to make them, stick to it. He hires a guy, Marcus Cromartie, as his agent, and they try to, pretty much shake down Coach Barry Odom and the staff and tell him that he's not going to play if he doesn't get his $100K. And they told him to pack up his stuff and get up out of there. So the team didn't seem really upset that he was gone. A lot of the players, especially the better ones like Ricky White and the captain on defense, both said it was about time that the new starter, Hodge Malik Williams, was in there. Hodge Malik Williams was really good at Campbell. He's an all-time leading passer. Last year, he put up 2,500 yards throwing, 19 touchdowns, a high completion percentage at 70%. You look at Sluka, man, he was really a try-hard. 40% passing, not a scrambling. Kind of reminds you of old school Jim McMahon, like one of those guys, quarterback, but not really a good, efficient passer. And I think that the offense is going to actually benefit from him leaving. I think Barry Odom maybe had like a connection with the kid and, liked him, and that's why he ended up starting. But it wasn't a big difference at the quarterback position between those two. So I think that, as you see in the line, it hasn't changed much since Luka left. It's still the same. UNLV is still favored. We're going to, take the money line. Why give up the 1.5 points? But UNLV has a really good defense, a really good team. Now we're going to get a chance to see their big-time receivers, Jaden Bradley, Jacob DeJesus, Ricky White, who's going to be an NFL receiver. They're going to actually get some balls that they can, can catch this time instead of them sailing all over their head and Matt Sluka running all over the place. So I expect a really good performance from UNLV. I think that this is going to be a rallying cry game. You look on the other side of the ball, Fresno State has won 6 straight times against UNLV, so there's the motivation. They have Mikey Keene as the quarterback. Mikey Keene is a little undersized. He transferred from UCF, but turns the ball over too much. I think they're going to be really hype in Vegas. 12:30 start, 99 degrees outside. It's kind of 70 degrees every day in Fresno, so I think that it's going to be really, really difficult to adjust to the temperature and also the type of aura that we're going to catch from UNLV this week. I think that the whole program will be fired up about the thing that happened with Sluka. So did
you see the CEO of Circus Sports has offered to pay Sluka $100,000 in NIL to resolve the dispute? He's giving him $100,000.
But our guy 5-Star's right now telling us he's not even the best quarterback on the team potentially.
He's finished. You'll see this week, John, when you watch the game, the difference between him and Hodge Malik Williams. Hodge Malik Williams is a really good passer, but he also can run the ball, but he's looking to throw the ball first. Whereas in Sluka, man, he was just a try-hard, man. He was one of those guys that's a guy's guy. So I'm sure Odom liked him for his
Well, it's funny he's a guy's guy, 5-star, and yet the team turned on him.
Well,
It's
I don't
kinda
know if the
funny.
whole team, but maybe the wide receivers are like,
Or
hey,
maybe
we'd like the catchable pass.
And the captains would go, hey,
Yeah.
we don't need him.
And he didn't even complete.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said, John. And when I say he's a guy's guy, I'm saying, like, you know, the macho stuff that Odom probably
The
saw
tough
in
guy
him, like,
stuff,
this guy's
yeah.
a competitor, you know, that type of stuff.
Nope.
Yeah.
All right. I do like that he stuck his foot in the ground though and said, I am. You pay me or I'm out of here. I like that. Okay, so we got UNLV. What next?
We're going with Maryland +7. We got Coach Dave Signetti. He's over at Indiana. He's doing a really good job, man. He brought a lot of transfers with him from James Madison, including Elijah Sherrod, who's a really good receiver. As you saw, he left the James Madison program in really good condition, the way that they handled North Carolina last week. But they haven't really played anyone yet. Their toughest game has been UCLA, and we know UCLA is not UCLA of old. So I really like Maryland in the spot. Mike Loxley has been really good against Indiana in the past. He's been really good in the conference. Since he's been there quietly, he has one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. You look at Billy Edwards' numbers, they're outstanding. 8 touchdown passes, only 2 picks, 75% completion percentage. And the main thing I like about Maryland is the connection between Ty Felton and Billy Edwards. Ty Felton is averaging 150 yards per game. He's tied for 4th in the country in receiving touchdowns with 5. He's even being spoke about for the Heisman. On the other side, they have Jaden Prather, who's really good. In the backfield, they have Roman Hembry, who's a really tall, explosive back, 6'2" back, kind of, you know, reminds you of the old school backs we used to catch back in the game who were all tall and lanky. He's one of those types, really strong, really fast, great vision. I think that the Terrapins can stay in this game, man. They've won 3 straight against the Hoosiers. I think the books are overvaluing Indiana right here. So give me Maryland +7.
Okay. Indiana's played some good football now. Yeah. But my guys are there. Kevin Sumlin, Zach Spavital over there in Maryland. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, he's the OC for Maryland.
Yeah. Co-OC and tight end guy. Yeah, right. All right. We got Maryland. We got Maryland. We got UNLV. What else we got?
Let's go to the pros, man. We're going to go with the Bucks +2. You know, I'm not a big Sirianni guy. He's a frat boy. I don't think he's going to be in Philadelphia long. We've seen in the past that their ownership group has no problem with moving on. Jalen Hurts, that's my guy. You know, he's a Houston guy. He's from Channelview. We love him and everything. His dad's been on you guys' show and everything, but he doesn't have anyone to throw the ball to this week. Saints kind of dropped the ball on that last that winning play that Dallas Goedert made. He went like 70 yards on them because they were triple teaming them and ran into each other like some buffoons. And he ended up getting open. But besides that, who's he going to throw to? A.J. Brown is out. Devontae Smith is out after that late hit by the Saints on him. He's in concussion protocol. They also missing their right guard, Mekhi Becton, left guard, Landon Dixon is a game-time, decision. We know that Saquon Barkley is outstanding. He leads the league in rushing 351 yards. He's also tied for leading touchdowns. But Hurts is 1-3 against Todd Bowles' defense. Todd Bowles has done a really good job in the past of bottling him up. I think that Tampa Bay will be really, really motivated this game to have a good performance. We got my guy Mike Evans over there from Galveston out of Ball High School. I think he has a big game because we've seen before that the Eagles, they can't cover. They have some really suspect guys in the defensive backfield, and their star cornerback Slate might not play in this game as well. I like Tampa Bay in this one, man. They lost last week to Broncos at home, got upset at 7.5-point favorites. I think we get the best of them this week. Give me Tampa Bay +2 and money line against the Philadelphia
I'd
Eagles.
say a guy that I would keep an eye on too is Mike Evans on going over his props because he has not. It's been Godwin. At some point, Baker's going to want to get Mike Evans more involved. So, and Philadelphia has been bad defensively against the pass. They've been better this year. They added Quinyon Mitchell, but I think Mike Evans, it's a very reasonable number, something like 50, 55 for receiving yards for Mike Evans. I think this is the game where he goes and has an 80-yard game, ends up having a really a strong game, his best game of the year. So keep an eye on that from a prop standpoint.
I like that a lot too.
That's 5-star in Vegas. Okay, we got the Bucks, we got Maryland, and we've got UNLV this week. So 7-2.
Now that's inside stuff, the UNLV, because The general public who knows about this story is just going to say, "Oh, I'm playing Fresno. They lost their quarterback." But somebody who actually knows about the receivers and knows about who the second quarterback is on the roster, that's more of a smart play. So this is more of a sharp side is playing UNLV as opposed to just saying, I'm playing the other side of whoever that quarterback was that just left because they don't have their quarterback. That quarterback can't pass at all. He literally, his completion percentage is below 50%, John.
43.
Who can't complete 60% in college these days?
21 of 48 on the season. You ought to see how frustrated those receivers were. But those guys are team players, and you got to remember they come from last year having Jaden Maiava, who transferred to USC, who was a really good passer. So those guys are used to getting some balls, man, and they got some really good receivers, as we saw when they played Houston. If they can get their hands on the ball, they're dangerous, especially DeJesus in that slot and Ricky White outside. So I think that people are going to be pleasantly surprised who are back in UNLV when they see Hodge and Malik Williams. And you guys know I watch a lot of football, and I watched him at Campbell. He can play.
That's 5-star in Vegas. At 5-star, spell it out. The letters 5, F-I-V-E. 5-star in Vegas. Follow him and subscribe to his service. 5-star, as always, we appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you guys. Talk to you next week.
All right, we'll see.
There's 5-star in Vegas joining us every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And now let's talk about Craig DeSurf.
Let's talk about Craig DeSurf and some of the new opportunities for you. It's not him. You're the one that has the opportunities. He's the one that's giving you the opportunity to take advantage of great prices, but also great fun. And I'm talking about the classic car show that's over there. Well, while you're there, you can take a look at some vehicles if you want, but really they clear a lot of the show area so that they can show off these cool classic cars. It's going to be taking place October 5th. It's going to be that Saturday the Saturday after next. It's the 7th annual Classic Car Show, and it's going to be taking place from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So there's a 4-hour window. They have food trucks. They have a craft fair for kids, a live band, and some amazing classic cars. Man, it is so cool going out there and seeing the classic cars that are owned primarily by people who are really into it, because it's a free event for everyone, and it costs you just $20 to enter your vehicle into this classic car show. You post up your chair, you sit in it. Your little baby you've been taking care of, people will come look at it. You'll get a talk shop with people who love it and answer questions. It's great, and all proceeds benefit Saving Souls, which provides shoes for underprivileged kids. So make sure that you're doing that. It's a great cause. It's absolutely free for the family to go out there. It's going to be October 5th, next Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. only at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, time to talk about Hogue Landscape Services. Hogue. Hogue Landscape Services. And I go to the website all the time to just when I'm doing these spots and just to look at what the work that they do. I mean, you can create a backyard that is so rich and wonderful. And I don't know what your backyard looks like now, but even just a small patio, they can make it look fantastic with the different tiles and stone and fencing and whatever it is, a hot tub that you want back, whatever it is that you want back there. And then if you got a bigger backyard, holy cow. I mean, they've got the technology to have you see it. And now you can, say, hey, I want this, I want that. Do you want artificial turf? Do you want a pickleball court? Do you want a bocce ball court? Do you want a basketball court? Do you want whatever kind of court they can do that. I mean, they can do everything. Okay. But fire pit, what's the fire pit going to look like? What's your kitchen going to look like? What's your grill and your sink area and everything? What kind of stone are you going to use? It is incredible what they do. Incredible. They are exterior decorators. They're not just coming to cut your lawn. They're not just a landscape service. They're exterior decorators. And if you're looking to make your backyard something special, Hogue, HOGUELS.com, HogueLS.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
All right, end of the line. Del, as always, it's Friday. What did we miss this week that we haven't talked about? Is there anything that we have not touched on this week?
Did we talk about NIL this week? What did we miss? Of any importance that people actually care about, or just stuff?
Yeah, no, or any kind of is there something you talked about on your little show that we didn't get to?
I don't like your reference. What? Little show.
Well, no, on your little radio show. What?
Well, it is 2 hours. It's smaller than
it
most
is
shows.
A lot smaller than this one.
Well, don't say a lot smaller.
Yeah.
You're being disrespectful.
It's a lot smaller.
Not
than
a lot
this show.
smaller. The show isn't a lot smaller. I don't think we missed anything. I mean, the stuff I would talk about.
50% less.
No, it's not 50% less.
Yeah.
Than this show.
Yeah, dude. We got 3 hours. You got 2. We got 50%.
I thought it would be if this was 4 hours and I had 2, that'd be 50% less.
It depends on how you look at it.
No, that's a third.
33% less.
No, it's not. It doesn't depend.
Well, you got 1 less hour. Our show's 3 hours. You got 2.
That's a third less.
50%.
It's no. That's incorrect.
Bagwell, are you doing Bagwell-lytics?
What's that? No, I'm just telling you.
I'm just here to say you guys didn't miss anything.
I just look at it different than you do.
You're Hall of Famers. You didn't miss anything.
We didn't miss not a thing?
No. Well, did we talk about some other college football games?
I brought up Aiden Ross.
Yeah, that
and Kendrick Lamar. We had a Black Twitter conversation. Gary called in with a legitimate back and forth. We got a WNBA topic in. We talked about the passing of, the supposed passing of Teresa Weatherspoon.
She didn't die.
But apparently she just got fired. We've had Willie Fritz on in the Cougs. We talked, John asked if he deserved a personal jet after getting shut out last week on the road.
That was nice of John.
That was interesting timing. And he goes, no, I don't think now's the time for me to be really asking for a personal jet. I found out yesterday that I could do a really good Deion Sanders imitation.
You did? Let me hear it.
Go ahead.
Am I going to?
We want to hear it. If you can do a really good imitation.
I got to have the words. There's certain words, John, that you have to get started. Do you believe now, John? Do you believe now?
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
Do you believe now?
Do you
believe now?
No.
Because a lot of times Deion starts way down here.
Oh, we didn't talk about.
Oh, I see. Now that they're making more money
he's still going
than you make. So there's a lot of petty jealousy going on right now around the Colorado program. You wouldn't even know we were 3-1.
No, we would.
CBS, no offense, you can't talk anymore. Denver Post out. ESPN, no more conversation with you.
Deion will have everyone kicked out by the end of the year.
Beat it.
You guys
on 3, you're done.
So who can cover the team?
Fans,
Deion Sanders Jr.
fan sites. Yeah.
What did we miss, Del?
You guys didn't mention the Texans and their issues with the wide receiver room.
What
What are you
issues?
talking
Injuries?
about? Yeah, we
They're
did.
just banged up. That's no big
Tank
deal.
Dell
Tank, yes, we did.
hadn't
Well,
practiced.
Tank
You
is-
didn't talk about him not practicing all
I
week.
told you, Steph, that Diggs is going to have a huge game.
There
All the
goes your
targets.
Iron Man Tank.
Yeah.
You didn't give a real serious. We didn't talk about why was he in the game that late.
Because he's second string.
Hmm.
He needs. That's the only time he's going to get any throws his way.
Hey, I thought Tank was our guy.
Yeah, he's our guy.
We're going to have 3 guys go for 1,000 yards. What are you talking about?
But so,
Hey, give
so-
it time.
so far this year, he really hasn't been our guy.
Tank's
has he?
going to get to 100 one day.
100 what? Pounds?
Yards?
Oh, yards.
It just may take 4 games.
That's not
It
great.
is interesting that how different it is this year.
He's not playing from the slot, man. It's a killer. It's a killer. Tank is a slot receiver.
Well, he played outside too last year. He played plenty
Well-
outside last year.
Nah, but he played a majority of his snaps. I went and looked it up from inside, because the only time he didn't play inside was when they were matching somebody up with size inside, like Nico. He's better playing inside where he has those little choice routes, especially if you're going to be playing cover 2 shells. If they're going to be playing 2 high safety shells, and so you got everything to work with, inside the numbers, but not deep. That's Tank territory, baby. Let him get up. Let him shake people one-on-one out of the route breaks. And although a lot of what CJ's facing is zone coverages. So actually, I'm talking about beating people one-on-one, but they're facing a lot of zone. And I just think CJ and Tank and Bobby Slowick and everyone's having to figure out what life is going to be like now that teams are running different defenses. I think that goes for everybody. There's not explosive quarterback play happening right now.
Okay.
Not really.
How do you see this game going?
I think the Texans, I think they boat race Jacksonville. I think they get out early. Realistically, I think the Texans don't score a ton of points. They end up kicking field goals. I'm looking for, I say not a ton of points. I'm looking for 3 field goals, 9. You know what? Actually, I'm going to say 29 to no, 2 field goals. I'll say 27 to 19.
27-19. That's a lot closer than a boat race. I think it's going to be a
Well,
close
boat
game.
race
I think
is
it
when you
comes down
get
to a
up
field
and-
goal at the end. If you
No,
want to
but
go
I don't
through.
think. Oh, you do?
Yeah. Listen, desperate NFL teams play with desperation, and Jacksonville's going to come here with some desperation.
But not all teams play desperately all the time. Sometimes
no,
bad
but
te-
they're
sometimes
0-3,
teams
and
just-
they need to play.
They do, but can they muster it?
Yeah.
Can they
I
muster
I
it?
think they're
Can
better.
Trevor
They got-
Lawrence?
They're better than what they
They're
showed
better
against the
than
Bills.
I would agree, but can Trevor Lawrence muster it? Now, the one thing you are right about this. You get embarrassed one week and everyone thinks, oh, they're crap.
Yep.
They're done.
No, they're
Those
not.
are the teams that are most dangerous
That's
half
the
the
most
time.
dangerous. And well, the Texans got embarrassed last
I think
week
the
too.
Texans get up 7 and they stay up about a touchdown most of the game. That's what I mean by boat race. I think Jacksonville could score 5 times, but if 4 of them are field goals and one's a touchdown, that's 19. And I think the Texans are more likely to score touchdowns. And so I feel comfortable that yet again, another cover for the
The
Texans.
team who had how many?
Actually,
50-yard
what are they
field
laying
goals?
right now?
Well, you talk about the Texans. Who,
6. I think Jacksonville plays within a number.
you said they're more likely
Good.
to score touchdowns. They've scored 2 touchdowns in 2 weeks. The Texans have,
They're due. That's my point.
and they kicked how many 50-yard field goals?
Big deal. How many 60-yard field goals
Big
is
deal
Dallas going to
anyway.
kick?
Deal anyway.
Big deal anyway.
Okay, Houston's going to win by 9. How's that sound?
Okay, that's fine.
And who do you want to win? Who do you want to play, Detroit or Kansas City?
I want to play Kansas City.
Dell? Does it matter? You don't care.
No,
I don't want Scooble, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I just don't want to.
I don't want to fall behind
I've already
0-1.
told you. Whoever comes in here is getting their ass kicked.
Ass kicked.
I don't care who comes in here.
Yeah,
Just
Dell's been saying that.
Come here and take a beating.
Scooble beat you earlier this year, though.
Oh, is he playoffs? Is this the playoffs now, or are we talking about the regular season?
Regular season.
All right then.
It's a long regular season. I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, we're talking about playoffs now.
I think we can make some assumptions about teams 159
No,
games in.
Yeah,
Or is
well,
it too early still?
Do we have to see if Verlander's still a good pitcher on Saturday? But for the playoffs, are we talking about Scooble as a playoff pitcher or a regular season pitcher?
We're talking about we don't know Scooble,
Exactly.
the
We
playoff
don't
pitcher.
know. So why do you have so much confidence?
I don't.
Do it in the playoffs, Scooble. Bring it. Why are we afraid?
Let's go.
I would call you a P word, but that's not kind. So
Wow.
All I hear is Scooble. I don't want him in town.
We'll find out what kind of team Detroit is this weekend. They got the White Sox.
Yeah.
Who won a couple in a row now.
Maybe Detroit is peaked after winning all these games.
Maybe.
Can I ask you a question? Have y'all noticed
You think they're petering out right now?
Yeah. And AJ Hinch coming back to his house of horrors. Bring it.
Oh, AJ. There's some bitterness there.
Well, particularly from you.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about his side.
Hey, I want to ask you guys a question. So I want you to take me through every team that has ever beat the Astros in the World Series.
In the World Series,
the Astros
Nationals,
have been in how many World Series have the Astros
and
been in?
The Nationals and the Braves.
And the
White Sox.
Okay, let's start at the first one.
White Sox.
What are they doing now?
Terrible.
Okay, next team.
Nationals.
How are they doing?
Terrible.
Okay, next team.
Braves. They're good.
Are they in the playoffs?
They're one game out.
So they're not in the playoffs right now?
No, they're not.
Here's the
it's a curse.
So what I'm telling you is, how's George Springer doing this year? How's his team? Are they in the playoffs?
No.
They're not?
Carlos Correa? No.
Is Carlos Correa's team in the playoffs?
Garrett Coles? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all finally got one.
Charlie Morton? Not right now.
Not right now.
Mm-mm.
Not right now. Who else? Who else has left us?
Maldonado?
Not the
Maldonado?
choice.
What's he doing now?
Nothing.
Eating.
Goofing.
Eating.
Do you know there's actually something, a Mexican dish called a machete? Have you ever seen these?
No.
There's actually a dish called a machete. Guarantee he's having them. It involves some type of fried dough. It's delicious, but,
right.
Not heart healthy. Let's see. Who else has left us, has made a choice to leave us? Not all those guys. It was their choice. I get it.
Those organizations' choice.
Not for Correa. It's like his wife's crying. I just want to stay. Jim, hello? And anyone? Can we stay? Will you please make any kind of an offer? Left on red. It just says red.
160 is not enough for people. $160 million.
160 should be enough.
Should be enough for
I'm
everybody.
sorry. Once you get offer, I'm going to tell you this, Kyle Tucker. 160 is your offer.
Yeah.
Now Kyle wouldn't mind 160.
Kyle Tucker, Bregman's first.
Well, but Kyle Tucker, Kyle wouldn't mind 160 over 3 years. He'd probably take that.
You think so? 160 over 3? Yeah.
$50+ million.
And then you get back to the market?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he'll take 160 over 3.
Would he take 160 over 4?
I don't. You know what? He's probably
$40 million a year. That's not the guaranteed money. But if he thinks that he's going to be a Billy Badass for his whole career, then take our 40 for one. Then take our 160 offer that I'm making for 4 years, and then you go hit the market later. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How about that, Kyle? How's that sound? As the great Gilbert Lou once said.
As Al Davis's representative would say, can you make deals for the Astros?
Yeah.
Okay, so technically I can't make these contract offers. They don't. They have as much. They're as valid as a assistant coach offering a player money when the collective doesn't sign a contract.
Technically, you can't.
So technically, I can't. But I can give my opinions, and I can, as a consultant.
Oh, a consultant.
Unpaid,
unasked for,
unattached in some ways,
in all ways.
So I can consult with them. They can listen to me. It's available to them.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's available. Have you ever made a bet because somebody said something, John? That have you ever heard something and made a fantasy football pick or a bet because you heard someone's opinion? You thought that's a good opinion. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make that.
Yeah. But
that's what I am.
But did the bet
put it out there in the ether?
Did the bet average out to over $40+ million APY?
No.
Oh, okay.
But I'm offering that to Jim Crane.
You are offering that?
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Jim, can't wait. Jim.
And I'm offering the concept of that contract.
You know what I think you should
to
offer
Kyle
Jim
Tucker.
Crane? Some info on Quick Assist.
Okay, Quick Assist is how you sell your tickets out. He'd rather just go through his own box office. But if you're a fan and you have tickets to the Astros, and let's say it's the Astros, the Houston baseball team's playoff game. Well, they do all MLB, all NBA, NFL, college football, NHL. They're licensed to do those. They resell those tickets for you, but they go through 15 different ticket brokers. So in other words, Quick Assist, what they do is they list it for you with all of them, not you going on every site by site by site. Then they're able to dynamically alter it up and down the price based on what the marketplace is doing. So you maximize your dollar. So if you can't use those playoff tickets, if you can't use that college football ticket in Austin or College Station or Houston or wherever you are, or in Ohio, in Columbus, Ohio, I don't care. They can sell the tickets for you. You list them on there, and you just go list them with them at Quick Assist. You go download the app, QuickAssyst, and then from there, they will take it. They do the dynamic pricing with 15 different ticket brokers, and they maximize your chances of selling and the amount of money you make. It's Quick Assist. Do not miss out when you're trying to sell your tickets. It's Quick Assist.
All right, we have a special guest with us. Laura Beavers, our CFO, is going to sit in. Lance had to go catch a plane. So Laura is here with us. You've heard news of the weird before.
I have heard of it.
And is it ever make you cringe at all?
Always.
Always does. That's what we're going for here. I hope you know that. That's what we're going for. So I just want to get some reactions for you about some of the stories that were asked. Here's one. The Florida sheriff has asked residents who refuse to evacuate to write information on their body for identification after Helene comes through.
That's horrifying.
Would you write, Laura Beavers on your arm, just to I'd be able to identify yourself?
In Sharpie?
Yes, in a Sharpie. Well, something that won't get washed off.
Yeah, right.
Because you're going to drown. right?
That's so sad.
That is sad. I mean, come on, Sheriff. Try to be a little bit more
that's so
optimistic.
uplifting, yes.
Oh, here's a nice story. A couple allegedly tried to sell their baby for $1,000 and beer. Do you think a baby is worth that much as $1,000 and beer?
No, that's horrifying too. You're finding all the good ones.
Well, these are good stories. I mean,
Is that really
have
true?
you ever tried to sell your baby for $1,000 in beer or no?
Well, there's sometimes I probably would have thought about it.
You would have, right? No, I'm with you on that one. I am definitely with you on that one. A snowmobiler crashed into a parked Black Hawk helicopter, and he was awarded $3 million. You would think you could see a helicopter before you hit it, right?
Was it a snowstorm, an avalanche?
Apparently, I don't know. It was a night. It was a nighttime collision, and a black helicopter. That's why, because it was a black chopper.
Wow.
Oh, the Taliban, who banned women from public spaces, say no one faces discrimination in Afghanistan. You believe them?
I do not.
You don't believe in the Taliban?
No, I don't believe that they
don't discriminate.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
Well, do you think
They're known
women
for
should
that.
be allowed in public spaces?
I think so.
You do?
I do.
I don't know.
I'm
I'm not sure about. No, Dell's going.
Well, she can't hear me because she.
She can't hear you. But HRP is probably next, right?
Yeah,
You're the one that calls HRP, right?
Discrimination. Yes,
Right.
we need to watch discrimination around
yeah.
media.
A man was accused of crawling underneath cars to look at women's feet. Okay. Now, I wish Lance was here for this one. Why? Because why does Lance want to look at feet, though?
Well,
What are they?
I like pretty feet.
I like pretty feet. Lance likes pretty feet. See, that's
He has
the
a
thing.
foot fetish.
He does have a
well,
foot
he will
fetish,
argue
yeah.
that he doesn't.
Yeah. How about this? And the owners were delighted. Their cat brought home a winning scratch card. What could you? Is that a great cat or what?
How did the cat do that?
A cat just brought it home. Look, the cat's got the winning card between its teeth. Brought it home, and they were like,
You're
"Hey,
kidding me.
this is a winner." Do you have a smart cat?
I don't have any cats.
You don't have any
No,
cats?
I'm not a cat
Are
person.
you a dog person?
I'm a dog
You're
person.
a dog person?
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
We had a cat. It just pooped on our car. That's all it did.
I want a cat, but it has to have an underbite because it would make me laugh every day.
A cat would make an underbite on a cat?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the only cat I ever want.
Yeah. Apparently, there is a company there is a company that distributes food. Let's see, what's the name of the food company? Apparently, Just Eat. Just Eat. Have you heard about this? It's a food delivery company. They're also going to deliver sex toys along with the food. Do we feel like that's a great combination?
I have no comment on that.
Well, some people like to eat and then do the other thing.
Well, okay. After a full meal,
You could just check off boxes of what you want.
right?
It's
Like
date night.
HelloFresh.
It's date night.
A Harvard med student ate over 700 eggs in a month to prove cholesterol levels actually drop. Do you feel like you would like to eat at some point 700 eggs in a month? It seems like a lot.
That is, no. I think maybe 6 eggs in a month is
Said
my limit.
His levels dropped by 2%.
Really?
Yeah, in the first week of his new diet.
Did it say how he made the egg?
And then dramatically decreasing by 18% in the latter two. How about that? Its cholesterol was lowered with 700 eggs.
Why do you
want to
think
eat
that
a lot of
happened?
eggs now?
Why do you think that happened?
I have no idea.
He probably
I know.
replaced eggs with more unhealthy food. Like he was eating eggs, so
maybe he
took
had
pizza
really
and French
a really
fries
crappy diet before.
Yeah.
And eggs lowered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has to be it.
Yeah. How about this? Do you have a high-pitched voice?
I don't think so.
Apparently, a new study says men can be lured into danger by women with high-pitched voices. Would you like to be a higher-pitched voice and lure
No.
men into danger?
I think high-pitched voices are annoying.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. No, I think men run from high-pitched voices.
This isn't a new
don't they?
study. They're just talking about sirens.
This is age old.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Men
this has been happening forever.
Men's been being lured into rocks by sirens for years,
Yeah.
centuries.
Yeah, like Paul Gallant has a high pitched voice, doesn't he?
Don't.
No, doesn't he?
I
He
don't know.
can.
I don't know what you're saying.
I've heard him.
He
I
does.
have. Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
saying Paul can use his voice to lure men into danger?
Well, women, I don't think he would lure men into
Well,
hype.
this is the story.
Well, women do that, but
You
Paul's
never
a
know,
man.
John. You never know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Laura said, "You never know. You never know." All right, we're done. That was painless, wasn't it?
That was pretty bad.
You didn't like it at all?
My hands are sweating. I just got a text from
I
a
love
friend.
it. I love Del. This is my favorite thing. Making people uncomfortable.
It is what you like to do.
It is what I like
You
to
do a good job of it.
Laura,
Thank you.
Laura, thank you for coming in, being a good sport.
Thanks, John.
We appreciate
All
it.
right.
That's Laura Beavers, everyone. You heard about her on the show here before. So there you have it. We're done. Hope you had a great week. We got a great weekend. We got a lot of things to look for. We got the Texans game. We got we'll find out who the Astros opponent is. So on Monday we will talk about it. But right now you got Dell, Mopey, and Mapes right next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
I got to be honest. I came into this week relatively unbothered by the Jags. I didn't like seeing them get blown out on Monday because you're always worried about the snapback from a team who got embarrassed and what they'll do to correct the situation. They're 0-3, embarrassed. I didn't like that. But for the most part, I thought, the Jags are coming to town. They're not good. I don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. This is a bounce back week for the Texans. They'll get it done. And then the injury report comes out on Wednesday. You're like, okay, Tank Dell didn't practice. Thursday's the big day. We'll see. He didn't practice yesterday. Nico Collins pops up with a limited designation because of a hamstring. The Nico thing feels a lot like, unless we get a full designation today, I feel like not Schefter for the most part, but Rappaport or Cameron Wolf or one of those guys will come out and go, well, Nico Collins is going to test out that hamstring in workouts, and that'll determine in his pregame workout to determine whether he's going to play or not. I feel like that's coming down. Feels like a real game time decision. Now you've got 2 of your 3 top wide receivers questionable or simply not even practicing, and then you have your 2 top running backs not practicing. I feel less great about the game. The Texans can still win, partly because of the quality of the opponent, but I'm not saying I'm nervous because who knows what happens when we see the report today. Possibly Tank Dell's back at practice, likely in a limited fashion, but with a note that says maybe from Aaron Wilson that he's expected to play, and maybe Nico Collins is back to full. Yesterday was just a precaution. I don't feel good, though. I need those 2 to be out there because then we're talking about the likes of who are we elevating? Mechie, Hutchinson, Robert Woods. For all you guys who put together your John Mechie preseason TikToks and compilation things you put on Twitter talking about Mechie as a problem, get ready to break them out possibly. This might be your day on Sunday. Your Messi stock, if you kept it, you might have a chance to see it skyrocket.
Mechie season?
Possibly. Hutchinson season, who had a good preseason. These are the guys we might be depending on. The names are a little less exciting than what we thought, but that's where we are. It is week 4 of the NFL season, and the Texans don't have like injuries that feel like they're long lasting. It's just that they're nagging and troublesome. And when you're trying to bounce back from an ugly loss, you like to be at full strength. Some other guys who you are going to count on. Kenyon Green was ill, but he was back at practice full go. So expect him back. Dalton Schultz, he's dealing with an ankle thing, but he's back full go. So you do have some guys you can expect to play, but the big names, the guys you expect to maybe rectify a situation with this offense where it's supposed to be explosive, but it has not been the case through the last 2 weeks. They are question marks. What is it? 2 touchdowns in their last 2 games? Obviously,
it was 1 last week.
And the Bears, that kicked a lot of field goals, only scored 19 points. Yeah, it's been 2 touchdowns the last 2 games. Not exactly what we were looking for.
No, not the recipe for success that we thought.
No.
Although, watching the game last night, are field goals back in?
Well, Brandon Aubrey missed one that could have affected some people's betting, but the Giants kick field goals. That's what they do. No, field goals are never in. Like
They feel like they're back in this year.
When were field goals ever really in for people? Like they are a necessity at times. They are needed in a late game situation. You love a clutch field goal kicker, but for the most part, a field goal is like you're settling. You're settling. That's why they say settle. Don't settle for field goals in your life.
But take the points.
Well, if it's 4th and 8 from the 20, yes, you take the points. But you're still settling because the thought was once you were inside the 30-yard line, you're like, oh, it's touchdown time. That's what people believe, even though they've seen their team play for like 14 weeks and they know their team doesn't score a lot of touchdowns. But when you get inside the 30, the hope is we're going to score a touchdown here. But so no, field goals have never been in, unless you're Adam Vinatieri or a field goal kicker in the clutch, like what's his name, Harrison Butker. That's when field goals are in. Playoffs, late, field goals are in. Any other time, stop settling for field goals. You can't win games when you settle for field goals.
When you're down 2 with 2 minutes left, field goals are back in.
It's like saying the girl who's your fifth choice is in. Is she in, or
She
did
might
you
be in.
or the guy who, depending on who's listening and what your
It's the
what your
2-minute warning.
what your preferences are?
It's the 2-minute warning.
It's like the
game's tied.
It's like
She's in.
it's like the person who's your fifth choice. She's in only because you have to settle. He's in only because you had to settle.
But take the points.
Field goal. Yes. In that case, you are taking points. It's not what you're looking for, but you take them.
Don't settle for a 3.
Don't.
Is what you're saying?
There it is.
Go for 6.
There it is.
Go for a 6.
If you can. I mean, not all of us are privy. There are certain tiers everyone's in. Not everyone is going to get maybe a 6 and go for 2 and get an 8. Not everyone's going to be able to do that. Not everyone's as aggressive as, like, I don't know, some college coach who loves having the swinging gate on extra points, or just goes for 2 because he wants to. Some of us have to settle for a 7, if you want to call that settling. So I need the Texans to strive for a 7 and go get yourself a 7. Touchdowns is what we're looking for. But the guys who help them do that are currently hampered by a couple of injuries. The Tank Dell thing came up in conversation because he was out there late. That's where the injury occurred. And people are asking, why is one of your starting receivers still playing in the game? I guess the one thing you could say is somebody's got to play. I guess you can go to 2 wide receiver sets and just use your 4th and 5th if you so choose. But Tank was like, hey, I can get some targets. I can get my stats up. And now he might not be available.
Help out my fantasy football owners, you know?
Or CJ's not really targeting me. Let me get some catches in. I like to touch the football. And that resulted in something that may hamper him on Sunday. I don't know, Audio Owl, if all of Sean's bandanas are in the laundry. He will wear a hat from time to time.
Yeah, I'll mix it up.
Yeah, he'll wear a hat. It's particularly when it's one that commemorates one of the greatest moments in his young life.
Yes. And yeah, they're not all in the laundry, but
some of them are.
Yeah.
He will wash clothes.
I rotate.
And you got to realize, I don't know if Sean, have you announced your big life move to the people? Or are you going to keep that to yourself for now?
I don't think I have. But yes, I am moving.
Yeah, so Sean's got to pack stuff away, but I don't think the bandanas are taking the hit there. They just need to be cleaned. That's all.
Yeah.
You'll see a bandana maybe on the bullpen, maybe on Monday. You never know. But Sean won't be here on Wednesday because of that move. We will have, I won't call that person a special guest. They're just a producer. There's nothing never mind. I'll keep my good-natured hate to myself. But we'll have a producer in line to replace Sean as Sean gets his move in. And Sean Mapes will be back on that Thursday. So just some itinerary stuff for Sean. If you want to know what Sean's about and what he's up to, he's got a big life move coming up here. Moving. Are you moving? Is this
I think you said moving on up. No.
This is the furthest? Well, a deluxe apartment, but maybe not in the sky or deluxe. Is this?
But I will walk in like I'm George Jefferson.
Yeah, do a little strut. And maybe it's got a cul-de-sac. That's why he's always wearing hats and bandanas. Maybe he's exactly like Sherman Hemsley. So is this the furthest you've lived from? You said the Loop. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sean is branching out a little bit. He'll have an apartment. None of you are invited. No, because you're probably all 3s and he's not settling.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Unless you're 7.
Unless you're
7 or higher.
7 or higher.
Looking for touchdown.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for. Housewarming gifts are welcome. You won't be able to get into the house, but you can give him a gift if you want.
My address.
No, but if you want to send a gift to the station, sure, do that if you so choose. To welcome to warm Sean's new place, you can do that if you so choose. If you're that generous. Okay, we will come back with sound from Bobby Slowick. He's a guy. He's not under fire, but people have questions for him. He discussed a couple things that have been topics of conversation this week, considering the lack of performance from his offense. And really, the first play of the game, people were questioning. And since he let that happen again, the tight end blocking the defensive end, that was a topic and a question he had to speak to. So we'll come back with some Bobby Slowick sound. And we'll keep talking Texans because I do have other things that concern me about the game beyond the lack of weapons. There are some intangible things that the Jags may have in their favor if they are still a team who cares about this season. And we'll get into what happened last night in the Thursday night game. Sean mentioned all the field goals. Well, some big injuries happened in that game. So we've got plenty to get to a college football weekend to discuss. And this is being positioned as a game that can determine the Heisman Trophy. And I got a question about that because I don't really buy that considering the two defenses involved, but we'll get into that as well. So we're just getting started here on the show. Sean and I will be here till noon. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
It was Bobby Slowick's time in front of the medium at the podium yesterday. He answered questions on several topics, but the one that popped up that a lot of people had interest in is, why are you leaving your rookie tight end on a defensive end? It is a relevant question. It blew up the first play of the game. I'm not saying it led directly to the pick on the second play, but if you had a better blocker on that play that got called back for holding, maybe you're off and running. Does it change the entire game? I don't know. If that play goes the way you thought it would go, you're in a position to almost immediately score points because you got a chunk play on the first play of the game, and maybe you're not behind throughout. Yes, it's only one play, but it could have led to a productive Texans drive. Instead, it led to a pick on the next play, and the Vikings are up early in that one. So Bobby Slowick asked about having tight ends block D ends. Here was his response.
About tight ends blocking D ends, and I used to be on defense, so I get it. You know, like a coach outside linebackers, and it was always, can't believe they have a tight end blocking you. Like, that's embarrassing, you know, and all that. But really, everyone in the NFL does that. You know, you have to have variety in protections. You got to be able to do things with your front to help the front out when teams are gaming, so you're not just 5-0 all the time. You also got to be able to go 5-0 often and get the tight end out. You got to be able to do full turns where a tight end and a back are both in. Like, there's everyone does multiple protections. It really shows up when you don't execute them well, you know, and there were a number of times, you know, we had some tight ends in position on D ends that we didn't even have the right footwork from the start, you know, and that's going to be a really tough down. We know the issue when we call the protection. I would say starting point is on me. I probably did it too much. And it's particularly too much too early. But that, I mean, it's a difficult defense to go against, and we got to be able to handle different ways of attacking it.
That final thing is the point. Bobby Slowick is correct. He isn't unique in asking a tight end to block a DN. But did you call it too much after you knew it wasn't going well? Yes. I don't want to strictly blame him for the first play, because you know what? Kate Stover's out there. Do your job. He didn't do his job, and then you learn your lesson. Kate Stovers can't do his job in that slot, so do something else. And when you keep calling it and he keeps getting abused, it blows up plays. When do you learn that not today, not against this opponent, it ain't going to work? I would hope for a better reaction time from Bobby Slowick. You know what? I'm going to dial this up again. It can't go bad another time, right? Yes, it can. Yes, it can, and it did. So don't do it anymore. So if he's learned, and maybe I can't dial that up anymore against that opponent, all it takes is one time for Bobby Slowick to know going forward, because it wasn't the case on last Sunday. He kept trying it. It kept not working, and it was a disaster, and it led to people asking Kate Stover yesterday about it. He goes, "Hey, we're on to Jacksonville, okay? That's behind us."
You know, it's bad when people are still asking about it
on Thursday. Yes. Well, it's the first time they got a chance to speak to him, and no one you would hope Bobby Slowick's like, I hope they forget.
I hope it's all Jacksonville related.
Yeah, I hope it's all Jacksonville. Like, I know they get to talk to me once. That's how we set it up here. But it's Thursday. They can't possibly still be talking about this, right? Wrong. Wrong. People wanted answers from you, and you had to give it to them. Yeah. To the truth. So Bobby Slowick had to answer questions, and that needed to be asked. I'm glad someone did. What are you doing? And as I said, he's not the only one. You're going to see it this week. You're going to see a tight end block a defensive end, and if it goes well, you're not going to think about it. I don't know if it'll happen for the Texans. I hope it's not Alan Hines against Kate Stover again. You know what? He's not Grenard. It can't possibly go as poorly as it did last week. Let's try it again.
Let me try to get this one off.
Yeah.
They won't see it coming.
Yeah. Josh Allen Hines isn't even all that pissed off at us like Grenard is.
Okay, maybe not Hines Allen. Look, Trayvon Walker How do you like a little Kate Stover in your kitchen?
Probably would like it very much because I don't have to go against the tackle. Cool. And he also mentioned probably shouldn't have done it early. I was thinking about that. You want to mix that in on the fourth play of a drive where maybe Grenard is off the field because he's going through plays at a time, or he's not as juiced up as he is on the first play of the game.
First play of the game was crazy.
It's nuts. That guy is flying off the edge, and he sees a rookie tight end in his face, and we know we heard the quotes from him or read the quotes, depending on who you are and how you got that information. That it was disrespectful what they did to me. You had a rookie tight end on me. That's disrespectful.
He's right.
Yes, and you know what Grenard doesn't like? Disrespect, and he proved it. Yeah, it is Josh Hines Allen, as Sean. I was giving it the Allen Hines treatment. So I'm gonna need Bobby Slowick to, if he's gonna mix that in at some point, maybe we'll do it to a backup Jags defensive end after Hines Allen has been on the field for 4 or 5 plays and he's taking a break. Do it then. Maybe mix it in then. Learn. All I need for him to do is learn his lesson. If he learns his lesson, cool. We know a guy who's not stubborn, because he was stubborn in the game against the Vikings. Okay. There are more questions that we'll get to as far as the Texans are concerned, because they weren't done with Bobby Slowick. While he mentioned execution and lack thereof, he didn't. That normally sounds like you're talking about the players. He also mentioned the coaches and their lack of execution. So we'll get to that at some point. We talked about Hines Allen and the Jags front. That's concerning to me beyond having tight ends block them. Can that Texans offensive line keep CJ clean? There's been practice all week without Tank Dell and with Nico being limited. So he's had some rapport with the backup wide receivers. But if those backups have to play, maybe things aren't running as smoothly out there as far as their connection, trying to get them the football. So I'm going to need the offensive line to hold up a little bit. Maybe it's a hitch happens in CJ's in CJ's delivery, because he's waiting on a guy to be a place that like a Collins or Tank Dell would normally be. The offensive line has to hold up. And sure, you're going to get beat. As people say, those guys get paid too, but you can't get beat as cleanly as you've been getting beat all season long. The number of times a free rusher has come in on CJ Stroud, too many. Beyond the sacks, just disrupting offense. And we're getting to the point where CJ, just because of how quickly guys are getting in, he's not even escaping the pocket. He didn't do a lot of that against Minnesota. It's that whole cower in the pocket, almost fetal position thing where you protect your body when you know it's coming in. I've seen enough of that all year as far as the Texans are concerned. That's got to stop, where you don't even give your guy a chance to make a play. And we know he's capable of that, escaping the pocket and making a play. But guys have been getting in so quickly. That's been off the table. Can that Texans offensive line hold up? They're under scrutiny. The package on CBS is going to be about what happened in Minnesota. Now, they won't see it, but we're all going to see it for anyone who's not going to the game. The number of false starts, the illegal formation penalties, that will be a topic very early.
A lot of the last week's stats for Stroud and the rushing game and all that stuff. Yeah.
We're going. If you're not prepared for it, I'm preparing you now. You're going to see a highlight package, or a low light package in this case, of all the things the offensive line did wrong against Minnesota, and they have to respond. We know D'Amico said things have been addressed, and he said we got to see what happens on Sunday. He did say they had a good day of practice on Wednesday. He said it on Wednesday. We played this down on Thursday, so I hope so. Because you're likely not going to have your top 2 backs, and you may. It looks like at least one of your top receivers won't be available, and it could be 2. So, what's that mean? It's going to be tougher on your quarterback, so your offensive line has to play better. Can they do it? I'm a little concerned. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little concerned.
If it was either the running backs or the wide receivers out, I could deal with that. The fact that it looks like both of them, like both Akers, Mixon, along with Collins, seems pretty 50-50. Tank Dell seems worse than 50-50 to play. That gives me some worries.
And you throw in the intangible of the Jags, desperate as hell. Going 0-4. Now we're talking about I don't know what's going on in Jacksonville as far as sports talk. I drove through Jacksonville on my vacation. Whole lot of nothing in that town, and I'm not, and that's not just me criticizing that. My cousin who drives through there all the time, he has a son who lives there, says, yeah, there's nothing here.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing here. It's a giant swath of land. It's spread out, but there's nothing to do in Jacksonville. So all they have to do is sit there and wallow about what happened. Can't even distract themselves. All they got to do, we live in Jacksonville and we're getting our asses kicked. I don't need that intangible coming to town. Or we're pissed off, even more pissed off than normally because I live in Jacksonville.
They're doing it for the city.
That boring ass city that they live in. They're putting on for that boring, nothing to do city that they live in. I don't like that intangible. You got embarrassed on Monday Night Football. Yeah. We're talking about people losing their jobs, questioning everything that was built there, the roster, the coaches. They're going to come in, unless they're broken. I don't think you're broken in week 4, particularly if you had expectations. You think you have a chance to turn it around against an offensive line, particularly if you're that Jags front that may be able to may give us some sacks. So the intangibles go the Jags way, although the Texans are coming off an embarrassing loss themselves. So they have that going for them, I guess. But give CJ some time. If I had more confidence in the offensive line, I would feel pretty good about this game. I think the Texans win. I'm just nervous. Nervous in the sense that it'll be another week of talking about bad Texans football.
And then they play the Bills.
Yes.
Who look like the best team in the league.
Yeah, you are one bad 60 minutes of football away from staring 2-3 in the face. That's not what we expected coming in.
Yeah, let's win this one.
Just, how about we do that?
Give you a little cushion.
Yes. How about we do that? Okay. So we got Texans Jags coming up here on Sunday. If you want to talk about anything related to that game or anything else, you can call in 713-780-3776. I mentioned this yesterday, and I'm not great at always getting the things I mention because we get callers who distract, and the show distracts me. Just the normal course of the show. But we do have the pitching rotation, at least the first 2 guys for the Astros, and what it actually means as far as who's going to be on that roster. We'll get to that. And we'll get to some passing numbers in the NFL. So if you had questions about C.J. Stroud and what he is right now, he's not alone as far as the passing numbers. We're talking historically as far as numbers being down across the league. So we'll get to that too. We got a big college football weekend, and we got tickets to give away. We got a pair of tickets to give away to Iowa State and Houston. The Cougs are in town. We had Willie Fritz on the station earlier in the day. So be ready if you want to go to that game. We're going to give that away at some point today too. We're just getting started here on the show. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Ronel Blanco goes tonight for the Astros in the 6:10 start, and Justin Verlander goes tomorrow at 5:10. Now, that's in the middle of college football Saturday, so I don't know how many eyes will be on a game that doesn't matter that much, but it is likely Justin Verlander's last start. He could be on the divisional roster, but he's not expected to be on the wild card roster. And, of course, we're assuming the Astros get through the wild card, and we should. They're the Astros. But, Sean, will you pause your college football watching to tip your cap to Verlander at some point as he exits the mound? Will he? Okay, let's think about this beyond my silliness. Will the Guardians fans understand the moment and go, this could be it?
I don't know. With him being a former Detroit Tiger,
That's
I don't.
probably not likely.
Yeah, I can't imagine they love Justin Verlander.
See, and we're talking about it in the sense that he won't be an Astro again. But is this his last start as a major league pitcher? No, you think he's coming back?
Yeah, he'll come back.
He doesn't want to go out like this?
Yeah, and someone will have a spot.
Oh, I don't think it would be I don't think Major League Baseball would be like, we're done with him. I was suggesting that maybe it's just his choice that I'm done. But your thought about him saying, I don't want to go out like that, I can see it.
Also, the Guardians are going to make the playoffs, right?
Yes, they won the division.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it could be a guy that they're playing in the playoffs.
That's true. It's true.
What,
You know,
a week.
As much as we consider him an Astro, the Tigers are pretty good now. Why not? If he's going to pitch again, give him a little, hey,
I'm coming
I'm
home.
coming back. Yeah. It seems like as long as they're not bad feelings, I don't know what he thinks about the Tigers now, but it's not like he'd be joining a wreck of a team.
Yeah.
He could find his way back to Detroit if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And they'd be a good baseball team.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll give him some moment. I mean, I'm sure they won't be like vitriolic towards him because this is a game with two teams that
No
are
meaning, yeah.
locked into their seating. So I don't know if there's going to be like I don't think they're going to stop the game, but I also don't think they're going to boo him out of the
Will
stadium.
people applaud him as walking off? But yeah,
There is some polite applause because if you're at this game, like you mentioned, it's in the middle of a college football Saturday. It's two teams that really have nothing to play for. You're a real baseball head if you're at this game.
Yeah, I assume Cleveland Guardian fans are passionate and they just want to see their team play. It's still a baseball game, and yeah, it doesn't mean much, but maybe you just want to enjoy a nice day out at the ballpark.
Unless there's some intense feelings that Cleveland has towards Justin Verlander that I don't know about because they're in the same division for 15 years.
Yeah, I can see it. And there isn't a lot of talk about him never playing again. So it's mostly about his time with the Astros being up and not being on the roster, the playoff roster. So maybe it doesn't register that this could be his last start because it likely may not be his last start.
But to answer your question, chances are
you're not tipping your cap to Verlander.
I'll
in the game.
I'll
not
get
now.
out of the way first.
No,
just and then date this for tomorrow.
No, you can't schedule a hat tip. You can't schedule.
I would like to tip my hat. Thank you, Justin Verlander, for all you've done.
That is very nice of you to recognize what he's done for the city and for you personally.
Yeah.
All the enjoyment he's provided for Sean.
I'll you know what? I'll also schedule one for when he signs with a different team.
You're going to tip your cap when he signs with the Tigers?
Yeah. I'll be like, no hard feelings. Thank you.
How many do you want to get out of the way so you don't have to do it at the moment? How many do you want to do right now? All the scenarios you have to go through. So to make sure you have done enough so you don't have to remember to do it when the time actually happens.
If we're at the World Series parade, just it's number 3.
If you guys if you guys aren't watching, Sean is actually taking his hat off and tipping it to every time he says he's doing it. He's actually doing it because he just wants to schedule these like tweets.
Just get him banked.
Yeah. For
make sure to wear a black shirt
I don't know
again.
the final day of the season, November 4th at When's the party? November 6th
Yeah.
at 2 p.m. This hat tip is scheduled for then.
Just cut it in.
Yeah, just splice it in.
We'll have Sam clip all these.
Hat tips. Oh, I hope they're not needed. I hope he does get the pitch in the postseason at some point. Just doesn't seem likely with his performance the last month and a half. But we'll see what he has in store on Tuesday. On Saturday. Not because it's going to determine anything, but I just like to see him go out well. Not the guy we saw or barely saw on Friday because we were at the party, and all I heard was some groans. I was like, what are people groaning? Oh, Verlander's out there doing the Verlander thing for the last month. We had a TV out there in the lobby while we were having our listener party. Turns out the Astros were willing to score a lot of runs, so it didn't matter. But he was not good in his last start. We hope to get a different performance on Saturday as the Astros are closing out the regular season. And, of course, whoever they face, I know that was a topic of discussion on the show this morning. I was like, I don't care. Whoever comes in here, just take your ass beaten, all right? Just come in here, get beat up, and walk out of here wishing you never played the Astros.
I want the Royals.
I think that was the prevailing thought on the morning show.
Tigers are playing with too much.
What if they're peaked? What if they've peaked? How about they've peaked?
No, I think they'll roll it over. And AJ Hinch revenge game.
AJ Hinch owes the Astros.
Revenge game.
Eight outs away. Revenge. 8 outs away. We should be mad at you, not you mad at us. You put
Carlos Beltran and Jeff Luhnow tarnished his name.
No, you tarnished your reputation by running Will Harris out there.
He's like, you forced me to destroy a TV one time,
and still didn't stop anything. I just wanted to let everyone know I was upset with this, but I'm not going to do anything to stop it. Sure.
Therefore, I'll have my revenge.
Sorry, you got bullied by Carlos Beltran. You're the boss of him, and you let him bully you. Sorry. Some would say, be a man.
Whoa.
Step up. Step up. If you got a problem with it, this is all in the hypothetical that he's bitter that you set up. I don't know that that's the case. He might be upset with the organization up top, although Luno's not around, and he might think he's to blame for it all. But Jim Crane's still there.
Scapegoated me.
Oh, Luno got scapegoated too. Jim Crane is the one I guess he would have his issue with. But I broke a couple of things. So I was upset.
Revenge.
It's not revenge. It's not revenge. How long was he out of baseball?
A year?
And no one even blames AJ Hinch. Think around baseball, people are like, man, AJ Hinch was the lead of that cheating scandal. No one says that.
Because everyone knows he was morally against it.
He let everyone know. He let everyone know. Yeah, he told everyone, I didn't like it. I just didn't stop it. He came out almost unscathed. Like what?
Everyone came out almost
That's true. That's true. The Astros had to take the heat on the road and all that stuff. But as far as guys whose reputations were tarnished, AJ Hinch's reputation wasn't tarnished.
The only people that were tarnished was like just the Astros organization, like literally just the people in the jerseys and in the hats, even if you weren't on the 2017 Astros.
Yeah, and if you were and now play for someone else, no one cares.
And Carlos Beltran,
yes,
who actually lost his job.
He did lose a job. Yes, he took a hit, certainly. In your hypothetical,
everyone else is just kind of back where they started.
Yeah, AJ Hinch is managing and has a good baseball team again.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so bad for him.
I guess maybe Jeff Luhnow too.
Yeah, he is out of baseball. Doing well in other ventures, but he is the one who has taken the biggest hit. Him and Beltran probably you look at and go, woof. Really came down hard on you guys. Should have checked your email better, Jeff. I
Astros
guess.
farm system too.
And they wanted it to be known. I talked about it yesterday. We're not as bad as you think we are.
I did. I saw those quotes after the show. Cooper Hummel talking that talk.
Cooper Hummel, relax.
Being like, I see what MLB Pipeline has us as.
I know.
I think he actually said it.
They're all aware. They're aware.
His head is bull-bleed.
Cooper Hummel, you're 29 years old.
We got some good baseball players in here.
Yes, if you are playing at the AAA level, you're a good baseball player. Relative to the rest of the world, you're a great baseball player compared to the rest of the world. Yes,
you're probably the best baseball player like a random person has ever met.
Yeah. Cooper Hummel walking into an HEB. You're probably a top 5 baseball player who's ever walked into there. It's likely.
Yeah, as long as you're not the one like near.
As long as you're not the one that the Astros go to all the time.
Near
Yeah.
where Altuve lives.
Yeah, if he even goes to an HEB, despite I'm sure he does. He's in all the commercials. I'm sure he goes to an HEB. Of course he does. But Cooper Hummel, yes, you're a good baseball player, but you being 29 isn't helping the Astros rankings. Sorry, it's just not how it works. They're not looking at you and going, "Wow."
Okay. Well, keep
But
that same energy when they win the championship.
yeah,
this
they
weekend.
did win the PCL championship. You could have heard that on 92.5, and they're going for the AAA championship in a 1-game playoff on
Yeah.
Saturday. You know who won't be available is DeCenzo. He's being called up, so that really hurts.
But that's what Sugar Lane's been doing all year. They
Overcoming.
Yeah, all these guys are Astros now.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. They keep winning.
Train rolling.
Because of how deep and talented their minor league system is. The Cooper Hummels of the world.
Yeah, that Cooper Hummel's fighting for respect.
You know what the Astros should do as a favor? Drop Singleton down for a day. I don't know how that would affect his.
Just drop everyone down to try to win.
Drop everyone who's not gonna play over the weekend. Just drop them down. We're gonna a minor league assignment.
Kyle Tucker's
he's not gonna give him a couple at bats with the Space Cowboys.
To try to bring home the, I don't know what they call it when the PCL and the International League. I don't know what
whatever it's called
of AAA baseball.
Yeah, whatever it's called. If you want to be really funny about this, you start dropping down your major leaguers who aren't going to play on Saturday anyway.
Or some pitchers.
Who needs to start? Who needs to get a couple of innings?
Just a tune-up, probably like Kikuchi or someone.
He would likely be your game 3 starter. Yeah.
Oh, then like Arrighetti.
Yeah, throw Arrighetti down there because they're not going to pitch him on Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey Spencer, you're part of this team actually.
Got to stay sharp.
Yeah, if not for injuries,
you started the season in AAA.
Yeah, if not for some injuries, you'd be part of this team right now.
Time to finish the story.
Yeah, just have like 6 guys who are on the playoff roster down there, beating the crap out of whoever their opponent is. I don't know who it is. I know they beat Reno to win the PCL. Okay. When we come back, we'll give away the Iowa State Cougars tickets. The Cougs trying to get their first Big 12 win of the season. Had a tough one in Cincinnati on Saturday, but now they have a chance at home against the Cyclones to get to 1-1 in Big 12 play. So we'll give those away when we come back. But first, my bookie. Just wanted to make sure. And Sean has assured me I do have a my bookie here. So if you feel better about the Texans than I do going into Sunday, take your shot at my bookie. They'll have a line for you. If you want to bet on anything in the NFL, you can do that too. So my bookie is a place where you take your thoughts, your information, and make some money at mybookie.ag. And of course, the college football weekend began last night. Temple lost to Army. Got some games tonight as well, and in full on Saturday. So whether it be college football, the NFL, we got the NHL and their preseason going on. You can put some money down at MyBookie. Just use that promo code BET975. They match your first deposit up to $1,000, a 100% match. The Premier League is going on. We got Champions League next week. So if you're big into soccer, MyBookie will take care of you there too. And remember, MyBookie Plus is their loyalty program. It's tiered. You keep betting, you get chance after chance to get big prizes from MyBookie. So take a look at that. If you're a frequent user, they got something extra for you there. Remember, go to mybookie.ag and bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the Space Cowboys are going to play Omaha in the AAA National Championship game. That's the official title of it, the AAA National Championship game. You're going to be able to hear it on 92.5, I believe, at 9 p.m. on Saturday. First pitch is 9:07. So our Space Cowboys going for the National Championship of AAA baseball. And Joe George is in the building. I only mention that because Joe's a real one. He's got his Derrick Rose jersey on to honor Derrick Rose and his retirement, his Derrick Rose Bulls jersey. I gotta specify because that guy's been on a lot of teams. But his Derrick Rose Bulls jersey, obviously the MVP Derrick Rose at the time. And so I say, as far as honoring legends, Sean with the scheduled hat tips, or Joe with the wearing of the jersey, I'm going to give it to Joe here. He wins this one. Not a lot of effort being put in by Sean to schedule his hat tips.
I'm tipping my cap to one of the greats.
Tipping your cap to one of the greats. Okay, and that great is
no one else has tipped their cap to Justin Verlander today.
Maybe because someone's going to watch part of the game and then do it then. How about that? Got you.
I don't think people are going to be sitting in their homes watching.
I'm not talking about people. I'm not talking about people. I'm talking about me.
Oh, okay.
The people I'm talking about is me.
Okay.
Miami plays tonight. I ain't got to be focused on college football. I got time tomorrow, and that's before the Georgia-Alabama game, right?
What if on Wednesday, it's a blowout? Justin Verlander comes in the game.
Oh, if he's on the playoff roster?
Yeah, he's on the playoff roster game 2. Yeah.
I can't take that chance.
And then, that's his last time on the Astros.
I will tip the cap again.
But I won't be here to tip the cap. So
you'll be moving. That's true. But he's still scheduling.
I can't guarantee that I'll be able to tip my cap. So
get them all in now.
Get it out of the way.
That's true. Sean, forward thinker. I just think that's not how you honor a Astros legend.
Maybe he gets signed around Christmas or around New Year's, and we're not working, and so thank you for the memories.
Okay, keep getting them in. Congrats. I'm glad you're honoring him in your own way, just in case. There's that. Okay. I don't know if you're going to wear a hat to the Cougs game. Maybe in the middle of it, you get a sense that Verlander's walking off the mound and you want to tip your cap then. I'm going to give you a chance to go to the game for free. Caller 4 right now, 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Houston Cougars take on the Iowa State Cyclones in their first Big 12 home game of the season. The Cougs, tough one in Cincinnati. They're trying to bounce back, just like the Texans are coming home and trying to bounce back. Cougs beat Rice in their last home game. They want to continue playing well at home. We had Willie Fritz on this morning, and he's a new coach. Things are building at UH. You want to go out and support the team? We had the head coach of the basketball team talk about what a program needs for support. You want to be a Big 12 program? You're in the Big 12. Now you're facing a Big 12 team. Go out and support the team on Saturday. So if you're not winning it from me right now, you can certainly go out there and check out the Cougs yourself. And it's their Hispanic Heritage game. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. It is a family weekend with the Cougs. The family night special is 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get those tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. And I believe Gallant George will be giving away tickets a little bit later today as well. So that'll be your last chance because it's tight. Schedule's tight. The game is tomorrow. So try to get you out there. And if not, head on out there yourself. College football, I love it. It's in the city. Go check it out if you can. Okay. That leads us into the slate of games. I mentioned there's a game tonight. You got a top 10 team on the schedule. Miami hosts Virginia Tech tonight. Big line. The line is at last check. I think it was like 19 at last check. I know Josh Pate, his model. He joins John and Lance every Wednesday at 9. he has the number at 21 and thinks Miami's going to cover. A lot of the money, public money, is in on Miami. If you're a gambler, generally that means go the other way. But Virginia Tech in their last game lost to Rutgers at home. They got down big, tried to fight back at home, did not win that one. And that's a team before the year people thought could be a surprise in the ACC. So if you have any Virginia Tech stock that you're not willing to sell, this might be a chance for them to fulfill some of the promise they had coming into the year. And I will tell you this, if we're talking about recent history, that Miami team was 4-0 last year, ranked 14th at the time, I think, hosted on a Saturday last year, this time on a Friday. They hosted a middling to below middling ACC team at home, were favored by a big number, and subsequently lost, partly because their quarterback can't read his own. That was Tyler Van Dyke, and partly because their head coach decided kneeling is not his thing. I don't know if that's going to play out again tonight. I'm just telling you, they were 4-0 last year. We're playing a not-so-great team and found a way to lose. So
if I'm Tyler Van Dyke, I'm like, why'd you have to bring up you not being able to read a zone?
Because he threw like 3 picks.
Yeah, TVD put him in position to win.
No, the running game did. And their defense did.
Took him out of position.
Yeah, because Mario Cristobal was so desperate to get a freshman running back 100 yards.
Also, if they could stop Haynes King
on 3 plays with 15 seconds ago, that would help too. Yes, there are multiple reasons why they lost.
This is going to be a real, how real are the Canes game.
A short week.
This is like you laid out, literally last year they lost this type of game, but this is a game that Miami normally loses in the last, 20 years?
Yeah.
15, 20 years?
Yeah, about 15 years or so.
This is like, oh my God. Cannot wait to bet against Miami in this spot. But with Cam Ward, I'm really just ready to give most of the credit to Cam Ward for this new Miami, or
whatever you want to call it.
How much more seriously I take Miami now. I think it has to do with Cam Ward. So this will be a good test.
Yeah, the number is 17 right now, big number. And Sean makes a great point that this may be, now they've had a good transfer class. For the most part, all those guys have hit, and that can be hit or miss depending on who you target. But this could just be the power of Cam Ward, and that's not going to happen this time because Cam Ward is playing quarterback for the team. And that could be the difference.
I mean, it's not that simple as that, but sometimes it is kind of just
your quarterback is just different.
He's the best quarterback they've had in 20 years.
Yes, and if that's going to continue, then they should handle Virginia Tech rather easily. I don't know if it'll be by 17, but maybe it's a 2-score game. But a lot of the public money coming in on Miami, which usually means, because the public is generally wrong, that this will be closer than you think.
Yeah.
So we'll see about that. We also have not a bad one tonight with Rutgers and the aforementioned Rutgers and Washington. Washington's heading to Piscataway.
Huh. I'm sure they love that.
I'm sure everyone loves going to Piscataway on a Friday in September.
Yeah, they're missing class to go to Piscataway.
Yeah. Now, it's, of course, a Big Ten game. I know. Weird. But
yeah, I don't think you could say of course there. I don't think you can say
that's true. How many people know? How many people know Rutgers is in the Big Ten? Forget about Washington.
It also, yes. A, that. B, it also speaks to, like, obviously this is a conference game. No, it's not obvious that this is a conference
game. Not at all. It would feel like an out of conference game for two teams who aren't that great, but they want to test themselves against a Power 4 school now.
Yeah.
But no, it is a conference game. Rutgers is a slight favorite there. Washington has played pretty good defense. The opponents haven't been great, so maybe that's the issue. Their one loss is a close one to their rival because now they're in the Big Ten, so they have to play Washington State in the Apple Cup early in the year as opposed to the final week of the season. So, and Rutgers, they are undefeated. And Howard or Akron, not great, but the Virginia Tech game was a real test. I kind of looked at that game, rewatched that game yesterday. I didn't watch it the first time. Watched that game yesterday, at least the condensed version of it. And their defense, I like how they played Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech was really stifled early. Rutgers got out 14-0, and that was on the road. I know people in some cases still hold Blacksburg to this prestige. in the middle of in the middle of an afternoon on a Saturday when they've already lost the game to Vanderbilt. Plattsburgh's not that difficult to go play in, and Rutgers proved that. And so I don't give them that much credit for winning in Blacksburg.
Once
But
Inner
it was a
Sandman
road game, yeah.
Yeah, once Inner Sandman ends, yeah.
Yes, whatever.
But I think, and maybe I'm just addicted to defining these games like Miami. This is is this a different Miami
Mhm.
game? Is this a Greg Schiano restoring the feeling game for Rutgers? If they win this one, it's is Schiano back?
To the level that Rutgers can be in the Big Ten. If you look at it, they have a real shot to be. They host UCLA. They host Wisconsin.
Oh, the Nebraska
At Nebraska's
at
the one.
Nebraska might be if they win that.
Yeah,
the feeling is
if they
back.
can beat Washington tonight and then they go to Nebraska and win, then you look at their next two games are at home against Wisconsin and UCLA. Infinitely winnable.
They could be undefeated on October
Going
25th.
to USC. Yes, then we're having a conversation. Look at that.
Yeah, they have a number by their name.
Keep
going into
chopping.
that
Look
game.
at that. Look at Rutgers back. So yeah, the Washington game will be the first one. Then you have to go at Nebraska. But if you get these next two, you got a real shot to be 7-0. Heading to
their
USC.
schedule. They do not have a hard schedule.
No, I mean it's Rutgers, so at some point
Yes.
depth will be a problem. Injuries will hit. You can't sustain it. But if you're looking at it just with a curious eye, they won't be favored at USC.
Yes.
They probably won't be favored at home to Illinois if Illinois is anything what they've shown the first couple weeks of the season. But other than that, the Maryland thing, okay. But they're probably favored in maybe 6 out of their, or maybe 6 out of their next. Well, we're pretty much at 6 games the rest of the way, and they have 9 to go. So Rutgers has a chance to have a pretty good year, and if they get an upset here or there, who knows how special it could be.
Greg Schiano restoring the feeling.
That chopping wood thing was cool, like in 2007. I don't know if he still does that anymore. But yeah,
Who did he bring out for remember 07?
Ray Rice? No. Can you still celebrate Ray Rice?
I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's the schedule tonight, and of course there's some games tomorrow we'll get to in the second hour. We've given away our tickets to the Cougs Iowa State game. Whoever won that, hope you enjoy that.
Shout out to Alex.
Oh, Alex. Congratulations, Alex. Hope you enjoy that game. And we had a caller who's an Iowa fan rip pretty much the entire Iowa State program. I think he said, you want to see some guys out there who pull down their pants to their ankles when they're at the urinal? That's Iowa State football. I was like,
hey.
Okay.
I don't think he can get that off if he's an Iowa fan.
He also, you can get anything off talking about your rival. I
No,
think.
but those guys that pulled their pants down to their ankles beat you like 2 weeks ago.
That is very true. Maybe you save that joke till next year.
Yeah. What are you?
Well, if they pull down
they
pulled down their pants to their ankles while urinating, you were watching the entire time.
Exactly.
They beat you. They're allowed to say whatever they want to you. But hey, a rivalry doesn't need logic. Say what you want, even if you did just get beat.
No, it's a good line.
Yeah. So those guys will be in the building at TDCU tomorrow as the Cougs host Iowa State. Okay, we are late, and we'll continue with the college football stuff. We'll hear more from Bobby Sloak as well. I'll get into why passing offense. Well, maybe not why, but I'll just give you the numbers. How and what they say about passing offenses in the NFL. They're down, almost historically so. So we'll get to that. We'll talk about what happened last night in the NFL. A couple major injuries to discuss. So hour 1 done, hour 2 coming up. We'll be back. I don't take much away from what happened in the Cowboys Giants game last night. Typical NFC East nonsense. It wasn't particularly well played. You want to credit defenses, sure, but the only thing I take from it was as soon as I saw Malik Neighbors face down, well, he knocked himself out. If you didn't see it, it was late, relatively late in the game. It was a gotta have it play for the Giants. He tried to make a play on the sideline. Surprisingly, a pretty good throw from Daniel Jones. He put that on him on the sideline. If he had held on to it, his feet would have been in, and it would have been a great catch. But he was in an awkward position because he was trying to hold on to the football, and he could not really brace himself because he was trying to keep the toes in the field of play. So he went face down, the helmet, the face mask, face down into that MetLife turf. And I knew it. He was out. He was out. And you could tell immediately he did not move. I don't know if we saw the fencing position hands that are one of the telltale signs of a concussion, but yeah, you could see it from the very jump. Now, he has been on social media since and said he's okay, but he was one of the major injury concerns coming from that game. Micah Parsons left the field, I believe, on a cart. He says he's okay. He was also very upset about how they won the game. The Cowboys did. He wanted a more convincing victory. He's tired of scraping by.
He wanted to cover, is what he said.
Brandon Aubrey, what are you doing? Make a field goal. What happened to you, man? But he did not like the way they won. That thing needed to, I guess, be a blowout for him to feel good about the team. Diggs left, the brother of Stephon. He left the field, and because it's the MetLife turf and the way they were looking at his leg, his teammate was like immediately massaging. So it was all okay, maybe not an Achilles, but once he didn't get up and go to the sideline and walk off, like, oof, what is that going to be? Turns out it's not the worst of the worst. So, but that turf is haunted. I think they've switched it out, and still, it doesn't feel great when you see a player go down in that building.
I did think when Parsons was working on his leg, I had the first thought of, oh, you don't really see that. But I guess if it's a cramp, then like
You
might
would.
as well. And even if it is a cramp, all you normally see is like them help stretch them out, like
Yeah.
they'll lift up their leg.
You
or
normally don't
something.
see a player going over there.
like he's kneading bread. Like
Yeah.
and so I was like, that's kind of weird. And then when Diggs didn't like immediately come back in, I was like, what if that was like a serious injury and Parsons was just kind of pushing it around?
Had no idea what he was
It
doing.
was like a quad or like a calf strain or something, and he's just pushing at it. He's like, stop. This is only hurting more.
So we'll find out what it actually is. But yeah, I'm looking at the video right now. Like, Micah, leave my leg alone, man.
Yeah,
I
and then
don't
the
want you.
trainers walk
I don't want
over.
you working on me right now.
Yeah.
Cut it out.
I can wait the 10 seconds for the trainers to
Yeah,
walk over.
yeah. Licensed physical therapist Micah Parsons. I know you did a couple podcasts. You traveled the world, but get away from the lower half of my leg, please.
Stop.
Hey, I don't like you touching me,
What
man.
if he
Knock
just
it off.
started like slapping at his hand?
Hey, get away from me. Cut it out. Yeah, it was a game for the Cowboys where Micah Parsons, he got pulled off the field even before the final one where they were checking him for a concussion because it was friendly fire. So, yes, Thursday Night Football where great things always happen to the players involved. No, it doesn't look like anything major happened in the game except for the Malik Neighbors concussion. Don't want to pretend like that's not major, but he says he should be okay. So we'll see where we go from there. The game, it represents Thursday Night Football for the most part. The Cowboys get the win, so no questions about anyone getting fired this week as they get to 2-2. Okay, let's get out of here on time for once. Michael Carroll is one segment away, not the next segment, but the segment after that. He'll join us. It was a big week for trailers. We talked about some of them yesterday. Ballerina, part of the John Wick series, that trailer came out. The Sinners trailer came out. What is rumored to be a Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan vampire movie. The trailer doesn't reveal, which made Sean happy. He loves a trailer that doesn't tell him anything. He has an agenda if you didn't hear it yesterday. So, also, there was the Thunderbolts teaser that came out, the long one that Sean would hate because it was way too long for him. So there's plenty to talk about with Michael Carroll. What did he talk about on Comicast? We'll find out in about 15 minutes or so. But we'll come back with more Texans talk and what Bobby Slowick said about the lack of execution from the coaches and the players. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
There are some concerns about how the Texans have started on offense. They were able to dictate terms by running the ball against the Colts. That has not been the case the last couple weeks, and we've seen their offense take a hit. Now, they're not alone when it comes to passing the football. Aaron Wilson tweeted this out as far as passing game numbers through the first three weeks. Passing yards combined, the average yards per game combined for two teams through the first 3 weeks is 403 yards. That's over 40 yards less than last year, just under 60 yards less than the previous year. And as I can keep going, in 2021, it was 491. In 2020, it was 496. So the passing yards per game, at least through the first 3 weeks of the year, are steadily decreasing compared to the years previous. So if you're thinking the Texans don't look as explosive as you would have expected, they're not alone. No one, unless you're the Saints in the first 2 weeks, and we saw what happened to them against the Eagles, no one is as explosive offensively for the most part as they were last year, the year before that. Just how offenses are working right now. Defenses, you might say, are winning. Putting a shell over the defense has stopped some of the explosive plays. You got to be more methodical, and the Texans have not been able to do that because penalties have gotten in the way. Execution has been a big issue for them. So Bobby Slowick talked about it in his time with the media yesterday. The execution goes beyond just the players. That's generally what we think of. Coaches aren't executing as well. Here's Bobby Slowick on these slow starts for this Texans offense.
I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The number one reason would be the same thing. I mean, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times we're doing what we're supposed to do. And in the run game, that's a problem. I mean, we had unblocked players tackling us for 4-yard losses. That's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? So we got to go execute. Are you confident that they can execute? I'd say last week we ran the ball 9 times. So I don't even know if there's enough evidence there to go off of we had like 2.7 to carry. So we didn't do it well, but also you need to run it more than 9 times to really see how you're running the ball. The Chicago in particular was something that we know we could have executed better. We were closer to than what we were last week, but just fundamentally really against Chicago, we were a little loose. And then last week was really execution. But when it's things that are not physical, when it's things that, are things we can correct, that doesn't make it any easier. You need to correct it, but we're fully capable of correcting that.
So we heard him talk earlier, if you were here with us early in the first hour, his admitting that maybe he shouldn't have called so many plays that required the tight end to block a defensive end, and namely that tight end was Kate Stover, although Dalton Schultz isn't a good pass blocker either. And here we hear him discuss the lack of execution by the players in certain instances. So you could see it's a problem for the play caller and the players why things aren't going as smoothly as we would like. And he mentions the 9 carries. The 9 carries are for Cam Akers. British Brooks got a carry when it didn't matter. Did his carry come early? It might have come early on a short, a third and short or something. And J.J. Taylor got a carry, obviously, later in the game. So they ran the ball a total of 11 times with running back. CJ got a couple because of scrambles, but 14 carries for 38 yards. Obviously, not good. Not good at all. And D'Amico Ryans talked earlier. We don't have the sound for it, but I didn't want to panic Sean. But D'Amico Ryans talked early about the defensive line, them giving up chunk plays, running the football. Aaron Jones had a nice day, 19 carries for 102 yards. So, and that was one of my concerns for this team. Beyond the corners that aren't named Derek Stingley, and Kamari Lassiter's been fine. But is that defensive front, particularly the middle, going to hold up? And at least for that game, they didn't. The Bears' offensive line stinks, so they were able to handle them. And the Colts, they're okay too. I think there might have been like one chunk run between Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor. But you kind of see some of the if we're talking about the big issues with the Texans that could hamper them from having a good year, you saw them flash on Sunday in Minnesota.
the interior of that offensive line, and that goes beyond the penalties committed by their tackles, and then the interior of that defensive line, who, yeah, they got some pressure. I'll credit them for getting pressure on Sam Darnold, but the Vikings had their way running the football.
You know who might help out that interior of the offensive line?
Who would
and
that be?
who's at practice today, according to Jonathan Alexander and DJ Bieneme? One Joe Mixon.
So he is now. The question will be, that's good to hear, because there are questions about when he would play. Now, will he be a full go? Is this a limited practice? And they go, okay, Joe's working his way back. We'll find out that designation. Well, you guys we'll be long done with the show. What the designation is for Joe Mixon. Is he a full go? Is he limited? Because that will still put his participation on Sunday in question. If this was just him, maybe there's no contact per se at this point. But I don't know how much viewing they get. Are they just getting warm-ups? I don't think they show media members reps of actual plays at this point. So it's good to see he's out there wearing a jersey.
Yeah, no, the video from Jonathan Alexander is just of him dapping someone up.
Does he have okay
in a practice? Like they're both wearing practice jerseys. They're but
so
Joe Mixon is holding a football and dapping someone.
So he could very well can we tell if he's taped up or not? Because he very well could be working off to the side by the time those guys go on their way. So we'll see. But at least we see him out there, which is notable.
Yeah, and it's good that he's dapping someone.
Well, he's capable of doing that. He hadn't forgotten how to do that after the hip drop. We know the hip drop can be very destructive to an NFL season. Could ruin your year.
Yeah.
It could knock you out for multiple weeks. It did to Joe Mixon, but did not keep him from dapping people up. So that's good to hear.
Delshon Phillips is like, good to see you. That's who he's dapping.
Yeah,
I had to look at the rosters.
So Nico Collins is practicing. He did practice yesterday as well. Joe Mixon is practicing today. What does practicing mean? We'll find out later.
Yeah. I imagine both guys will be designated as limited at practice. So
yes, so
we're probably looking at both of them being questionable, I'd say, on Sunday morning.
Yes, and I think, as I said earlier, the workout will determine if they're ready to go. And that would be an improvement for Joe Mixon. It would actually be kind of scary for Nico Collins if we're talking about 2 hours before the game, waiting on the actives and inactives for him. Tank Dell not practicing, at least from what the reporting, because there has been no reporting that he is practicing. So,
no video of him dapping anyone up.
So we can probably expect at this point, unless something comes down in the next 25 minutes, that he's out. He came out late to practice, that Tank Dell won't be available for their game against the Jags. Okay, if you're gonna give me Nico, I can understand. I won't willingly accept it, but hey, sometimes life tells you what's gonna happen and you have nothing to say in return. So if Tank's not gonna play, all right. But if Nico can, that makes us feel better. Michael Carroll will join us coming up next. He, the host of Comicast, he does that show with Jong Lee, but Jong currently remains on paternity leave. So Michael Carroll will join us to discuss the latest episode of Comicast, the big week of trailers. This week, you have multiple IP properties getting trailers and some new things as well. So if you're into what we talk about, it was a big week for you. We'll talk to Michael Carroll when we come back. some guy is in the building. And, well, he's generally always in the building, but he's in the studio with me right now. Michael
never
Carroll.
leave.
Michael Carroll, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm going to treat this segment as awkward as I so choose to see how it goes for both of us.
That will go well because we're not socially awkward at all.
Not at all. Michael Carroll, the host of Comicast, you can hear every Friday from 9 to 10 on ESPN 97.5. And speaking of socially awkward, we are both at the listener party. That gets some time on Comicast. It's a 2-issue week of Comicast, so it'll be a bit of a combo. You hear parts of one episode and the other part and another part of another episode on the station. If you want to hear them in their entirety, you can just go wherever you find podcasts, Apple, Spotify, whatever you so choose. Issues 558 and 557 are there waiting for you. So, Michael, you said while you were making your rounds at the listener party, people brought up the podcast?
Yes. Shout out to Jasley. Shout out to La Raza. Shout out to everybody who came up to me. And everybody, I mean like 5 people. So still, I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take
definitely.
it. So shout out to them. They were, talking to me about the podcast and everything. And I appreciate anyone who listens to the podcast. Any listens is a number one in my book. But yeah, it was really cool. It's always fun because that happened at the 2019 one where different people were like coming up and saying, they listen to Comicast. So it's always cool to meet people and see that. I do want to note from the listener party that speaking of socially awkward, we were the last 2 to leave the after party that represented the station. I don't know if it was noted anywhere because John and everyone left. It was you, it was me, and some listeners. We were the last ones of ESPN 97.5.
Well, I would say you were the last one overall.
I was the last one overall.
Yes, because I did pull the Irish goodbye.
Yeah, you did.
Because
you took the stairs.
I was actually looking for one Granado because he left.
Yes.
I'm not going to explain the reasoning why I chose to try to find him. We can keep that to ourselves. But I went looking for him and then realized once he was gone, oh, okay, it's a perfect opportunity to walk up the door. I've been at the station or in this general vicinity for too many hours on a Friday. If you include when I got here at about 6:30 in the morning, I thought to myself, now's the time to leave.
I was in the midst of La Raza and his wife and Gil and whoever else, and I look over and I was like, oh, Del has gone.
I did depart.
Depart.
I wasn't planning on leaving until I had to try to go corral John,
watch
and then I saw an opportunity.
Yeah,
I took the opportunity and was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go upstairs, get in my car, and go home. I'm tired. been up all day. All right, but the party was great.
Yeah, it was fun.
Everyone who stopped by, besides the people who tried to give me hugs, without my consent, particularly the back hugs.
We also ate what was it called? Nada.
It is one of the dishes that were shown in Shogun, and the reaction by the general public when watching it, including Anjin, he was like all of us. Ugh, what's that? I don't want any part of that. Dez brought some of that to the party, and I will say it's relatively tasteless. I mean, there's no taste to it.
It wasn't terrible.
It wasn't terrible. You just couldn't get rid of it.
It just lingered.
Yeah, it's nothing you want to linger. I mean, now there are ways to eat it. Like she brought like I don't know, mustard or something. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing a whole thing here.
You ate it raw?
Yeah.
You took it raw?
All right, relax.
What? I was just saying.
Yeah, you're adapting to what this show's about.
Save that for the after party.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right.
I was just I didn't put any like oil or mustard on it or whatever.
Save that filth and flam for your podcast.
I'm just asking.
Yeah, we've corrupted Michael already. But yes, I will say I ate it without any adornments. Yeah. I'm not gonna say what you said.
That's what I said.
That's not what you said.
Okay.
But it was fine. I'm not gonna eat it again. It's not something I'm going to choose, but it wasn't like disgusting. I would have hoped that it would have taken half a bottle of water to get all the remnants out. But it's fine. I not gonna make it a dish of choice, but it's cool. So that's what happened at the listener party. Okay, I mentioned before you came on, it was a big week for people like us who love trailers, who love the trailers in that particular realm. So we got a Thunderbolts trailer.
Yes.
We got Sinners trailer from Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan. We got what else? We get a Last of Us trailer, Last of Us season 2 trailer as well. It was big, so big that I was like, you know what? I ain't gonna prep in the middle of the break for the show. I'm just gonna watch these trailers and then talk about them. So I'm probably forgetting some. So
Ballerina,
of course. I mentioned that yesterday. So of all the trailers that popped up this week, which one was your favorite?
Oh, favorite? Oh, I'm gonna say Last of Us because I think that's the best one, and I'm probably most excited for.
Okay.
Not that any of the other ones were bad in any way. I loved what season 1 did in terms of adapting to the video game, but at the same time, telling its own thing to a certain extent. So, and season 2 is going to be interesting because this is the beginning of them adapting the second game. And there's a lot that happens in the second game. There's a lot of decisions made in the second game that they have already said they can't cover it all in one season. They will stretch it out to at least a season 2, season 3, possibly a season 4. We'll see how it goes, but it's already setting up to be an emotional ride. And I love that trailer. Different moments pulled straight out of the game.
I am wondering what there's a big change in season in Last of Us 2, a big moment that changes the course of a lot of people's lives. I'm wondering if that is where they break off season 1, or is that something like the season finale, or is that something, or season 2, excuse me, season finale, season 2, or is that something that gets pushed into season 3 because of the anticipation, at least for people who played the game, because it is a moment. And I don't want to say anything other than that because it could change the way people want to view the series if it's a season finale.
I was listening to a podcast that was talking about this yesterday, and they mentioned, what if it happens in the penultimate episode? That way you have kind of the final episode to kind of sit with it to a certain extent, but also set us on the path of what we're going to be doing in a season 3. I think that it is close to the season finale, that moment that we're referencing. I don't see any other place where you can break it. And that's, I don't know, like a few hours into the second game. Like, I guess maybe, I don't know. It depends on how you play it, but it's relatively early in the game. But
that's why I asked the question.
It is a long game, though.
It's a long game, and there's a lot to get into. That's why it'll be multiple seasons to cover it. So how they dole that particular moment out as they structure a season and structure a show, as they want to do it to completion, will be interesting.
And you play another character in the game.
Yes. Yes.
And that character, you have to flesh them out in a different way in the show to get people to care about them,
considering
what happens with that character and everything. So how do they do that? Do they take the approach of the game and let the thing happen and then try and humanize that person, or do they go try do it the other way around? I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder how big flashbacks will be to help.
It has to be a big one
to help that character be fleshed out. And the woman playing Abby, who's in game 2 and is a big part of it, is Caitlin Dever. You may not know her name, but just know her face. She has been in a lot. If you watch Justified, she played with Loretta McCready. You'll recognize the face. She's been in some features as well. She was in was it Booksmart? She was in Booksmart as well. So for people who watch a lot of movies and TV, you'll recognize that face. She plays Abby, who, I don't know if you want to call her the opposite to Bella Ramsey's character, but she'll play a big part in season 2. Okay, so I was all over Ballerina. I love a female action star. Ana de Armas is playing the titular Ballerina. It is an offshoot of the John Wick series. In fact, in the trailer, you see John Wick make an appearance and have a conversation. When you move from dicing a guy up with a knife to saving your own life from a flamethrower with a high-powered water hose, you got me. I'm in.
That was so cool.
Yes.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, that was so cool, man. Like,
it was very I was trying to put a point on it. It was very like Voldemort versus Harry Potter with their wands type stuff. Yeah, I was trying to figure out why that imagery struck me, and that's what it was. It's like the two wands going back and forth, except in this case, it's a big ass flamethrower and water.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did that one not like it?
He didn't see it, but when I told him about it, he was like, that sound that he makes.
What does that mean? It's a fire hose against a flamethrower.
I feel like it wouldn't be close though.
No, it's so close.
I feel like water would have the intense advantage there.
Gotta watch the trailer.
You gotta watch the trailer.
I don't think it's Voldemort and Harry, but I don't know.
It's a
I don't know.
Goku Cell situation or Gohan Cell situation where the powers are hidden and you don't know which way it's going.
I've never seen it happen before, so
That's
I don't
why
know
it's
what would
cool.
happen.
And it was cool.
It was
I've never
very
seen
cool.
it happen before either, and it was very cool.
If you
And the fire and the flamethrower had a head start.
it did have a head start.
It started before the water hose.
It did.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm
It
just
did.
telling you.
On paper, it sounds dumb. Yeah.
I admitted it when I tried to explain it to him.
I would take water hose in a sweep every time.
Every time. But
Against
when you see it
flamethrower.
play out,
You're not gonna think water
you're
hose.
gonna be like, I don't know.
It's close.
Okay.
It's close.
Maybe I should go with the flamethrower in this one. I don't know.
Sean,
I'll
Just-
give the movie a chance.
have you seen the trailer yet?
No.
He doesn't like long.
I'm
trailers.
more likely to watch the movie than the trailer.
Act like you got another show or something after this. Sheesh.
He's got a life. I didn't say I had to watch the trailer at 12:10. He could watch it anytime he wants.
I said watch the trailer at 12:10.
Oh, and he refused.
I didn't
Somewhat
refuse. I just said
somewhat responsible.
Oh.
Okay, so we've picked our favorites of that. Of course, you have others like the Thunderbolts that you can check out. Look, it's a big weekend. It's a big week of trailers. You can check them all out.
Long
obviously, on
trailer
YouTube.
too.
Yeah.
That Thunderbolts
Yes,
trailer.
yes, a lot going on in that one with Bucky being very prominently in it as well. So you did a review of the Penguin. It's a spoiler review, so if you haven't seen it but you still want to watch or listen to Comicast, be careful there. He also did a spoiler review of Agatha All Along, and we talked about that last week. Your thoughts on that show or those shows? I've watched both now. I like them both. Penguin fits my what I look for in a show. It's
Yeah.
a little more serious now. Now Colin Farrell is unrecognizable, and I enjoy what he's doing there. I do like the how the mother from How I Met Your Mother,
Kristen Milioti. Yeah.
Christine, is it?
I think it's Kristen Milioti.
Kristen Milioti. She's in it. She plays a big role in that. I'm enjoying that so far. Episode 2 will be coming out on Sunday night as we had the early Thursday premiere.
It's Sundays going forward. It's not Thursdays anymore.
Yeah, so that's what's on Comicast. If you want to check it out, you have issue 557 and 558. So I did talk about the Penguin. I imagine you might recommend that this weekend as well.
Yes.
So other than something we've talked about, what's out there that people should take a look at?
If you're going to the theater, probably the number one pick is the Wild Robot or just Wild Robot. The new DreamWorks animation. It's being talked about as the best thing DreamWorks has ever done.
Oh, wow.
It's currently sitting at 98% on Rotten Tomatoes. I've seen nothing but rave reviews. It is an emotional gut punch, so be prepared for that. As good, I guess, children fare to a certain extent.
And Pedro Pascal,
Lupita Nyong'o,
Mark Hamill, Ving Rhames.
It's a great cast. It's adapted from a book, I believe. And it's getting universal praise from everyone. So if you have, kids and want to take the family, I mean, even it seems like it's appealing to not just kids, but adults as well. So it's a good one. Definitely. If you have a chance, go check that out. You will have a good time. Saturday night, the limited release of that movie is coming out this weekend. 77% with critics right now. It's about the first night of Saturday Night Live. Kind of in line with the season premiere this weekend of season 50. That is out. It's getting solid reviews. So if you want to take a chance on that, it is limited. So you might be limited on times at your local theaters. There's also Azrael, which is Samara Weaving.
Yeah, she does a lot of horror stuff. I
Yeah.
mean, once again, one of those people whose names you might not know, but a face you might recognize.
Like she's in what is it, Ready or Not? I think it's Ready or Not.
She was in those babysitter movies on Netflix where the babysitter is ahead of a cult and they have to kill the kid to bring forth power. Yeah, she's in those. Yeah, she's in that. She was also in a movie with Adam Brody where the family has made a deal with the devil and they have to kill the new bride.
I think that's Ready or Not.
Yeah, I think you're right about
I think
that.
that's Ready or Not.
Yeah.
But she's in a new horror action movie this weekend where it's in a world where no one speaks. So that'll be interesting.
It's after the rapture, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah,
I
and
believe.
Azrael, I think, is the name of I don't know if it's a fallen angel, but an angel. And so it's going to be post-apocalyptic, some
Yeah.
religious maybe overtones, not even undertones. Overtones will be in it as well.
It's a wide release, so you probably get a lot of times for that. It's sitting at 73%.
Okay,
so
not
it's
bad.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Not bad. There's also Megalopolis, the Francis Ford Coppola movie that's coming out this weekend, wide release. Maybe skip that. 50% right now, and it's just there's a lot in terms of baggage with this movie that I'm like, I don't know, and it's trending towards being a bomb this weekend.
Okay.
So
there's one not to watch and several that you can watch. And of course, if you're staying home, we mentioned The Penguin is out. If you haven't seen the latest episode of Rings of Power, that is out too. Came out yesterday alongside the Thursday night game on Amazon Prime. So plenty to get to, and at least one to avoid if you trust Michael and I do. Once again, still have not watched the Zack Snyder Rebel Moon sequels and the director's cut because of what Michael said about that movie.
I watched Twilight of the Gods, that animated
his
show.
animated one. Is that any good?
No, it's not. It turns out it's not.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a oof.
Don't
Like,
get.
It starts out okay, and then there's things that progress with the story that just makes it like he's all about substance over any sort of like actual like impact.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's a weird turn in the final episode. So
Okay, now I'm looking up Azrael, the movie we talked about, and Samara Weaving is the titular Azrael. And if you look at the poster, there looks like what might be a cross on her throat. She's upside down.
Oh.
I'm not sure. So that's
I don't
where the
know.
religious stuff comes from. It is a post-apocalyptic, and I do believe it's set up to be after the rapture, where if you don't know, you can look it up as far as what that means religiously. All right, we are one segment away from my week being over, which is always good for me. Okay. Thank you, Michael, for joining us. We'll
Thank
talk to
you.
Michael next week, what you should or maybe shouldn't watch. One more segment to go here. But before I go, let's talk about my bookie. I don't know if you can bet on how well Megalopolis will do in the theaters. I'm not sure that's on my bookie, but you can bet on pretty much anything else, whether it be the games tonight in college football. You have a thought on the Texans. I talked about the passing numbers for the NFL overall, so maybe you take the under on team passing yardage. That's what MyBookie provides. A wealth of things to get into no matter what you're interested in when it comes to sports betting. They also have the live casino option. So if you're more into cards than you are into sports betting, take advantage of that. No matter what you do, use that promo code BET975. It's the thing where you make your money go further. If you're signing up and you want to have your money matched, MyBookie's there for you. You want to put in $200, they'll match it for $200. They do that up to $1,000. So you've got the NFL, you got college football, you've got soccer this weekend as well. Anything you want to get into, MyBookie provides you the opportunity. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So, college football will not begin, but will continue tonight. And we gave away tickets throughout the week for Cougs Iowa State. And I'm doing some administrative work, getting some information to the right people so someone can go to the game. And I looked at the area code. I'm not going to give away the number. I'm not a crazy person, but the area code is one I didn't recognize, so I looked it up. It's from the state of Iowa. We've got an interloper going to the game.
Uh-oh.
Now, we did have an Iowa fan who was going to the game, but he was going to support the Cougs because he hates Iowa State. I'm not sure about this one. I don't know if this person is looking to hate on Iowa State and root on the Cougs, or they're an Iowa State fan. So we will have at least someone who resides from the state of Iowa at the game.
Behind enemy lines.
Yeah, of all places. I don't know. Are a lot of Cyclones coming down to watch your team play? Don't get it. I mean, they've been in the state of Texas before. I mean, the Big 12 football and Iowa State have been a thing for a while, and they come down to Texas quite a bit. But at least one person from the great state of Iowa will be supporting probably Iowa State.
Great state of Iowa. What are you running for president?
No, governor.
Great state.
I'm moving to Iowa. I don't know if you've heard. That's my plan.
I don't like your chances.
State claim to move to Iowa?
No, to be the mayor of Iowa.
Well,
Or
it's a
the
state,
governor
so
of
you
Iowa,
can't.
same
Hey,
thing.
respect my.
How many people are in Iowa?
Respect my future home. Mayor of Iowa, governor, senator. I'm on it. You never know who's listening, Sean. You never know who you don't want to insult.
I'm okay insulting Iowa.
Why? What do you have against Iowa? What do they do to you besides produce that awful football team, the Hawkeyes? Well, they're not awful. They're just boring. I'll take it back. They've actually won a lot of games. They're just boring doing it.
Iowa State. I'm good. No thanks.
Wow. An unadulterated hate for the state of Iowa.
Unadulterated hate.
You're hating. I think that's what I can say.
I guess contempt. I don't know.
For what
Lack
reason?
of respect.
Why?
Doesn't seem like it's a great place.
Well, I've heard different.
All right.
So I plan on moving there.
If you see Dell hanging out at
I'm not
Des
going to
Moines.
the game. Oh, Des Moines. No, not
Yeah.
Des Moines.
Well, no, I mean,
Not
why
Des
would you
Moines.
want to go to the game? It's in Houston. You want to go see.
I mean, I can watch the game on TV. That's why I'm not going to the game.
You want to go see.
But
games.
I got plans to live in Davenport. I don't know if you've heard.
Wow.
Not now, but
I only know Des Moines and the two college channels.
Well, because you're not a fan of the state like I am.
That is fair to say.
Yes.
I'm not a fan of the state.
I think at some point I'll turn you around about the great state of Iowa.
It's such an uphill battle.
Sean hating on Iowa for no reason other than he can. All right, let's move away from Iowa and Iowa State football because, to be honest, the football's boring. The people are great. The football is boring to watch, though.
Okay.
That's on my agenda when I become governor. Make you both install high tempo offenses. Because if I'm going to be the governor there, I'm not going to games watching that crappy product. All right, we move on. Okay, what else is out there as far as college football is concerned? Oh, yeah, I brought this up earlier. A lot of talk about, well, whoever wins Georgia versus Alabama, that quarterback is going to be the Heisman frontrunner. I don't suspect, and like if we think about the history, other than like Joe Burrow beating Tua and that making Joe Burrow the clear Heisman favorite, since when do guys get rich off of playing those defenses and lighten them up and becoming like big front runners? I don't remember a lot of that happening. Even beyond, like, obviously someone has to win, but you don't become a Heisman favorite just because you play those teams. Usually you survive those games. It's not you're not lighting Alabama or Georgia up, and there are different times. Sure, no Nick Saban, they're still very talented. So I don't think Carson Beck's gonna go in there and go for 320 and 3 touchdowns. And I don't think Jalen Milroe's doing that to Georgia.
I think it's a situation where they'll be the Heisman frontrunner just like odds-wise because the winner will probably be either number 1 or number 2.
Sure.
Like if Georgia wins, they'll probably go
Jump
back to
Texas,
number 1.
yeah.
If Alabama wins, they'll probably
Will they
be
jump
number
up?
2. They might even drop to number 1. So
possibly, yeah.
It'll just be the quarterback on the best team in football and college football. So in that way, they'll be the Heisman front runner, but Georgia still has a ton more tough games on their schedule. Like if Georgia wins this game, and yes, Carson Beck is now your Heisman front runner. In 3 weeks when they play Texas, are we not just going to say the same thing in 3 weeks?
If Quinn Ewers is back and he beats Georgia, now Quinn Ewers is a Heisman front runner.
Yeah. So I think the idea of a Heisman front runner on September 27th is dumb. But I think it's especially dumb here when, yes, all we're talking about is the perception of this game. Like there's nothing they can actually do to win them the award right now.
Yeah. And I just feel like people ignoring the history of these defenses, and you could win the game, but are you going to light them up? It might be it could be a game where defense rules, and we're talking about how great the defenses are. We're not talking about Carson Beck and Jalen Milroe and how great they play offensively. It was just it's like ignoring what these defenses normally do to teams and thinking, oh yeah, well, we'll have a great. Either one of them could have a great night.
I also feel like we've had a different Heisman front runner
every week for the most
every
part.
Week. So yes, of course, in a top 5 matchup with two guys that are at the top of the most Heisman lists and probably top 5 of most Heisman lists. Yeah, if they win and they win this game, chances are they'll be the Heisman front runner no matter what.
Just because that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Understood. I just logically it bothered me.
Yeah, no, it's way too early to also play that card. If this game was even like October 27th, or 28th, I guess, because they're playing tomorrow. That would at least carry somewhat. I would still be like, I don't know, there's still a month left, but it would carry more water if it was even in October as opposed to September.
Yeah, we talk about Georgia playing Texas. Alabama has like Missouri and Tennessee still left on their schedule.
Yeah.
So who knows how all this will play out? But you got to have a topic of conversation, and they kind of suckered me into that. Okay, we're done for the week actually. Gallant George are up next, and if you're from the state of Iowa, the great state of Iowa, and you want tickets to see Iowa State versus the Cougs, listen to them. They still have a pair to give away before we wrap up that.
Iowans need not apply.
Oh, whoa. Maybe. Well, I hope anyone who wants to go watch the Cougs play takes the opportunity to do that. Remember, it's family night. 4 tickets, 4 dogs, 4 drinks for $80. Go watch the Cougs against Iowa State, whatever state you reside in or come from. Go enjoy some good college football in the city of Houston. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. So if we are done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on Friday. Got to get down on Friday, September 27th of 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. The Houston Texans are playing the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday, and I don't know if it's a must-win game for them, but it is definitely a must-win game for this fan base because, as we talked about a little bit earlier this week, no fan base wavers quite like Houston Texans fans. When the going gets rough, they will find a small child or woman and get on the life raft.
Yeah, they're ready to hit that panic button. They're hovering over it,
which is crazy because they'd still be 2-2 and
but they're
in
supposed to go
first place in
undefeated,
the
Paul.
AFC South. No one said that, did they?
No. But that's how a lot of Texans fans act. I felt like going into the season.
It's new money. It's these new money people that are coming back after having ignored them entirely for a couple of years. You have massive expectations going into the year. You get pantsed by the Minnesota Vikings. And now you're like, oh, perhaps this was all overstated. And we were a part of it to an extent, but I felt like as we continued to talk about praise after praise take from talking head after talking head, we started to get to the point where we thought, okay, I mean, they still have to prove things out there. And I don't really know what they can't prove Sunday. People want them to win with style points, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Not at all. You're totally out on the style points.
It's not happening. Why would it happen? They don't blow teams out, and the Jaguars beat them the last time they played them. And I don't care if they've lost the last 8 starts by Trevor Lawrence. The last time that we saw Trevor Lawrence get a win was against the Texans, and he threw for almost 400 yards.
Yeah, I mean the style points is probably an unrealistic ask at this point. You know, like what we've seen from the injury report so far, even though it looks like it's going to be a little bit better today when it comes out, but it just. This team, one of the things we talked about, and we'll talk about 215, I'm sure, they don't cover. So,
No.
like, it's one of the, like, yeah, I think it's still 6.5 at this point. That's a 1-score game, and it feels like it's going to be closer than that, even though Evan Ingram's going to be out for the Jags this weekend, which hurts them a lot. Asking the Houston Texans to win this game by more than 10 points is a lot to ask. In my brain.
Are you asking for it?
I don't know. Because, like, you kind of talked me out of it yesterday. Like it's like in my mind, it's like the expectations for this team going into the season was that when they play a bad football team, they would win by more than 10 points. Well, this is a bad football team. Jacksonville's not good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're having, I mean, what Buffalo did to them was an embarrassment. They are on the cusp of firing their coach. So in theory, like in my mind, it's like, well, the Texans should do this. They should win by more than 10 points. But what they've done on the field so far this season, there's no real reason to believe that.
The Jaguars are also not as bad as they showed in that Monday game. I know we all want to believe it. They're just not. They are a middle-of-the-road NFL team. They are a borderline playoff contender. They are off to a terrible start. But first 2 games, they could have won both of them. They could have. We're looking at that one game, and we're thinking to ourselves, easy pickings. But I think the Dallas Cowboys would tell you, after barely hanging on to beat the New York Giants last night because Daniel Jones, for whatever reason, decided to throw a Hail Mary a play early.
Yeah.
Not like they were going to march down the field and win it or anything like that. But, I mean, it is a tough league. And I think sometimes we get this idea that they need to win with style points. And I would like them to win with style points. I just don't see it happening. So I will go back and I will say, just to keep people engaged, they have to win this game. I'm hoping they win this game. We are all hoping they win this game. I don't know that I think they'll win. I definitely know I do not believe they will cover. I mean, 6-point spread, which is outrageous to give to a team that just lost 34-7, no matter how much hype they had going into the year.
I mean, the thing is like it is close. I mean, close to a must win because you play Buffalo the next week. Your schedule's tough. When we talked all offseason about how tough your schedule is, in everyone's mind, especially once the schedule's out and you start seeing like, okay, you do in your mind, you do the win-loss thing. Everyone got to Minnesota and said win.
Yeah.
And if you lose to Jacksonville, well, then the following Sunday at home, you play the Buffalo Bills, who are right now playing the best football in the NFL. They're playing better than the Chiefs on offense. They're electric right now. You don't want to fall to 2-3 when you've got a schedule that still includes the likes of Green Bay with Jordan Love and Detroit and Dallas, and then, Kansas City and Baltimore. Like, you just don't want to put yourself in that position. So while it's not must win because of your division, if you were in any other division, you would say this is one of the most important games of the season. But you're in the AFC South, so it's like they almost get a pass a little bit because we know the division's not good. But for the fan base, you're right. It's must win, or they're going to be freaking out on Monday.
713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. One text for the 832. What happens if the Jaguars win Sunday? Where does that put us? Still in first place in the AFC South. They'd still be in first. So you've got that going for you at least. The only team that could potentially have the same record as you, the Colts, you beat. So you'd have the tiebreaker. But you would feel differently about this team. And having been here in 2018 and doing a show at the flagship, people were so checked out after an 0-3 start. I'm not saying people are going to check out. I'm just thinking people believe the hype so much this offseason that a 2-1 start has them wavering already, and a 2-2 start would have people freaking out, which is funny because there are still, after this game on Sunday, 13 games left. But this is just the way it is. And I don't blame Texas fans for feeling this way, though I do think we all should take a bit of a deep breath because a loss is not the end of the world. It's just going to be in the eyes of a lot of people out there because of those expectations.
I do think it's wavering a little too much. I think the reaction has been a little extreme. I know the loss to Minnesota was not pretty, but you're 2-1. It's the NFL, and it's like Texans fans have to relearn that the NFL is good. That like that there's just that even. I mean, look, you have teams who finish with 7 wins who get top 10 picks. It's like they think that top 10 pick teams they all have 3 or 4 wins, and that the entire bottom of the NFL is terrible. A majority of the league is within a game of 500 every single year. And I think it's like people have forgotten that. And they expected the Texans to just roll through everyone this year. And then this loss was just so staggering and so surprising. It's like, wow, like there was great expectations for this team. Like the games like this, it shouldn't have been that ugly, but losses are going to happen. And you're right. It's not the end of the world if they lose this game. It might depend on how they lose, though. Like if they have a similar performance, we'll be having a different conversation on Monday. Like if they lose 34-7 at Jacksonville,
well,
that we'll be having a much different conversation. So I think you have to leave a little bit of.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible.
Thank you. Insight.
Anything's possible.
Quoting Kevin Garnett.
I don't know what else to say. Like I don't want to say no because if it happens, that's gonna bite me in the ass.
Percentage chance that it happens.
5%.
5%. That's pretty high.
Is that pretty high?
That's pretty high. Listen, I'm not
1%?
saying what is or what isn't. I'm just asking you questions. They're not loaded. I'm not trying to bully you.
No, I know you're not
trying to set you up. These aren't trick questions. I'm just curious what you feel.
I said 5%. Immediately, I was like, that might be a little high. I just want to make sure I was a single digit.
Listen,
as my brain was processing, I was like, don't say anything above 10.
This show is all about vibes. Okay, we're Gen Z. We're Gen Alpha.
No, we're not. We got called millennials yesterday.
Oh yeah, one of our interns. Yeah, what was it specifically that she said? You're so millennial. And you guys are just spilling tea every day. She's great though.
She's
funny.
She's great.
She spilled some tea about her sorority drama.
Yeah,
our yesterday's intern, and we've given her a homework assignment. If she can actually summarize all of this in 1 minute or less, we actually might make this a recurring segment.
Yeah.
What's going on at the sorority today?
Yeah.
But
Kook sorority chats. I mean, look, there's gonna be days when the Astros don't have playoff games that we're gonna,
Oh, what do you mean?
There's off days.
Oh, okay.
Well, and plus, when they win the World Series, that only goes through October. So.
Oh, I mean, we're just gonna talk Houston Texans all the time.
Yeah.
You say yeah? That was a sarcastic yeah.
Well, I just need them to be better than this. It makes me. It's just negative sports talk is not as fun.
No, I honestly don't enjoy it. I mean, a lot of people think that it's easier for somebody to do a job when it's a disaster that you're talking about every day. And I disagree with that entirely because finding a new way to talk about the disaster every day when it's just bad, it gets a little bit repetitive. Now, people call in, they get angry, all that stuff. But yeah. Couple of texts 713-780-3776. Brandon T doesn't feel he's wavering. He says the Texans will be a playoff team. I still feel they'll be a playoff team. From the 832, take away our field goals. We are averaging 13 points a game. Another texter. It's not the loss, it's the 10 points in 6 quarters. It's the blowout. That's from Phillips 68.
I agree. Like it's not just one game. It's the through 3 games, the offense has been bad. The offense hasn't been good. I mean, even when healthy, it's not been good. And now seems to be more and more unhealthy at this point. Now maybe we'll get a surprise. Joe Mixon was at practice.
Mixon was
today.
at practice. That's a good development. But yeah, Tank Dell, I don't think he'll play on Sunday.
Yeah, Nico was at practice today, so that's also
he had a hamstring injury that popped up with the injury report yesterday. That was concerning. That one.
Yeah, that
more
one's
than
like,
anything.
Well, Nico
they can
and
win without Tank Dell.
Yeah, they can win without Tank Dell. They did it last year. Not a lot, but they won without Tank Dell last year. But yeah, Stephon Diggs. Like that's part of, you invested in a luxury item in Stephon Diggs, and well, injuries is one of those things of why you did it. But yeah, I mean, expectations for this team is to beat the Jacksonville Jaguars this weekend. And please cover.
Please.
It would just make me feel better. I'm not going to wager on them to cover. It would just make me feel better.
I also think part of it's because Texans fans, at least online, have really just kind of bullied the Jags for, I don't know, like 6 months. It feels like for some reason the Jags is the team that Texans fans online feel most comfortable punching down on, and to, like you said, lose to him last year and then lose to him this year, I think it'll be a real reality check for a lot of these people.
Especially the way they talk about Trevor Lawrence. Like I think that adds to it. It's not just the Jags.
It's like they are the punching bags for Texans fans.
Yeah, I mean, the way Texans fans talk about Trevor Lawrence, and he's been terrible this year. I mean, it looks like an awful contract for 3 games already. But the way they talk about Trevor Lawrence, and if he throws for 400 yards and beats you this weekend, Texans fans are going to be sad.
400 yards, crazy.
300.
I was going to say, has anyone this year thrown for 400 yards?
If
Dalton last week had the first 300 yards, 3 touchdown game.
Andy Dalton, I mean, quarterback play has been so bad this year. It's so hard to keep up with. Like,
yeah,
if anyone's done anything special.
That's why mentally, when you said 400 yards, like in normal years, yes, that is like a possible thing.
But this year,
like that's straight up impossible.
Yeah, it's been awful, awful quarterback play,
and awful refereeing. Speaking of which, there was a football game last night, and I have 2 questions. One, if the Texans beat the Jaguars the same way the Cowboys beat the Giants, would you be happy? 2, I think I'm coming around to something Joe said about the NFL not too long ago. Gallant George, stay put.
Want to talk to you guys about O Athletic, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd over in the Heights. They offer over 100 classes per week. You can sign up with the personal trainer. They've got all your recovery needs as well, from the sauna, the steam room, to the endless pool. So you can pretty much work out any way you want. They even have a little, soccer area or grass area that you can work out. So you can really explore how you want to get into shape. You can take Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu classes. You can do agility training classes, powerlifting classes. All of that is available for you at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com, and make sure you tell them that Joe George sent you by.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Anyone watch that Thursday night football game last night? I'm not going to lie. I hate watched it because I was hoping for something. I was hoping that a man who many consider to be past his prime would deliver. And oh man, this was like Justin Verlander throwing a no-hitter at age 43. Al Michaels turned back the clock, just started pew, 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 sniping the game that he is being paid very handsomely to cover. He just started taking shot after shot after shot.
He was he was not happy. He never seems happy. I don't know what would make him happy. I guess like even I feel like if the Bills and the Chiefs played and it was like 41-40 final score, I feel like he'd be upset about something. He just seems so curmudgeon-y.
Do we want to go through it?
Yes.
Sean, if we could pull some of the clips here. This is the first moment that Al Michaels made reference to the great many penalties that we saw in Thursday night football.
2-minute warning has not occurred. We got another flag. It's like June 14th here, otherwise known as Flag Day, as you know. Clay Martin looks like a referee at a central casting.
It's like a young Terry McCauley out there.
I like it when the game turns bad because then Al gets good, which is weird. But Al hate watching Thursday night football. To me, it's like watching Mystery Science Theater 3000. For those who don't know, this is this old TV show that used to be on Sci-Fi where a couple of people, they're sitting in a movie theater, they're watching these terrible sci-fi movies, and they're just making fun of it the whole way through.
I never got into that. I've heard some people say they started rewatching it though.
It's fun to rewatch.
Is it a good rewatch experience?
Just know what you're getting into because these movies are truly horrible.
Okay.
The commentary is funny. The movies are so bad.
I think one of my biggest like the worst things that I do is I'm a sucker for bad movies. Like there are just some movies that I know they're terrible, but I watch them anyways. I like the first Suicide Squad movie with Will Smith. I know it's a bad movie, Paul, but I watch it. Just like Al Michaels watches bad football on Thursday. But at least he gets paid for that. Like I give him he's just complaining about the refs all the time. Is he complaining about the refs or the players with the flags, you think?
I think he complains about it all, but when the referees in particular get going, he really gets going. Here's another just beautiful Al Michaels moment where he starts getting mad about all the flags getting thrown.
Thibodeau came across the line. You got a free play. You got another flag. You have two more flags in the backfield. No more laundry left. Colbert made the catch, 29-yard line. And any number of calls coming your way.
You had offsides, then you have free play, and then you have a hold by the left tackle, the rookie Guyton. He tackled Thibodeau that time.
There are fouls by both teams on the play.
I'll bet.
Offside, defense number 5. Holding, offense number 60. Those penalties offset. Previous spot, we'll replay the down.
That was a beautifully timed, I bet.
Yeah, it was very, very like sneaky, just like squeeze that in there. Like that's why he's still great. Like in a lot of ways.
I don't know if he's still great, but I think it's very entertaining to hear about the call for games that are bad.
And he just gets all the bad games.
Every Thursday night game has moments like this. And last night, I mean, Malik Neighbors looks great because of concussion. Micah Parsons gets injured. DeMarcus Lawrence gets injured. It was the perfect cacophony of NFC East football featuring Daniel Jones, bad refereeing, injuries, and Al Michaels, when he is given a storm, he turns it into something special.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite one. That's probably the one that's gone like the most like viral around social media, is because he said there's no more laundry left. I mean, he's right. Now, some of those are the same penalties, but it's just there's so much on one play. That's almost like it's happening across the NFL. Like I know we've crushed the Texans a lot for the amount of penalties they've had. it just feels like when I guess maybe last week it was when we were in the sports book watching all the games at LaBerge. Just felt like there was always at least 2 games that there was the yellow thing on the screen saying flag. It just, football feels extra sloppy across the league.
Yeah, and that's what I'm coming around to. You
Yeah.
were saying that this game last night, good God. Even me. September baseball might have been better. I mean, hell, that game in Oakland at the Coliseum with all those fans there in attendance for the last game ever.
Who is this talking right now?
You been drinking, Paul?
No.
Okay.
No.
Making sure.
No, I kind of want to. I'm a little stressed about what's going on in the Bay, but that was rough. That was really rough. But the Cowboys still won. The Cowboys are right now a football team that clearly has a lot of issues, but they're 2-2 and they got the win. Ultimately, it is all about winning. It's the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
It's an 8-8 league, as Bill O'Brien used to tell us all the time.
Stats are for losers.
Final scores for winners. If the Texans beat the Jaguars in a game like that, is that enough? Is that enough to calm all the worry warts? A game where there's terrible flags everywhere.
20-15.
A couple more false starts from Laramie Tunsil, right? I mean, lock. It's still going to happen on Sunday.
Hopefully only once, though. Under 2. Over under 1.5. Over under this weekend.
Over. And I actually want to see it. This is me. My inner Al Michaels wants it.
The first one, I will definitely find it hilarious no matter what.
Yeah.
The second one, it'll probably be less hilarious. Any more than that, I'll be mad again.
Okay, so I know like this will be the first time I cover a Texans game in a long time. Actually, first time. I know all the rules, but should I expect like an audible groan in the press box the first time he jumps off? When Laramie Tunsil jumps, like, do people just like?
There's no. So what you're saying is, that there's no cheering in the press.
There's no cheering in the press box.
But is there jeering in the press?
Yeah,
box,
like when Laramie Tunsil jumps, it's just like everyone just like, ugh.
There will be a groan.
Yeah.
There will 100% be a groan.
I might laugh. I'll be in the laughing category. Like I'm just gonna get.
You're gonna understand though that it's a quiet place. You got season tickets. It's way better to watch with the season tickets.
My mom and dad are going to the game this weekend, so
gotcha.
I'm gonna do the press box trip this weekend.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not fun. It's just quiet. I won't say a peep the whole time. Imagine me shutting up for
I'm gonna sit next
4
to you
hours.
I'm gonna sit next to you for 4 hours, and we're not gonna say a word.
We might say a few.
Okay.
We might say a few.
But it's the thing where Paul is just kind of saying something to himself, and you're next to him, and so you're like, "Yep," and then that's the end of the conversation.
Pretty much. I'll be in the zone. We can have my headphones in, listening to the game, so that I understand what the hell is going on. Because that's the other thing too. When you're watching the game that high up, and you do not have the television broadcast, you have no idea who's who unless you bring binoculars, which I also bring, and those even don't help that much because the press box is so high up.
Yeah, it is the worst press box. No offense to the Texans in the NFL, or maybe in sports.
I'm not gonna go that far.
At least to the ones that I've.
It's definitely the highest press box.
Yeah. Yes, I guess from the vantage point,
It is
the
very
worst
high.
view. Yes. Like I was like, when I was with my dad, he's like, "So where's the press box?" I was like, "It's way up there."
You see that hole in the roof?
Like you see that thing way up top. The roof gonna be open this weekend? Is it fixed yet?
I think they said it was. I thought I saw that it was fixed.
I saw Aaron Wilson tweet something that they said it will still be fixed, or that it will be fixed. But I don't know if that he didn't put like a date in.
Oh, maybe that's what I misread that.
So like maybe like it'll be fixed eventually.
There's no way it's open, right?
I mean, if it's like this outside, it should be open.
Yeah, but it's like this a lot of times and it's closed.
Yeah, no. That's because they built it poorly, and the sun shines into the fancy seats. So they got to keep it. They got to keep it closed.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Would you be okay with the Texans winning on Sunday in the same way that the Giants lost to the Cowboys? Would you be okay with the same kind of Texas win that the Cowboys just had? You can answer that. Also up next, who do you want to see the Astros play in the first round of the playoffs, which is a novel concept to all of us? Who do you want to see him play? Let's see it happen. 713-780-3776 to call in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, it's Gallant and George. Stay put.
Last weekend, myself, Sean, and Brian, we were over there at ESPN Bet at LaBerge, Lake Charles. It was really cool to see everything opened up and, all the new signage and everything that was going on there, the bright teal shirts that everyone is repping ESPN Bet there. But you have the 19 betting kiosk, the 24-foot video wall. As soon as you cross in Louisiana, you can use ESPN Bet as soon as you get your phone to connect to a tower. So there's a million ways that you can wager while you're there, whether you want to do a parlay, single game action, college football, NFL. But really, it's just the most important part. It's a great environment. Like, that's what matters most. Like, yeah, you might win some, you'll lose some. It is gambling after all. But when you're in the environment like that, it was absolutely incredible on Saturday and Sunday as we were all watching, people sweat out. We were sweating out the Colorado game. We were watching the Texans game. We were watching people, Sean and Brian, were sweating out the over-under in that game. So it's a cool environment. The food is great from Chef Lyle, Carbach, Crawford Bach, and Hopadillo on tap as well. I think they even have more Carbach stuff there for you. That's always my go-to when I'm there. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Astros wrap up the season this weekend against the Cleveland Guardians. We're guards. We're guards. And we'll figure out who the Astros end up playing in this BS, fake-ass round in possibly as soon as a couple of hours. Because right now, the Detroit Tigers and Kansas City Royals, they just need to win once. So then they are locked in, those two teams, into either being the 5 or the 6 seed, the American League. Minnesota is 3 games back. They're going to need a lot of help to potentially get back up. The Royals are playing the Braves for 3 this weekend. The Braves are fighting to make sure that they make the playoffs. The White Sox are playing the Tigers. For what it's worth, the White Sox have been playing decently of late.
They're fighting, they're scrapping to not have the worst record of all time. Like, that's what they're doing. I have friends who bought tickets to the last 2 games because they wanted to see history made. They left disappointed because they wanted to see the White Sox beat the Angels or lose to the Angels and see the worst baseball team of all time.
This is some great procrastination by the by the White Sox to be like, we will be tied for the most losses in history. We will, but if we need to win 6 games to avoid it, we'll win them all. We'll win them all just to not do it. They could have won these games in April, but no, they wait until the last minute.
That's how one does it. That's how you do it.
Just procrastinate.
Procrastinate until the last second.
Teams are going to be trying less hard, so that's when we'll start trying.
See, it's smart. Now everyone's getting fired, but
yes,
but at least you go out with some dignity.
I mean, if you end on
some dignity,
like if they end on like a 6-game win streak, it's like Grady Sizemore, manager for the future.
Wow, they scrapped their way back to 42 and 120.
Manager of the week.
AL manager of the week.
Would you put that up on your wall? Funny. You put that on your mantle. I was the manager of the week, the last week of the Major League regular season, after my White Sox made history by avoiding history.
Mm-hmm. Be tough. I mean, you got to celebrate your wins, I guess.
Second worst.
It's literally the exact opposite of the Dolphins thing.
Pretty much.
Yeah. What record are they? Is it like the Cleveland Spiders or something?
Probably.
They just popping champagne.
Like, do you pop champagne when you don't become the worst team of all time?
Did champagne exist for like the last time a team lost this many games?
Or they were just like chugging moonshine?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I don't know the answer to these questions. What I do know is that we got to figure out who we want to play between these 3 teams. I mean, optimally, this is decided the last game of the year. It's one of those ones where the Royals lose the first 2 games and the Tigers lose the first 2 games, because that means that both the Royals and Tigers would have to use their best pitchers, Cole Ragans and Tariq Skubal, and then they probably wouldn't be able to be used in the wild card series, which is best of 3.
Yes.
Still, it's a novel concept to me. I'm still struggling to understand it. I mean, there's a chance they would be pitching on short rest in a do or die game 2. Say the Astros take care of business in game 1. So basically, you want the Braves to do well this weekend, the White Sox to do well this weekend, and for the Twins to take it to the Orioles. That's what I'm rooting for. And I guess I don't really care who the Astros play. I just want absolute carnage and full effort spent by either Kansas City, Detroit, or Minnesota these next 3.
Yeah, I lean Kansas City is who I'd rather see the Astros play, mainly because of Skubal. I mean, he is probably going to win the Cy Young in the American League this year, or I mean, at worst, he's going to finish top 3, but he's going to, I would guess, win the Cy Young. And having to face that guy in a 3-game series where he's going to get the ball game 1 head-to-head with Fromber, I just would rather not see a guy of that quality, right? It's like, yeah, I'm asking for the cheaper way out, but I would rather not see Skubal in the first round in a 3-game series. So I lean Kansas City. You know, you've done well against, you beat the Tigers 2 out of 3 in the first time, both series. So you won 4 out of 6 games versus the Tigers. The last time you played the Royals, you swept them in a 4-game series. So you've had success. Detroit's also not the same team they were then. I mean, this is a team that was nearly about to trade Skubal at the deadline. I mean, they were sellers, and then they decided not to, and they went on this crazy run. So I'd much rather play the team that's struggling and at one point had a chance to win their division, has fallen completely flat in Kansas City, than play the Tigers. So I say Kansas City.
Kansas City, okay.
That's who I want to see them play.
Yes, I guess I just don't want to see the Tigers because
they're playing so well.
Yeah, yes, because the Skubal effect, because of the the manager
Hinch,
AJ Hinch effect, and because since September 20 or since August 20th, they're 23-9 with the best record in baseball.
Whew.
Too hot for me. Give me the Royals, who are coughing up this league.
Yeah, and there is
the
like
Twins,
the poetic, because I just assume the Twins are out of it. Like, I mean, like you said, they might be out of it by Friday night. Yeah. So the idea that they're gonna find their way back into this just seems so unlikely. To me, it's a 2-team race, pretending like the Twins don't even exist at this point. And there is the whole like AJ. He's a great manager. I know he had his moments. People don't like 2019. But
it's weird that we criticize Dusty and Joe Espada way more than we ever criticized AJ Hinch. And maybe this is because I was far away from it. I don't remember AJ Hinch getting killed in the same way that those guys did. It was more just for being in the same spot for the 2017-18 sign stealing and not doing enough.
Yeah, I mean, because he got killed for it, but then what, like 3 months later?
Yeah.
The news broke. So it's like,
Well,
so they
I think it was less than that. I think it was like the next month.
Yeah, it was November or December of 2019. So yeah, AJ got crushed.
He got crushed the day after, or like the week after.
And
he was
then
getting annihilated.
But I don't think he ever really got crushed that much before that moment.
Oh, before that moment, no, he got a pass. That's when Astros fans were all still happy.
Yeah,
that's when like there was no bitterness. There was no
anger.
Astros Twitter didn't exist. Like
now they're a bitter, angry group.
Yeah, I mean, read like I stumbled upon something the other day when just like looking up stuff about Alex Bregman, and it was this article from 2018 with Bregman entering the home run derby, and it was this like waxing poetically about how great Alex Bregman is and how great it is for the sport that someone from the 2017 World Series team was participating in the home run derby the next year. And I was like, wow, times have changed. Like that, those articles would never be written anymore about an Astros player. So I think that's why AJ got a pass, was because there was just everything was good. And then as soon as he lost the World Series, because he lost it, then everything broke. Everything's just been negative, except they've won a lot.
You know, we blame Garrett Cole for not putting on the Astros hat. But I mean, if AJ Hinch uses him, would he have been wearing a Scott Boras hat?
He would have been wearing a World Championship hat. That's what he would have been.
Probably.
It's true. I mean, he'd be doused in champagne.
It's another thing. If I'm Garrett Cole, I blame AJ Hinch for my reception in Houston.
I would too.
It's actually his fault, not mine.
You guys see the videos of him celebrating the clubhouse? He just looks so awkward.
With the Yankees winning the division?
Yeah. Like
no,
I
didn't.
He just looks awkward. Like it doesn't matter what he does. He just looks like he doesn't belong on this planet in a lot of ways. Like he looks like an alien.
Damn.
The only way. He sounds like Kermit a little bit. Who's more Kermit the Frog? Patrick Mahomes or Garrett Cole?
Mahomes sounds like if Kermit the Frog was ripping Marlboros for 20 years.
Okay.
But it's still like nasally, but it's just like it's so raspy. He's like almost on the way to Ed Orgeron, but on the often used Kermit the Frog to Ed Orgeron scale of voices.
Yeah.
Which we use for so many people.
Everyone knows.
He's closer to Kermit than Ed.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, I think Garrett Cole just sounds weird. And the closest thing he kind of sounds like is Kermit the Frog, but there's really no one that sounds like Garrett Cole, where Mahomes does sound like Kermit.
I want the Astros to play the Twins. I want Carlos Correa back in town.
Oh,
I don't want to boo him. I want to get mad at people for booing at him, for not being Houston hospitable to our friend Carlos.
Don't they typically cheer him in the first at bat?
No. They were booing the bleep out of him in the playoffs, and I feel like just be quiet. Just be quiet when he's up.
In the playoffs, I think all bets are off.
They are.
I think you boo everyone
except for with Carlos.
I do love Carlos, but
I love him too, and everyone's so mean to him.
Will they boo Christian Vasquez the way they boo Carlos Correa? Former Astro.
World champion.
That's also part of the reason I want the Royals. Just I don't want to deal with former Astros watch for 3 games because it'll be a national broadcast. So TBS is just going to show AJ Hinch's face or Carlos.
They will
Correa's
show
face.
AJ Hinch's face at least 7 times a game.
But
so just
and they'll be like, "Oh, he used to coach. He used to manage the Astros."
You get it with the Royals too.
Who?
They're starting first baseman. Yuli.
Eric Hosmer?
Yuli.
I forgot Yuli's
there. Yeah, Yuli's a Royal
Is
now.
he still their starter?
I don't know if he's still their starter or not.
He was a minor leaguer all year. Now he's going to start in a playoff game.
It says in the last 7 days, he's 3 for 22. He's played in 6 games.
Yeah.
So that sounds like a starting first baseman to me.
God.
So we'll be on Yuli watch for.
And he's got that playoff pedigree.
Yes, he has a he has a playoff moment. They probably won't show on TV.
that moment, correct.
They probably won't show that one.
But he learned from it.
You never know. I mean, look.
And by learning from it,
we don't know what they can get away with.
He learned from it in that he learned they won't suspend him until the next year.
Yeah.
for doing something.
If there is a next year for Yuli. So maybe this year they'd have to suspend him because they have to be like, hey, he might not be in the league next year, so we gotta get him now. That's gonna happen. But I would prefer, of the 3 Astros watch candidates, Yuli would be at the bottom of my power rankings. I want to see, or no, at the top of my power rankings. I want to see Yuli the most, then Carlos, then AJ. Because Carlos can actually hurt you. He can do damage.
He's a playoff guy.
He is a playoff guy.
Playoff killer. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. Don't stay foot. Got Rex Ryan taking over Mike Zimmer's job on the brain. MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. You're going to get an awesome deposit bonus. They will double your initial deposit right away. Yeah. You can bet on live blackjack. You can bet on live poker. You can bet on all sorts of things. Hey, how about you bet on a little Houston Texans? They're still 6-point favorites. That is ridiculous. Take the Jaguars to cover. Take them. If the Texans win, great. We feel good. We feel better. But 6? Come on. The Jaguars are not this bad. I hope I'm wrong, but they're not this bad. MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975 to bet on all things NFL. You can bet on the Astros or World Series odds. The Astros are 4th best odds, plus 970. See, MyBookie.ag, they respect the Astros, and you should respect MyBookie.ag as the best place to gamble. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Clean up on aisle me. Champagne was invented when the 1960 Mets had the worst record in all of baseball. It was invented. In fact, it was invented in the 5th century. History buff Paul striking out there. A little surprised by that one.
You're only off by like 1,400 years.
Imagine having champagne that's not cold.
That would suck.
I mean, it was like lukewarm by the time we finished our bottle the other day.
That's true, but that's also because I hid it from myself so that I wouldn't be.
Yeah. But like you're saying like warm.
Yeah.
Like,
I would
that
imagine it's probably like 72 plus degrees or something like that.
Yeah.
Not even lukewarm.
Well, hopefully next Thursday or Wednesday. Hopefully next Wednesday.
Are we gonna do another
next
champagne
Thursday.
bottle if they win the fake round of the playoffs? I don't think we could do that.
Every-
No, I
yeah.
don't think we can do that.
No. We do what the players do. Okay, if the players celebrate with champagne
Every time we
after the
celebrate,
game,
we celebrate.
Damn it!
I'll buy
All
the
right.
next bottle.
You got the next one?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll rotate.
I mean, it's $12, but on a radio salary, it goes a long way. I was thinking, am I going to be able to pay my HOA fee this month? Definitely not going to be able to pay my energy bill, which keeps on just widely varying. Do you guys ever deal with that?
It's so up and I mean,
my energy bill was $130 last month, and this month it was $277.
What's it like in the winter?
Great question. Probably like 80.
So-
I don't know. It just jumped. I never. It's funny. I am psycho type A. I have like a spreadsheet. I do a budget with all that
same.
stuff.
Yeah.
And the one thing I could never figure out how to budget is, well, we'll see what happens this month with my energy. I have to put it on a credit card. I never know. I never know what's going to happen.
It's all over the
It's
place.
like roulette.
Yeah, I just assume it's going to be high, and then like on my next month like projected bills, I put the high number, and then if it comes in lower, it's like yes. But then during the winter, I don't know what it was. My electric bill was like $10.
Yeah, that
and then
sounds
now
about
it's
right.
like $250.
Yeah, it's crazy. The variance, it is not normal. As somebody who has lived in other states, like this is the one state where it does that. And I'm not trying to say what is right and what isn't right. All I'm saying is I would like a little consistency here, much like we'd like a little consistency out of our Houston Texans. Am I right? Oh God, I'm so good at radio. Don't you think?
Yes.
Thank you. But anyway, hopefully they're more consistent with who we think they can be on Sunday against the Jaguars. I mentioned that 6-point spread. I can't believe it hasn't changed at all.
I mean, it started at 4.5.
Yeah.
And that's what it opened up Sunday as soon as the 3 o'clock window was over. And then within like an hour and a half, it moved to 6.5. So the fact that there wasn't some regression just shows you. I mean, Paul, we've been negative, not negative, but I think we've been fair about the Texans. But if you look at power rankings from like The Athletic and NFL.com, The Athletic still has the Texans as the 5th best team in the NFL.
5th?
Yes. After that loss. And the only reason why they're not 4th still is because they had to move Minnesota in front of them. Like, to lose that way and then just be like, everyone's just basically outside of Houston. It's just like, who cares?
You know, it's funny. If they'd lost a close game and the offense actually looked good, I bet they would still be ahead of Minnesota in the power rankings.
100%.
Pull a fast one on you to make you mad and get clicks.
That's how the NFL power rankings go, is just who do we think is good? It doesn't matter who they actually played. But yeah, I was also shocked when I saw that. When I saw they're still 5th, I was like, whoa.
Yeah, I was expecting, I was like, oh, when I clicked on it, I was like, are they gonna be outside the top 10? Was my thought process. And then I was like, oh, they're still top 5. Okay. To answer your question from earlier, would I be okay if the Texans won the same way the Cowboys did last night? I guess. Because
only I can ride the fence here. Come on.
A win's a win, but I
Ooh.
wouldn't be happy about it.
It's going to be tough to be happy after Sunday. I really don't think there's anything they can do on Sunday to convince me that they're finally figuring it out. It's really one of those things where we got to wait until that game against the Bills, because the Bills have been there and done that. And even if the Jaguars end up doing well afterwards, I think we'd still take everything with a little bit of a grain of salt, even if the Texans win this game by a couple of scores.
I mean, even if they win, like let's say 34-20.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Jags lost 47-10 last week, the week before. Like, this is a team that just got destroyed. Gave up 5 touchdowns in the first half to the Buffalo Bills. So anything without just dominating them in the way Buffalo did, there's going to be room for question. But even then, you're right. Like, we've raised the expectations for this team, and it's more about what they do the following week at home versus Buffalo than it is what they do this weekend. Like, it just doesn't matter as much. As long as you get the win, that's what matters most. I prefer it to be not as ugly as last night, because last night was not a good football game.
Same. And while Kaimi Fairbairn, 2-time AFC Special Teams Player of the Week, is pretty damn good, I would prefer it to not be a field goal fest. You can't have an offense that is built on 50-plus yard field goals.
Well, I mean, the Cowboys' offense is built on 60-yard field goals, so could be worse.
Do you want to do a really quick edition of baseball this afternoon, this week?
Yes.
Today?
Is this the last one of the year?
Because teams have been clinching things, and I did want to update people because there's some funny stories along the way. I forgot the order I said all of those things. So, did anyone see Shohei Ohtani hit that 50-50 ball, the home run?
Mm-hmm.
He has 50-plus home runs. He has 50-plus stolen bases. Did you see the crowd of animals that were fighting one another for the ball?
Yes.
Well, we're going to court, baby. This is actually going to court. An 18-year-old who did not end up with that baseball is suing the person that fought his way to the bottom of that pile and is seeking an injunction to stop the auction scheduled to start on Friday. I'm curious as to how this works. If you watch the video, you saw what happened. If you haven't seen the video, watch it. It is kind of embarrassing the amount of adult men who are fighting each other for this 50-50 home run ball.
I can't agree with this take.
Well, how much are people going to pay for it?
They're saying it's worth at least $1 million.
That's worth $1 million. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
So let me ask you this question, Paul.
If I had rich parents, I would 100% do the same thing as this 18-year-old kid and sue to stop the auction.
What would you do in that pile for $1 million baseball?
I'd punch someone in the nuts.
At least.
Hey, I've been at the bottom of a pile in a football game.
Mm-hmm.
I was very good at recovering fumbles.
Strategy?
Well, the first time I ever recovered a
twister?
fumble in a football game, this was my sophomore year. I had my helmet turned all the way around on my face. It hurt a lot. My neck hurt for about a week and a half afterwards, and I lost the ball because somebody else punched me in the nads.
Ugh.
So I became much better at recovering fumbles after that. I think I would be able to get in the fetal position with the ball. I think I would have been able to get it.
Yeah.
But I think the real problem is how much pain and punching could I take? And also, what happens when you get up with it? Like, do people just walk away and accept it? I don't know. I mean, this was a Dodgers game.
You guys
We're
talking
talking Dodgers fans.
They don't have a referee that blows it dead. That's like, nope. We got, like, they dig in the bottom of the pile and they see you covered up with it. You can't run over with the ball over your head running to the sideline. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just got to leave the game immediately. Like, you get out of the pile.
How do you get out, though? I mean, are there going to be Dodger fans in the parking lot, too? They'll stab you.
Yeah, but they won't know it's you, though.
Yeah,
Just
and you
put it in your pocket and keep your head down, keep it moving.
I actually bet you they got escorted out of the game by security because security probably tried to negotiate. The team probably tried to negotiate with them.
Oh, that's true.
Before they
You're
left.
right. They'll send some goons over to try to get the ball. Like, hey,
Yeah.
Shohei would love it if you would just give this to him for free. Here's an autographed bat.
Yeah. I wonder how it works because if I remember correctly, this was in Miami that he actually hit the 51.
Oh, it was in Miami. Okay.
Yeah, so I wonder how much the road team helps out the Dodgers. You know, how they would help out the team in that.
I mean, I feel like if you're the Dodgers, you have to hire extra employees or like fly everyone in from LA and just like have them like in like standing room only.
Just plants.
And just like plants. And it's just like, hey, when it happens. Now he did hit 3 home runs in this game, so they might not have been ready for it. But okay, I know that was impressive. But then he hit this double like 2 days later, 117 miles per hour off the bat. Oh my gosh.
Is that a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
He might be the best baseball player of all time already.
Wow.
He's so good. He's finished top 4 in the Cy Young like what, 3 times?
I was gonna say, I think it's pretty obvious he's the best baseball player.
Yeah.
of all time.
And he hasn't even accomplished anything in the postseason. Hasn't even played in a postseason game.
Hey, just because Babe Ruth played when it was segregated is no reason to not say Babe is still the guy. He was a fatty eating hot dogs when he did what he did. He did it in spite of acid reflux, hangovers. Come on.
Constipation. Yeah.
A lot of that. That's for sure. More around baseball. It was pretty cool to see all the A's fans show up for the last game at the Coliseum. Did you see, though, that the A's ownership instructed the players to get the bleep out as quickly as possible? They did not listen to this. Mark Kotze gave a nice speech to the crowd at the very end, but they actually had a directive to the players. Hey, leave the ballpark as soon as this is over.
What's scumbags?
He's really John Fisher, all-time sports movie villain.
And like honestly, like this is, and I think he's getting all the blame, and he should be getting 90% of it. Maybe less. I think it's despicable that these owners, including Jim Crane, like they're all at fault, have let this happen. Like just that let some loser like this run an organization the way he has, to not negotiate in good faith, to intentionally trade away your best players whenever they start to get expensive. Just run an operation like this. The owners should have stepped in and stopped it. And they won't, because in case they decide they want to do the same thing.
You're right. But it is one of those things where I feel like owners should be more cutthroat with bad owners.
100%.
It's weird. There's this boy system where they won't do in one of their own. Oh, so people who have accrued all of this wealth over a long period of time, probably backstabbing so many people along the way because they don't care. They're all about the power. Now, all of a sudden, they stop. They want to do this, I would bet. Why don't they do it? Have some balls.
Yeah, I just get rid of them.
Come in. I want some owner on owner crime. It would make the game more fun. The billionaires are fighting each other, getting in fist fights and stuff like that. It would be great.
I still want to do, like, if you don't make the playoffs for like a certain amount of years, you are forced to sell the team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So like the Jets would have new ownership group because they haven't made the playoffs in like 12 years.
You'd still make money.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd still make a couple billion.
Yeah.
Like it's still a great deal. But like you have 10 years to make the playoffs. If you don't make it, you're out of
It
here.
would just be so funny when like a team gets inherited and then the kid, it's like if that happened to the Steelers or something. It's like it's out of the family because you were such a moron.
It would be funny.
that you couldn't make the playoffs.
But it would put pressure on them
Yeah.
to actually try. But again, that'll never happen. We can only wish. I could dream about you. All right, that's baseball this afternoon, this week, today. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. I got a bad feeling about this one. I got a bad feeling about Sunday. I think I'm about to talk myself into the Jaguars winning. We'll discuss. Stick around. The original Greek Festival is back October 3rd through 5th. A cornerstone of the fall festival season here in Houston and the largest of its kind in the nation. It features homemade Greek food, traditional Greek dancing, all sorts of authentic shopping, and an opportunity to learn more about the Greek Orthodox faith and culture. Admission to the festival is $8 for adults, and children under 12 get in free. No charge for admission between 11 and 3 today. For more information, call 713-526-5377. And we got a pair of tickets to give away. Am I not mistaken?
Correct.
713-780-3776. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You're going to the original Greek Festival. Huzzah!
I feel like this is this is another one of those opportunities for you, Paul.
Why?
If you need to go into the dating pool, go check out Greek Fest. Just find some new ladies, some new options.
Is this going to be one where
I don't know? I just feel like this is there's dancing.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie.
Excited about the dancing,
Joe. The way you talked about it made it seem like Greek people are
no
people who put out like that.
No. I said vibe. I said dating.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I watched my big fat Greek wedding last week.
Oh, you watched it last week?
Yeah,
that's what's really on the mind.
Yes, it is.
And that's different from Mamma Mia, right? Those aren't the same movie.
Yes, those are different.
Okay. The first ever job I had was at a Greek restaurant, and I worked with a bunch of dudes on work release from jail. They were the nicest people, except for when our boss was this big fat guy with Tourette syndrome. He made this noise all the time. I'm not kidding.
It could be worse, but yeah.
They weren't nice when he talked down to them. That boss did. So one of them slapped him in the face. I heard the slap. I was running the register. I just turned around.
How old were you?
I was 18.
Okay.
It was maybe I was 19. It was right after my freshman year of college.
Okay.
And yeah, I just remember that slap. Oh, there's so many things from that job.
I was just thinking I was imagining 16-year-old Paul Gallant.
Working
with a bunch of guys on prison.
No, they were cool. I mean, I got along with them great. I drive them back to the place after work because they didn't have cars.
Prison?
No. They were in a halfway house.
Oh, okay.
So I drive them back to that. They were cool.
Gotcha.
They were cool. One time I drove to help somebody go get something. And then after the fact, I was like, because I'm a naive 19-year-old, did I just help that person get drugs? I think I did. Because he said, oh, yeah, I just got to go see my uncle. He went in and out. And I was like, oh, yeah. Prep school boy. Very naive. Anyway.
That's funny.
Hey. I'd rather talk about what I'm about to say, but I have a bad feeling about Sunday. Much like in Star Wars, how they overkill the phrase, I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this.
Why?
Well, I don't think the Jaguars are that bad.
I'm really surprised that that's your stance on the Jags.
They're not that bad. Everyone acts like they're so bad. They're not. They're not great, but they're not bad. I mean, going into the year, I thought highly of the Jaguars compared to the Vikings, even with the Vikings having a better head coach.
Yeah, it's gone so bad for Jacksonville in a lot of ways. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has just been awful. I really didn't like their offseason moves. I mean, I like the Brian Thomas draft pick, but he's a rookie, so I don't think you should have too high expectations for him right away. And then just coming off last year, I don't know. I don't see it. I'm not sure they're gonna be the worst team in the NFL this year, but I'm gonna stand by my stance that Doug Peterson's getting fired on Sunday.
That is a real take.
I think I said last week, didn't I? Yeah, the Texans.
I don't think you said it as declaratively as right now.
Yeah, the Texans are going to get Doug Peterson fired on Sunday.
Whoa.
So I feel very opposite of you about Jacksonville.
Okay. Embrace debate. Texans puke it up against the Jaguars, or the Texans smoke the Jaguars. I mean, I hope what you said happens.
Yeah, which one's more likely?
The thing that is more likely to happen is that this is going to be an ugly game and it goes down to the wire. And you're probably relying on Kaimi Fairbairn to save you again. This time at NRG Stadium.
Yeah. And because that's just what it feels like this whole season's going to be. Is it because the way to me, I don't know if it's a style thing, but because it goes back to last year. They don't beat anyone convincingly besides Cleveland in the playoffs.
That's truly it. I went back and looked. They beat the Steelers early on last year, but that was a Steelers team that was a middle-of-the-road team. They barely beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. I mean, it took CJ Stroud performing a miracle at the very end. That's a team that's about on their level. I would say still, Texans and Bucks, until the Texans prove otherwise. They had the win against the Bengals. Guess who else is 0-3 this year?
The Bengals.
It's something I talked about, Joe, the day you're getting the root canal. The resume is not as impressive. And until they add to it, I just think it's over the top to call for a blowout. So I've accepted that they just don't blow people out. And I think that it's going to be uncomfortable on Sunday, whether it's because Trevor Lawrence is making big plays happen downfield, because they won that game last year without Christian Kirk. Or because can we really see Trevor Lawrence being one of the bottom 5 quarterbacks in the league? I get it. He's not great. He's not one of the best in the game. He got way too much praise for a game where he threw 4 interceptions in the first quarter because the Chargers all over themselves and they ultimately won. But we've seen Lawrence and the Jaguars at rock bottom. 2 years ago, the Jaguars were not 2-6 and they made the playoffs. And they were annoying after winning that game against the Chargers, against the Chiefs in a game where I think Chad Henne had to finish things for the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes hurt his ankle in that game.
That sounds right. I'm kind of with you on Trevor. Not kind of. I'm with you. He's not this bad. I still believe. Like if you were to tell me, is Trevor Lawrence going to be a top 10 quarterback or be replaced before his contract was over, and I had to bet on one, I'd still bet on him being top 10. Like there's still immense talent there. So it's not even Trevor that I view Jacksonville this poorly. I think it's Doug Peterson. That what happened in Philly, like, yes, it was a good run for him. We won a Super Bowl. But what happened after? The team just nosedived.
Right.
And it's Trent Baalke, one of the worst GMs in the NFL.
He's really bad. I can't believe he's still employed.
I mean, Trevor's been sacked 11 times this year. The offensive line, they haven't really addressed it. They've tried. They've failed. They keep bringing in first-round picks and second-round picks and offensive linemen in free agency, and it doesn't get any better. They've tried to address the wide receiver position. Gabe Davis, one of their big signings this offseason, he has 8 catches on the year on 16 targets. Like, not all of that's going to be on Trevor. They tried with Calvin Ridley. That didn't really work. So it's more about the organization around Trevor for me, about why I view them so negatively than it is Trevor Lawrence himself. So that's where, is this like, do I think they're going to smoke him this weekend? No. Because to me, when you just look at a piece of paper and you look at a depth chart, there's too much talent on Jacksonville for them to be 41-10 bad like they were last week.
Yeah, Peterson's interesting, and I think Asymmetric Risk brought up on the Twitch that Peterson is the front runner as far as odds to be first coach fired. But a name that you mentioned earlier, Trent Baalke's construction of this roster, there is talent on this roster, but their offensive line is not very good. This should be a game where the Texans get 4 to 5 sacks. Again, just given who they have in their pass rush. He has done a horrible job building that. And I think you also take a look at some of the picks that they've made over the years. I mean, they could have had Aiden Hutchinson, who had 4.5 sacks in a game?
Yep.
And they got, I don't even remember his name.
Travon Walker?
Travon Walker, yeah. So, I mean, there's been a lot of whiffs. And just imagine being the Jaguars, picking the guy that the San Francisco 49ers picked instead of Jim Harbaugh. Something that gets forgotten with the 49ers and their brief era of complete incompetence with Jim Tomsula, among others. They picked Trent Baalke over Jim Harbaugh. What a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, they picked Trent Baalke, and then they did exactly what the Texans did. They had 3 head coaches in 3 years.
Yep.
They fired Harbaugh, and they didn't retain their interim, I believe it was. Then they had Tomsula. They fired him. And then they had Chip Kelly.
I forgot they had Chip
Kelly. And then they fired him. And then they hired John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. And that was all Trent Baalke. And Jacksonville was just like, yeah, like this is the guy to turn around the worst organization historically in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah. Trent Baalke, it's been like a decade of this guy sucks.
Yeah.
It's crazy that he still has a job. Like that's why the Jacksonville situation just seems so brutal because Trevor isn't terrible. He's also not what he was billed as. But then when you have a guy who is probably uh, kind of middle of the road NFL quarterback. We can say right now, like talent wise and how he's played, independent of all that, he's probably a pretty average starting quarterback in the league. But then when you put him with this terrible situation around him, then you get results of you lose 8 straight games that he starts.
I don't know if you guys play the audio when I was out on Tuesday, or I can't remember when we had it in the group chat, but I know there was the Mike Greenberg quote from this week on TV where he said Trevor Lawrence was going to be a quarterback that got multiple coaches fired. So some people think it's on Trevor Lawrence. That, like,
I mean, he's already at 1, so
give him a pass.
I'm not giving him a pass for Urban Meyer. Urban Meyer is one of the greatest college football coaches of all time.
he's at 1, and then tomorrow or Sunday he'll be at 2.
Yeah.
when you're right, and he gets
He gave him that
he gets
contract.
Doug Peterson fired.
They did give him that contract, so yeah, there's a very good chance that somebody else gets canned.
He's not getting cut
if Peterson gets
gone.
Anyway, it is Gallant and George. I still have a bad feeling about this Texans Jaguars game.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, thanks, Han Solo. I love that part about Star Wars. They just kept on bringing that bit.
That and hope. They always say there's rebellions are built on hope. Is one that comes out later on. That's like the new Star
That's a
Wars.
prequel of Star Wars. Yeah,
Yeah.
And no offense, it's kind of lame.
I agree. But
Rebellions are built on hope.
But they pushed
the
hope word hard.
The rebellions are pretty brutal. I mean, go watch John Adams and see the tar and feathering scene where the bunch of massholes who, of course, got us into a war because they got drunk and threw a bunch of tea in a harbor. Just realize it's not really built on hope. It would be bloody purges, people getting assassinated.
I think it's built on hope because they kept losing. And then they were squeaking out wins.
So
they were getting those 60-yard field goals.
So they're Jets fans?
No, they were winning, but they weren't covering the spread.
They might be Texans fans.
Yeah, they're 0-3 against the spread, but 2-1.
And every time you think they win, the Empire comes back. Like, keep losing.
Yeah, here's another Death Star. See, Star Wars, there's some things they did too much. Like, hey, let's build they'll never see another Death Star coming. This one's a planet. It's different.
I like even in the original trilogy where they just had another Death Star like halfway built, but this time he was like, make sure you get the laser part right this time. Let's nail that first, and we can build the rest later.
Build your attack first. Defense later.
Starts with a Death Star.
Best defense is a good offense. That's what the Emperor was on.
How will the Death Star blow up this time? Find out next. You got Joe, we got Sean, we got me. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Big weekend for the Astros from this perspective. There are 2 roles that could theoretically be determined by the next 2 Astros games. We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros wrap up the season against the Cleveland Guardians in Cleveland the next 3. We'll be keeping a close eye on a couple of other series to see who the Astros end up playing in the BS round of the playoffs. It could be the Royals who play the Braves. It could be the Tigers who play the White Sox in Detroit. It could be the Twins who play the Orioles in Minnesota. But I'm curious about the next 2 nights for the Astros. First, you got Ronel Blanco on the hill tonight. I wonder how long he'll go. And you got Justin Verlander pitching on Saturday. Do you think there's anything, Joe, that can be determined as far as their roles in the postseason by what we see these next 2 games, or do you think it's already been decided?
I think Blanco is for sure going to be on the postseason roster in a bullpen role.
So this is a make it or break it game for Verlander to make the roster. You're perhaps about to say.
I mean, it's hard. I still wonder, like, mentally, if he'll do it. Like, if he would, I just wonder. I mean,
who would you leave him off for? Is what I'm thinking.
I think that's why Arrighetti, Verlander, and Blanco almost feel like they're all locks to be on the playoff roster at this point. I mean, you're going to carry 13 pitchers probably at this point.
I guess the question about how many bats you have because of what's going on with Jordan, who we're still not 100% certain on his status, definitely complicates things as far as how many pitchers you might have. Because if you have Jordan and you want him to go, but you're not sure when he's going to be able to go, that might be a dead roster spot. Say he can't go next week with the sprained knee that he's dealing with.
Because Blanco will be in the bullpen for the wild card round. I think he'll be in the rotation for the next round. If Verlander does just like dominate on Saturday, maybe there's a chance we see him in the ALDS in the rotation. I doubt it because I just don't think it's going to happen. But it would be hard if, like, his last start against Cleveland, if they put out their full roster or most of their full roster, which I just don't think they. I mean, I guess they're still fighting for the 1 seed, so they may play all their guys. Like they might be more aggressive with their lineup than you are.
There's a chance. If it was tonight, it would, I think, be more likely.
Yeah.
Today or Saturday, I think, is what complicates it a little bit. What kind of Cleveland Guardians team are you getting on Saturday? Is there anything you can do to change your mind about him going into the playoffs? Because I would love to see a turn back the clock performance. I'm not expecting that. And because I'm not expecting that, I'm not expecting to see anything that makes me feel like Verlander needs to be a starter in the postseason. And then that's where the awkward question begins. That's where you wonder, okay, is there a better spot on this roster than using Justin Verlander there and having him on because he's Justin Verlander? Because that's what he'd be getting on the postseason roster for, is because he's Justin Verlander at this moment in time.
Yeah, and really it's like, well, he's just going to be in the dugout. So then he doesn't need to be on the roster if he's not going to actually pitch in a game. 7 innings, like 8 strikeouts. I would feel better.
Assuming it's the Guardians' main lineup,
yeah,
I would feel better.
I'd be like, sure.
But I don't think I'd have the balls to actually put him in either rotation, even because we're already looking past the wild card round. We don't recognize
we
it.
are. I mean, in Cleveland's I would assume they're gonna roll out most of their guys because their first game, whether they are the 1 seed or the 2 seed, will not be until a week from Saturday. So I would assume that they're not going to be viewing this series the way the Astros are and giving guys rest days when they're automatically off for 6 days at that point. I've kind of talked myself back into the idea of Verlander being a starter in the ALDS, mostly because if he's going to be on the roster, the idea for Justin Verlander would be to come in a bad situation, right? Where like Blanco's out there to start game 4 and he gets shelled. Well, how long is it going to take Justin Verlander to get ready in a game where when's the last time JV came out of the bullpen? I mean, maybe he did it in the World Series in 2022, but so if you're going to have a piggyback situation Well, Blanco would be the more logical choice to come in after your starter after 2 or 3 innings, or Arrighetti. So Verlander's either the starter in game 4 or he's not on the roster. Like, I don't know what the in between is of like, is Justin Verlander going to come in because Hunter Brown has a high pitch count and only got through 4 innings, and JV is going to be your bridge to get to Abreu, Presley, and Hader?
What if he's the mop up guy?
That's just, I'd rather not be on the roster. That just seems like such an insult. I don't think he'd accept that. My biggest question right now is if they're putting Yordan Alvarez on the injured list today, because I think they might be. I mean, Zach DeZenzo, instead of playing for a championship, look, I know it's not a huge deal, but the Space Cowboys won the PCL championship.
Hell yeah. Go Cowboys.
They have a champion. They have the national championship game, it's called, apparently.
Against the International League, right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. So they won. So they were the first half
Uh-huh.
and second half champs.
Yep.
And also the champs.
And the champs.
So that's 3 championships for Sugarland.
Yeah.
In one season.
And they can get one more championship on Saturday because it's only a 1-game series.
So mad I didn't get a first half champions t-shirt.
I'm
so mad.
I bet you
could've
can
got
still
it.
get some.
I hope so. Sugarland
Um,
Space Cowboys, hook me up. I want a first half and second half and PCL championship t-shirt.
And hopefully national championship t-shirt. But Zach DeZenzo is in Cleveland, and I don't know why. There was an Astros fan, caught him on the plane, and then it got reported that he is in Cleveland. Like, why
Who's
is he
snitching?
Why is he in Cleveland?
They saw him on the plane.
Yeah, shout out to that Astros fan.
Yeah,
for being able to pick Zach DeZenzo out of a lineup.
That's a great point.
I would not be able to pick Zach DeZenzo out of anything. I don't even know if he's white.
He is.
He is okay.
You could put him on a field with like the other guys we don't know. Like let's say Joey Lopefito was still on the team, just for this example. If you put Joey Lopefito, Will Wagner, Zach DeZenzo, Shea Whitcomb in a lineup, couldn't tell you which white guy's which. Maybe I can figure out. Maybe I can figure out Lopefito.
You could
I
have
remember
Lopefito. Listen, I know people have thoughts about
Hey,
my
Paul,
sexual leanings.
Let me help you. Handsome.
Yeah, he's not just handsome. That guy's hot. You know, I mean, what are we doing here?
But any of the space cowboy champions.
Yeah.
I'm looking
They
up
all-
Zach DeCenzo, and the first 3 pictures of him all look different. So I don't think I'd be able to recognize
I'm
him.
just like, why is he in Cleveland? Like, when Jordan's hurt and we're waiting for an update, I don't like hearing that a minor league baseball player is on his way to Cleveland.
Do the minor leagues? Well, I guess one question: do the minor league champions get rings? 2, is it like the MLB or when you win the Super Bowl or NBA championship, where every player that played for you at any point
They can't do that.
season?
I mean, then
gets a ring?
okay, so who gets a ring for the Space Cowboys?
Like half
then?
the Astros.
Justin Verlander.
Yeah.
Jordan Alvarez. Did Jordan? No, I don't think Jordan played in Sugarland.
No,
this year.
Eric Getty
Getty
gets one.
I think Blanco gets one.
I mean, the 4 white guys you brought up all get one.
I think Altuve gets one. Altuve had a rehab start in Sugarland this year.
I would take one of those rings gladly because I know they wouldn't want it. And
Luke Berryhill gets one, who caught
our
Paul's
guy,
first
but
pitch.
he's not on the team anymore,
Yeah,
right?
but he was on the team during
Country music
the
star.
first half where they won the championship.
You know, here's the thing. I want to know how much those would go for. They're clearly not going for Shohei Ohtani 50-50 ball money, which someone on YouTube said could be going for $4.5 million. Wow. I want to kill myself now. I'd settle for a Sugarland Space Cowboys championship ring. If any of those players they want to get rid of it.
If Cooper Hummel,
What would I get at a pawn shop for that?
I'm just hoping we get
I'd have to explain the Sugarland. Well, we should. I mean, we carry the team.
Yeah.
The whole E ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 family, because the Space Cowboys are our family.
But
we should all get rings. I mean,
we should, but no, this is not disrespectful to the Space Cowboys, but I know the Astros don't work that way. Because I thought I deserved a ring in 2022.
Yeah.
As one of the 2 radio producers.
They didn't give you one?
No, and they gave it to the guy in 2017.
That actually sucks.
So I thought I was getting a World Series ring and a real one.
Oh,
you know what they
damn.
told me? You can pay for it.
Well, maybe he paid for it.
No, I think because he was like an OG, like It had been in radio for a long time.
Maybe he paid half price.
I heard he got it.
Now
I thought I was getting a ring. I really did.
Can't wait for when Cam Smith gets his Sugarland Space Cowboys ring.
Yeah.
Austin Rodriguez gets one.
Yeah. I think I ran a game this year.
That's why he left 790. That's why.
Yeah.
If you want it, you should have put a ring on it.
Blame Jim Crane for why.
Yeah.
For why
I mean,
Joe left.
if they did that, then I could have sold it and stayed. But I'm glad I didn't have to. So.
I hope that at the very least the Space Cowboys have one of the Astros ring nights. I'd go for that. I want a replica Sugarland Space Cowboys ring. I don't want a replica Astros ring.
You want a Space Cowboys?
I want a Space Cowboys.
Maybe we'll make that ESPN 97.5. I'll coordinate that.
I'll say because then I could maybe. Do you think I could pull this off? Stolen valor. Be like, yeah, I was on the Space Cowboys championship team.
I was a middle reliever.
Honestly, yes. You could.
Yeah.
You could just tell people you're Luke Berryhill. They probably wouldn't know the difference.
I could say I'm the bat boy.
You could say you're Zach DeCenzo. They wouldn't know that.
No, they would know that. I got a lot of white in my beard.
I will say you
Just
look
shave the beard.
You look more like a Space Cowboys player than you look like the Space Cowboys bat boy when we were there.
I think next year for the ESPN 97.5 now, I think I want to ask if we can be the bat boy for the night.
I would love that.
And I want it to be you, Mapes.
I would love to be a bat boy for a game.
I think it'd be so much fun.
It's Gallant George. This should not have made me laugh this hard. 10-minute drills next. Stay put. There was a Thursday night football game last night. The Dallas Cowboys are at 500, a very unimpressive 2-2 after a 2015 win over the New York Giants. New York had a chance at the very end. The Cowboys did some dumb clock management down the stretch. I don't know why they didn't just call a timeout and make Brandon Aubrey kick that field goal with the play clock dwindling. They should have just, let it run. They rushed it a little bit. They missed the field goal. So the Giants actually had a chance to potentially throw a game-winning Hail Mary. The problem is Daniel Jones, the very next pass, I think didn't realize that they could have probably used the play to get to midfield. A lot of bad in that game. But worst of all, not the Cowboys, not the Giants. It was the referees. Al Michaels was in peak Thursday night form, ripping the refs.
You're kidding. Ball start. Offense number 30. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
It's the 8th penalty now, right?
No, it's the 147th.
What was that shot of you and Frank Gifford, 1986?
Yeah.
You called a bunch of Monday Night Football games,
right?
Thursday night and Sunday night.
I
don't know. Is this a world record for you in first half laundry?
Absolutely.
I think it's got to be up there.
Without question. You're going to need some new flags to throw in the second half. These ones are filthy. Anger's kick. Will bounce inside the 5.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's another flag. In fact, there are 2. We wouldn't lie to you.
We wouldn't lie to you to wrap it up.
Yeah, he is disgusted with these players, I think.
I think he's disgusted with the game, too.
Yeah, I think it's all of it, right? It's the players, it's the game, it's the refs. He just doesn't any of it.
He's had it. Whatever it is, he's had it. He cannot deal with this anymore.
No, he can't.
Although I feel like we've said that for like 3 years.
Yes.
At least.
He can totally deal with it. He loves this.
As long as he has his steak and lobster at halftime.
He has his steak and lobster at halftime. He gets to pet Kirk Herbstreit's dog at halftime. Charlie the dog. And then he goes back to just dumping on the football that he gets paid a lot to watch.
I hate that I know this, but his dog is not named Charlie.
What's the dog's name?
Ben.
Same thing.
And as a reward for all of this, he gets to call Baker Mayfield versus Kirk Cousins next week.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my God.
More Kirk Cousins in your life means more commentary like this. Al Michaels wasn't done with the refs. We have 4 cuts of Al Michaels dumping on referees today. Shout out to
Besides
us.
the fact that the game is completely rhythmless.
Yeah.
Because of what's been going on with the flags. What do you make of the first half?
All of those were in the first half.
Woo!
We could have played more. There's another clip of him saying, wow, this is our first penalty of the third quarter. 7 minutes in. I wonder if the refs got the memo from headquarters in New York. Hey, Al Michaels is complaining too much. Could you keep it down? Could you turn down the flags?
Yeah, it's not to the point where it's not Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal disdain like they have for the NBA. He's getting close though. Because they're very negative. He's just annoyed.
Yeah. I like it though. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is my favorite part of Thursday night football now because these games are rough. Lots of injuries happen. At least I've got Al Michaels still in the booth, one of the best broadcasters ever, and he's in effort mode, and it's pretty funny.
Especially once we get into the thick of the Thursday night football season, because it's still relatively early in the season. We're kind of just happy.
Giant season isn't over yet.
Yeah.
That's 2 weeks from now.
That's part of it. All these teams are still in it, at least technically. And that it's still early enough in the season that we're still enjoying it. But like we saw in the game where guys were going down like flies late in that game for the Cowboys and for the Giants, that once we get into the real meat of the Thursday night schedule, I think we're all going to have the same outlook that Al Michaels does, where it's like, oh my God, what am I watching right now?
Part of me wishes they would just start later. Thursday Night Football later in the season.
That's what they used to.
And make them all flex games. Like, so that way you can just pick and choose. Like I think I saw like Saints Broncos is in a couple weeks. Like that's gonna be like,
hey, that's Sean Payton revenge game.
Yeah, and that's why it's on there, I guess.
That's the entire reason.
But like, no one really cares once this game starts. Like that's for the pregame show, which no one watches.
Is it even a revenge game because he retired?
Yeah, and they got a second round pick for him,
something like that, right? Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what Al does. By the way, the refs messed up a pretty critical call. This could have cost the Giants the game. Did you see them call a face mask penalty on the wrong team?
Yeah.
They show the replay. It was very clearly a Cowboys player grabbing a Giants player's face mask, but they called the face mask on the Giants. Knocked him out of pretty good situation. I think it was a 30-yard difference in field position.
Yeah, I think they would have had a first down on the play, right?
Yeah, and then they ended up kicking a field goal.
Yeah, that's where I just don't understand the NFL.
You should be able to challenge that. You should be able to review it. It's not that big of a deal. If the coaches challenge 3 times a game, they'll have to pick their spots. You should be able to challenge a penalty. I don't understand why we don't allow that.
I just don't like, even then, even if they don't get to the coaches, like, you've got people in New York watching the game.
Yeah.
Just whistle in. Like, yeah, if they run to the line of scrimmage and call play, like, yeah, you might miss some, but just stop the play. I'd rather them slow the game down even more, honestly, and just get it right.
Well, what do you mean stop the play? Like in the middle of the play?
No, like before the next play starts.
Oh,
like
gotcha,
just like
okay.
before, like as they're walking,
like blow it dead.
Yeah, blow it dead before it starts.
A lot easier when there's only one game going on.
Yeah, like just stop it. And the
Sky
NFL,
judge.
even in the NFL, is billions and billions of dollars. They can have a crew on each game. Like, there's no excuse to miss calls like that.
You would think that they would. It can't cost that much. It really can't.
Yeah.
It's what, like 3 people, you pay them $25 an hour
Yeah.
to do it for a 4-hour game?
You can pay way more than that, I would think. It'd still be fine.
I'm just saying, like, that's the like bare minimum that they could do.
Yeah, like you got $1 billion deal from YouTube, basically. Like, you know,
Should be able to make it work.
you know, like 150 grand a team. That's what it'd be.
More injuries in the NFL. Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence look like they will be out for a while for the Dallas Cowboys. Malik Neighbors seemed to get a concussion. He said he's okay. Also of note, I guess Christian McCaffrey went to Germany to get his ankle/calf/Achilles looked at. And bad news, guys. He's going to be out for a while.
I'm going to guess the season.
I'm just glad I didn't take him first overall in fantasy football.
That's why, even when he was going first overall, it's like, I'll never, ever take him.
I had him last year, and I was like, this is going to be the year where it doesn't work out. And I could have theoretically kept him in one league, and I was like, nope, it's not. He's going to get hurt.
Boom.
He's
Eject.
He's due.
That was good. Yeah, I mean, this entire summer he had the red question mark next to him.
Correct.
So it's not completely shocking, but it is surprising. Like
well, going to Germany is like,
yeah,
oh
yeah. When you're going to Germany, after week 3, it does become, oh, your season might be over real fast.
Oof. Poor fantasy owners out there.
Remember when he wasn't on the injury report or whatever? He was a late scratch on that one Monday night game.
People got mad at me.
I mean, it's like
People got very mad at me for saying that I don't care.
Yeah. I can't believe people. Joe cared.
Joe did care.
I did care.
Joe cared. I did.
Cannot believe.
But he also they also lied very clearly.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, they're now saying he may now go on injured reserve.
Right. He may now go on.
Yeah.
That's
maybe.
not lying. He may now go.
He had to take a little trip to Germany to see if he was going to be on injured reserve.
Yeah.
I said maybe. I just really want to know if Christian McCaffrey's Achilles grows back in Germany. Maybe. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry.
They're back, right?
They are. Oasis back. The ability to get tickets via online ticket companies, not back. Apparently it was a disaster for a lot of people. Here I am, Paul Gallant, always behind when it comes to music, because I think that story happened a month ago.
Were you trying to get tickets?
No.
Oh, okay.
I like them, but I'm not that into concerts where I'm going to spend $500 to go to a concert.
Especially like a reunion like that.
Yeah, let alone one in England. You think I'm going to go there? Only reason I'm going back to England is to take it back for the
They got-
United States.
They got a Chicago, Jersey, and Boston coming up. We
Oh,
hit-
they did? Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's some American dates.
Okay. I want to annex England.
To take it back
Take it back.
for America.
Take it back for America.
Back for
America invented England. They just don't know it. All right, I'm dumb. He's Joe, Sean behind the glass. I'm Paul. How far is too far? The hit game that's sweeping the nation. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We play this game once a week. Joe George makes us determine how far we're willing to go. How far is too far? Take it away, Joseph.
First of all, Shea Whitcomb was the one who was sent down. So Jordan's no update. It's Zach DeZenzo's in Cleveland because Shea Whitcomb, after having 3 errors, got sent down to the minors.
Oh,
So he doesn't get like a redemption arc here over the next couple.
Yeah,
days.
he should get 3 games to prove he can play defense. He's just got to get some more reps.
All right, how far is too far? We're gonna do the Houston Astros. Jordan Alvarez is healthy in this scenario. Okay.
Okay.
The Houston Astros will win the wild card round.
Not too far.
They'll win the divisional round.
Keep going.
Not too far.
They'll win the ALCS.
Not too far.
They'll win the World Series.
Not too far.
Not too far.
Okay. Jordan Alvarez is not in the playoffs at all.
Ooh.
The Astros will win the wild card round.
Not too far.
Yeah, not too far.
They'll win the ALDS.
Too far.
Not too far.
The ALCS.
Too far.
Okay.
Give me the 8 straight NLCS or ALCSs.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm at too. Like if Jordan's out there, I think they can win the World Series.
Yeah.
If he's not available, and then getting to, because you could play I guess you could play Cleveland in the second round or in the ALDS. Because since they're only a game apart right now, we don't know who the Astros' opponent at this moment would be.
Correct.
In the next round.
If it ended today, it would be the Tigers.
Yeah, it'd be the Tigers, and then it would be the Yankees. No, it would be the Tigers and then the Guardians would be their playoff.
Is that how it works? Where the 3 seed would play the 2 seed?
I think so. Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, it should be how it works. If it's not how it works, baseball's stupid.
I know. Here's the thing.
I have news for you, Joe. Baseball's stupid.
Let's cut all of ourselves some slack here because we don't know how this works. We literally do not know how the wild card round works. It is a confusing and foreign concept to us.
The Astros would play the 2 seed.
Okay, so right now they would play Cleveland in the second round.
Yes.
They can't beat Cleveland without Jordan.
They can. No, they can't. Again, the Astros.
Anything is possible.
Anything.
It's baseball.
Anything is possible except for the Astros losing before the ALCS. That is impossible.
I just think
in recent history.
I think going over 500 without Jordan Alvarez is going to be hard. I'm not saying they won't win a game, but to go over 500 for if it's best of 5 and it's a best of 3, for 8 games, are you expecting them to win 5 of a max 8 games?
To go 5-3?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot. Like that's what it's going to take, right? 5 wins.
Yeah.
So that's a lot to ask for. I'm not saying it's impossible, but without Jordan, it does seem like it would be very, very
daunting.
difficult.
Let me tell you a story about a under 500 team with no Jordan Alvarez that made this crazy thing called the ALCS. They're down 3-0 in that ALCS, and they fought back to a Game 7 where they ultimately lost
against the Tampa Bay Rays.
The Tampa Bay Rays, but the Astros have done it before.
Lineup's a little different.
Yeah.
No Carlos.
No Carlos Correa. I think Springer was still on the team.
Yeah, Springer was on the team. Carlos was on the team. Yuli was on the team. Yuli was good at the time too.
Yuli was good and on the team. Yeah.
Tucker was on the team.
Hey, Tucker's on this one too.
You're right.
I mean, he wasn't for 3 months, but now he is.
Okay.
All right. So now we're gonna pretend here that we're all rich for a second.
How far is too far?
You've got a lot of money. Okay, Paul.
How much money?
You can buy a house anywhere you want in the world.
Okay. Well, it's been nice. The Gallant George show is over.
Okay.
Oh wait, this is not real. Okay.
You have been called by the University of Syracuse.
Syracuse University.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Syracuse University. Sean, you've been called by Texas. I've been called by Notre Dame. You have billions of dollars. They tell you you are responsible for paying for a 5-star quarterback to come to your school. How much are you willing to get the best quarterback prospect at your school? $500,000.
Not too far.
$1 million.
Not too far.
$1.5 million.
Too far.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm not giving him over $1 million. Do something.
Okay. Sean?
Not too far.
$2 million.
Not too far.
2.5.
So this is a 5-star out of high school?
This is like Arch Manning. The next Arch Manning.
I mean,
$2.5 million.
That's where the game kind of falls apart. Where you're like, you can get a 5-star to commit to your school. I'm like, another one.
That's why I'm not going farther than that. I'm a successful businessman.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me 2.5. Yeah.
2.5.
Yeah. I can't promise anything more than that. Now, if it is like
if I had the funds,
if you could poach someone from a transfer portal
whatever you
perspective,
want. Either way, transfer portal, whatever. So if it was transfer portal, like if it was like you could, like if I had $5 million to give Notre Dame right now to get Arch Manning, done. Okay,
really
done. If I had just like unlimited funds,
yeah. If you're like a billionaire, like
Dave Portnoy said he would give Michigan $3 million, and he's being 100% serious to get a 5-star quarterback.
Yeah,
right
the
now.
guy stinks.
Yeah,
I know.
I mean, the guy they're trotting out.
Well, you
right
have.
now
That's why, like, you have to have money where it's like, if I lost $3 million, it's not gonna kill me.
Actual FU money?
Yeah.
I don't think he has $3 million though.
I don't think he does either. But he won a couple million in betting this year.
Sure, but he's also probably lost just as much.
Yeah. Well, he won big on Boston. He got the Celtics like 8-1 to win the championship.
Okay.
So I think he had like $500,000 on that bet. So I think he could,
Okay, so he's a sixth of the way there.
Yeah.
On that one bet. Which I'm sure he has made no other bets and lost no other money.
Yeah. But like
he's a very responsible person when
but he
gambles.
claims he would spend $3 million to get Michigan the best quarterback. If I had just like bleep you money as a sad Notre Dame fan, I would help them fire Marcus Freeman to hire Nick Saban, and then B, give them whatever they need to get a quarterback.
This is where I'm upset that we can't just look up how much these guys make. Where it's like, I want to know what $3 million actually gets me.
Yeah.
Like, does that, because
is it a drop in a Jimbo bucket?
I know like roughly $1 million is like for most Power 5 quarterbacks. That's like what you're looking at. It's like roughly, and it obviously depends on the school, depends on the player, all that stuff. But like once you get higher than that, it's like I'm not sure how much you're really getting, especially if it's a situation where it's just one donor. Where it's like Quinn Ewers, it's like he's getting some local Austin, like he's in a ton of local Austin commercials. He's in the Dr. Pepper commercials.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure he's also just getting the, here's money, NIL payments. So there's a lot that goes into it.
How far is too far? Let's continue here.
Wait.
This is throwing it back.
Whoa.
How far is too far for same scenario? Say, Sean, you've still got Tom Herman as head coach, and there's a huge buyout.
Not too far.
Joe,
nothing's too far.
Whether it's Jimbo Fisher, who you now like at Texas A&M, or
I'm an Elko guy,
Marcus Freeman.
Okay.
How far is too far for buying somebody out? Because I'm assuming these deals are all 50 million plus.
Oh, like if I had like billions of dollars?
If you had billions of dollars, how much would you spend to fire somebody?
What was Jimbo? Because
you'd spend 70 million.
If it was that bad.
Wow. I wouldn't. I mean, listen. I think it would naturally take care of itself. Like I don't feel the need to spend $70 million to fire somebody.
That is something where it's like once it's down to like 40, I'll help chip in. And then you can call some other people and they can chip in.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you get to unless you get to make the phone call or sit him down and say, it's just not working out. It's just not working out, babe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like if I get to like maybe like 10, I'll put like a fourth of it.
I'll be honest. Part of the reason this is tough is because if I am this rich, my life is so much better that I probably care less about.
Yeah, but
Texas
the thing
football.
is like all these guys, like they seem to care so much.
Yeah, that is true.
Because like, what else do they do?
I would probably have gotten like a suite or something there, and so I'd be especially angry if I'm paying all that money and watching it in person. Yeah, probably I don't know, 30 million.
I think I'd be way more invested in like sports if I was just like even more than I am now. Because I would just have, I'd just buy the fancy suites and everything.
I would just do too much cool stuff. I feel like.
Yeah.
Not going to any, not getting in trouble.
Yeah. My answer is whatever Marcus Freeman is owed on his contract, I would pay right now.
If you had that
I'll
money?
look that up during the break.
I don't think that's economically responsible.
If I could get Saban
even if you
out
had
of it,
FU money.
If I get Saban out of it, deal. What am I gonna do? Give it to charity?
I don't think you can get Saban though.
And maybe it's contingent. It's like, hey, you have to get a contract signed with Saban, and then you can have my money to fire whoever you want. If I could do it,
man, that would be too far for me. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean's behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Another rousing edition of How Far is Too Far. Up next, is this a must-win game for the Houston Texans? And do you too have a bad feeling about this? Because I do. It's Gallant and George. Talking Texans, Jags next. Stay put. Third and final hour on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. I don't think this is a must-win game for the Houston Texans, but I do think it is a must-win game for Houston Texans fans. Texans and Jaguars Sunday, NRG Stadium with the Texans, per mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, 6-point favorites. I'm sorry. I get that the Jaguars are 0-3, but that line is too much. It's too much. The Texans don't cover, but okay, you don't want to hear a hammer and hang tank. This team does not score points. This team is banged up on offense. They stall in the middle of the field often. They can't run the football. And while I like what they have shown at times defensively, maybe not on Sunday, but week 1 against the Colts for the most part, week 2 against the Bears for the most part, I don't buy the idea that that the Texans are going to shut the Jaguars down offensively, even though Trevor Lawrence has been truly horrid his last 8 starts in which the Jaguars are 0-8.
Yeah, we saw it last week. They didn't get to the quarterback enough. I mean, the one play that people were like really harsh on Aaron Murray.
Aaron Murray. Aaron Murray's the guy who played quarterback at Georgia.
That's right. The touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. Sam Darnold was, they showed it during the game. He was back there for 6 seconds.
Yeah, Sam Darnold was scrambling around looking, I know this is going to shock some people, like Michael Vick. But he was, instead of,
I didn't know you were allowed to do that.
Instead of being, left-handed, he's right-handed.
I am. One thing I'm excited for this weekend, though.
What?
I feel bad because I'm about to, say I'm glad.
The snacks at the NRG Stadium press box.
They are usually pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Yeah,
those pecan things are amazing.
Yeah. Not that I'm excited that someone's hurt, but Jimmy Ward didn't practice today.
You're excited Jimmy Ward is hurt?
I'm not excited. I'm excited to see more Kalen.
We don't root for injuries.
I'm excited to see more Kalen Bullock.
But I don't think that necessarily means more Kalen Bullock. That said, I don't really know how the Texans stack their safeties because Bullock does strike me as somebody who is playing center field more often than not, especially in 3rd and long situations.
Mm-hmm.
I would be curious to know who has gotten the snaps at safety on the year. Ward has struggled, though. There's one play a game where he's either a step too slow or he's out of position. So I understand that expediting the process of making Kalen Bullock an every down player defensively is probably in the Texans' best interests, maybe long-term more than short-term. But I've liked enough of what I've seen from Bullock to this point.
Yeah, and that's why I want to see more of it. It's, can he, if he does, whatever the role is, like you said, with Ward, if he's out on Sunday, because we don't know for sure he's out, but if you're not practicing today, you're usually not playing. So Tank Dell, Damian Pierce, Jimmy Ward, that feels like those guys are not going to play on Sunday. So what does Joe Mixon look like? Because that's also going to be a huge part of this because they couldn't run the ball at all with Cam Akers last week. Not all his fault. Definitely some on the offensive line. But can they have some success this weekend? They've struggled the last 2 games. I mean, week 1, it was just such a high moment for hey, they got a running game, and then the next 2 weeks was a disaster.
I wonder. I want to say that it's a problem as simple as having a guy who's talented at running back, but there's a very good chance that this system just does not know how to make it work on the ground. And that's something that was my biggest fear going into the year for the Texans offense. Had nothing to do with the passing game. I was curious if Stephon Diggs would stay patient all season long if he's not getting his touches. Heard Josh Allen talk about that this week. But that is the big question mark. And I think you're going to need to be balanced against the Jaguars. Last year's second half is where the balance for the Texans offense stopped. You had a couple of nice performances from Devin Singletary, but I mean, we all saw Devin Singletary last night for the Giants. He's not that good. And he can't make it work with an offensive line in front of him that was a game of musical chairs. But you haven't had musical chairs thus far. I mean, you've been as healthy as possible outside of Juice Scruggs missing game 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. This has been pretty damn good. And injuries happen on the offensive line.
Which is almost just more concerning that at this point that you've been healthy. And even saw Patterson, I think he got hurt in that game too and against the Bears. He was pretty solid until Scruggs got on the field last year. So if you can't run the ball, it's just gonna make life so much harder. I mean, if they don't stay out of like the third and long stuff.
That's going to be tough, though.
And like they gotta find some kind of answer on first and second down. You cannot keep being in 3rd and 7 and beyond. You can't have all these illegal formations and false starts. Like they're just D'Amico said it. We played it yesterday. The Texans got to stop beating the Texans. Like it's just they lost last week. It wasn't just because of themselves. It just didn't help. Like if it was a close game last week, they would have lost because of themselves.
The last 2 games on 3rd and 7 and longer, the Texans are 4 for 18.
Not
so
good.
They've been in that situation a lot. 11 times Sunday against the Vikings. 2 conversions actually got called back by penalties. 3 for 18 is not bad on 3rd and 7 plus, or 6 for 18. It's not 33%. That's not bad for 3rd and 7 plus. It's not great, but it's not bad. You feel like you can convert a lot of these, but you're asking so much out of CJ Stroud. So you're asking for perfection for an entire game. And while I like Stroud, and I still think Stroud's top 5, you got to be realistic with what you're asking him to do every single week.
Yeah, and like he's been, I saw one stat like he has the best, completion percentage in the NFL beyond the sticks, which is like that's great, but you're just asking so much. I mean, it's just at some point like he's gonna make mistakes, and he hasn't been great this year. I think really go back to week 1. I mean, there was the interception that wasn't because the Colts defender just got his foot out of bounds. He had another one in that game where there was a penalty. I'm not even sure he was aware there was a penalty, but he threw a pick, so he got saved on that one. He hasn't been great this year. So like what I want to see this weekend, what's most important is the offense needs to score touchdowns. And they haven't scored. They've scored 7 points or 10 points in the last 6 quarters. Even if they don't cover in this game, man. Even if they don't cover, even if they win a close football game and it's not pretty for the whole game, we need to see offensive success. A team that just gave up 41 points to the Buffalo Bills. If you struggle to score in this game, it's where even if you win, we won't be feeling good about the win on Monday.
And if you don't score points, that's where Lawrence is going to be able to settle in, theoretically get confident. But yeah, you're right. I mean, look, they got a great kicker in Fairbairn, but to what you were saying, the last 6 quarters, the first 2 quarters against the Bears, they were moving the ball, then it would just stop. And now, I mean, you're just looking at a team that kept on shooting itself in the foot. And teams go through stretches like this. I'd rather go through it now. I've seen Patriots teams that won Super Bowls look like ass in September. But this is one of those things where you get just a little bit nervous because you thought that this was going to be a lot easier than it's been. And of course, maybe that was just unrealistic to begin with. But yeah, of late, the offense is not good enough to make me feel confident that they're going to be able to cover a 6-point spread, let alone win convincingly. Let alone win. I have a bad feeling about this one. I think that everyone's sort of looking at this as a get right kind of game. And I just don't think it's that. It's a division game. They're the Jaguars. Sure, they're 0-3, and sure, they're coming off of a bad loss. But what, are you expecting them to be that bad a week after a bad loss? I'm not.
Yeah.
And I don't want, honestly, after the Texans lost like that, I don't want them looking at the Jaguars on Monday night saying these guys suck.
Yeah, because
that's how you lose.
I mean, because you're both coming off an awful loss. You lost 34-7. Like, however, the Texans should be feeling the same way that Jacksonville is. But like you said earlier this week, as well, like you can't be looking ahead to Buffalo.
Right.
Like you gotta get back on track. So I'm with you. I mean, the hope is that the last 2 weeks is that in the long term they'll be able to figure it out. But you face 2 defensive coordinators who are just straight up better than Bobby Slowick on those games. That Matt Eberflus and Brian Flores, that they work this offense, and that Bobby will have more of the season to figure out what went wrong, and so will CJ, and they will when they play the next great defensive coordinator. And what we'll see this weekend is what we saw in the first game and the first half against the Bears, which is an offense that even without Tank Dell can easily move the ball down the field. Like that's the biggest thing. Like that's the number one thing I'm looking for is they need to have multiple possessions in which they can move the ball easily down the field.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have to always result in a touchdown.
I would like that, but yes.
But it needs to not end in a 50-yard field goal.
3 touchdowns minimum.
With that, I'm in.
Get 3.
Give me a Mixon, a Diggs,
If Andy effing Dalton can put together a 300-yard, 3-touchdown performance, is that asking for too much? Okay, a 47-10 skull bleeping. That might be a little bit too much, But 3 touchdowns?
I know offense is down, but it's
I don't
not
care.
asking for a lot.
Yeah, I don't think it is. I mean, they still have a lot of talent on offense. It's why Bobby Slowick, we're looking at him a little bit closer. 2:30, we'll play some of what Bobby Slowick had to say at his press conference yesterday. But up next, our pick six. I don't even want to know my record on this. I'm sure it's suboptimal, but hey, we pick the 6 best games of the weekend in football, and then we pick them against the spread. It's Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We pick the 6 best games of the weekend, and then we pick them against the spread. We're going to pick between these 2 games. Which game is more interesting? You've got number 15 Louisville on the road at number 16 Notre Dame, the real ACC versus the fake ACC. And you've also got a team that Joe George could root for, number 19 Illinois, undefeated, at number 9 Penn State. Which game is more intriguing?
I think the Penn State game.
I vote Louisville, Notre Dame, because I
Yeah.
think it would be funny to see Notre Dame lose again.
I think Louisville, Notre Dame.
Yeah, I just tried to. Also, shout out to Mapes.
Big Ten football's rough.
6-0 last week with Sean Mapes.
Sean, good
Woo.
job.
Wow.
What was
I knew I did well in college. I guess I just forgot.
Yeah.
What was I?
2-4.
Oh, jeez.
I was 3-3.
Notre Dame 6.5-point favorites against Louisville. Oh.
Can I go last?
Sure.
No, you got to go first. You're the one who
Oh,
knows the game better.
Louisville.
Wow.
Riley Leonard can't throw.
He was having me look up Marcus Freeman's buyout in a commercial.
I'm taking Louisville.
I'm also taking Louisville. I cannot trust this Notre Dame team.
What's the number?
The number
6.5.
is 6.5.
Okay, yeah. I honestly didn't even hear him say it. Louisville.
Wow.
Do
Look,
it.
guys,
Someone's got to stand up for the Catholics.
that's true. I still am. Technically. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame.
You're gonna regret
Wake
this.
up the echoes cheering her name. Send a volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What through the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win overall, while her loyal sons and daughters march on to victory. I care more and know 2 fight songs that Joe doesn't know.
You sure you want to do this?
Screw it. I'm terrible this year. I'm
Okay.
eating a funnel cake fry while I do this, just
how
to make
many-
it a little bit more
How
stomachable.
many day old funnel cake fry? 4?
4, 3.
Was that
No,
Tuesday
it was
they came?
Tuesday, right?
No, it was Wednesday they came.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Wednesday because you were here. So
Yeah.
Still good. Just a little chewy.
only 2 day old.
I mean, it's a funnel
See,
cake.
and then the bees complain I don't leave them food. We left them funnel cake fries.
2 days. They let it sit.
Yeah, it's not here for them.
Number 2, Georgia. At number 2, Alabama. Keith Jackson here. I'm looking at this game, and I mean, I don't want to be crass here and say that I just don't respect Alabama with Kalen DeBoer, but I don't. Okay. Georgia's a 1-point favorite against Alabama. I am curious about this. I am curious, given that apparently large portions of Georgia are without electricity. I am curious how that is affecting Georgia players today, yesterday as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's definitely potential for distraction here. And since it's not a this ends your season if you lose it kind of game anymore, with the playoffs expanding the way that they have, this is not going to hurt either of these teams the way that, honestly, it should. I don't. This is why I don't like the expanded college football playoff as much. Georgia's just a 1-point favorite. I think Georgia wins. It's really about Nick Saban not being there.
Well, he will be there. Just won't be coaching.
Right, exactly.
And his wife, Miss Terry, is the college game day picker this week. So I'm not going to go against Miss Terry. Roll Tide.
Okay.
This is a really hard game. I'm honestly, I'm only picking Alabama because it's in Alabama.
Right. I mean, Georgia hasn't been that impressive.
Yeah.
That win against Kentucky, what was that?
So this is such a coin flip to me. Like I can talk myself in circles about this game. I ultimately, because that game against Kentucky, I'm going to go with Georgia, because if there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that Kirby Smart has been ripping them a new one since that. So they had that game against Kentucky, a bye week before this week, an extra week to scream at his players about how terrible they are against Kentucky. Give me Kirby Smart. Give me Georgia.
Okay. We're going to move to Sunday now, and I am giving us, again, options to pick. First, you got the Vikings at the Packers, or you got the Chiefs at the Chargers. Which of those games floats your boat more?
Shaw, what do you think? I kind of like Vikings Packers.
Yeah. Jordan Love is probably playing in this one, right?
It's up in the air.
That's important.
It does feel like it is trending that way, but I have not seen anything concrete. Packers are 2.5-point favorites in that game. Chiefs at Chargers. I think you asked the same question about Justin Herbert, and assuming that the Chiefs are 7.5-point favorites.
Yeah,
I'm assuming that Herbert is out in that game.
Even if he plays last week, he got hit once and he looked like he was.
Yeah,
he was in a lot of pain. He came out for Heineke. I think it was.
Chiefs defense is very good. Yeah, so Vikings Packers is the more
let's do it.
interesting matchup. Let's pick that game. Once again, the Minnesota Vikings. Skull. Fresh off of a 3-point victory. My bad. It's not a 3-point victory. Fresh off of a several points victory
27?
over the Houston Texans. Thank you. I couldn't do math off the top of my head. Sorry, I had the line in front of me and it moved. The Packers are 2.5-point favorites against the Vikings. And I'm assuming that's because they think Jordan Love is going to play.
Yeah.
You know what? Screw it. I'm going to ride with Minnesota.
Okay.
I'm going to ride with Kevin O'Connell and company.
So I picked against Notre Dame, so I might as well just pick the Packers. Let's make this an all-time sad joke. Slate of games. I'm taking the
hedge week.
Best coach in the NFL, Matt LaFleur. Taking him.
Wow, that's a statement.
Look what he's doing, Malik Willis. Like, if Jordan Love's out there, I'm going to assume Jordan Love's playing, so I'm taking the Packers -2.5.
Best coach in the NFL.
I think I'm there.
Win something. That's what I say.
Yeah.
And this is maybe a little bit of overrating because the last time I saw them play, they beat a team I thought was good, 34-7. But I'm gonna go with the Minnesota Vikings. I think they're a really good team. Even if Jordan Love does play, we don't know how he's gonna look on that leg.
He didn't look great on that Brazil game.
I was gonna say he didn't look great in the full game that we got to see him play. And we've talked all year about how sloppy these offenses are. Well, these offenses, Minnesota looks like a super sharp offense.
Mm-hmm.
2, all the other teams are way sharper than a guy who played one game and has been out for 2 weeks. So give me the Vikings here.
Okay. Another couple of options for you. Cliff Kingsbury revenge game. You've got Jaden Daniels and the Commanders plus Cliff Kingsbury heading back to Arizona to take on Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals. At the very least, this is a fun game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The other option that you have to pick, Eagles at Bucks. They've played each other in the playoffs a couple of times the last few years. It's Baker Mayfield. Is he back? Jalen Hurts. Will he be back? Which of those games is more intriguing to you?
I think I lean Commanders Cardinals.
I'd rather watch Commanders Cardinals. I think Eagles Bucks is more important. So I'm going to take Eagles Bucks. Sean, you are the deciding vote here.
I'll do Eagles Bucks.
Okay.
Rematch from last year's playoffs.
Eagles are 1.5-point favorites on the road. I'm very curious, and I don't know the latest, but I am curious about how this also, the storm, Hurricane Helen, affects this game, seeing as it's in Tampa Bay.
Oh, yeah.
That might be affecting the line. Might be why it's the Bucks are 1.5-point home dogs.
Mm-hmm. I did see a bunch of Eagles fans like getting all angry last night because they want to cancel their flights because they want to get their money for the game back because all the flights are canceled. So at least like people from Philly are having a hard time getting there.
So Philly won't travel well for this game.
Yeah.
That actually is a factor because Philly has traveled very well to games that are at Raymond James
But
Stadium.
there's probably a lot of local Eagles fans.
True,
with
there are.
people,
Clearwater.
the retirees.
Clearwater even has like a minor league stadium, and it's basically a little mini Philadelphia. It's the Clearwater Threshers.
So Devontae Smith is out or didn't practice today. He's out. I mean, he looked like he got killed on the field last week. AJ Brown did practice today, but I don't think he's gonna play.
Oh,
it's like he's questionable.
Up in the air. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't Lane Johnson also sick? Or no, he got a concussion too, right?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna probably put on the backpack.
Bucks.
Ooh.
I'm wearing a shirt that says Bucks, Bolts, Rays. Shout out to Tampa Bay.
I'm gonna go Eagles.
Okay.
Mm.
I'm picking with my heart.
Yeah. Tampa strong. I'm also going
Tampa Bay strong.
Tampa Bay strong.
Don't forget about St. Pete.
I will never forget about St. Pete.
Thank you.
It's
not looking so great.
Yeah. Let me get the Bucks in this one.
Okay. Sunday Night Football. This is a good one. Bills at Ravens.
That's a really good one.
What's the number?
The line for Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. Certain websites, let's just say, need to work on their layout. Are 2.5-point dogs on the road against Baltimore after a 47-10 win over the Jaguars. I might be a sucker. That seems crazy. I'm taking the Bills. 2.5.
Yeah, 2.5-point underdogs.
Yep, Bills.
Bills.
Don't waver, Sean.
No, this one, because it's so suspicious. Give me the Ravens.
Oh.
Just it's so suspicious. Like what? I
was shocked by
wrap
that.
wrap my head around this.
So currently, right now, Sean and I both are 10-8 on the season.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
Right now, we're the only thing that we agree on is Louisville.
Oh, so this is the chance to be a real.
But then the only thing I agree on with you, Paul, is the Bills game. Like, we are all like
all over the place.
I'm very opposite than you guys.
I did notice that we had a lot of 2-on-1s. Like we haven't had a clean sweep yet.
Yeah. And that's going to continue, I think, in this next one.
Jaguars at Texans to wrap up our pick 6. The Texans are 6-point favorites.
I already know what you guys are doing, so.
Jaguars are covering. I think the Texans win, Jaguars cover, and we remain unsatisfied.
We said last week that Paul and I were in agreement that we will not pick the Texans to cover until they actually cover.
And it worked last week.
Nothing I saw last week makes me waver off that. Give me the Jags.
0-3 this year picking the Texans against the spread because I picked the Texans to cover every single time. I'm going to go the opposite of you guys, okay? I'm going to pick the Texans to cover. I'm going to pick the Texans to cover until they actually do. I might go 0-17 this year.
The logic behind all of our picks, especially mine, but Joe's there too, staggering. Don't pick with your logic.
Yeah.
Pick with your heart.
I'm gonna bet on the Texans to cover until they actually do it. And then I might flip.
When the Texans cover, you'll be the first one on the show to be right.
Yes. I'm not gonna back down. Okay, if you're not first, you're last.
Over under, I guess yes or no. Is that how it works? Chances Larry Tunsil gets booed at introductions. I forgot they introduced players individually.
This will be defense though.
It's a defense week.
I assume so because they did the offense.
They did
on the Sunday
offense
night
last
game.
week.
Since it was so I think they'll be the defense. So he might escape.
He escaped just like the Astros after 2017.
Total penalties. I know we said over 1.5 false starts, including illegal formation. Let's move the line to 3.5 for Larry.
2.5, I think.
For false starts.
That might be just that ref crew. I don't know.
Yeah, so 2.5.
Yeah, I think there's a chance he doesn't get called for a legal formation. Although there is the chance that he gets called for 3 false starts.
Especially with Al Michaels complaining about the referees as much as they do. I wonder if there's a memo sent to referees. Hey, let's chill just a little bit.
Well, like the illegal formation thing, as much like as the Texans want to complain and say it's us versus them, they do have to figure it out.
Yeah.
The NFL doesn't know how to call it.
They have been inconsistent with it, but also the Texans were definitely cheating. I get it. Minnesota's got a really loud stadium, but they were cheating. And I think offensive players should be punished when they cheat. They cheat a lot. 5-yard contact is a rule. It's ridiculous. Anyway, he is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. That is our pick 6. We pick the 6 best football games of the weekend, and then we pick them against the spread. Coming up next, are you feeling any better about Bobby Slowick after what he said at his press conference yesterday? You'll hear from the Texans offensive coordinator in the midst of quite the struggles on offense. Next, stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Tomorrow, your University of Houston Cougars look to hold the line against ranked Iowa State. It's going down tomorrow night. TD-ECU Stadium. It's family weekend. It's our Hispanic Heritage game. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Plus, you got the family night special there. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now. To get yours, come early, be loud, and wear red. Rawr! And also, caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets to go see your Cougs in action against the Iowa State Cyclones. Not a fan of that name. Not a fan of any team that's nicknamed after storms right now.
Should change it.
Even though I'm wearing a t-shirt that says Bucks, Bolts, Lightning Bolts.
Yeah.
Thunderstorms.
I think that's a little different, though.
Rays. Yeah, it's a little different.
I mean, Rays might be more offensive to some people than Bolts.
Oh, Australians for sure. They killed Steve Irwin.
They did.
Of all the things to get killed by.
I know, of all the things like he was around.
It's a little underwhelming.
Yeah.
I'd want it. I mean,
I'm sure if he was alive, he'd say, want that one back.
if you're the crocodile hunter, you don't want to get killed by a crocodile for sure.
You do not.
But yeah, if
But at
I
least,
go
like,
out,
it's a crocodile.
yeah, if I go out, I don't want it to be a
A
stingray.
ray?
A
How do
stingray.
you want to go out?
It's a good question.
On the flag football field?
Yeah. Bury me at midfield. Bury me at midfield. I want a funeral pyre.
At the media game?
I mean, it would be really funny now if it happens. If I listen, I hope everyone.
Do we get permission to play this back? If that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
No. I say this all the time. I don't want anyone to be sad when I'm dead.
My dad says the same. He's like one day when I pass, he's like, I want it to be like a celebration, not
Get drunk and try not to forget about me too quickly.
Yeah.
Because you will, but don't just wait a little bit. Okay. God, that was a little dark, a little morbid. I'm in a dark, morbid kind of mood today. Hey, sports. They're a thing.
Sports.
One of those sports, football. Texans. Jaguars Sunday. Well, we're hoping they're going to swarm, but I haven't even said Texans swarm once this week, Joe.
Yeah, they didn't deserve it.
No, Texans swarm is in timeout.
Texans soft. We need like a reverse.
The opposite of swarm.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say swarm backwards. Want to try it?
It doesn't work.
Try it.
No.
Probably sounds like that.
I feel like my brain is just operating so slow right there.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, shout out to the dyslexic people out there. They might have been able to make that happen a little bit quicker.
You know what's so stupid? Like there's this song that it tries to encourage Joseph to learn the
Joe Jr.
Yeah, JJ. To learn the alphabet backwards. And I'm like, what a waste of time. Like, why would you ever need to know?
I don't know. Some of the ways that kids are getting taught. Have you seen some of the really complicated methods of teaching math?
Yeah, I've heard. I think I talked about it with some of the guys on Twitch like last week.
I saw a video and I was like,
Screwed.
I'm so lost. I don't know how this works at all.
Yeah, like just do math normal. Like they're using like dots.
Yeah, it just seemed like it was so much work. Now, I suppose if you get enough practice, you'd be good at it for like anything. But I don't know. I don't know how you get there. The kid trying to explain it, he's a 5-year-old. It's not.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. Is like
That's
it looks
why.
like 5-year-old math is hard.
Oh, do you think they're learning harder math now?
No, I just think they're teaching it in a way that makes no logical sense.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what?
See, like, and they're like training him to pass the sobriety test. Do they actually do that? Do cops actually try to get you to say the alphabet backwards? If that happens,
I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know either.
Yeah, I also would not.
But like, also, like, you could pull me over. Like, so that means if they pulled me over today, right after the show, and said, "Hey, say it backwards," I would just show.
How erratic of a driver are you?
Take me to jail.
Yeah, I also think
No,
that
I'm just saying.
if you
it's for you.
Hey, I get hit by other cars. I don't hit them.
That's true.
I think if you get through like the first 10 backwards, they'll just give it to you.
Dude, I'll be honest. I don't think I could do it.
ZYXW.
Well, the real curveball would be like, hey, read I want to hear the 12th letter through the 18th letter.
Yeah, can I just walk in a straight line?
You can't sound it out.
Can I just write? That's what you say. Can I just walk in a straight line?
Like, can I do anything else besides?
Well, then they're probably gonna give you one if you do that. Speaking of driving under the influence, you could say that the Texans' offense has resembled that the last 6 quarters.
Got him.
Because they've been under the influence of Bobby Slowick, who might be mid as an offensive coordinator. People are starting to circle around old Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was the coordinator's press conference day for the Houston Texans. And Bobby Slowick weighed in on a lot of different things. Specifically here, he talks about the lack of execution by the Texans offense.
I think there's a lot of reasons for that. The number one reason would be the same thing. I mean, we could probably count on one hand the amount of times we're doing what we're supposed to do. And in the run game, that's a problem. I mean, we had unblocked players tackling us for 4-yard losses. That's not how you draw it up. You know what I mean? So we got to go execute.
Are you confident that they can execute?
I'd say last week we ran the ball 9 times. So I don't even know if there's enough evidence there to go off of we had like 2.7 to carry. So we didn't do it well, but also you need to run it more than 9 times to really see how you're running the ball. The Chicago in particular was something that we know we could have executed better. We were closer to than what we were last week, but just fundamentally really against Chicago, we were a little loose. And then last week was really execution. But when it's things that are not physical, when it's things that, are things we can correct, that doesn't make it any easier. You need to correct it, but we're fully capable of correcting that.
So it's not Bobby's fault.
That's the vibe you got from that answer?
Oh, he said, we can correct it.
It's execution.
Guys being tackled 4 yards in the backfield, not getting blocked. It's not Bobby's fault, according to Bobby.
I'm with you. That's what I hear too. And he constantly talks about execution. Okay, well, what if what you're asking is not executable by your personnel?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's the question. Is like, is what he's trying to accomplish, like, is he stubborn? Because I think he is. I do think that's one thing with Bobby Slowick that we've seen through year 1 and so far into year 2.
The running early downs thing specifically, which some people take a huge issue with. And I don't take as much of a big issue with it. But when it's not working, move on. And you even heard it along the way in that answer. Well, you got to run it a little bit more.
Well, like it failed with Pierce, failed with Akers, it failed with Singletary. It failed with Gumbawale. Like anytime they've tried to run the ball in the last year, besides like game 1, it's been pretty much a failure. You've had a couple games where Singletary's popped off, but for the most part, it wasn't good. So either your offensive line, whether it's last year or this year, is not set up for success because of their talent, or their coaching's poor from the offensive line coach to the coordinator, or your running backs just aren't good. So I know he wants to run the ball, and you can't throw it 100 times a game, but you have to, at some point, it's just not working. And that's just kind of where it's I don't know if it's execution. He can say that, but I don't believe him.
There is more than just a 3-game sample size for his offense and has struggled to run for the majority of it. So I look at what he's saying. He's not entirely wrong. I mean, they do have to do what he's asking them to do better, and they have to not shoot themselves in the foot as well. That is a different kind of execution. You're executing your chances. You're just capping it right in the face.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that needs to clearly stop. I hope it's going to be better on Sunday. I just feel everything is adding up to the Texans not living up to the expectations that we have for Sunday. And maybe not everybody has them, but Jacksonville got smoked. The offense has been slow for a while.
And I think everyone's thinking it's just going to get unlocked on Sunday. And okay, maybe Joe Mixon's back, and maybe maybe Nico Collins is not affected by the hamstring injury, and maybe even Tank Dell's out there.
Yeah.
But they had all of those guys for the Bears game in the second half. I mean, Mixon was there for, Mixon got hurt. They weren't really running the football in that game. Week 1, he was there.
Yeah.
They were all there week 1. There were moments where they just sputtered. So I'm curious about all of these things, and it's one thing to say, hey, we got to execute better, but I mean, you actually have to do it.
Well, and it's not like this isn't Indianapolis that, in week 1 and week 2 gave up over 470 rushing yards. Jacksonville, in terms of like what they've given up, they only gave up 81 rushing yards in week 1 against a good rushing attack, we thought, in Miami. They only gave up 125 rushing yards in week 2, which Jerome Ford, he averaged 9 yards a carry, but he was not the primary back. Deontay Foreman was. And then last week which is strange because of how much, they scored early. They only gave up 122 rushing yards to Buffalo. So, 2 of the 3 opponents have rushed for over 100 yards, but they're not getting torched, right? You have to break that 100-yard threshold, I would say, at a minimum. So between Akers, Ogumawale, Mixon, CJ, and I mean, I guess we won't see the Tank Dell reverse this week, so maybe we'll see Diggs get the ball. You need to move the ball at least to get 100 yards rushing, so that way you can be effective. Average 4 yards a carry. You just gotta have some success to make life easier for CJ.
We gotta do something. We gotta do something. We gotta do something.
Gotta do something fast.
It's from Infant Sorrow in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Also another movie that they made a sequel to, Get Him to the Greek, which featured P. Diddy in a prominent role.
Yikes.
Can't watch that movie again, I guess.
I mean, you can.
Speaking of Diddy, in Garbage Time,
transition.
all-time Diddy stories. No, not too graphic. Just some of the defenses that have been coming out for Diddy have been something else. We wrap things up. Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. I don't know if you're going to be able to gamble on P. Diddy's prison sentence or things that might happen to him in jail, but at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, you can bet on so many things. You can bet on the National Football League. You can bet on Major League Baseball. Astros have the 4th best odds to win the World Series at, I believe, plus 908 per mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. They're going to double your initial deposit, and you get to play with it right away. Play blackjack with live dealers, poker with live dealers, bet on the ponies. You can do anything at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Even bet on the election. You could go crazy and say Oprah's going to be president. Truly, that's an option. The odds are probably not in your favor, but you could do it. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. We're going to expand on that?
No. But Sean did just tell us that before, as we were making our Louisville Notre Dame pick.
Oh, you can't. Yeah.
I'll tell you. after
Fine. No, I'm not bringing it up. Go ahead.
This is one of those where, as middle management Joe, we have to leave that one off the air.
Okay.
Apparently, Louisville is having a bust in Notre Dame because of the weather. It's only 4.5 hours.
4.5 hour bus ride starting right now.
Wait,
for
it's
the
in
Louisville Cardinals.
The Hurricanes in Illinois now?
Well, it's probably in Louisville.
Yeah, and also
Oh.
Notre Dame's in Indiana. No, but it is. No, it's good. Like the
same state.
The wind, tornadoes, all that stuff is going to hit like Southern Illinois, Indiana, Louisville area.
Wait, so those are two different states?
I mean, they're basically one. Everything that's wrong with Illinois is Indiana's fault for the most part.
I thought Illinois was basically Indiana, Iowa, the other states, Ohio.
I mean, pretty much.
Michigan. I thought they were all
it's
one.
pretty similar.
They're all literally on top of each other.
It is all the same except one of them has Chicago.
Yeah, like it really is.
There's Chicago and Illinois.
It's Chicago and then the Midwest.
Yeah, because like then there's like Indianapolis, was just like a mini Chicago.
Oh,
that people just don't like going to as much. Which I kind of like Indy. I won't lie. I didn't hate Indy.
Blocked. I've never been there, but I like hating it for no reason.
We went there a lot in college.
My dad complained about it once after coming back from a business trip, and because I hated the Colts growing up, I just hate Indianapolis with no logical reason for it.
Yeah, our fraternity headquarters were there. So like whenever we have like retreats, they would make us go there.
Hell yeah.
I just didn't hate it that much. Like I was like, it's fine.
Okay. It's easy to walk around. So we're hoping the Texans do well on Sunday.
Fingers crossed.
We'll see what happens. Time for a little garbage time. So look, guys, there's a lot of stuff going on with P. Diddy getting arrested, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's pretty funny, this story about how there were 1,000 bottles of lube and baby oil found in his house that got raided.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 bottles of lube. Said his lawyer about this.
Baby oil.
Baby oil. My bad.
What he used it for is his own business.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm making assumptions. Quote, I don't think it was 1,000. I think it was a lot. I mean, there is a Costco right down the street. I think Americans buy in bulk, as we know. That's Diddy's lawyer.
Yeah.
I gotta say, that's an all-time defense.
I mean, hey, you know what? He's gotta have a good one.
I was gonna say,
because we know who the other one is.
But
it's Tony.
Who's Tony?
Tony Busby.
Oh, Busby's gonna be in there.
He's in on this. Shocker.
He is? Wait.
He's representing 55 people in a lawsuit, at least 55 people against P. Diddy.
I wonder how Rusty Harden feels about that.
Like Tony Busby, he's on the Travis Scott, he's on Deshaun Watson, he's on every major NFL case now. Like that guy is a busy person.
He had a Sherman tank just parallel parked in front of his house.
He's got the
art
Titanic
that got
people.
stolen.
The Titanic or the submarine people.
the people that went to go look
The
at
dead people?
Their families.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah.
like, wow, they're suing from beyond the grave.
Like Deshaun
Bold.
Watson, just skyrocketed Tony Busby's career. And he was on the opposite side. And it was already a good career.
Here's the problem with Diddy's lawyer's defense. I mean, there is a Costco right down the street. Costco told TMZ they don't even sell baby oil. None of the company's U.S. locations carry baby oil.
I've never been inside of Costco.
That's tough.
But that surprises me. All I know about Costco is
Costco's great.
this weird family on TikTok.
Oh,
Boom or Doom.
Boom! They're so weird.
chocolate mocha cookie. We bring the boom. It's what we do. We bring the boom.
Do you think they had to release a statement on Diddy?
No.
Okay.
No, those cloud chasers would probably like say that, yeah, Diddy went after us too. He brought us for a meeting. It got uncomfortable. Boom!
What's the verdict on the Diddy case?
Boom!
Of all the social media things, that's the Costco guys is the one thing I don't get.
I do, because it's so stupid. It's amazing.
We're Costco guys. Of course we go to Diddy parties.
Double chocolate cookie.
What does the kid eat? Big Justice.
The kid's called the Rizzler.
No. That's a different kid.
Oh, but I thought they were in the same group.
Big Justice.
Oh, Big Justice.
What is
the chicken bake?
Chicken bake. It does look okay.
Boom! Chicken bake.
Can we get like the Big Justice and Costco guy?
Oh, I would love
treatment?
to have them on. Those cloud chasers again. They'd come on. They'd pay us to be on.
Like I wanna.
They've been trying to go viral for like 20 years.
Yeah,
and they finally made
are
it.
really weird. Like the older ones, like the current ones are weird. The older ones that people have surfaced are even weird.
They've had 6 podcasts. Like, yeah, we eat beer, we drink alcohol. We're a masculine podcast. We even talk NFL. Damn, still in our corners.
Whew. What a day. What a way to almost end the show. I don't know if you're done yet.
Freak off? Boom!
I think the answer to that was do.
And on that note, it's been real, guys. If we don't come back, it was Diddy's fault. Okay? Okay.
Texans Jags.
Boom! I thought you were about to say swarm.
Yeah.
For our
No swarms.
texters, our Twitchers, YouTubers, tweeters, and everybody else, for Sean Mapes, for Joe George, I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Killer Bees are up next. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend, everybody. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. It is a getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We're jam-packed. We're giving away a bunch of stuff throughout the show, so you don't want to go anywhere. Todd Callis, live from Cleveland. Maybe some Jordan news? TK will be joining us at 4:15 after Espada talks to the media in Cleveland. We got Beezy Money. We've been crushing it with Beezy Money. We got Who Said It. We got DJ Big Anime joining us at 5 o'clock as well. So we're jam-packed. Friday edition of the show. I love football. I don't know how you guys feel, but I love football. Football is awesome. Football is great. Doing sports radio during football season is a pleasure. It's a joy. I would do it. No, I wouldn't do it for free, but it's very, very fun. Definitely wouldn't do it for free.
Yeah, don't give the boss that
Definitely
idea.
wouldn't do it for free.
That's exactly right, Brian.
I don't even really like talking, to be honest. So that's like the work for me. I'd much rather be quiet and watch football than have to talk about it. But hey, it's the job, and you know somebody's got to do it. I didn't learn much from the Cowboys-Giants game last night. If I'm being completely honest, hey, congratulations, Dallas. Aubrey's my favorite Dallas Cowboy of all time. He's my favorite Cowboy that has ever existed. Better than Aikman. Not better. More like I like him more than Aikman. Like him more than Michael Irvin. More than Emmitt Smith. Deion Sanders. All of them. All of them. Aubrey is already my favorite Dallas Cowboy. Now, I hate Dallas, so that's a big factor into this. But he's my favorite. He's my favorite Dallas Cowboy that's ever existed. Maybe that's my main takeaway from yesterday's game.
Yeah, I saw a lot of bad football. I saw the fact that I had to listen to Al Michaels try to think of as many creative ways as he possibly could.
You caught a stray yesterday. I'll be honest with you.
I did.
Yeah, you did. I can't remember who tweeted this, but I remember Al Michaels had that Flag Day joke.
Yeah.
What day's Flag Day? Is it June 14th? Somewhere in June.
I heard it.
Yeah, it was a
I heard the
terrible joke,
but it was bad.
Tons of penalties. I get it. And then Al Michaels was like, it's June 14th. It's Flag Day.
Yeah.
And I tweeted, I was like, that's a bad joke, Al Michaels. And somebody in the comments said that was a Blankers joke.
Probably. I don't think it's bad. I'll own that one. Yeah,
You caught
I
a
like
stray.
the dad jokes there, but that pretty much tells you all you need to know about the fact that Al needs to probably wrap it up because that was embarrassing, the amount of penalties. We talked about it from a Texans perspective when the Texans had the penalties they had a week ago. This has been going on for 2 years now with Mike McCarthy. They haven't found a way to fix it. When you looked at who were the most penalized teams over the last year, and Dallas was in the top 3, they look ridiculous. The Giants don't look much better. And I said yesterday when you and I were talking about this might be, the game for who isn't on the hot seat or who saves their job for the year. I don't think there's any question now. Both guys are firmly on the hot seat. As much as Dallas won the game, they didn't look good doing it.
No.
And I think the Giants, aside from Malik Neighbors, are a mess.
I think that for me, this guy says Aubrey's your favorite Cowboy, must have had Giants plus 5.5. He did miss that kick late. Yeah, he's my favorite Cowboy, but I have a bias against Dallas, so that's probably a big variable into the equation. I was watching 2 mediocre football teams, 2 mediocre, and I do think that Dallas is the better of the mediocrity than the Giants. And I mean, the game was in New Jersey, so like you go on the road, you win an ugly game on the road in the NFL, in the division. Like I'm not knocking that. I think whenever you win divisional games on the road, it really doesn't matter. It's not a beauty contest. You win the game, you move on, you try to rack up as many wins as you can. But whenever I give them credit for winning the game. I'm not trying to dog the Cowboys for winning a road divisional game. You get those however you can get them. This is more about how I project them going forward. That running game is incredibly, it's not even mediocre, man. Like that is bad. They need to just feed Rico Dowdle the ball. I'm like, you're our bell cow. You're going to be that guy. But to me, because their running game is so poor, I can't really take them seriously as an NFC contender.
Oh, no. I think as much as people were talking about the potential for the Cowboys being a team to be reckoned with that might have some playoff aspirations, they look anything but. We knew that a week ago with the disarray between the infighting and the way they couldn't stop anybody defensively. But offensively, if that's all they can do is kind of throw the ball wherever they can try and get a couple of yards here and there, their running game looks just awful. And they look in complete disarray on both sides of the football. Now you're going to be out without 2 of your 3 best defenders for at least a couple of weeks because Parsons got hurt at the end of the game, and Lawrence already had gotten hurt in the middle of the game. They look like they're going absolutely nowhere. Both teams do.
Yeah.
I think guys are coming back to my side. The Cowboys flame out.
No, I don't think they flame out. I think they I think they're a wild card team.
That didn't
I think they're a wild card team.
all.
Yeah, but the NFC 6-7 spots are going to be very mediocre, just like they were a year ago.
Did I have Dallas in? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know that
memorized.
if I did, it was at the very end. I mean, look, I'll tell you right now, they're not a playoff team. That's a bad
I disagree.
football team.
I think they're a playoff team.
I don't.
I think they're a 6, 7 seed in the NFC.
I don't. I just don't. I think that they're poorly coached. I think that.
Well, you hate McCarthy, though. You have a bias against McCarthy.
Because I've seen McCarthy coach or quote unquote coach, and I don't believe in anything that he's been able to do outside of when he had Rodgers. And I think
they won 12 games last year, didn't they?
They've won 12
games. Yeah, a couple years in a row.
I mean, to say that he hasn't done anything since Rodgers and he's winning 12 games without Rodgers,
How much
that's
is that
a little
him?
disingenuous.
How much is that him?
I mean, I think coaches are prisoners of their situation. It's a weird way to put that, but you can't say that he didn't do anything without Aaron Rodgers and he won the division with Dak Prescott. Like, that's an accolade. Is it because of the roster? Sure, but he's done stuff without Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, well, okay, but I just think when Jerry Jones hired him, I had serious reservations. Those haven't changed. I don't believe in him as a guy that's going to lead that franchise any further than how far they've gone already. And I saw nothing last night to think anything but that's probably a little bit too grandiose of a bar to set for them. I think they're worse than that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like. I'm calling it mediocre. I'm calling it a little upper echelon mediocre compared to the Giants. But like you look right now, teams that have 2 wins in the NFC: Green Bay, who I do think Green Bay's good. Detroit, I think they're good. Philly's good. That's 3. Tampa, yeah,
Jury's still out.
Will there be a wild card that comes from the NFC South? Because Tampa's 2-1, Saints are 2-1, or is that whoever wins the division, you are the lone representative of the NFC South?
Before the season started, I thought it was going to be whoever wins the division is the lone representative, but because the rest of the NFC has been floundering a little bit, there's a chance, because I didn't expect the Saints to do what they did early on in the season, and Atlanta, I expected more, but I still think that they've played well enough to win a couple of the games they've lost.
If you get 2 teams that just beat up the sisters of the poor, the other 2 teams in the division, maybe you can get a second team from the NFC South. I think Seattle's kind of for real, and I think Minnesota's kind of for real. So that's like 5 teams. Like, is Washington in the mix there? I think the 6th and the 7th seed in the NFC are going to be what we would describe as very mediocre, very, very mid. And I think that Dallas is going to land in that conversation, in that area.
Yeah, I think that the fact is that the NFC we knew was the lesser than conference of the 2 conferences. I don't think that. I think it's going to take a couple of teams actually proving that the early start is something that they can maintain, because I still don't believe in Tampa Bay overall. I still have questions about the Saints, but their offense looks a hell of a lot better. But overall, I thought Atlanta had way more talent than what they're doing and how they're utilizing it. So I think there's a couple of teams that can step up. If they don't, does that open a door for Dallas? Maybe. Washington's a team you got to watch too, because I thought they were a year away, but right now the way that that whole team is playing and the fact that their offense is putting up numbers, that's a team that might be able to compete with Dallas for that last spot.
If he's this year's version of CJ Stroud,
no doubt.
I think that Washington will be in that conversation too. I think that anywhere between the 6th and the 10th spot in the NFC are going to be the same echelon of teams. It's not really a shocking statement. I think Dallas is going to be in that mix. I think Washington's going to be in that mix. I think a second NFC South team will be in that mix. So yeah, I could see Dallas landing 6-7. I could see them landing 8-9.
Dallas is much better than Washington right now?
Yeah, I mean, their offense has dudes, man. Like Dak Prescott's one of the more Dak Prescott's one of the more underrated.
They do have guys.
Yeah, I think Dak's underrated. I don't trust Dak in the postseason. I don't think Dak's a top 5 quarterback. I think Dak Prescott, though, is disrespected. That dude puts up numbers.
He does.
Now, you could say regular season numbers, and I would say that's fine. But we're talking about getting to the playoffs. We're not talking about them and their performance in the playoffs. Now, the Micah Parsons news, that's going to be something that hurts them quite a bit because he's their best defensive player. And CeeDee Lamb is second, third best receiver in the NFL. So yeah, I do trust that the Cowboys offense is pretty good. Even without their running game, I still feel like they're good enough offensively to win 9 games, which I think would get them a wild card.
But I think we also slept a little bit on Minnesota. I didn't think Minnesota was going to be this good.
Yeah, you factor in those teams.
I did. We just counted them. We just counted them. What do you mean did I factor? We just counted them. Yes, I factored them.
No, I didn't. You didn't hear what I said. Factoring in for part of my reason why the Cowboys are going to miss are the teams that have jumped up and been better than I thought.
We just did that practice. We just counted the top teams in the NFC.
You asked for my opinion on that.
But you should have heard it as a producer of this show in the first 7 minutes.
Up the log.
Okay, well then admit
our spots.
I think that
doing all the hard work, quote unquote.
That's fair.
The Vikes are a team
you didn't hear it.
I had written off before the season started. I just didn't think their quarterback situation was stable. And I didn't know what they could be, though I do know that they have Justin Jefferson and they have some talent with some of their skill players. They're another team that between who they are and who they define themselves to be in the next several weeks will go a long way because I didn't have them even sniffing the playoffs, and they got a legit shot.
Yeah. Now the Cowboys running game does have to improve. And I think that it can improve if they just say, hey, Rico Dowd will take us as far as you can take us, because I think he is their most talented running back. Or they can make a move at the deadline, something like that, try to get a little bit of juice in that room. They do need to improve in that area. Malik Neighbors is a stud.
Yeah.
Malik Neighbors is freaking good. Hated to see that concussion yesterday at the end of the game. Just fell face first on his forehead. That stunk. Hopefully he doesn't. Well, I'm saying hopefully he doesn't miss any games. It sounds very callous of me. Probably going to miss a game nowadays in the NFL.
Well,
although you do have
days.
the extra days.
Yeah.
You have the extra days because you played on Thursday. That guy's a freak, though. I think he has the upside of being a top 5 receiver in the NFL.
He's damn near
no
unguardable.
doubt.
Like watching him last night, it felt like he was unguardable. It felt like we were watching the next Justin Jefferson. That's what it felt like, which is funny because they all seem to come from LSU. LSU has been incredible wide receiver factory. My only concern with Malik Neighbors, because he's not a huge guy, they were relying on him so much, which of course they do. He's their only credible offensive weapon. But with as small as he is, just watching, because there's a few hits even before he got the concussion where they came and hit him in the midsection. He kind of crumpled. And I know in my group chat, I was like, man, Malik Neighbors, if he keeps getting this usage, he's going to fall. He's going to fall. And then sure enough, the concussion happened, which I get is freak. But with the amount of usage he has right now, I am a little concerned about his frame.
He looked like he was getting ticked off because he was taking a lot of hits on those short,
those
underneath routes and everything. He was getting pounded, and he did not look happy about it walking back to the huddle.
I hesitate to say this, and I know he had the concussion, so take the concussion out of this. Do you think Malik milks his hits a little bit? Do you think he's a little slow to get up sometimes?
Maybe.
No, I think he's just little.
Some guys have been known to do that. Yeah, I think
he might milk a little bit. Now, you can't say that you can't say that on the concussion. I understand that, but there was a lot of hits that he took. A lot of hits he took where it took him a long time to come up, and then all of a sudden he's good to go 5 seconds later.
We what, 4 games into his career, you're calling him soft?
Maybe.
You got to get Brandon's soft list. We just put
a
board over here. We got Jordan, McCullers.
It doesn't help my case that he got concussed later. That doesn't help my case.
I love that you're judging how hard he was hit and how much he should hurt while watching on your couch.
But you see that, though, where it takes players, some players, and let's take the specific players out of this for a second, where it takes some players a little bit longer to shake it off and get up.
That doesn't mean he's milking it. Maybe
I think it's the definition of milking it.
Sorry?
I think it's the definition of milking
it.
No,
Brian, not everyone handles pain the same way. You could say maybe he doesn't have a great pain tolerance. I think that could be fair, but
we would call that
you're milking it, though.
We would call that soft.
Okay.
If it takes a guy a little bit longer than another guy with the same exact hit,
so everyone
that guy would
reacts
be a little
to an injury the exact same way.
No,
that's my point.
No, I'm not saying that everybody, but we would call the ones that milk it or take longer to get up as soft.
Yeah. Or a little bit of a showboat. Because there are guys that do that to kind of milk the camera and know that, hey, you know what? I'm tough. I took a shot. But
in that split second, because he's reacting immediately, you have the idea that in that split second between hit and acting, quote unquote, you have the idea like, all right, I'm going to milk this one. I'm going to stay down for the cameras, give a little extra. That thought process to me is crazy.
I think we're going to have to go watch it.
There's
because
a fine
there's
line
times he was doing that.
If the officials recognize it, then you got to sit a play, right?
If they have to stop the clock.
Yeah.
If they have to stop the clock.
Yeah. So you can, if you're milking it, you got to milk it quick because you still got to get back in a certain amount of time where the official's going to call the trainer.
A lot of guys would be getting up on the 3 count. He was getting up on the 9 count. He was getting up on the 9 count. I mean, we see this with
Standing
the Astros. 8. We see these with the Astros. Like, who's Lance McCullers? Who's the hardest Astro pitcher? Like, tough guy, gritty, that he's going to take the ball and, he's going to give you all he's got. And isn't going to complain about injuries or whatever. Like, who is that? Do they even have that guy?
I don't know if they have that
I don't know if they have
maybe
that
Hunter
guy.
Brown? Like, Hunter Brown doesn't strike me as a
Brown
dude.
or Verlander, maybe?
No.
I mean,
not
Verlander
anymore.
misses 6 weeks with a little bit of a neck strain.
Yeah, no, not anymore.
Verlander's been hurt.
I think the little bit of neck strain when he was 28 would have been far less than when he was 41.
But we're talking about the moment. We're talking about
Sure.
now. And Verlander's been on the injured list like 4 different times in the last 2 years.
I still
think
think
Hunter Brown,
Verlander's a dog, though.
of the starting pitchers, I would go Hunter Brown. Like, if Hunter Brown got nicked by a comebacker and Lance McCullers got nicked by a comebacker, which of the two is going to take a little bit longer to be ready to pitch?
Good old Lance.
Good old Lance. Like, that's what I'm trying to say here with Neighbors.
I think Neris would be a guy Neris is, they talk about every time he has a chance to get the ball, he'd take it, and he gets emotional. I think Neris would be a toughness guy, but I think Hunter Brown, I think Jeremy nailed that one. That's Hunter Brown.
See, I think Frommer's a bit of a bulldog too. Now he has the rare hitting his elbow on something and then missing a start, but I think that he's a bit of a bulldog too. I wouldn't say he's harder than Hunter Brown.
Please don't.
But I think you got to be a true tough bulldog. You got to be mentally strong too, and
he's been one of the most consistent pitchers
just
in the last
bunt
5
on
years.
him and see what kind of mentally strong guy you get sometimes.
All right,
that's physically tough versus mentally tough.
It's not. He starts freaking out mentally before he fields the ball.
But is there a difference between soft mentally and soft physically?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
I think
that's what
Brian's
we're saying. Yeah, Frommer's tough physically, but maybe not mentally.
Yeah, I think that you can. But, if you're going with the all-encompassing soft, then maybe Frommer can play into this. We went off the rails. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Busy show. Todd Callis, TK, DJ Bieneme. Maybe we get some Yordan Alvarez news. It is Friday ahead of the Houston Texans playing on Sunday. The injury report out, and there is some breaking news. Also, what are your favorite storylines ahead of Sunday's game between the Texans and the Jags? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blinkers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie. That's right, MyBookie.ag is the place you ought to be if you're going to be watching any kind of football. It's going to be all weekend long, all the way through Monday night. There's baseball games to be played as well. But if you got any kind of interest at all in sports gambling and betting on games, you got to go to mybookie.ag. It's where I always tell you to go because they always take care of their customers. They're doing it again now. They've even got a better, more extensive program now with a loyalty rewards program called MyBookie Plus, and there's different tiers on it. And the more you play and the more you are active on the site, the higher the tiers you go. With the higher the tiers, the better the opportunities and the rewards that you are going to get. And it all starts with you using our promo code BET975. When you use our promo code, when you put money in your account, like right now, if you've never been there before, you want to sign up for the first time, when you put money in your account, you use our promo code BET975, they're going to put money on top of it instantly. That means more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And they have all the games and in-game betting. They've got all the sports. If you're watching it on TV, there's a pretty good chance you can bet on it at mybookie.ag. They take care of you because they want you to come back. Your money's safe and secure. They've been in business for over a decade, and they're constantly doing whatever they can to take care of you. They heard it for a long time. Everybody wanted casino games. They wanted live dealers. They wanted an opportunity to do some gambling when there weren't games on, and they didn't want to drive to Louisiana, fly to Vegas, or find another casino. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag, and when you want live dealers, they're waiting for you, standing by for you to do casino games without having to leave your house. All you got to do is use your phone, your computer, your tablet, and you are there. They are fantastic. They love their customers, and they try and take care of you the best they can. Use our promo code to really cash in. That's Bet975. But do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag. Use our promo code Bet975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What are your favorite storylines for the Texans-Jags game on Sunday? 713-780-3776. Jasper's coming at me. I'm here to say concussions suck. Oh, wait, Branham, didn't you get a concussion putting on your socks or something? Feels a little unwarranted. I didn't get a no.
Oh, I think that was Josh Beard. Now, how you could?
Oh, he's right. He's right.
Maybe he's confusing me with
Josh
Beard.
did fall down the stairs, so technically wasn't putting on his socks,
but he slipped because his socks on the carpet.
Of socks and
Jasper's confusing me with Beard.
Yeah.
Okay, I
Same
see.
initials.
I see. Yeah, so Jasper, that you're wrong, but I see now why
Same
you
body
said that.
types.
Okay.
I thought that was mean text a little early. I wasn't sure.
Come on. If I am Beard's body type, though, I can bench press 800 pounds like he used to say that he could do.
But you could also tell everybody that.
I would, yeah.
Yes.
I work out. Look at me. I work out. I lift weights. I go to the gym.
I work out.
There you go. You know, I'm anti-exercise, though. I don't believe in exercise. I don't think I think I was concussed once, but it was undiagnosed. We were playing football on the baseball field, and I went to catch a pass. Of course, I caught it because I have elite hands. And whenever I fell back, I hit the back of my head like that on the warning track. And I was dizzy. I was seeing stars, but I kept playing because I'm a dog.
Yeah, I don't know that if I ever was concussed, I shouldn't say I don't remember it, but
that would be a symptom.
I don't think I was ever diagnosed. I just kept doing whatever I was doing. But yeah, I can't remember any time that I was.
Do you think I had a concussion in that moment?
I would say chances are greater than 50-50.
Looking back, I think I did.
I think if you see stars, that's one sign, but then it's the lingering effects, like the sunlight,
dizzy.
The sunlight or any kind of light gets to you, and there's the nausea and some of those things that go with it.
Those are, I think, more extreme
definitely
symptoms,
a possibility.
Right? Like, I don't think everybody gets nauseous.
No, I don't. Yeah, I think
there's degrees to it. 3726, huge difference between milking it and just taking your time to get up because you're in pain. Probably, maybe milking's too strong of a word, but I feel like Malik Neighbors takes him a little longer to get up than most people. I think pain gets to him it bothers him more than others. He has a high opinion of pain, whereas others do not have a high opinion.
So you think it's more associated with his pain tolerance than it is that sometimes he milks it like to get the attention?
It's just something that I'm gonna be monitoring in the career of Malik Neighbors. Let's just keep an eye on that with Malik Neighbors. We know that Lance McCullers at this stage of his career is a bit soft. We know that Yordan Alvarez has some soft tendencies. Let's see Malik. And I'm not saying the concussion was soft. I'm talking about everything that happened prior to that. Texans injury report is out. Tank Dell has been ruled out for Sunday's game.
Thanks, D'Amico.
Really, really hope that getting Tank Dell those reps with Davis Mills, by the way, I really hope those Tank Dell reps with Davis Mills down by 27 with less than 5 minutes left to play were worth it. I hope that was worth it, D'Amico. And it's not the same as playing on the first play of the game. D'Amico Ryans has forced Tank Dell to be ruled out because all of the starters, with the exception of C.J. Stroud, were in the game playing against the Vikings' second-string defense down by 27 with less than 5 minutes with Davis Mills operating the offense.
Yeah, I don't want to get into beating the dead horse of yesterday.
I do. I told you I was going to be loud about it.
But at the same time,
I told you I was going to be loud
I
about
just don't know how you can justify that now, especially because he's going to miss the following game. That's the crux of what I was getting into. You're not thinking about the game that you were finishing. You're thinking about the games ahead because that one was already out of reach. And the last thing you want is to have your best players missing because you decided to try and compete further in a game that was out of reach. And that's just a bad look.
And for what game? Momentum with Davis Mills? Momentum with Davis Mills against the Vikings second string? That's a way different defense than you're going to face the next week. Whatever. Also, Dameon Pierce has been ruled out. There were reports earlier this week that he would be back. Dameon Pierce is out. Jimmy Ward has been ruled out with the mid-groin strain that he has. Questionable Foley Fatakasi. Joe Mixon is questionable, was a limited participant today at practice, and then Nico Collins, full participant. He told DJ Bieneme, who'll be joining us at 5, that he's good to go and will play. So, short-handed receiver. I still think the Texans will be fine. Like, you have Hutch. Mechie's probably going to be active. I really don't have concerns that the Texans are going to lack from the wide receiver room. Would you rather have Tank Dell or not? I'd rather have Tank Dell, and I think it's foolish. The opportunity you gained in week 3 in a meaningless game versus not having him on the field at all. But what are your favorite storylines? Texans, Jags coming up on Sunday, 713-780-3776. What are your favorite storylines?
Well, I mean, it starts with the offensive line. We know what we saw last week, and we've heard that they're cleaning it up. And whether it's just the individuals doing what they have to do, or the fact that the focus was on the continuity of the entire offensive line, let's see it. Let's not talk about it. Let's be about it. Let's see that the fact that they're going to reduce the number of penalties, that they're going to be on the same page. And it goes a lot deeper than that, about knowing where they're going in coverage, and based on how many rushers are outside or the stunts coming inside, the communication level between all involved to make sure that the holes are blocked and that guys are getting, hats on hats. That'll be a huge step in the right direction for this team to kind of just put the game last week behind them and move forward, knowing they're going to be better off.
Yeah, my favorite story, like this game doesn't have the, divisional opponents, so you think, oh, storyline rivalry, and, Texans Jags way back in the day used to be a pretty intense rivalry. I actually think this game lacks storyline versus last week. Like last week, you had tons of intrigue. You had Diggs returning to Minnesota. You had John Grenard on the other side, who was hyped up and had a huge game. You had all the former Houston Texans on the other side. You had the sexy matchup of Kevin O'Connell versus DeMeco Ryans, even the undercard with Brian Flores versus Bobby Slowick. Justin Jefferson, is Stingley going to travel? Like, you had tons of storylines last week. Daniil Hunter return home. You had so many storylines last week. The storylines this week are kind of boring. Other than it being a divisional rival, what's the main storyline here? Will the Texans offensive line line up in a legal formation? Like, that to me is what I'm most intrigued about. Do they fix all the stuff that they were doing wrong? But from like a sexy storyline perspective, I actually think this game lacks that.
Yeah, I think it's more about the teams themselves. The storylines are about each individual team with what they're dealing with. It's not about the fact that you got two teams fighting for the division that have had a rivalry over the years already, or, these players and these matchups and these things have happened. It's all about, can the Jags get right? And is there any chance of salvaging their season? And how quickly can the Texans bounce back from that hiccup last week?
Yeah, I think you're right, because like the Jags, we need to win a game. Trevor Lawrence is in a rut. Whenever he was playing really well, like last year, they had won like 13 of 16 games, and then he's lost like 9 of his last 10. He's lost like 6 in a row, something crazy like that. So they have a lot of internal things.
Going to get fired? I mean, he's on the hot seat. They're watching that. They're already talking Belichick rumors. I mean, they have a lot of storylines in terms of what they have to deal with in their own house.
Belichick doesn't strike me as a guy to go to Jacksonville.
I don't feel it either. I feel Dallas more than I feel Dallas or Philly before I would feel Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I think they're more ready to win.
Even New York.
Maybe. Yeah,
New York,
and he's been there before. But I think when you look at the teams where he's kind of like, he's lined up now where he wants a team that he has guys that he's ready to go and take him to the next level. You got good defensive players on Philly. You got good defensive players on Dallas. He could do some things there, and offensive players that can play. Jacksonville seems to be where it would be too much work for him.
Yeah, I do too. Jacksonville doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I agree with our Jacksonville guest yesterday, which I hope he's safe from the hurricane on the East Coast. Oh, that stuff was bad. I was watching some storm coverage yesterday. Hope everybody is safe, even though it hit the West Coast.
Jimmy have to hang on to a street sign? Jim Cantori, and he normally...
I didn't watch that.
He normally gets right in the middle of the big
it
windstorm.
Bumped up to a Category 4.
In 12 hours. It went from a Cat 1 to a Cat 4 in 12 hours.
I don't know if you guys saw the map of just the size of the storm, but it basically covered half the United States. It was unbelievable.
It was thicker than Florida. It was
yes,
the width of that hurricane was thicker than the entire state of Florida. I was watching some people on TikTok and YouTube. They're nuts. People like go out there in the storms and like run out there in a Cat 4. They're idiots.
They're saying it's going to affect a ton of college football tomorrow too.
Yeah, I saw some games got canceled. All right, let's go to the HRP listener line. His name is being hidden from us. We can't see the name. We can see that he wants to take exception to me saying that I'm being soft. So caller, don't know your name. It's invisible. You're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
What's happening, fellas? Jeremy, come on, man. You're contradicting yourself on the soft stance because you're going on with this rant about the Nico playing tank in whatever game. I'm glad.
No, 27-point game with a few minutes left to play. Don't get it twisted. You can't say whatever game and just throw out a nothing scenario. Let's talk specifics. They were down by 27 with just minutes left to play. So let's set the scene a little bit better than that.
I know it, but let them soak in it. Let them soak in it because the way they played, so he left them out there. What I'm saying, you talking about the soft stuff, you being soft now on Tank because Tank got hurt. Tank's a football player. You don't have to handle these hits or these attacks he getting or whatever because he got a little risky. Come on, man. He need to play football.
He got a little what?
Huh?
He got a little wristy?
Yeah, well, that's what's wrong with him. His wrist is hurt, right?
No, it's his chest. I think Aaron Wilson was wrong on the report. They did say that on the TV broadcast that it was hand wrist, but I think they screwed that
Okay.
up. He's on the injury report with a chest. I don't think it's a hand wrist, Jake. All right.
Okay.
So you
Well,
think I'm
I'm
being
saying-
soft because I don't want Tank Dell in a 27-point deficit with just minutes left to play because I think it's important to have him going forward. That's why I'm soft?
No, I mean, but play football. I understand CJ got taken out. That's the most important player on the field. And, maybe he was dealing with something. But some other players, I would have left CJ out there too and soaked in that whooping they was getting. I left them all out there. You want to play like this? Okay, you're going to play the whole game.
And then if CJ Stroud got hurt in that
Exactly
game,
where I
you're
was
cool. You're cool with that, Jake?
I'll be all right.
All right.
Okay, Jake. Come on, man.
We got a
Yeah.
difference of
Real talk.
opinion. We agree to disagree on this, Jake. I respect your opinion. I think that you argued it well because they were getting their butt whooped. They deserve to stay on the field. Old school mentality. I understand that old school mentality. I have a lot of old school principles too, Jake. Just not when it's foolish and it's dumb and it lacks common sense. Like the whole hashtag football. It's football. They got to be out there. What does that mean? You're telling me because it's football that I can make really stupid decisions because football.
You may want to say you understand that mindset. I'll go out on the limb and say I don't understand the mindset at all.
But it's football.
I know
you
it's
can make
football.
stupid. 2 + 2 is 7. Football.
But even despite it being football, you're down 27 with 3 minutes to go. You have I would ask that caller and anyone on that side of the conversation, what is there to gain in that moment?
There's nothing.
There's zero
they're
to
learning
gain.
a lesson because they got their butt whooped.
Zero.
Hashtag
How
football.
How many callers are going to stand up and have that same principle too of saying, and if CJ got hurt or one of our best players, so be it.
Oh, he was full of it at
Yeah,
that point.
that's complete BS.
He knew if he said that, if he agreed with you guys on that, then he loses the argument intellectually. So he stood on business.
I love the football defense. Well, I'm a macho football man. They should be playing down by 27. Okay, common sense, my guy. One, CJ Stroud was out of the game. So like any sort of momentum that you're building, you're doing it with Davis Mills. Is Davis Mills going to start this week? Secondly, the Vikings, also a football team. They took out all their good defensive starters. They were playing their twos. And then let's look at other sports. Yes, it's not football, but let's look at other sports. When you're down by 20, is LeBron James in the game? Is Kevin Durant in the game? Are your starters in the – no, what do you do when you're down by 20, up by 20? You clear the bench. Is Jordan Alvarez taking at bats up by 8, down by 8? Is Jose Altuve in the game up by 8, down by 8? Is Aaron Judge, is Shohei Ohtani? No. Why? Because it's foolish to lose some of your best players in garbage time. But football!
I mean, in basketball, in the NBA, everybody makes a run. So if it's in the first half, those guys will be in the game. But yeah, if the game's out of reach,
late.
There's no
time.
way.
Garbage
There's no
time.
way. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
garbage time.
it's intelligence for a professional sport. That's what it is. It's intelligence in professional sports. Yeah. Well, it's part of that too. But in college, there's more of, and maybe now it's different because of all the money involved in the NILs and the transfer portal. But in college, I can see a coach being ticked off and trying to teach the guys a lesson.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no way in professional sports you're going to do that knowing that you've got the majority of your schedule ahead and there's no chance in hell you're winning this game.
And I think it's fine. I think it's fine if you have a developmental team. Like if you're like I said this yesterday, if you're the Titans and you want Will Levis to get reps because he needs it, cool. I don't care. That's fine. If it was David Culley, Davis Mills, Lovie Smith, Davis Mills, they need reps. They're not a winning team. Who cares if they're in the game? But when you're a team that's supposed to win the AFC South, that is supposed to make a deep playoff run, what is the advantage of playing your starters down by 27 with less than 4 minutes left to play? You are potentially damaging your future to which you're trying to hang your hat on. It could have been Nico. It could have been Laramie Tunsil. It could have been Tank. Like this guy right here. Tank is soft. He's been underperforming this season, and now he's hurt again. Okay, that could be true. It's a different conversation. I don't know if he's soft. He's just kind of small and fragile. I think there's a difference between the two. But would you rather have Tank or would you not want to have Tank on the field? That is the question. You can't all of a sudden move the goalpost or gaslight. Well, Tank doesn't mean that much to this football team. Would you rather have Tank or would you rather not? Because whenever I watch the film, these defenses are having to adjust to Tank Dell. They're trying to have to compensate for Tank Dell. Do I think the Texans are going to be fine without Tank Dell for a week? Hopefully it's only a week. Yeah, I do. They're playing the Jags. But it doesn't defeat the principle. What if it's Nico? What if Nico tore his Achilles and he's lost for the year because you played him in a 27-point game? Like Brian's been saying all week. Bill O'Brien did this to Arian Foster. It is foolish. But football! So dumb.
It's just, I love D'Amico and respect D'Amico so much. So it's just disheartening to hear him basically regurgitate the same crap we heard from Bill O'Brien 10 years ago.
I think that's why too. Yeah, I mean, we've been
been
through
traumatized
this
by
before.
this.
Yeah, we've had enough of that. We thought we were beyond that. Because you're right. I mean, if the Mixon injury happens in garbage time, down 27, that's a totally different conversation because of how important he was and looks like he is to the running game.
Triggers me. All right, 713-780-3776. I'll try to move on. With all the negativity and panic after the loss to the Vikings, what would you accept for the Texans this week? Is it winning just enough? Do they have to win by a certain point total? Score a certain amount of points? Penalties? Offensive line? What do you think? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. Hey, bettors. Brad, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino. That's BetUS.com. Football is back, so it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season with a huge offer. A 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. That's right. A 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses, plus they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, and predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started today at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Branham, please stop with the football. You're coming dangerously close to sounding like the untalented Paul Gallant. He's a clown. It's not nice. Perfect for a Friday, though. You guys are great. Time for a taco and beer. Have a great weekend. Stop trying to kiss our butts. It's weird behavior. Didn't the Texans get strummed by the Browns like this last year, too? It was a bad game. Let's see where you are 5 to 6 games from now. Hopefully it wasn't a reminder you ain't the bad word. A wake up for the season, and they got the Browns back in the playoffs. Yeah, I don't think that week 3 is not really a testament to what the team is going to be for the totality of the year. So it asked the question, with all the negativity and panic after the loss to the Vikings, what would you accept from the Texans this week? Is winning just enough? Do they have to win by a certain point total, score a certain amount of points, penalties, offensive line? What do you say, Blankers?
To me, this is a lot of people that are hyper focused on one game. And to the texter's point, look, the Browns game was later in the season. I'm glad this happened in week 3. We talked about it because you learn from it, you move on. But a lot of people are already seemingly pushing the panic button. I personally just want to win. I just want to continue to see this team win, because at the end of the year, there's not a whole lot of style points for a lot of these games, and people aren't going to remember, every little detail of how big you won by. They're going to remember whether you won the game or not, and that's what's going to matter when you're starting to fight for playoffs. This Jacksonville team, they're wounded. No matter what they come out, you're better than them. So just come out and play your game and win the football game. I hear people saying they got to win by 9. They got to win by 10. They got to do this. They got to do that. Now, you do have to clean up the penalties, and you do have to clean up the offensive line. But at the end of the day, get the win. Get the win. Get back on the winning track and do some of those things, and then let's press forward. I just hear so much and see so much on social media about people that are freaking out about the style points of how you have to win this game on Sunday. No, just win the damn game.
I haven't really seen that, if I'm being honest. In terms of what I accept, obviously the winning aspect of it is the most important thing. Like, winning in the NFL is not a beauty contest. Is it better if you strum your opponent by 20 and you're clicking on all cylinders? Yes. That's not the reality of the NFL. So, I don't need them to win by X amount of points. I just need them to win the game. The other stuff, though, is I would like to see a game where they're under double-digit penalties. I would like them to see lined up correctly, like basic stuff. Landry Locker had a video of Laramie Tunsil talking to the media today, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we've been working on the line of scrimmage stuff and the illegal formation since week 1." Week 1? What do you mean week 1? What were you doing in camp? All of these officials and referees were coming around to these teams and saying, here are the point of emphasis this year. You have guys like Kevin O'Connell, who was talking to the referees before the game, hey, watch them, because we see on film they might not be lining up correctly. Laramie's saying they've been working on it since week 1? That should have been off-season stuff. So clean up the crap and win the football game. That's really all I need to see.
Yeah, I mean, and to me, it's very similar in the fact that, just play clean football and win. I've also heard people, and I've seen some of these. CJ needs to have a 300-yard game, and he need, this many touchdowns and do all these things.
Who do you follow? You follow some psychopaths.
Some people were talking about this morning on one of the shows when I was driving around, and I'm going, no. I mean, if that happens as part of it, great, but just play clean football. You are a talented team, and just right the ship. Get the fundamental stuff back, and you're going to be fine. I don't care how many individual stats a guy has or how big they win by. Just win the damn game.
I don't care at all about the point total, but I don't want to call it style points, but I do care that if it's a win where we feel like they're always in control, because that's, to me, for the Texans to be the type of team that we expected them to be, a team that was capable of winning maybe 11 games in the regular season, winning the division, possibly getting to their first AFC title game. That team at home against an 0-3 Jaguars team that just got obliterated by the Bills on Monday night needs to be able to control the game against the Jaguars. So I don't care if they win by 9. I don't care if they win by 6, because you could be up big and late scores and garbage time brings the total down. But I think we have to come in on Monday and think, okay, the Texans were always in control. We never thought, holy crap, this game's getting away from us. The Jaguars are coming back, or the Jaguars had a chance. They need to control the game.
Kind of like the Bears game. The Bears game, they had opportunities to really get up
I
big.
don't know, it was 6 points for so long.
I never felt
they scored
like
3 in the second half.
I know, but I never felt.
I like a little more convincing.
But
than
I
that.
never felt like they weren't in control of that game with the big play, the fumbled. They had the drive, sustained a drive going all the way down inside the red zone when they fumbled. And I felt like they controlled that entire. I just always felt like they were in somewhat control of that game. I didn't think it was ever. I never felt in jeopardy. But maybe you're right. Maybe it needs to be more than a 1-score game.
But I think it's because of the defense, though. I also had that feeling, but it was more because I don't think the defense is going to allow them to get into the end zone, not because you played a clean half.
No.
Offensively.
Don't yet.
So it just didn't make you feel like it was a complete team win or good feeling. I think the best way to sum it up is win the game. Come in on Monday feeling good about the perspective of the Houston Texans going forward. Feeling good that going forward, they've kind of righted the ship. They're back to being this easy AFC South divisional champion. They're a team again that maybe could give Baltimore or Kansas City a game if you get deep in the playoffs. And I'll throw Buffalo in there. They've looked really good too.
Yeah, if they play a clean game and they do those things, that's all that it should matter. The fact that because you got another tough opponent coming up next week, and you can start to put that game in Minnesota behind you, saying, okay, that was then, this is now. We figured it out. We worked on some things. We're going to be better going forward, because that's what you want to do, is improve every week this early in the season.
5535 Texans as a whole do need an offensive breakout game. These field goal games are too dang close for the talent on this team. They haven't broken out offensively. They've had good offensive games, but just haven't finished drives. I thought the offense played well against Indy. I thought they played well in the first half against Chicago. They did not play well last week. It's been problematic having a complete game that ends with drives in the end zone. And I think the offensive line has a lot to do with that. I think the offensive line is holding the offense back. The offensive line is the governor to the Houston Texans offense. Ocho, I hear people saying the Texans should feel inspired by the embarrassing loss to the Vikings, but just because they recognize their embarrassing loss doesn't mean they're good enough to fix the problems. Their offensive line needs upgrades. I agree with the gist of that text from Ocho. I don't think their issues are talent, though. I think that they have serious issues with at least communication. They're getting torn apart by the same stunts every single week. So at minimum, it's poor communication, and then potentially it's poor coaching. It potentially is poor coaching. I couldn't tell you that for sure because I'm not out there to see how they're coaching them up. Maybe they're coaching them up perfectly and they just can't execute because the communication's so poor and they can't work as a cohesive unit. So at minimum, it's poor communication with the potential that poor coaching could also be a factor here.
Yeah, I think that both are in play, and I think that it's not about each individual player, because look at the draft capital and the assets you've spent to put these guys in place, and the majority of them come with a resume and playing ability that says they should be just fine ability-wise, but the continuity has to change. Maybe it has something to do with, with Juice and a younger center too on some of the coverages. But whatever it is, coaching and or continuity, figure it out, because we're only going into week 4, and it needs to get better.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Where are you at with that? And then also hearing a lot about how great the Houston Texans are at pressures. Here we go again with this conversation. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Now in its 58th year, almost as old as Blank, the original Greek festival runs on October 3rd through 5th, a cornerstone of the fall festival season in Houston and the largest of its kind in the nation. The festival features homemade Greek food, traditional Greek dancing, all sorts of authentic shopping, and an opportunity to learn more about the Greek Orthodox faith and culture. Admission to the festival is $8 for adults. Children under 12 get in free. There is no charge for admission between 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Friday. For more information, you can call 713-526-5377, 713-526-5377. And we're giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You are going to Greek Fest coming up. All right, Ocho, even beyond the penalties, this offensive line is all finesse and needs dogs to get to the next level. I think Laramie's got some dog to him. Like, I know that he likes to get high, and he speaks a little softly. Laramie Tunsil post snap is still one of the best tackles in football.
I still believe Shaq's got some dog in him. I think he's good.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree with Ocho. And I think Juice has some dog. Juice might not be good yet because he's only in his second year and he's struggling with communication. I think he actually plays with a huge chip on his shoulder. I think he plays nasty. Quite frankly, I like that from my offensive lineman. I like nastiness from my offensive lineman. And it sounds like Ocho wants more nastiness, which I think is fair. But I think you are selling them a little bit short when it comes to their nastiness. Okay. I like a good old pressure. Pressures are obviously very important. I understand that they factor into the game. You pressure the quarterback. The quarterback has less of a chance to complete the pass. It disrupts the play. I get all of that. But I'm already tired of the Texans are leading the league in pressures, just like last year. Will Anderson great at getting pressures, and that's fantastic. That's great. Go finish a play, though. These guys get paid because they sacked the quarterback. John Grenard said that last year. Yeah, we know that we get paid based on the sacks that we have. You listen to Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator of the Texans yesterday. He was asked about, you're getting tons of pressures. How great is this? He's like, yeah, that's great, but we would really like the sack. Pro Bowl defensive ends, Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, Pro Bowler, have combined for the most quarterback pressures in the NFL with 39. Okay, that's great. I'd rather have pressures than not have pressures, but I really want them to get to the quarterback. Hunter leads the NFL with 20 pressures. Anderson's ranked second with 19. Great stat, but it's a double. It's not a home run. Get to the quarterback and finish some plays. That's what I want to see. I don't want to celebrate pressures anymore.
No, you want the John Grenard effect of last week. You don't want pressures. You want a guy that's got 3 sacks in his back pocket that disrupts the game and makes a difference in the outcome of the football game based on what you get. Tackles for loss, making something happen by either creating a turnover or forcing a bad throw and getting to the quarterback. And we've all seen it. We've watched enough of the film and watched the games from week to week to know, look, the edge rushers have been good. Even the interior defensive line have created pressure. But at the end of the day, it's all about the result that gets you to the win. And they didn't get it against Minnesota. They haven't been getting home as frequently as you'd like. And if you look at pressures versus sacks, that's where you'll see the biggest difference.
I'm not putting down pressures. I'd rather have a pressure than not have a pressure. But I'd rather have a sack than a pressure. Getting a pressure is all fine and dandy, but it doesn't end the play. We saw Sam Darnold get pressured, and Sam Darnold, of all people, escaping the pocket and throwing a touchdown pass to Justin Jefferson. So it's fantastic that you're getting these pressures, but it doesn't end the story. It doesn't close the book. It doesn't end the play. I think it's the equivalent to a double, quite frankly. I think a pressure is a double and a sack is a home run. It's great to get the double. It puts you in position to have a chance. It puts you in position to have something positive happen, but it doesn't guarantee the positive result. You know what does? A homer. Same thing with pressures and sacks. Pressures are good. Go to Dallas. Pressure is good. That's fine. Give me the sack, man. Give me the sack. Start finishing some plays.
It's next level in terms of how they can chart all of this and what it leads to. But you're right, because of the fact that at the end of the day, if the pressure, we talked at the start of the year, hey, look, one of the big assets you're going to have with this defensive line, especially on the outside, is that the secondary is going to have to work probably less in coverage because the quarterback's not going to have enough time to get the ball off. So if the pressure leads to an interception, then you could say, okay, that's the kind of pressure that I like because it led to a turnover, gave us the football back, changed the momentum of the game for a certain portion of time. But at the same time, other than that, pressures are just that, because if quarterbacks are good, if they can get out of the pocket, if they're good at extending a play and going off script, pressures mean nothing.
713-780-ESPN, HRNP listener line. Texture, what is a pressure? How is it charted? It's a good question. My best guess, I don't know the scientific definition of a pressure in the NFL, and I think different sites record them differently. Like if you go look at ESPN's numbers, Pro Football Reference numbers, they're always a bit different. Pressure, I think, is whenever you make the quarterback adjust.
I was going to say, or like at the point of release.
This one, and again, this is from the CFL. I just Googled how are pressures charted in the NFL, and it brought up a CFL thing for some reason. Quarterback pressures awarded to a defender who either forces the quarterback to move off his initial drop back point to avoid contact, contacts the quarterback in the act of throwing, or has the quarterback in his grasp at the time of the intentional grounding penalty. So it sounds like there's different ways to get it.
Yeah.
But if you're like in the NFL, you have so many mobile quarterbacks, you put pressure on a quarterback, he rolls out of the pocket, you still have a very good chance for an explosive play. So you got a pressure on a play, he throws the ball 20 yards downfield. What good was the pressure there?
Right.
So like not all pressures have a positive result.
You get a competition trophy because you got a pressure, but at the end of the day, he got 25 yards in a chunk play, and the offense has still got the ball.
Yeah. So it's like Brock Osweiler said about interceptions. An interception is a different story. Yeah, every interception tells a different story. Same thing with the pressure. If Will Anderson's creating a pressure on Lamar Jackson and he rolls out of the pocket, he might run for 50 yards. Or if it happens and you sack him, okay, great. That was a great pressure. The other one was not a great pressure.
Yeah, because I mean, the last two of the three things you mentioned are great. Like in the grasp, running it or hitting them are great. But that first one just basically forced him to step up and move off a spot. I mean, to a good quarterback like Mahomes means nothing. Now, if it's a quarterback like Will Levis, who's never been able to identify pressure in his life and gets hit because he doesn't see it coming, then pressure's great because it'll turn into a sack. But a great quarterback, that means nothing. He steps up, he moves around, he fires the ball downfield.
That's the stat, is like the pressures that lead to something, lead to a tackle for loss, an interception, a turnover, like a fumble or something, and or a sack. Those are the ones that mean the most, because you're right. I mean, look, you look at Mahomes, you look at Josh Allen, you look at Lamar, you look at guys that can either do with their legs, or in the case of Mahomes, just he's almost better when he gets outside the pocket. The pressures mean nothing.
Quarterback pressure on Pro Football Reference, hurries, knockdowns, and sack plays. So a hurry, I guess you just get to the quarterback in a certain amount of time.
So you get a pressure and a sack if you complete it?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I rather have the pressure than not have the pressure. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I don't want to celebrate almost. I don't want to celebrate pressures. I want to celebrate sacks. You know when these defensive linemen do their dances? After sacks, not pressures. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Hey, guys. Obviously, Jeremy is pretty upset that Tank Dell is out this weekend. With that being said, is this the game where the Texans finally get Dalton Schultz maybe 8 to 9 targets and he puts up some of those 2023 stat lines? Or is this like a Robert Woods, Mechie kind of game?
Appreciate it, Keith.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Keith. Look, either one of those would be great. I mean, I think that for your long term, you'd like to see Schultz start to get going. In the short term, if you find something in a Woods or a Mechie that you know and you can put in your back pocket, that when you need them, you can throw them out there and get them more in the mix than they've been, that'd be fantastic too. But at this point in the season, we just need to see continuity on offense. We just need to see, I don't care who gets the yards. And like last week when Diggs had a big game, but they didn't do anything to look like an impressive offense. I need to see this team starts living up to billing in terms of an impressive offense. Finishing drives is a huge key to that. Without field goals, getting touchdowns, doing the kind of things to where people can actually start quantifying and qualifying the fact that they were supposed to have this kind of offense.
I'm not sure you answered his question.
I said, if either one of those things happen to be great, long term, I think it'd be great for Schultz. Short term, if one of those guys shows you can use them more, great too. But I just want to see the offense have more continuity. If I had to pick one of the two, I'll take Schultz.
I think you go Casario, Keith. I'm not that upset about Tank. Really, I'm really not. I think the Texans will be fine. What bothers me is that we're allowing stupidity. That's why I've been so loud about it. It's everybody else has been so quiet about it, and I think it's silly. I'm a roadblock for justice. In terms of
settle down, Batman.
in terms of Schultz, I don't see Schultz having a 7-8 target game. I feel like the Texans actually, because of their offensive line, would rather operate out of 12 personnel than 11 personnel. So I don't think this is going to be a whole big like Robert Woods, John Mechie breakout. I think we're going to see a lot of 12 personnel. And then also Jacksonville plays a lot of man coverage, which I think bodes well to Nico Collins.
Nico Collins is going to eat. Yeah.
So I don't see this as a Schultz game. I think he'll play a lot of snaps. I don't think he gets targeted, 7, 8, 9 times.
I don't either, because I don't know if you guys remember those first couple games of the season last year. Same thing as this year. Stroud was getting hit a ton. It was like 7 sacks in the first 2 games. And then what we saw from the Texans, the adjustment, at least initially from Bobby Sloak, was a lot of max protect, a lot of three-man route combinations, leaving 7 in the block. And if they have to do that again, that means Schultz is going to be in blocking. Now, he's not a great pass blocker, but at least he's somebody out there to take up a body. So that would mean I don't think he would be able to get out there for 7, 8 targets.
I wonder if we see Irv Smith. I'm going to be watching Irv. Who cares, right? It doesn't really move the needle talking about Irv Smith, but I wonder if Irv Smith's going to be active on Sunday. Just something I'm looking at. Is it more important to extend – important? I don't know what word that is. Is it more important to extend Alex Bregman or Kyle Tucker? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Alex Bregman is up after this year. The final year of his deal. Kyle Tucker is up after next year. Kyle Tucker, obviously, Kyle Tucker's a better player, in my opinion. But who is the more important player to extend? You hear him talk about Bregman, leader, captain, mound visits. You hear him talk about Tucker, one of the better all-around outfielders in all of baseball. You know, the price, to me, is going to be different. I don't think Bregman's going to be in the same stratosphere as Kyle Tucker. But who is the more important to extend? Is it Bregman or is it Tucker?
It's a tough question. To me, I would say that my answer, I lean Tucker. I would say Tucker simply because younger, chance to get more depending on what he wants. Yeah, that's going to be a higher price tag. But if you can, solidify that Tucker and Jordan are going to be in the top part of your lineup, you're going to have Altuve for a couple more years, and he's been a pretty good table setter. And you have Yiner still. That the top of your lineup is still pretty damn good. And then you go and try and you backfill for third base and however you want to replace Bregman. But we know that the slow start was a little longer this year. We know he's a little longer in the tooth. Yes, his defense means something, but if I have to pick between the two, I'm going to take Tucker.
Tucker's the better player. I have no argument there. Bregman will be cheaper, won't cost as much. What makes this difficult for me is the position. I think it's more difficult to find a third baseman than it is to find an adequate corner outfielder. I think you can find some corner outfield bats that can be an above average hitter. I don't know if you can find that at third base, because what are your options if Bregman's gone? You're looking internally at Bryce Matthews, who's young and only has a handful of games in AAA and hasn't played third base a ton. Shea Whitcomb doesn't look like he can handle the position there defensively. Zach DeZinzo, I'm not sure he can handle the position defensively. They've been very reluctant to play him at third base at the big league level. So I'm not sure that you have, those are your internal options. I don't think any of those are good options. You look at free agency. What's out there in free agency after Bregman? Really, the only one that's decent, because Matt Chapman has already been signed, is Eugenio Suarez, who is playing currently with the Diamondbacks. And he's had some numbers. I mean, he's had a better offensive year than Bregman. And his defensive numbers are pretty good. If you end up with Suarez, I'm okay with that. But it does give you an idea of how vacant the position is in terms of options should Bregman go. If Kyle Tucker leaves at the end of next season, you can find some bats. It's not the most difficult thing in the world to find some bats in the corner outfield. I still got to lean Tucker. Even saying, Kyle Tucker's just way better than Alex Bregman. So Bregman has a lot of arguments that favor him in this conversation. He's just not the player that Kyle Tucker is.
No, because I thought about that from the Bregman aspect of it, that, it is just going to be a shorter term contract and it's tougher to find a third baseman that plays both sides of the ball like he does. But the argument too is, when you look at it, I know people are going to say, well, you played without Tucker since he went down for 3 months and you still found a way to win. You somehow were able to tread water a lot longer than you were supposed to. But at the end of the day, you got to believe that a healthy Kyle Tucker is going to put up some pretty mammoth numbers the way he was playing.
I also don't believe in signing Kyle Tucker to the extension that Kyle Tucker is going to want, though. So for me, it might be neither. I lean neither. If you had to tell me one, you have to pick one, Branham. You can't go neither, because I would go neither. It would be Tucker.
But then how do you answer that question in terms of how do you replace Kyle Tucker? Because
you have some outfield bats that are probably better suited in 2 years than you currently have third base bats. And again, free agency, you can find corner outfield bats that are above average offensive players. You can't really do that at third.
I don't know who's free coming up at this year, but it would be challenging based on how bad the depth was in their outfield already internally. I don't know that you have any guy that you'd feel comfortable replacing Kyle Tucker.
The internal option would be Melton.
Yeah, and I don't feel like Jacob Melton's in his first year is going to put up.
I actually think he's going to be up next year. I think
he can be up. I don't think he's going to put up the kind of all-star numbers that you were getting from Tucker. So if you're trying to replace him short-term,
you're not really looking for an all-star to replace either one. That's going to be very difficult to find an all-star at either position.
But you're looking at above-average third baseman, an all-star caliber outfielder. If you walk from both, I would think that one of the two positions you want to get an above-average player for next year.
Well, Tucker's going to be around next year.
You're right. If you're just going to ride it out, yeah.
The corner outfielders that signed in baseball this year, Lourdes Gurriel was okay. Travis Jerkson Profar was a corner outfielder who signed this year. He was pretty good on a 1-year deal. Cody Bellinger was a free agent this year. He had a pretty good year. Now he signed for a lot of money, but pretty good. Teoscar Hernandez, another player. Like that just gives you an idea. Shohei Ohtani didn't play outfield this year, but can in the future when he's not recovering from a torn UCL. So those are your outfielders in free agency this past year. You start to look at third baseman, Matt Chapman. And that's the end of the story. So free agency usually has more outfielders than it does third baseman. And I think that would go year by year. And if you forecast this year, the only real free agent third baseman, there's two. There's Suarez, there's Bregman, that's it. Like there's going to be a lot more outfield options than there will be third base options. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Paul, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Paul?
Hey, fellas, Profar can play third base, too. He'll be a free agent after this season. But, I tend to lean towards neither. Also, the realistic window of this team does not really extend past next year because you're going to lose either Framber or Tucker or both. So there's, to me, no reason to sign really probably any of them. And if you're going to sign two of the three, it should be Framber and Tucker because the farm system, it's gone. There's nothing to trade. You're not going to be able to make deadline trades. So at some point, this team's going to have a rebuild. The question is, when is that going to happen? So my answer would be neither, but for sure, it would not be Bregman over Tucker. Bregman, the Astros have let go Carlos Correa at his peak. They let go George Springer at his peak. They let go Garrett Cole at his peak. Bregman's 2 or 3 years past his peak. Why throw good money? I won't say go after, but why throw more money at him? It doesn't make any sense. Tucker is still at his peak. But like you say, it's going to cost more. But, it's also not my money. But realistically, it doesn't make sense to sign any of them unless you're going to do both Tucker and Framber.
Appreciate it, Paul. Yeah, there's a lot of arguments for Bregman, but at the end of the day, Tucker to me is the better player. Profar hasn't played third base since 2018. I know he came up as an infielder, was a utility guy. He really hasn't played a whole lot of infield in the last 6-7 years, especially at third base. So I don't know if that is an option at this stage of Jerks and Profar's career. And I would also disagree with the window. I don't like the window is going to be done in 2 years. And maybe I'm a homer. I will allow you to call me a homer. But I don't hate the foundation that the Astros have, even if those guys were to leave, Framber, Tucker, Bregman, because you still have young players in Yainer Diaz, who I think is one of the better offensive catchers in all of baseball currently. Now, I do want to move him to first base. Say what you will about Pena's bat. Jeremy Pena is a top half shortstop in Major League Baseball that is young and under club control. You look at the pitching staff, you have a lot of good pitchers that are also under club control. Hunter Brown's not going anywhere. Spencer Arrighetti, what you think of him in the future? I think he's at least a middle of the rotation starter. What do you think of Luis Garcia coming back? Christian Javier's under contract. I think the Astros have a better foundation than people give them credit for. Yordan Alvarez, didn't even mention him. How could I forget? Yordan Alvarez is under club control for a decent amount of time. Now, the injuries bother me. So I actually think the foundation and the window is in a much better shape than a lot of people would say.
Yeah, I agree. That caught me immediately, that I think they can compete. At what level kind of is going to be determined by, depending on who you lose, how you replace them. And I was looking at the outfielders, the corner outfielders coming up for next year for free agency. And obviously Soto's going to be out of your price range, but Bellinger, Teoscar Hernandez, Michael Conforto, Haniger, I don't think is going to be Santander, who's going to get a lot of money.
People want him with the Astros. I've seen but he will be expensive.
And he's going to be expensive. But then if you go kind of in between Verdugo and Manuel Margot, if you're looking for a little more inexpensive,
nothing
but
burgers.
Basically, other than that, not a whole hell of a lot.
It's better in third, though.
Yes, for sure.
Better in third, though. Brian McTaggart, Yordan Alvarez getting better quickly and walking on a treadmill. I've never been more excited for somebody to be walking on a treadmill than Yordan Alvarez walking on a treadmill.
Hold on. Danger zone. We went through this with Kyle Tucker in June, where he was running on a treadmill, and then all of a sudden he's not cleared for running 2 days later.
Check that damn treadmill.
Yeah, let's pump the brakes a little bit on the excitement that he's on a treadmill. And besides, do we really want Yordan on a treadmill? We don't want him hustling and running anyway.
Well, he's walking.
Yeah, you would think that it's probably to loosen it up.
I guess.
But to your point, is very, very
yes,
valid.
I don't want him on a treadmill.
I'm stealing that take. My bad. 644 Dubon, everyday player. I don't want him to be an everyday player, quite frankly. Pena to third base. See, I don't think they're moving Pena to third and making Bryce Matthews their shortstop. If those two are your starting left side of the infield next year, I think it's Pena at short and Matthews at third, not the other way.
Think about the fact that Pena, the reason why he's above average too is for shortstops. He can be an adequate hitter. At a third baseman, if you move him to third base, there's more offensive expectation.
Yeah, it's not as much as it used to be, but it is more than short. You're right. I think it's a really good point. 7560, keep Breggy and Tug. Bregman can play first base when he's old at 35. No, he can't. 5798, to me, it's more important to extend Tucker. Bregman has great leadership, defense, plate discipline, but Tucker has superior power and speed with more years remaining in his prime. Tucker's easily the better player. There's no doubt about that. You have some of the peripheral arguments that would favor Bregman, but in terms of who is better, Tucker or Bregman, it's Kyle Tucker by a landslide. Bregman would be nice to have, but Tucker is our future. I don't think he's our future. I think that he's gone after the end of next year. 7527, Tucker's baby shins must be protected. Fair point. Nick Ahmed would cost pennies and can play third and hit. That might not be a terrible idea. Any good base free agents coming up?
You want to throw up over the other two third basemen coming
What's
up?
a base free agent? With the free agents or in the
with the free agents?
Who
aside from the two you mentioned with Breggy and
I looked at it the other day, but I forget.
Suarez. Juan Moncada.
Oh, yeah. He's a super big prospect that never panned out.
They loved him. And Gio Urshela.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Nah.
right. Yeah, I
You
mean,
wanna see
either
your defense go down.
I would sign the less expensive of Bregman and Suarez. I wouldn't hate if you ended up with Suarez. I really wouldn't. Suarez isn't bad.
He's never really
not the
impressed
same.
me, but
he hits. What do you mean? He hits dingers. He's a different hitter than Bregman. He's going to strike out more. He's not going to walk as much, but he's got some thump. And he's actually he's not a better third baseman, but he's a good third baseman. He's better than what people would say about. He can handle his own at third. All right, Todd Callis, voice of the Houston Astros in a soggy Cleveland. Are they going to play baseball today? We'll talk to the voice of the Astros, Todd Callis, when we come back. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Got him! For the 4th year in a row! In the 7th consecutive full season, the Astros are the AL West champions.
Todd Callis, the voice of the Houston Astros, on the call. He's got spotty cell service in Cleveland. He was on the line, and then that Cleveland spotty cell service he dropped. A couple of updates on Yordan here from Chandler Rome. Yordan Alvarez has a brace on and is doing some work on the treadmill and weight room. There's still some boxes he has to check for the Astros to feel comfortable putting him on a postseason roster. That's from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. All right, let's go out to the HRP guest line. Just play the highlight. Todd Callis, the voice of the Astros, calling the divisional championship. How fun of a moment is that for you professionally, TK? Another divisional title for the Astros?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, 8 straight playoffs, 7 elbows, being full season championships in the AL West. It's pretty.
A Cleveland Cleveland rocks. It rocks TK's phone right off the hook, is what it does. We'll effort to get TK back, but having some spotty cell phone service in that terrible, terrible city. I'm sorry for all that I offended in Cleveland. But how do you take that news from Yordan? Brace on, still some boxes to check, still to feel comfortable for a postseason roster, like doing baseball activities. And then McTaggart says that Alvarez is getting better quickly walking on a treadmill.
I love it. I think you got 4 more days still before the time that you need him. And like I said, I expect him to play. I expect him to be good to go. And that's encouraging because we never know until we actually know. And a lot of times that's bad news. This time it seems like it's good news.
All right, TK's back on. The Cleveland, just a tough reception city. But TK, middle of that sit, you were just talking about, how cool it is to call another divisional championship.
Yeah, especially this year with all the trials and tribulations that the Astros went through. It's going to be pretty special. And to come from where they were, 12-24, and then in June, middle of June, being 10 games back, it's nice to have a weekend where they can get some rest and get ready for the postseason.
TK, we look at the final 3 games here in Cleveland. We didn't know if they were going to mean anything or not. Now they obviously don't. For you, how do you want to see it play out? How do you expect it to play out? And for the Astros, is there anything right now on the field that they need to see and kind of wrap up before they get to Tuesday?
So, kind of surprisingly, Joe mentioned during his press conference or right afterwards that Alex wants to play all 3 days. Breggy, he's the one guy with the elbow that you thought maybe they'd give a breather to, but it sounds like the elbow's fine, that Alex wants to be out there every day. Everybody else probably gets a day. Yonder Diaz is going to get a breather today. Jeremy Payne gets a breather. Jeremy, I think, has played every game since August 22nd, so he needs it. You're going to see the pitchers used sporadically. JV, as strange as it sounds, probably not part of the postseason plan, so he's probably going to be unlimited tomorrow. But I think Rennell tonight, Spencer Arrighetti out of the bullpen either tonight or possibly tomorrow. And then they're going to just kind of give guys 1 game each of the leverage bullpen guys and not overtax them. So it's not really going to be playing the normal way for Joe, but it's going to resemble the normal team. They don't want to just give away these games because the Guardians and Yankees still playing for something. The Yankees still trying to win the 1 seed, and the Guardians need to pick up 2 games on the Yankees to pick up that best seed in the American League.
Why do you think they sent down Whitcomb and brought up the Zinzo?
Yeah, that was a question that I really wasn't sure was answered during that session. They said they wanted to get Zach some ABs. Shay's going to go to Vegas and play in the championship game tomorrow for the Space Cowboys, but that's really the only place he can get ABs. So you're not sending Shay down to get a lot of ABs. He's only just going to get 1 game. He said it wasn't a reaction to what happened the other day, but you've got to wonder if they just wanted to have him clear his head. Go down to Sugar Land, see what happens there on Saturday. Maybe take yourself a title home for the Space Cowboys after you won the AL West and get to celebrate a couple of times with 2 different teams. But they felt like they want to get Zach DeCenzo some at bats. He's an Ohio kid, went to Ohio State, and here he is playing today in Cleveland. He might get another start in the series at first base.
TK, how do you want it to play out now the rest of the way in the regular season across the American League as it relates to who the Astros might play? We know it could be the Tigers. It could be the Royals. both have the pros and the cons, but if you had your druthers, or if you just want to go to who do the Astros match up better with, how would you like that to go?
I would like to see Minnesota win a game. The fact that the Twins got beat 2 out of 3 to the Marlins didn't help the Astros at all, because now it gives the Tigers and the Royals an opportunity to potentially save some of their best pitchers for the wild card series. You might see a Terrace Scoopel now Tuesday at Minute Maid Park, or you might see a Cole Reagan or a Seth Lugo Tuesday now at Minute Maid Park. So I think the most important thing is the Twins win tonight. One of those other two teams, preferably the Royals, because we love AJ so much, and you have to get all the way to Sunday for the Tigers to need Scoopel. That's probably not going to happen. They're going to beat the White Sox one of the next 2 days, you would think. So preferably the Royals lose tonight, the Twins win, and then at least the Royals will have to use Seth Lugo tomorrow. And then if you can get that to Sunday, even better. But I'm not counting on the Twins winning 2 and the Royals losing 2. But it could happen. Kansas City's playing Atlanta, and they're obviously going for their own wild card spot in the National League. But in terms of who I'd rather see between the Royals and the Tigers, I think if you break it down, there's benefits to both. If you would have asked me back in August, I would have said the Tigers are probably the team they'd rather play, but they are the hottest team in baseball right now, and they're playing with some serious mojo. So I'm not sure if you wish for the Tigers the way they've been rolling through the last month of the season.
Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I've seen a couple of articles trying to project and predict how these votes are going to go, or just their votes if they had one. Jason Stark leaving Framber Valdez off the top 5 and his AL Cy Young. Saw the same thing from Keith Law. If you had a vote, is Framber in your top 5?
Yeah, he's somewhere 4 or 5, I think. But he's done enough for me that he's carried this rotation for most of the season. There's been spurts where Hunter Brown carried it, and there's spurts where Spencer Arrighetti was dominant in August. But from start to finish, Framber's been solid. It's kind of crazy that Rennell's not even thought of as a top 5 contender in the Cy Young voting. So his ERA is actually better than Framber, and his batting average against is lower. But yes, I think Framber's probably a 4 or 5 for me this year in the American League Cy Young.
TK, it's easy now as we get ready for the playoffs to keep talking about what's ahead, but what's behind us was nothing short of impressive in the way that this team did it. And I was curious, from your perspective, covering every game like you do, what did you think was the actual turning point that got them to this point? A lot of people point to June 18th or 19th when they were at their lowest, or when Altuve actually showed all that emotion. But I'm curious from your perspective.
Yeah, that's a few people that in the clubhouse, and the common thread seems to be that trip down to Mexico City kind of got them turned around, and they started playing more Astros baseball when they got back from that trip. Yordan Alvarez at the time, they had just been swept against the Cubs. They came off a so-so series against the Nationals. It was their third leg of the road trip. They had a 2-game set down in Mexico City with an off day before and after. And as you guys probably remember, they lined up both teams, the Rockies and the Astros, on the line. And Yordan basically said, hey, let's treat this like a new opening day. Like, let's forget everything that happened. Today's our opening day, and let's start from here. And that's kind of where they took off. They still didn't play great up until the middle of June, and then they played much better from June 18th on, when they took that 10-game deficit and moved it down to 1 game by the All-Star break. But early on, and they've been swept by the Cubs. They were really struggling, and I think that might have been one of the turning points, was when they kind of bonded and went down to Mexico City, played 2 games, and had 2 days off on the front side and back side of that series. It kind of got them going in the right direction.
Todd, I heard you talking earlier this week how the team has gone all out feeding you guys on the charters, and you were going to go all in on the trip to Cleveland since the final one of the year. How much food did you eat? What did you eat?
So they give us 2 options, and I took care of both of them. They give us a pre-flight option where they put out some food. So I took care of some of that. And then at the once the flight was up in the air, I think it was like steak and chicken fajitas. And yeah, it was a fresh job for me for sure. It's definitely going to be needed, an off-season needed to get back in the weight room and really get after it, because these new flights that we're on is next level. I've never had better food ever before on a flight.
TK, any issues with the weather? We've heard some rumblings that maybe there's a chance that we might either get postponed, or that the weather might play a factor this weekend.
Yeah, tonight right now it's raining, and so there's no BP for the Astros right now. Kind of came out of nowhere. It happens a lot here. You're right by the lake, and you get weather rolls in and out. So potential rain tomorrow, but I think the worst day between the two, tomorrow, today, or Sunday, is going to be Sunday. And if the Guardians aren't playing for a 1 seed, and obviously Astros already lost the 3 seed, I don't think either team would be devastated if they don't play on Sunday. Obviously, if Cleveland's still alive for the one seed, that changes their perspective. But yeah, I think tonight we're going to be okay. But right now it's raining, and it is supposed to clear out here in the next half hour or so. But no BP for the Astros on the field today.
I bet you Bregman would be upset if they rain out on Sunday. TK, thanks for taking a few minutes hanging out with us. Hopefully the weather cooperates in whatever way you want. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a day off on a Friday night in Cleveland. We'll catch up with you down the road.
Sounds good, guys. As always, have a good weekend.
It's Todd Callis, Astro voice on the Shin. More likely, Alex Bregman chasing numbers in the final year of his contract, or he just wants the reps and wants to be fresh for the postseason?
I think Alex Bregman is chasing numbers and wanting everybody to know his elbow's just fine.
That's what I was thinking. He wants to rack
Send
up those
a
counting
message.
numbers. Hey, hey, look at me. Look at me. I'm putting up numbers. He's at 26 homers, 74 RBI, so 30's probably – I mean, it's possible, but 30's probably out of the equation. I bet you that he really would like to get to 30.
Oh, no doubt. I
really
mean, a
like
lot
to
of
get to
people
30.
doubted he could get to 25.
I know. I think Bregman's playing for the numbers. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I'm a little surprised he's playing third base, though, and not DHing. DeZinzo's DHing today. Bregman's playing third. And I understand that they might not think DeZinzo is the third baseman defensively. Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah, and I'm with you because I want the elbow to be 100% or as close as it can get on Tuesday. Plus, from what we just saw from Whitcomb, if we need somebody that might have a spot on the postseason roster, show me you can play some defense.
Yeah.
There's an audition.
Exactly. All right, 713-780-3776. It is the Bees. All right, coming up next, Who Said It? We try to turn the tide in Who Said It. Brian will read us 5 quotes said by ESPN 97.5 talent, using that word loosely, and then we guess who said it. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before you go to the break, a word for Vanderford Air. Vanderford does so much for you, but basically it's what they do before and after they do any work for you. That's the most important thing, because when you're dealing with a service company, you hate the companies, especially if you got like a home warranty program or something like that, where they show up, they just say that what they're going to do. They give you everything verbally real quickly. And then when they do the job, they do shoddy work. And at the end of the day, you've got nothing to back up what the he said, she said was in case something goes wrong. Vanderford Air backs up everything they do in writing, and everything's guaranteed. That's the most important thing. Lock in their phone number right now, 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL. Maybe you want to call them right now, and you can go to vanderfordair.com and see all the services that they offer. But the bottom line is, if you ever need anything for your AC, maybe you want to put a humidifying system in your whole house. Maybe you need something done with your water heaters, or you're looking at some plumbing issues and some repiping. They can handle everything. And the main thing is, everything they're going to do, they're going to put in writing. Say you have something go wrong with your AC unit. They'll tell you what it's going to cost to replace the part. They'll also tell you what it's going to cost to replace the system. Put it all in writing, let you decide. Then once that gets down to them doing the work, the process is unbelievable. From the time you call them to the time they get there to start to check out the problems, it's 24 hours. If it's longer than 24 hours, they guarantee it's going to be 24 hours. They're going to take care of you. On the flip side of that, once they do all the work and as they're doing the work, everything is backed up and guaranteed. From the work their workers are going to do, the parts they use, the systems they install, the temperature that it gets to, and the way the systems perform, it's all 100% guaranteed or your money back. Why would you go anywhere else? Because that's what you want when you deal with a company that deals with service. Check them out today, vanderfordair.com, and call them and save the number in your phone, because you never know when you're going to need them. But when you need them, you need a company that's going to be there for you every step of the way. 281-557-COOL, vanderfordair.com.
He's going to try his best to stump us, voice guy said. Taking far less than his best lately.
Yeah, I don't think it's taking my best.
Yes, yeah.
This is
the cockiness.
I mean, you're over September right now.
I think he's right.
He's been rolling. We had a couple of weeks back at East River 9 and one other one, I think.
Yeah, over the summer. This is our last chance to take a matchup in September. So let's give it our all.
A lot on the line.
Let's win one for the Gipper.
Who said it? Yeah, give maximum effort here. All right, quote 1. The Beatles are growing on me as I get older, but I'm not really a big Beatles guy. They're good. They're just everyone's like, whoa. I don't know if I'm there with them.
So it's definitely not the morning show.
I think it could be. They're also getting older.
They're already old.
Right.
We're all getting older.
We get older every day.
Today is the oldest day I've ever seen you, Joel.
I don't think that I need your commentary does nothing but tries to steer us off the beaten path.
Fact. I think it could be Lance. I think it could be Dell. I think it could be Paul.
Joe.
I think it could be Joe. I've only eliminated Granado.
I heard Joe right away.
You think it's Joe? Did you hear him say this?
No, I did not. My gut feeling when I heard it was Joe. Just kind of the delivery, but let's go for it. First glance. You want to go right away?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Well, we got to put a little care in if we're going to beat Brian.
We got a few minutes, and our strategy hasn't been great lately, anyways. Why not mix it up?
Okay,
let's just do it. Joe George.
The Beatles are growing on me as I get older, but I'm not really a big Beatles guy.
That was my first thought.
Just everyone's like,
wow. That doesn't mean
I don't know if I'm there.
I said he was on the list. He was on my list of everyone. He was on my list for everyone.
You just made the list.
All right.
I think you just made Joel's list. All right. Quote 2. You know Joe Espada after the game? Did you see him in the locker room when they were about to pop champagne? He goes, well, probably not champagne so much as maybe Prosecco. Because be more cost effective. But he said, because it's division. I mean, you won your division, but let's just pop Prosecco. Let's not spend so much for champagne.
Huh. He said locker room and not clubhouse. So it's a casual.
Yeah.
Does he go with I don't even know the word. What was the word? Prosecco?
Prosecco.
Sounds like something that belongs on a charcuterie board.
No, it's alcohol.
Sounds like a sliced meat.
You think of prosciutto.
Thinking a lot of things.
Prosciutto would be on a charcuterie board.
It would, but he said Prosecco.
Does it pair well with the...
I have no idea. I've never had Prosecco.
Oh, this one's tough.
I agree with what you said about clubhouse.
To me, it would be John, but he said locker room and not clubhouse, so I'm out on him.
Okay.
How many people know what is that word again?
Prosecco.
Prosecco?
Is Lance going to be cost-saving mode? He hangs out with a lot of the big-time chefs and the food and drink.
I think he could be. He's talking about somebody else's money, not his money or his friend's money. I don't think Joe knows what that is. I don't think Paul does. Maybe he does. Dell, maybe. I kind of lean Lance.
Do you?
Yes, that's why I said it.
Okay, smartass. My initial take was Dell, but I called the first one wrong, so we'll go your way.
I could see Dell saying it too.
Okay, so which way you want to go?
Let's go Dell.
Jeremy, kick yourself.
Ah, darn it.
Joe Espada after the game,
probably
him
worth
in the
it,
locker
actually.
room when they were about to pop champagne.
Yeah.
He goes, well, probably not champagne so much as maybe.
Oh, I knew it. I would be 2-0 if I was playing solo.
Would you?
I would, yeah. I really would.
I don't know. You talked yourself out there at the end. I guess you would have talked yourself out of it if you're playing solo. All right, still a chance here. 3 more to go. Quote number 3. If you're playing at the AAA level, you're a good baseball player. You're a great baseball player compared to the rest of the world. Cooper Hummel walking into an HEB, you're probably a top 5 baseball player who's ever walked into there. You being 29 isn't helping the Astros rankings. Sorry, that's just not how it works. Little context, they're talking about Cooper.
Yeah.
Apparently Cooper Hummel had some comments about how low the Astros farm system was ranked after they won the Pacific Coast League Championship.
Man, that's a weird one.
That is.
I don't think the Killer G's would have used this on their show. I really don't think Dell would.
Well, I think Joe would have brought it up.
I don't think so.
Because we're the home of the Space Cowboys.
Okay.
And Joe as assistant PD.
Yeah, but they're talking about Cooper Hummel saying that their pipeline should be better than it is?
Yeah, there was a story too, because Lisa sent it to me. There was a story that they covered too about the fact that this was a bigger deal.
This one's tough. The whole HEB thing.
Need it one more time?
Yeah, this is a hard one.
All right. If you are playing baseball at the AAA level, you're a good baseball player. You're a great baseball player compared to the rest of the world. Cooper Hummel walking into an HEB, you're probably a top 5 baseball player who's ever walked into there. But you being 29 isn't helping the Astros rankings. Sorry, that's just not how it works.
I think this is either Lance or Dell.
Okay. Because they're reading Cooper Hummel out of a story, obviously, you think?
What do you mean?
Where are they getting the Cooper Hummel quote from? To know Cooper, they would know Cooper Hummel. They're reading his name out.
I think they probably saw Cooper Hummel was talking trash to the pipeline rankings, and that their minor league system is getting disrespect.
Who's pulling the HEB part of that?
See, that's why I think it's Lance or Dell.
Okay, well, you were on the trail the last time. Which one would you lean toward?
Probably Lance. I'm not sure if this is a show topic for Dell.
You think Lance is going back to back? We used him once already, right?
Yeah, it never stops, Brian.
No. Okay, call it.
Like, I don't think Dell is going to bring this up on his show. I really don't think Paul would bring it up on his show. Maybe if Joe was driving, but Paul's driving now. Paul said, "This is my ship now," to Joe. So I think that eliminates this part. I think it's Lance.
Okay,
let's do it. Lance Zierlein.
If you are playing at the
Dell.
AAA level, you're a good baseball player.
Dang,
you're a great baseball player compared to the rest of the world.
Let's just not.
Cooper Hummel walking into an HEB. You're probably a
was right on
top 5
there.
baseball player who's ever walked.
You were on the last two.
But
dang,
You found a lot of pitches back there.
I can't believe Dell brought that up during a show.
That's part of what made it a choice.
Yeah, that surprises me. That's what because the sound, like the quote sounded Dell. I just didn't think he would bring up on a show.
Honestly, I thought that last part where sorry, that's just not how it works. Like the negativity would have tipped you on Dell, but there might have been enough there that distracted from that. All right, quote number 4. Oh, for September, by the way. Build it over the ocean so that Taylor Swift can't fly overseas. Taylor Swift is our greatest natural treasure or resource. Sorry, greatest natural resource. They should have to pay us taxes for Taylor Swift. She's our possession.
Paul?
Yeah, I don't know who the hell else would say that. I don't think John feels that way. Paulie's pretty.
I've checked out, so
I just don't want to get skunked now because we just took 3 L's.
You can guess then because I've already lost. I don't care. I am checking myself out so I don't get injured in a game that's already been decided.
Okay.
D'Amico would leave you in though.
Yeah.
Just don't hit you.
What's
on
the
the
difference between
track.
the 5th play and the first play?
Paul.
Build it over the ocean so that Taylor
Yes,
Swift
I got it
can't
right.
fly overseas.
I got
Taylor
it
Swift
right.
is our greatest natural resource. They should have to pay us taxes.
Boom.
Okay. Did you
She's
didn't
our
get
possession.
skunked?
I would have won if I went solo today.
Yeah, there's some argument
Did you have the
there.
first one?
I did. Yeah, I would have had it. Yeah.
Well,
It's my
coulda,
fault.
shoulda.
It normally is. It's my fault. Give me the last one.
All right, number 5. You know what? But nobody asked about the false starts. Nobody asked about false starts. I mean, false starts is kind of that's his gimmick. That's his wrestling gimmick. The false starter.
Sounds like Joe.
Yeah. We'll go, Joe.
You know what? But nobody asked
Lance.
about the false starts. Nobody asked about
we
false
should have known
starts.
that. He killed
I mean,
Jeremy this
false
week.
starts is kind of his. That's his
What are
gimmick.
you gonna say
That's his
about it,
wrestling
though?
gimmick. The false starter.
Helena, the intern on the call board, she said, "I love Taylor Swift," and I too would say that about Taylor Swift. I love Taylor Swift too.
No,
I
we
think
got interns sending us
Oh, we're
messages
passing
on the
notes.
call
Yeah, we're
board.
passing
Wow.
notes during the show. It's the first.
Does that count as a DM? Did she just slide into our
she kind of
DMs?
slid into her DMs.
Kinda.
It's
She
all
did. It's a
cardboard.
little inappropriate.
It is a little bit.
It's a little inappropriate.
Let's
Lena.
take this down to Laura and go ahead and
HRP.
end this right now. Can't be sliding into the DMs of the talent when you're an intern. Just kidding. All right, 713-780. Not kidding, but I don't think the call board is a DM. All right, 713-780-3776. Marwin Gonzalez has retired. The top utility players in Houston Astro history. Where does he rank? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Oktoberfest should rank as the top things you're going to be doing in early October. Make plans for Saturday, October 5th, Sunday, October 6th for Oktoberfest on the Kima Boardwalk. German beer, fantastic. German food, fantastic. Live music, cornhole tournament, Stein holding competitions, costume contest, and much, much more. It's going to be a great time. And it's free for you to attend, walk around. So head on out there October 5th and October 6th. Now, beer tickets, Beer Stein's food tickets, they can be purchased at the event, or you can purchase them online today, KimaBoardwalk.com. Some of the beer that you're going to sample: Shiner Oktoberfest, New Belgium Atomic Pumpkin, Blue Moon Belgian White, Yingling Oktoberfest, and much, much more. Souvenir Steins available for purchase right now, KimaBoardwalk.com. The food, unbelievable, so flavorful. The food is so flavorful. Schnitzel on a stick, German beer bratwurst, sausage on a stick, German potato salad, soft pretzel with the beer cheese, so good. Saturday, October 5th, live music from 1 till 10, Stein holding competition, cornhole tournament at night. Then on Sunday, October 6th, we'll do it all over again. Live music till 9, starting at noon, and then the Stein holding competition at 5, cornhole at 5:30. Get out there October 5th, October 6th, and you can check out the full schedule of events and bands, concert lineup right now at KimaBoardwalk.com. That's KimaBoardwalk.com.
Gonzalez hits one in the air into left center field. Back at the wall and is gone. Tie game in the ninth. Marwin Gonzalez. And it's 3-3 as Gonzalez has his first home run of this postseason.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Marwin Gonzalez has retired. He has called it quits in his pro baseball career. Will always have 2017 for Marwin Gonzalez. Don't listen to all that other stuff that you heard about 2017 in the Astros. People forget that Marwin Gonzalez led the team in RBIs that year. He was the team leader in RBIs the year the Astros won the World Series. Marwin Gonzalez, he retired, courtesy or kudos to Marwin on a very fine Major League Baseball career. Who are your top utility men in Astros baseball history, and where does Marwin fall into place?
I think Marwin's right at the top, and regardless of what you get into with the video and the trash cans, I mean, look, he had one of the biggest hits in the history of the squad and was Game 2 of the World Series in LA. Some phenomenal moments, and he's got to be up there. I mean, you guys know more about the long-standing history of the team in terms of utility players. than me. I would think Billy Spires has to be on that list in the top 5. I don't know in terms of like was some of the guys like Craig Reynolds, Tim Bogar.
Bogar was more of an everyday guy. See, I have a huge bias to those that I saw. I never saw Craig Reynolds, so I can't really comment a whole lot on Craig Reynolds. And I tweeted this out too, and he I don't think Craig Reynolds came up very often because I think he was more of an everyday guy. But a bunch of the players that came up from the tweets and stuff. Jeff Blum was mentioned. Ledmus Diaz was in the conversation. Jose Vizcaíno was somebody who came up often. Vizcaíno was on that first World Series team. Had some big moments there. His longevity in Houston wasn't crazy though. Tony Kemp came up a couple of times. Terry Poole. A lot of people said Casey Candell. See, I didn't think Casey Candell was like a great player. I think he was just like an awesome clubhouse guy. Like to be a top 5 utility man in Astros history, I don't know. A lot of the old timers said Denny Walling. But again, I never saw Denny Walling play. So it's hard for me to have Denny Walling on my top 5 whenever I wasn't born. I wasn't born when Denny Walling was around. For me, my favorite one ever, and like somebody said Craig Biggio. Craig Biggio is not a utility guy. Like he was an everyday player. Yes, he started at multiple positions over his career, but he was never a utility guy. He was an everyday starter at different positions throughout his career. Somebody said Orlando Palmeiro. Palmeiro wasn't a utility guy. He was more of a pinch hit type of guy. Mark Loretta came up. Loretta was somebody who would fill in everywhere. Did I mention Eric Bruntlett? Bruntlett came up a lot. I never thought Bruntlett was that good of a player, though. I was never a huge Eric Bruntlett guy.
Jeff Keppinger
came up quite a bit. He didn't spend a whole lot of years with the Astros, though, so he didn't crack my top 5. Somebody said Mike Lamb. Lamb wasn't around a ton, and Lamb kind of played it every day. He really wasn't a utility guy.
Who was the guy that we had him? He went back to Oakland. He came back.
Jed Lowry.
There you go. Jed Lowry.
Yeah, Jed Lowry was mostly an everyday guy until they called up Carlos Correa. And then he kind of turned into more of a utility, shared some time at third base with Luis Valbuena. But I think that you could put him on this list too. I think Dubon's close. Top 5. So my top 5, Bill Spires was my number 1. I don't even think it's close. Bill Spires was one of my favorite players, Killer Bee era. He could do it all. He could play shortstop for you, third base, second base, pinch hit. Loved me some Bill Spires. He could punt. You don't really do that in baseball, but yes, he could if you needed to. Bill Spires was my number 1. Second to me was Marwin Gonzalez. Like Marwin Gonzalez' time in Houston was fantastic. Marwin Gonzalez was here for 8 years. Marwin Gonzalez, he was here for a long time.
That's longer than I thought.
He was really stinking good whenever you won a World Series. Were there other things in play? Some would say yes. He had 23 home runs, 90 RBIs, led the team the year that you won the World Series. Marwin Gonzalez was top 20 in MVP voting that year. That's how good Marwin Gonzalez was that year. Was it aided again? Whatever. 2,500 at bats. Hit 79 home runs in his career with the Astros. Marwin Gonzalez is my number 2 behind Bill Spires. Number 3 was a bit of a turncoat at times. Jeff Blum. Jeff Blum was, and again, I'm talking like my time of being alive and watching Astro baseball. Blum's my number 3. Chris Burke's my number 4.
Burke's one moment.
He is one moment, but that moment matters.
I know it was at that moment.
It has a huge weight on my scale. Was he a great baseball player? No, but he's way up there because of that one moment. And then my number 5, I got to go Mauricio Dubon. I'm going to put Dubon slightly ahead of Aledmus Diaz. So Spires, Marwin, Blum, Burke, Doobie.
Yeah, Blummer had a big moment too. It just happened against you.
So I called him Communist Blum the other day.
Unfortunately, Ezekiel Stasio had a very straight fastball that Blummer hit out rather easily.
In that marathon game. That was tough. Yeah, I think your list is spot on. I'm with you. I can't reference the guys I never saw play, but was Darren Erstad considered a utility player?
No, and he wasn't here that long.
Yeah, I think
he wasn't here that long, but he played outfield, first base. They bounced him around wherever they needed him.
Yeah, I think he was only here for 1 year though.
I don't remember Erstad as
I thought it was more than a couple of years.
If it wasn't more than 2.
Okay.
It was 2 years, 08 and 09.
Okay.
And he played every outfield position and first base. So I think that would qualify as utility.
Yeah.
But 2-year sample, 34, 35, didn't have very good years. I wouldn't have him cracking my top 5. 713-780-3776. John Cangelosi, he can throw a punch too. 2971 says that you weren't born in the 80s. I was born smack dab in the middle of the 80s in 1985. Also, Bill Spires is 1. Does Biggio count? No, Biggio doesn't count. He was an everyday starter. Multiple spots, but everyday starter. What about Jake Marisnik? See, I can't use an outfielder only as a utility guy. I feel like you have to play at least infield and outfield. And I'll give you first base outfield, but if you're playing only outfield, I can't call you a utility guy. You're an outfielder. You're
Yeah,
an outfielder.
you could go catcher first base. You could go outfield first base. If you get the luxury of a guy that can play infield and outfield, it's even better. Or multiple positions on the infield.
Like 1984 says Tyler White. Tyler White was not a utility guy. He was not a utility guy. He might have played like 2 or 3 games at second base out of desperation. Tyler White was not a utility guy.
What they call him, the Great White?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was not a utility guy. This guy says Ray Sanchez with the Cubs, talking about the Astros, man. 9695 says Martin, Spires, Blum, Dubon, and Burke. That's pretty similar to mine. And instead of Martin, I think he meant
Is
Martin.
Burke really a utility guy, though? Because he only played second base pretty much.
Who's that?
Chris Burke.
No, he played outfield. He played a lot of left field.
Maybe I misremembered.
He played a lot
how
of
much
left field
he played
because of
outfield.
Biggio.
Okay, maybe I'm misremembering how much he played outfield.
No, you
but
could have an
'cause he was
argument for
supposed to
only
be-
2 positions.
Yeah, because he was supposed to be, obviously be the heir apparent to Biggio, and that never obviously worked out. But I just remember him as a pinch hitter and a second baseman.
Yeah, he played 218 games in the outfield.
Okay, all right, that
218
qualifies.
games. He played 171 at second, 123 in left, 70 at center. He played 42 at short,
Thought he played
36 in
short.
right. He played 9 games at first, 6 at third.
Okay, very much qualified.
I didn't
then.
realize he had that many games at short. I don't
Yeah,
remember him
I
playing
remembered
any
him playing short. I didn't know how much. But he was drafted high too, wasn't he? Like a first round pick out of
Pretty
Tennessee.
sure he was a first rounder.
Yeah, first rounder out of Tennessee. Yeah.
Yeah, he was supposed to be Biggio's heir apparent, and Biggio just kept going and kept going. And Burke probably wasn't a great big leaguer. Like, he had some moments. He was okay. He wasn't a great big leaguer though.
The offense, I always thought was something to be desired, but he could play some defense. It wasn't stellar and like outstanding, but he could play solid.
Yeah, he was solid. Evan Gaddis, I don't think Evan Gaddis is a utility guy. Don't consider him a
He
utility
didn't play
guy.
any first, did he?
If he did, I don't remember it.
Gaddis
I
played
don't either.
just DH catcher.
DH catcher is all I
3878
remember.
says Lance Berkman. Lance Berkman was an everyday starter.
Yeah.
It might have been at multiple positions, but he was not a utility guy. He was playing every day, at mostly one position. 8513 Mark Loretta. I think Loretta's up in that conversation. Kevin Bass is not a utility guy. Oso says Berkman played a few spots, but he's in the Biggio category. I would agree. The fact that Dubon won a Gold Glove puts him tied at first with Marwin.
No.
I don't even have Marwin first. I had Bill Spires first. Why is the Gold Glove carrying so much weight here? 2831.
I mean, look, I think in terms of making the top 5, it's credible because he hasn't been here maybe as long, but the fact that that kind of personifies his ability to play multiple positions.
Well, especially since he won 2 Gold Gloves in the same season.
No. He didn't win 2. He was finalist for 2.
Okay, sorry, finalist.
But
for
he
2.
didn't win the second base Gold Glove. He won the utility man Gold Glove.
Okay, well, okay, still
but finalist.
finalist for 2 adds to the idea of the utility man.
Yeah, but mixing a home run there, brother.
No, I'm
Corey,
with you, but
I think Dubon is creeping higher because of his fielding. Gold Glove last year shows how good he is defensively. He is really good defensively. Eric Bruntlett, the OG utility. I think Bill Spires is the OG utility. So Spires, Marwin, Blum, Burke, and Dubon for me. My top 5. All right, 713-780-3776. DJB Anime covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. Joins us next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Joining us now, DJB Anime in studio. Covers the Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on Twitter at DJB Anime. DJ, I was watching the Vikings game live. I'm like, this is happening exactly how DJ said this was going to happen. Like, you nailed that game script. Now, unfortunately for the Texans, they lost by 27, but you kind of saw that coming.
Not in that big of a blowout fashion, but yeah, them losing, mainly because, that defense was going to get some issues. They jumped out on them early. It's going to be hard to come back against that defense on the road with that environment, that crowd. Like that's a real home field advantage. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm not, no shade to Texans fans. I think they're getting there, but there's levels, and I think that level was something that I couldn't hear myself think at times. So playing against that defense, playing, CJ first time going against that Brian Flores scheme, no Joe Mixon, not being able to run the ball. It was just a combination of bad things that was gonna happen.
Well, and your boy Sam played out of his mind again. I mean, because you told us, at some point he's going to melt down, and it hasn't come to that yet. The slipper's still on.
Yeah. I mean, it's week 3. That was week 3, and he's usually good for about 3 weeks. He go back to playing like crap.
Let's hope he craps the bed in Green Bay.
Yeah. I think against Green Bay, he'll go back to playing like crap.
So you look at that. We've heard all the takeaways. You went from a Sam Darnold quarterback game. Now we're going to a Jacksonville team that seems like Trevor Lawrence is in disarray.
Right.
Is there any reason to believe that there's going to be a whole lot of fight in that cat in this case instead of a dog, and they're going to come out and they're going to really show that they're a different team, or are we to expect that this is where the Texans get right?
I think the Jags are going to come out fighting. I mean, most teams that get blown out and embarrassed, especially on national TV, they usually show a lot more fight that next game. Obviously the Texans got embarrassed too, but the Jags, before week 3, and they just ran into a bust. Buffalo's one of those teams that when everything's rolling, nobody can beat them. Like, it's been like for some years, but they're never like that in the playoffs. But there's moments where they're rolling and there's literally nothing you can do, and it happens. And they're one of those teams that got caught in that buzzsaw. But week 1, week 2, the Jaguars are very competitive. Obviously, the Miami game, Travis Etienne doesn't fumble that pass. That carry in the end zone. It's probably a completely different game. And then the Browns game was kind of back and forth. Obviously, they had a shot to try to tie it at the end. They couldn't get in. They couldn't get in the end zone. Led to a Hail Mary. But I think it's going to be a tough game, mainly because where they are, their strongest suit on defense is right now the Texans' weakest point, which is their D-line versus the Texans' O-line, especially on the interior. The Texans' interior O-line is still developing, still trying to get right. So I think that this week, I still think the Texans will win, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout. If they can't run the ball and they're facing a bunch of 3rd and 7s and longer, then, the Texans are going to be scrapping just to get past 21 points.
DJ, you triggered me earlier today when you said football to defend the Tank Dell injury. I am not a fan of playing, as you know, starters whenever you're down by 27 with minutes left to play. Minnesota didn't do it. We see it in football. If you look at cross-sport references, NBA garbage time, best players out. You look at baseball, don't use leverage guys. Don't use their best players down late. Why do we use football as kind of the word to defend some questionable decisions of when to leave starters in and out of the game?
Again, if D'Amico knew Tank might have gotten dinged up, if he would have left him in, he probably would have taken him out. I get it. You got to have the foresight, things of that nature. The game is over. Blase. Yes, you could have gone out there with Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods and Steven Sims, but, they wanted to give Davis Mills some work and at least help him try to get into the end zone, try to get the offense into the end zone.
Is that worth it?
Is it worth it? No, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, he got hurt, but you got Stephon Diggs and you got Nico Collins. You'll be fine.
Would you rather have Tank or not have Tank though? Because it's kind of
the way they're using him right now. They're kind of using him like a gadget player anyway. So they're not using him to the best of his abilities right now, in my honest opinion. So being without him this week isn't going to affect most of the game plan.
No, I would agree with that. I think they're going to be fine without Tank, and I think they'll win this game, even though the Tank's not there. I think they're probably better suited for 12 personnel than 11 personnel right now, quite frankly, because of their offensive line. But it could have very easily been Laramie Tunsil. He was still out there. It could have very easily been Nico Collins, your high money receiver.
I think that's fair. I think, I think it's a fair criticism, but I'm also not going to criticize the coach for keeping his guys in there and trying to like get a touchdown on the board. Like I get both sides, but it's always hindsight when it comes to that. Because
I was saying it live and in the moment.
well, I mean, how am I supposed to know that? I mean, I didn't know that you were saying that in the moment. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just saying I'm just saying overall though, like it's a hindsight discussion for the most part, right? Like when guys, it's usually discussed when people get hurt, but when people are still out there and nobody's hurt and everything's just going fine and it's just a blowout, nobody says anything. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's always a 20/20 hindsight because it's not like people, for the most part, not saying that you don't, but it's not for the most part, people are like pounding on it while it's actually going on in the moment. So
Okay, I mean, it's passion. If you guys want to keep going, that's fine. My question is one of the other glaring things coming out of the game was obviously the performance of the offensive line. We were talking about it on the show. It isn't even so much about the penalties, but we've heard from everybody it's about the continuity. It's about getting better. We've heard we're fixing it. Who fixes it? How do they fix it? And is it fixable by this week?
I don't think it's fixable by this week. I think there's gonna take some more time, more continuity between. I think my memory is serving me correct. It's not like Kenyon Green and Juice actually haven't played that many games together in like NFL, like regular season football at all. I think it's their fourth game together. It's not like Juice played a lot last year. So like you have two really young, inexperienced players on the interior, and they just have to. It's gonna take some weeks before they can finally all get on one accord because they're not blocking as five. They're kind of blocking as individual guys. Because the chemistry and the continuity and just being able to pick up and block the right guy at the right time. It's because there's a lot of times where you see Juice chasing blocks that he doesn't really need to chase when a guy crosses his face. But maybe if he felt like Kenyon Green was right next to him, pick up the guy that's trying to cross his face, maybe he'll feel more comfortable. But he'll just take more reps because it's very clear what teams are trying to do. Obviously, I think Bobby should throw curveballs at the opposing teams, and instead of trying to run your outside zone, just start running power. Because with teams just trying to slant in, if you go power, one player was telling me that if we go power, what makes it effective against when teams slant inward is we can wash them down and get them out the way. Because everybody's going inward, it's kind of clunky. While you have Juice and Kenyon Green pushing them down, you have Shaq pulling around. Now you have a hole for the running backs to run through, things of that nature, run some more inside zones and things of that nature, maybe run some duo just to like get teams to back off of that. And then you can get back to your outside zone stuff. So, a lot of it does also start with Bobby because you can't get it to where like you're just going to keep banging your head on the wall trying to like, implement what you want to do. What you got to do what's best for the team. And obviously right now, running outside zone consistently and effectively isn't working for them.
I think quick passing game is important too. Like you see some of the things that works with them in the passing game. It's like, okay, if the offensive line's not going to protect, if they're going to have trouble with the stunts in the games like we were talking about last week, quick passing game, kind of avoid that at all cost.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing is they're seeing a lot of stunts in the passing game when it comes against, like the stunts in the passing game, they're usually seeing it on third downs because CJ, he has the second most dropbacks against third and long, like third and 7 and longer, the second most behind Deshaun Watson. And I think CJ is able to, I think he's like his completion percentage like 14 for 18 in those situations, but still like there's a reason why they're towards the back half of like teams that convert on third down. I think like they're like in the mid 20s or like high 20s, but still like you're way in the back, and that's because they have a lot of third.
Didn't I see like 7 of the 8 third downs against Minnesota were more than 8 yards?
Yeah. Because it was
that's bad.
Yeah, exactly. Like like that was you just can't. It doesn't matter who you're playing. You could be playing. The Texans could be playing the 2000
defense.
I was gonna say 2007 Detroit Lions.
Okay, that's worse.
Yeah. Like they're
back.
Yeah, they're gonna still have, like the Detroit Lions will have a shot in that game because it's just too hard to always convert third and long. It doesn't matter how good you are. It doesn't matter how good your quarterbacks are. And I think they're gonna have to do a better job of getting into third and manageables. Because another thing too that I've noticed on the film outside of the stunts is that's why I said earlier in the week a lot of it's gonna start with Bobby. Like it starts with Bobby because a lot of times where CJ is looking to where the progression is taking him, and it's muddy there, and he tries to look back left or try to get to his check down, and that's usually a sign that the defensive coordinator, at least early on, is being able to have a read and a beat on your offensive coordinator, and then that's when the pressure can get to you. But again, like it's a combination of a bunch of things, even with It's a common in both things. Like, there's one stat that's crazy. I don't think I tweeted it out, but out of all the quarterbacks, I think CJ is, in terms of time to pressure, so as fast as pressure gets to you, it's at 2.52 right now, which is like 7th fastest among all starters.
Sheesh.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sheesh.
so 2.5 is crazy. Like, that means by the time he gets to the top of his drop, like,
See, I thought he played well. I actually thought he played well in the Minnesota game. Considering all that stuff, I thought he played well.
And we talk about, like, from snap to release and how quickly guys got to get rid of it. You have no time at all when you say it's 2.5.
Right. You're getting pressured at that point. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that can be all it takes is to, possibly potentially affect the throw. And then, or you rush a throw, or like you're not able to get to that last guy. Or like, I remember there's one play where he looked right and then was trying to get all the way back to Cam, and Cam was wide open and at the end going out of bounds to the left side. Cam was wide open, and that could have been for a lot of yards. But again, like, the pressure is getting there so fast. You know what I'm saying? So, I think that's what I said. Like, it starts with Bobby. Like, I know, like, fans want to criticize the O-line and penalties and et cetera. And I think all that's fine. But I think it starts with Bobby coming up with better game plans.
We talked about it a little bit before we hit the air, but I saw you tweeting that Nico thankfully practiced. Joe was a limited participant. Nico says he's going to play. Joe?
It's questionable right now. Me personally, I would hold him out this week, and the same for the Buffalo Bills game. Because if you can't run the ball against the Bills, you have no shot. Sean McDermott, that's why right now it doesn't matter who they have in the back end, who they have at the linebackers. He's been there since, I believe, 2017. It's 2024. He's been there this is the 8th season. Like, there's a culture, there's a system there that they've been running for years. So their system it's jam packed. Like, they know what to do, things like that. It's easy for them to plug and play, and they play extremely fast. So if you're just dropping back all day, you're gonna be in hell. That's why, like, when they played Miami on Thursday night, right? The Dolphins couldn't run the ball. Tua ends up throwing like Tua ends up throwing 3 interceptions because he was facing a lot of 3rd and longs, and obviously that one pick six, he couldn't get the ball out of he couldn't throw it away completely out of bounds. But again, like, if you're living in 3rd and longs against the Buffalo Bills, they will eat your lunch. That's one of those defenses that will completely eat your lunch. So I personally would save Joe for next week. Not saying, like, I think you can win without Joe against the Jags. I don't think you can. I think your chances of winning against the Bills goes drastically down if you don't have Joe. Because I think there were some runs against the Vikings that if they had Joe, he would have been able to turn a 1 yard or 2 yarder into like maybe 4, maybe 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it still would have been tough sledding, but I think he would have been able to power through some runs. Because that was one of those games where you kind of need a power back. And like, Cam was able to have some nice runs. Where he's able to use his elusiveness, but that was one of those games you had to kind of get north and south and get muddy, and because the defense was humming. So.
And you're looking at 3rd and 5 instead of 3rd and 7 there. So it goes back to the whole 3rd and long situation. Even if it's only 2 more yards,
that matters though.
It's 3rd and 5. Much easier to succeed than 3rd and 7.
Because defenses have to call. They have to call it differently at that point, right? Because if any offenses can call it differently because it's 5 yards. That's like one step. It's like 2 steps, right? So you can run. Your whole playbook is open. When it's 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, like,
especially what would you say 2 point?
Yeah, 2.5 before you get pressured. You know what I'm
toast.
saying? Like, it's a completely different ball game. I mean, I think CJ right now, I think he's had 10 unblocked pressures this year, 4th most, 3 unblocked sacks. So, like, and a lot of them just on 3rd downs.
That's crazy. DJ, appreciate the time, man. Good information as always. Good conversation. We'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely.
DJ Bieniemy covers the Houston Texans, ESPN, ESPN.com. You can check him out on Twitter at DJ Bieniemy for all the latest Houston Texans news. Great follow. All right, Texans are 2-1. Why are so many people acting like they're worse? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Sure.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, Blankers wants to know. The Texans are 2-1. Why are so many people acting like they're 0-3? 713-780-3776. Blankers, why do you think that this is the case?
Well, I think because at the start of the season, a lot of people looked at the Minnesota Vikings and they knew that they drafted a quarterback, that Sam Darnold has never been a good quarterback. And the expectation was that this was supposed to be an easy win. And I think people look past the fact that, as DJ said, that was a loud building. That is a home field advantage. They have good skill position players. Aaron Jones might be a little longer in the tooth, but he's good. You didn't know what Grenard was going to be. We saw what he could be when he was here. But overall, I think people were kind of looking past Minnesota. And then all of a sudden, it's like the sky is falling because you had a bad week. Look, we know even last year with the schedule that you had and the way that the season turned out, Texans had plenty of bad weeks, and we rattled off Atlanta and the Jets and Carolina and other games where they kind of laid an egg. But it just seems like people aren't considering the big picture. You're still 2-1. I mean, it's week 3, but yet I just wasn't expecting this level of concern and this many people losing their mind. Maybe it's because they got blown out. And like the stat you mentioned, the fact that, when teams win the Super Bowl, how many times do they get blown out by this many points? It just seems like it's been excessive. I get it to a certain degree, but a lot of people don't want to let go of it either. And that's why I think it's such an important game this week that they just get right.
Yeah, I don't really get the sense that people are acting like they're 0-3. I haven't gotten that sense. My sense of it's a little different than you. I also don't really care about the 2-1 a whole lot. Like, yeah, you are 2-1. It is what it is. But to me, it's more about your confidence in the team going forward. Like, that to me is how I feel. Like, we were talking about the Cowboys and the Giants earlier today. Like, Cowboys won a game. How do we feel about the Cowboys? How do we feel where the Giants are going? So to me, it's not so much about the record. Yeah, the record obviously matters, especially at the end of the year, because either you win the division, you're in the playoffs, you aren't in the playoffs. But this early in the year, it's more, where do we think this team is? Where do we think that they're going? And what is our confidence in them that they're getting to that point? So like at the start of the year, it's AFC South champions, it's playoffs. I had them at 10 wins. Brian had them at 17-0. So it's like, where is our confidence with them? And then how does that waver based on how the season is going? I was more confident, and I still think the Texans are going to win 10 games. I haven't wavered off my prediction from them. But I was more confident with the Texans at the start of the season than I am now because of their limitations on the offensive line. So to me, it isn't so much, they're 2-1, but it feels like 0-3 and the sky is falling. It's more, I have serious questions about how good this team can be and how much can they reach their ceiling based on certain things that I don't love about what I saw.
Maybe it's the wording of that to say that a lot of people jumped off the contender title for this team because of last week. A lot of people started questioning whether this team was truly good enough to be a team that could win some playoff games and be a potential AFC championship game type team, or be better in the playoffs than they were a year ago, or live up to some of the billing that a lot of people had them in terms of where they saw them in the AFC, instead of like treating them like an 0-3 team. There were people that I had plenty of discussions with questioning, like, are you serious? Like, you're jumping off the bandwagon after 1 week and saying this team is not a Super Bowl contender. They're not an AFC contender. They're not, nearly as good as we thought they could be. And I'm like,
I don't think that they are. Like, how they have played so far through 3 games, I don't think they're anywhere close to the best team in the NFL.
I don't think they're close to the best team in the NFL, but I think that there's a lot of space between the best team in the NFL and a playoff contending team that has the ability to go a long way. Still, this is week 3, and you're right. There's things to clean up. There's things that have me concerned, even based on what I saw, because I saw a talented roster that I thought was talented enough to go at least as far as they went a year ago in the playoffs and possibly get to an AFC championship game. But I'm not jumping off the bandwagon or bringing my expectations down or the belief in this team after 1 week because of the fact that you haven't seen Autry on defense. But you have guys, Mixon's been out. You have, different guys too that are going to help fortify. Now the line is obviously a big concern.
Yeah, see that, like it's, for me, it's not 1 week. For me, it's how poor the offensive line's played for 3 weeks. Like, it's not about one game. They've been poor all 3. It was just hidden a bit because they won the first 2 games versus winning losing the Minnesota game. Whenever we do the do not ignore in victory what you win in defeat, even though the Texans were 2-0, I was banging on the offensive line. I think the offensive line has been dreadful. I think that they've put bad ball on play, and that the way that they're playing right now, limits the offense. And because it limits the offense, I think it limits the overall potential of the Texans. To your point, it is week 3 going into week 4, and that stuff can be corrected. There is a lot of time to correct that, and well-coached teams will correct it. I would also say, because I believe the Texans' offensive line is actually really talented, that I'm not going to rule out it can be corrected. I'm not saying that it's going to be this bad all year long. I'm saying the way they're currently playing, they are not anywhere near the best team in the league. Can they get to that point by week 15? I think it's very much in play because they have a talented offensive line. I think they have to improve communication. I think what DJ was talking about with the continuity is vital. I think it's very important. You always hear offensive line has to play like one fist, not 5 individual fingers. Throw out the cliche. And they have to be coached up on it. So if they can get this offensive line playing to even just top half of the NFL, I think, again, I would feel really good about where they could be at the end of the year. But currently, right now, I just don't see it.
And the reason why I don't waver is similar to what you said, but also what he said when we were talking about Tank as well. Because right now, the way they're using Tank isn't closely anywhere close to what we thought they were going to do with Tank and using the talent of all 3 receivers. And he's been more of a gadget play type guy. But I would assume and I would hope that between now and the late stages of the season, that's going to change. He's going to get more reps. I'm with you in the fact that that's why I haven't wavered. Is I just believe there's too much talent on this team. I believe the offensive line. The negative is that you didn't have the injuries of a year ago, and you didn't have going into the Pittsburgh game, CJ running for his life and leading the league in sacks.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you didn't have any injuries on the offensive line so far. So the line is what it is. It's going to be a combination of look at themselves in the mirror, and then between coaching and themselves working at it in reps, figuring out how they get better as a unit to create that fit.
I think it's possible. Like I do think it's
too.
possible. I think, and they have the time to do it, but it has to happen. And in week 3 games into the year, like how many teams are clicking on all cylinders? Very, very few. Like Kansas City's not really doing much offensively. Quite frankly, they didn't do a whole lot offensively last year, and then they turned it on in the postseason, and then had one of the best defenses, and then went on to win the Super Bowl. Like I only think one team is playing like at a juggernaut level right now, and I think it's Buffalo. And I don't trust Josh Allen in the playoffs. So no team should be perfect through 3 weeks. Quite frankly, you probably don't want to be perfect in 3 weeks because you're peaking too early. But if the Texans do not fix this offensive line problem, they are toast. They still might make the playoffs. They still might win a bad division, but they're a wild card divisional round team at best.
Yeah, your division sets you up for the playoff berth that we were wondering if they were going to win the division or get in as a wild card based on the expectations of other teams in the division that have been less than. But at the same time, they have, again, a lot of teams are looking to have to go outside of the organization to try and find solutions. I think the solutions lie within the building. I think that you have enough to fix it and be that caliber of team by just staying within your building, because I don't think you have the season-ending injuries. I think you do have, between coaching and continuity, you have things that can be corrected on the practice field. You have guys that are coming back like Autry, like Joe Mixon, and then however you're going to start using and utilizing talent differently. So that's why I'm not even close to changing the fact that I still believe this team is talented enough to go a long way. But I've had conversation, and I did see a lot of it that suddenly it was like the end of the world.
Yeah, I agree with you that they don't really need to add the pieces, and that's probably the good part. It's just coach them up. Get the communication better. Obviously, you're going to get continuity is going to improve because they're going to be on the field. Knock on wood, they don't get hurt like playing in blowout games late. But yeah, I do think that they have the people. I do think that they have the players. It's just you got to correct the issues that are going on, and they all know. Like they know that the offensive line has been keeping them back offensively. Bobby Sloak was kind of throwing his offensive line under the bus yesterday. They know it. They got to get better at it. All right, Beezy Money. Beezy Money's been killing it. We've been dominating. We've been winning a lot of money, $60. But we're in the black. We're in the black. We're going to continue to give you winners next. What are the Killer Bees putting their money behind this week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word with the big weekend coming up of college and pro football like we were just talking about for MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is the place you want to be if you want to put money down on games that you're going to be watching or that you have a vested interest in or that you just feel like you know something about and you might want to cash in on. Try and make a little extra change, because that little extra change, you can make some before you even start betting as long as you go to MyBookie.ag. They got a sign-up bonus going on right now where if you go to MyBookie.ag and use our promo code BET975 when you sign up and put money into your account for the first time, they're going to put money on top of your money up to $1,000 based on what you put in. that money's going to show up instantly. That means it's going to be there for you to use. More money in your account means more games you can bet on, and of course, you have more chances you can win. And they also have a loyalty program right now, MyBookie Plus. That means that based on how much you play with MyBookie.ag, you can climb tiers within the loyalty rewards program. With each tier that you climb to, you get better opportunities for better prizes, for better promotions, and lots of other ways that you can cash in. And when there's no games going on, or there's something else that you want to do some casino gambling, and you don't feel like flying to Vegas, driving to Louisiana, all you got to do is get on your phone, your tablet, or your computer, go to mybookie.ag, where live dealers are standing by so that you can play casino games like blackjack and poker. They take care of you. They've been in business for over a decade. That's why they want you to do business with them. Remember our promo code, use it whenever you can, and cash in immediately with the promo code BET975. As I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag.
Rejoin guy needs to get fired. He's about as accurate as a weatherman. We've been killing it. We've been killing it with BZ money. Last week, the Bees went 4-2. Year to date, Bees are 9-6. Year to date, Killer Bees have won $60. We do have the luxury not playing the VIG. Brian's 5-1. Brian's been on fire. Brian, everything that Brian touches in September is turned to gold. His undefeated, and who said it?
Undefeated,
He's 5-1
right. Say it again.
in BZ money. Branham's in second place, 3-3, and then dead last, sitting in the cellar at the very, very bottom, is Joel Blank.
Overselling it.
Yeah, why would he ever lighten up on something that's negative towards me?
Because Blankers is in dead last, we'll give him the opportunity to go first because we feel bad for him and his bad picks. Although he's 2-3-1 and I'm 3-3. What is your what's the first game you're selling to us, Blankers?
I'm selling Cincinnati at Carolina. I'm not buying it in 1 week that Carolina has completely turned it around with the Red Rocket rifle. I believe that Cincinnati, as bad as their defense can be, their offense has been really, really good. Burrow and Chase are going to be fine. And I believe that Carolina at home getting 4.5 points isn't enough. I think Cincinnati needs to make a statement. I think that offensively they are going to make a statement. I think they cover the 4.5 at Carolina.
Where did Andy Dalton begin his career?
Cincinnati.
Revenge.
This is the Andy Dalton revenge game. I'm just kidding. I'm on your side. I think the Bengals roll in this. I think the Carolina and the Red Rocket were a good story for 1 week just to prove how bad Bryce Young is. Cincinnati's desperate. Carolina's not very good, although I'm not sure the Bengals are very good, but they're better than Carolina. Even though it's a road game, the travel's not crazy. I like Cincinnati to cover the 4.5 too.
Yeah, the Panthers aren't going up against the Raiders this week, who are already calling their players out for making business decisions.
And a lot of guys on the injury report.
Week 3.
And a lot of guys on the injury report for the Raiders this week.
So, yeah, exactly. So more business decisions being made. So yeah, this is a step up in competition. I never loved the needs it more because everyone needs it in the NFL. But in this case, I think it applies. The Bengals have to get a win or they're done. So I think they cruise. I would take the minus 4.5 too.
3338 says 9-6 would barely make the playoffs, killing it. LOL. If you bet $1 million on all of these games, you'd be up $60 million. What do you mean we're not killing it? Get a bigger bankroll, bro. All right, first game that I'm gonna sell.
We got to place
I got distracted. The texter triggered me, and it took me off of my my footing. We all picked it, right? $50 on the Joe Burrow, blonde-headed Burrow.
40
softies.
Yeah, I'm soft at 40. I'm soft at 40 on this one.
All right, $40 on the Cincinnati Bengals. First game I want to sell to you guys. I didn't love these slates, by the way. And then let it be noted that I picked last, so y'all got to cherry pick all the good games. I took the Colts.
Be a gamer, get in there early.
I'm taking the Colts over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Colts are getting 1.5 points at home. Yeah, the Colts haven't played good football. Steelers haven't really beat anybody, though. I know that they're undefeated. I think they're getting the undefeated push, even though they haven't really beaten anybody good. I think the Colts win this football game outright. They're getting 1.5 points. Give me the Colts to hand the Steelers their first loss of the year.
I'm with you that I didn't like many of these games. I don't like this one because two quarterbacks I don't believe can throw the football. And one thing I know is that Pittsburgh runs it, and Indianapolis isn't great at stopping it. So I was a little hesitant on this game overall. And the fact that I thought the Colts might be maybe not favored at home, but I thought I don't like the spread. I didn't like the game a whole lot, so I'll leave it up to you guys.
So you don't have a pick either way?
I think Pittsburgh's gonna. I think Pittsburgh. If I had to pick, I'd pick Pittsburgh.
That's kind of the way I'm leaving too, because if there's one side of the ball in this game that I think could win the game, it's Pittsburgh's defense, and for that reason, I wouldn't bet it, but I think I would stay away.
Okay.
That's kind of that's my lean.
You guys are gonna be watching this game Sunday and be like, man, Branham knows ball.
I'm sure we'll hear about it Monday at 3:01.
I'm sure everybody says all the time. Should listen to Branham.
All right, my first pick. We just talked about the Las Vegas Raiders are already mailing it in, seemingly already making business decisions, ending up on the injury report. They're favored minus 2.5 at home against the Cleveland Browns. Wrong team is favored. I don't understand why Vegas is favored. They just got hammered by the Panthers. I know Deshaun Watson sucks. He's even worse than Andy Dalton, but the Browns defense is elite. I don't think Vegas is going to be able to do anything against the Browns defense. Wrong team favored. Cleveland wins outright.
Do we think Cleveland's defense is elite?
I don't think they're elite, but I think they got an elite pass rusher. We got some.
They're elite enough to shut down. They're elite enough to shut down Las Vegas.
Yeah, Devontae Adams not playing. Although Brock Bowers is going to eat.
Devontae Adams is out.
He's not going to play.
Ugh. After he was the guy orchestrating what everybody had to do and how to do it.
I saw somebody on Twitter today said, you know how they list in parentheses like why they're out? It said Devontae Adams doesn't want to be there anymore. Out for week 4.
I believe that because he had a lot to say.
No lies detected.
Yeah. I had Cleveland in this game too. Actually, I had the Raiders in this game. I had the Raiders winning by 3. A home game. I think the Browns are awful. I think Deshaun Watson's terrible. Personally, I stayed away from it altogether, but I think both of these teams are schizophrenic, and I don't like betting games in which two teams are schizophrenic.
Yeah, I don't like this because I don't like Cleveland's running game at all, and I don't like Deshaun Watson, and I think that Vegas has enough to I think score some points against Cleveland. I didn't like it at all. If I leaned one way or the other, I guess
you're the tiebreaker. You got to make the call.
I would lean Las Vegas. At home, I think that
you're going to get week 1.
We didn't have great results doing that.
Okay,
and you've been hot, so we kind of have to feed the hot hand. Like we're role players, Blankers and I. We get rebounds. We pass the rock. We let you take all the shots,
Otis.
Brian.
So we're going to go to Cleveland?
I think we should just not play it.
Okay.
I don't think we should flip it on him because he's been better than we have been.
Yeah, that's fine.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If anything,
I didn't like the game either, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's just no play it.
All right.
Let's no play. I didn't bet a whole lot of games this week. I'm a degenerate, usually play lots of games. I only played 4 games against the spread this week.
Yeah, there was a couple I was thinking about early and then just doing a little bit more research. I'm like, I just can't. And even the game that I ended up picking, I'm curious how you guys feel about it.
What you got?
Second game I had was the Philadelphia at Tampa Bay kind of playoff rematch. I think Philadelphia's got a lot to prove. Yeah, they got to win against the Saints. I think they're too talented to not be way better. And I believe that Tampa Bay has overachieved the first couple weeks of the season. They're going to start coming back to reality. Tampa Bay at home is getting 2 points. I think Philadelphia wins this by at least a field goal. I'm leaning more like 6. I think the Eagles are going to make a statement at Tampa Bay and win the game.
Tampa Bay really confused me last week. I was feeling really good about Tampa Bay 2 weeks into the season. And then Tampa Bay last week confused me on who they are. I don't know in 2024 what a Buccaneer is. I just don't. They got hammered at home by Denver after beating Detroit the week before, after beating a pretty good Commander team the week before.
On the road, 17. No less.
Yeah. So I don't know. Washington was at home. Detroit was on the road.
No, that's what I'm saying. Tampa went on the road and beat a pretty good Washington team.
No, they played Washington at home.
They beat Detroit in Detroit.
Okay,
Yeah, Washington at home at Detroit, but the better team they beat on the road. So I don't know what a Buccaneer is in 2024. I think the Buccaneers a little confused in 2024. But I like the Philly side of this too. I don't feel uber confident about it because I think the Buccaneer at times can be really, really good, really, really good. Well, but I'll go Philly.
Yeah,
Philly by a little bit.
I was going to stay away just because we already know Devonta Smith is out. AJ Brown's a true game time decision. And if both of them are out, I wouldn't bet on Philly, even especially as a favorite. So my vote is stay away, but it sounds like we're going Philadelphia minus.
Got to go light on Philly because you and I went Philly, so we going 20.
Yeah, I think we should go light on 20, like 20 or 25.
20 or 25, either one you call it.
No, 25.
Let's go 25 then.
Let's go 25 on the Eagle.
Don't be soft.
Yeah, don't be soft. No soft boys around here. All right, second game I want to sell. Again, I don't love any of these games, so I'm already going to put a little bit of a ceiling on the cost of this one. I really like Sean McVay. I know the Rams have tons of injuries, but the Rams found a way to beat San Francisco, another team with tons of injuries. But the Rams are going on the road to Chicago. The Chicago young football team, I don't think they're well coached. Don't love rookie quarterbacks unless you're C.J. Stroud last year or Jaden Daniels this year. I think the Rams are better than Chicago. I think they're better coached than Chicago. I think the Rams are going to go into the Windy City. I got dumped for that one, so I got to be careful saying city. I think the Rams are going to go into the – it might have even been Brian. The Rams are going to go into the Windy City, and they're going to win. And they're getting 3 points. Give me the Rams +3 over Chicago in the Windy City.
Yeah, I like the Rams in this game as well. I don't like the coaching staff. I don't like that Caleb Williams, no matter how many weapons he's had around him, they haven't been able to do nearly what people thought that they were going to do when they were the sexy pick to be a playoff team in the NFC. I think the Rams are well coached. I think they have a ton of talent. I think they have the better quarterback on the field for right now with Matt Stafford. I like the Rams.
Yeah, the Rams, I mean, it's hard to figure out where they're at because obviously their offensive line's banged up. They're without their top 2 wide receivers, but then they just beat the 49ers last week. So I don't love a team with a bad offensive line on the road facing a good defense. But -3 is pretty big, so I would agree with you guys. The Rams plus the points.
25.
Yeah,
25.
I don't love this game.
No, there's not many to love in this bunch of games.
The Vegas starts to wisen up though around week 4. Like you start to. I remember last year I didn't love many games after about this point of the year. They start to really wisen up. That's why we take advantage in the first 3 weeks. All right, what's your last game, Brian?
Another wrong team is favored. Tennessee at Miami. Miami is a 1-point favorite. Look, Will Levis sucks, but whatever Miami puts at quarterback, Tyler Huntley, Pro Bowler, is going to be even worse. I think Tennessee has got the better running game. I think they're going to be able to. We saw Zach Charbonnet. Well, Zach Charbonnet is a pretty mid running back.
Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah.
Doesn't play on either one of these football teams.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the Miami rush defense.
My bad.
So the Miami rush defense, they gave it up to James Cook a few weeks ago, got crushed by him. Zach Charbonnet is a pretty mid running back. They got crushed by him. I think Tony Pollard does a lot in this game. We saw DeAndre Hopkins finally wake up last week in the loss to Green Bay. And lost in the picture is they obviously should have won the game in Chicago, obviously, and Will Levis throws the horrible pick. And they were right in that game against the Jets to the very end. Again, another Will Levis terrible pick. Difference is, I don't think Miami's defense is good enough to do to Will Levis what Chicago and the New York Jets did. And I think the Tennessee run game is able to move the ball quite well against Miami's run defense. So I will take Tennessee +1.
Brandon, you're going to decide this one because I see the exact opposite of this. I see the fact that I
You
don't
betting on Tyler Huntley?
Yeah, because of the fact that Will Levis is going to do whatever you just said about all the different matchups. Will Levis is going to do whatever he can to turn the ball over, give it away, and not play well.
Bears defense, Jets defense, way greater sign than Miami defense, though.
Okay, but I believe too that you got a really good offensive mind in McDaniel with a whole lot of weapons that he can still use in Miami and at home. This is a must-win for the Dolphins. I just like the Dolphins.
I love that you're going to put it on Jeremy to defend his boy Will Levis.
Let me do my Will Levis impersonation. I'm going to hit that camera with this ball. I hit the camera. I actually have the Titans winning this game.
There you go.
The Dolphins, but here's the thing. I'm not betting on Will Levis on the road. This was a no play for me. Branham Analytics do have the Titans winning a low scoring game, 20-17 over the Dolphins. I agree that the Titans will win this game. The Dolphins are a mess. The Dolphins are not very good, although they are turning, like you said, I think, to a Pro Bowl quarterback. Tyler Huntley. This is a no play for me. I'm staying away. Staying away.
So there you go.
I got faded twice today.
Yeah, faded twice.
Welcome
today.
to my world.
We played both of your games, dude.
No, I'm saying, but in the first couple of weeks, we didn't.
We played both the games for last place and faded the 2 for first place.
I have been great. I understand it.
All right, so the Killer Bees have played 3 games this week. 4-2 last week, 9-6 on the year, up $60. If you were betting, $1 million units, you would be a multi-millionaire following our picks. We're on the Rams -3 for 25, Eagles -2 for 25, and then Cincy -4.5 for 40 doll hairs. All right, when we come back, Mean Text, our car wreck of the day, every Friday. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. In about 24 hours, we've got a big one at TD-ECU Stadium. Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, 18th ranked, undefeated Iowa State comes into Houston as the Cougars look for the upset in their Big 12 home opener. Houston has a deal for you tomorrow night. It's not too late to get in on this. The Family Night Special. You're looking for entertainment for you and the family? That's always hard to do, especially if you're on a budget. Well, U of H has got you. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks for just $80. Where else can you get that kind of entertainment? Family entertainment for just $80. Lock in the deal at uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. Not only is it family weekend, but it's also Hispanic Heritage Games. A lot of fun out at the stadium tomorrow night. Come out and celebrate on campus as the Cougs host the undefeated 18th ranked Cyclones. First ever matchup, by the way, on the gridiron between these two teams. Kickoff at 6. Weather's going to be unbelievable tomorrow night. Come out early. Cougar Walk beginning at 3:30. Plus, they're expanding the Bud Light Backyard Beer Garden, which now features food, drinks, tailgate games. Come on, hang out before the game. Night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments, and the weather is going to be impeccable. $80 takes care of a family of 4 with the Family Night Special. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 drinks, just $80. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get that Family Night Special. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian didn't play the Astros starter music. Did you forget the Astros played
because
today?
I know what day it is.
Ronel Blanco Day. Blanco. What does Ronel Blanco do for the Astros tonight?
He pitches 5 innings, and he gives up 1 run.
Will you watch the Astros this weekend?
I will glance at them.
I'll watch them. I'll watch the
won't.
condensed games.
I'm going to record them, and then
Yeah, so
Too
I'll
much
probably do
football
that.
on.
Fast forward through it. I'll watch them whenever football's over. I think Blanco throws 65 pitches today. I think they want him available for next Tuesday, just in case.
Yeah,
just in case. Like, what if it's a tie game? You used all your leverage guys. It's the 11th inning. I think they would like to turn to Ronel Blanco in that spot. So I don't think that they're going to go Ronel Blanco too long today. And however much he'll go is the maximum amount for him to be available on Tuesday.
Part of the reason they moved him from Saturday to Friday as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 5's too much. Probably more in the range.
Well, if he goes 65 pitches in 5, I think it's possible.
You know, he likes to throw a lot of pitches.
He does.
Yeah, I'm
Might
thinking
be 3 innings.
3.5, 4. Yeah.
Might be 3 innings. Yeah, I'll take that for Ronel. Just get out healthy. Get out healthy. Get out where you're available next Tuesday. Okay, let's get it to our mean text, all the mean things that you've said to us the last couple of weeks. Branham thinks he's right about everything. Bro is a bad word. Very punchable face and voice, too. I am most of those things. I'll agree with that. But I am usually right about it.
You're a bad word?
The bad word he used, I think, is fair.
Okay. All right.
I think the bad word he used is fair. I don't think that he was talking too much out of line. Yeah, I think it was a mostly accurate text.
You've heard it before.
I think it was a mostly, not even the worst I've heard. Not even the worst I've heard. I'd be okay with losing Tunsil. He cost us when he's on the field anyways. People were so mad at Laramie Tunsil that they were okay if he would get hurt in that game the other day.
It's a bit much.
Right?
Yeah. A little bit much.
A little bit of cutting off your nose to spite your face a little bit.
Don't we think so?
Yeah. No.
More than a little
Of course
bit.
you need Tunsil.
Laramie Tunsil is one of the best left tackles in football post-snap.
Who are you replacing him with where you're going to have a better chance
Blake
to
Fisher.
protect? No. He plays right tackle, doesn't he?
He's more of a left tackle, but I think he will be moved to right tackle. He's played both. He's a swing tackle. Like, if either tackle got hurt, Blake Fisher would be the guy that replaces him. Branham, please stop with the football. You're coming dangerously close to sounding like the untalented Paul Gallant. He's a clown.
Oh, man. I didn't see that finish.
Was that more insulting to me or Paul?
I would say the
Paul.
latter. Yeah.
I don't think
Our
Paul's a
beloved
clown.
Cougs.
I was going to say he's not a clown, but then you played that. It's like,
He can be clowny.
Maybe he's got a
He
point.
likes to
this
clown
next
around.
one. Makes sense. Killer bees acting like B words. Is that
He's
fair?
got to be more
Yeah, we
specific.
take after the Twitch.
Is
Got
that
to be
fair?
way more specific. What were we being B words about?
Yeah, what was that in reference to?
I don't remember. I need to start putting the context here. I mean, the Killer G's kind of call us that. They call us the Angry Bees. It's kind of the same thing. Kind of the same thing. But they say we complain a lot.
We talk a lot of baseball, too, which Paul hates.
Complaining a lot is more like the B word than Angry Bees. But they say we complain a lot. So us complaining, I think, is synonymous with acting like B words.
Okay.
So, I mean, maybe the Killer G's texted that into the show. and said that.
Quite possible.
I like that conspiracy
Plot
theory.
twist. Chaz McCormick follows the same diet, except he eats 2,500 calories multiple times per day. It was a fat joke. It was a fat joke.
With the banana pudding.
Yeah, they said he's fat.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was the Derrick Henry thing.
We
Where
were talking about he doesn't eat till after 5.
I think it's called the Gladiator diet.
Should be called the Titan.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Someone called me a wuss. That's just where I crossed the line. That's just where you crossed the line. You can
Those
say
are
all these
fighting
things
words?
about me. The moment you call me a wuss, you've gone too far. And I'm not a wuss.
You gonna meet him on the playground after school?
I'm not a wuss. What's that?
You gonna meet him on the playground after school? Those
I'll
are
show
fighting
you
words?
I'm not a wuss. What'd you say?
They didn't call you soft.
Well, they know I'm not.
So it's the difference between soft and wuss.
Yeah, they were wrong calling me a wuss. I'm not a wuss.
You're pretty soft.
I'm tough.
How long did you play football?
What's that?
How long did you play football?
My parents didn't let me play tackle football.
Yeah.
I played flag football. I had a pick 6.
Soft.
Against Josh Warren. Maybe CJ Stroud should go back and listen to the advice he gave Caleb Williams. That one got me because there was that whole dynamic. Is Stroud good enough, old enough to be giving advice to Caleb Williams? Sam Darnold's giving him advice.
Yes, a lot of people were on Twitch after the game. On Twitter of the guy Sam Darnold running to give CJ advice in the handshake.
So funny. I think Laramie is just a narcissistic bad word. That's all it is. Hopefully Sunday was a much needed kick in the teeth. Like when a schoolyard bully, me, like to that guy who called me a wuss, finally gets popped in the mouth and it changes his perspective on bad word. Cash or trash. Joel can't do a whole segment without saying the word fact.
Facts.
There you go. That does it for mean text. All right. It's going to do it for us. Hope that you all have a great weekend. Brian, good job doing the hard work. Hey, hot September. Hope October is as good for you as September was. He's Blank. I'm Branham. Coming up next, Hall of Fame. That Brad Gilmore and then the Jabroni Booker T Comicast coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk to all of you on Monday. Good night, y'all.